In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Great Pirate Era began and a devil fruit named the Dark Fruit appeared, triggering a catastrophic disaster. This year was called the most turbulent year. The 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, was captured and sent to the Navy headquarters, used as a bargaining chip for Blackbeard to become a warlord. Navy Marshal Sengoku used the public execution of Ace as an opportunity to lay traps at the Navy headquarters, waiting for Whitebeard to come in person. Ace. Bastards avenge Ace. Wails of despair echoed over Marineford. Blood and wreckage covered the entire battlefield. Countless crew members under Whitebeard with red-rimmed eyes looked at the figure lying in a pool of blood in the distance, shedding tears of pain. At this moment, the instigator of all this, Red Dog clad in crimson, walked slowly through the center of the battlefield with an indifferent expression. You still seem to have some breath left, Ace. In that case, along with Straw Hat Luffy, let the two of you evil bloodlines disappear together. As his words fell, the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Red Dog's fist turned red at a visible speed, and he swung it down fiercely at the two who had lost their resistance, delivering a fatal blow. Magma was boiling. The scene instantly turned dim and gray. Seeing this, the members under Whitebeard felt a chill in their hearts. Bastard, stop. Damn it. We must not let him hurt Ace's brother again. He is Ace's last hope. They shouted hoarsely, running with all their might towards Red Dog, trying to stop him, but it was all futile. Before a Navy admiral, the power of ordinary people is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Clang. But at this moment of despair, with a dull thud echoing across the battlefield like a light illuminating darkness, suddenly the scene fell silent. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply. The members under Whitebeard stopped their chasing steps, immediately staring blankly at the direction behind Red Dog, a glimmer of hope appearing in their eyes. Old man. Among the crowd, Flowers Sword Vista stood stunned. At some point behind Red Dog, a tall and imposing figure appeared with a robust build and prominent scars crisscrossing his chest. His whole body exuded overwhelming dominance. In an instant, Red Dog's body stiffened, a chill rising from his back as if stared at by a venomous snake. He slowly turned around, and a crescent-shaped, silver-white mustache curled upward came into his view. Edward Newgate. After recognizing the person, Red Dog's heart sank sharply. Not good. His pupils dilated to the extreme. Before Red Dog could react, Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes. With such a simple movement, he then suddenly swung his fist. With an extreme roar, the entire battlefield began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had erupted. Whitebeard's fist struck solidly on Red Dog's right cheek. In that instant, Red Dog's expression twisted. With a single blow, this top Navy combatant fell to the ground, his head buried deep in the dirt. Boom. Like mountains splitting and earth cracking, visible cracks spread from under Red Dog. In the blink of an eye, the Navy headquarters building, which had stood for countless years, collapsed mostly. A chasm-like crack split the entire battlefield straight through, with Whitebeard on one side and his sons on the other. The battlefield fell silent. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at all this, their eyes full of fear and lingering dread of unknown power. After many years, they once again witnessed the majesty of the strongest man. Whitebeard stood in place, panting. On the opposite side, his sons, seeing his condition directly, tried to cross the ground crack to come to his aid. Don't come over. Whitebeard's voice suddenly rang out in restraint. Old man. Old man. The Whitebeard Pirates members burst into tears. Looking at the anxious gazes and shouts of his children, a trace of loneliness flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. He shifted his gaze, slightly settling on the fallen Red Dog. Time waits for no one. He sighed softly. Not far away, Red Dog's body slid across the ground, tumbling toward the nearby cliff, while Whitebeard could only watch helplessly from where he stood. It could be seen that the other's chest was still rising and falling slightly, clearly still breathing. It could be foreseen that for an existence like Red Dog, if given even a slight chance, he could turn the tide and soon become a Navy admiral who dominates the sea. Unfortunately, today's plan had failed. He had not managed to save Ace, but instead could only watch as his child was killed by Navy Red Dog, and even let the enemy escape from his hands. As a father, he had failed too much. He was sorry to Ace, and sorry to these children who had accompanied him to the battlefield, and those who had already fallen. Whitebeard felt himself a failure. A hint of death wish faintly emerged in his heart. He shifted his gaze, slightly resting on the several figures on the distant platform. Sengoku Garp Kizaru. Well, if I can make the Navy headquarters my final resting place, it will be worthy of my life's experience. Counting the top combat power of the Navy, Whitebeard's heart began to calm. At this moment, the scene was silent. As if still not recovered from the world-destroying might displayed by the four emperors, everyone present stood in a daze, dusty and disheveled. All attention was focused on this old man below. But at this moment, a dim golden light suddenly shot out from the cliff where Red Dog had fallen, flew all the way to several hundred meters above Marineford, then fell heavily to the ground. Bang! With a dull sound, everyone's attention was briefly diverted. What's going on? What was that? It seemed to glow. Everyone present was astonished and uncertain, looking at the smoke-covered area, speaking hesitantly. Huh. Beside Whitebeard raised an eyebrow slightly, also stirred by this sudden turn of events. A hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. What is that? Under the gaze of all, time passed silently. The smoke spreading over the battlefield began to dissipate gradually, and a strange sound came from within like an eggshell cracking. Crack! As the sound rang out, the smoke completely dissipated. A young figure wearing a white coat suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. His eyes were like stars, and a kind smile spread across his handsome face. Newgate, long time no see. Ron stepped on the fresh crater he had just made, smiling and greeting Whitebeard from a distance. The sea wind howled, sweeping across the ravaged battlefield, swirling before departing. The crowd stood frozen in place, mouths agape, expressions exaggerated, utterly stunned by Ron's sudden appearance. "Wait, if I'm not mistaken, this guy just burst out from underground," exclaimed a stunned Marine elite. "Why, yes, it seems so," another Marine elite holding a spear echoed in a tone filled with uncertainty. Who could have imagined someone emerging from beneath the earth, especially from a fissure created by Whitebeard? Could it be that this fellow had been living underground all along? At this thought, the crowd's gazes toward Ron turned peculiar. Even the tense atmosphere of the battlefield dissipated somewhat. Amid such an eerie silence, Whitebeard, hearing the familiar voice, wore a look of astonishment. You are Ron," he said in disbelief. Gazing at the unfamiliar yet familiar, excessively youthful face, a buried memory surfaced in Whitebeard's mind. "Ha ha, Newgate, you look quite pathetic. How did this happen? With your strength, you should be far from this. Want me to heal you? You know my abilities," Ron said with a smile, indirectly confirming Whitebeard's question. The words dispelled all doubt in Whitebeard's heart, and he burst into hearty laughter. "You are a doctor, Ron, it really is you. Still so young. Everyone has been searching for you for years, and you've been hiding in Marineford all along." Whitebeard's laughter was jarring. Ron found the teasing speechless. Damn Newgate. After all these years, his tongue is still so sharp. Having just awakened and crawled out from underground, this guy was already dragging him into the spotlight. It was a black mark on his history. If he hadn't accidentally eaten a devil fruit and activated the system, how could he have let those Navy brats get the better of him? "Ron, who is this guy? Why is he chatting so cheerfully with that man? Damn, did we miss something? When did such a powerful figure appear on the seas? Looks like the outcome of this war is becoming even more unpredictable." On the battlefield, Ron and Whitebeard were engaged in a pleasant conversation, sparking speculation among the onlookers from all sides. Elsewhere, Sengoku stood on the high platform, his face dark, fists clenched, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the unexpected figure below. At that moment, a frantic figure suddenly rushed onto the platform. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it's terrible. The highest-level criminal imprisoned underground, Ron, is gone." The crowd turned to see a Marine uniformed messenger, shouting anxiously. "Highest-level criminal? Ron, could that guy be?" Catching the keyword from the messenger, the crowd was horrified. Looking at the Navy Admiral's grim expression, their hearts churned with turmoil. "Enough, I know. Dismissed," Sengoku said with a headache. After the messenger left, his face darkened with suppressed anger. Why now of all times? Not appearing earlier or later, what should I do? For a moment, Sengoku felt utterly perplexed. No one could have imagined that the great naval admiral known as the Tactician would be thrown into such dilemma by the mere appearance of a single man. "Sengoku, it's that guy, isn't it?" Garp, who had appeared on the platform without notice, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, his voice low. Sengoku nodded solemnly without speaking. Garp gasped sharply, "So it really is him." Even though suspicion had already arisen in his heart, when he heard the truth from Sengoku, his mind was rocked by a tremendous wave. Even the pain of losing Ace seemed to recede. After all these years, not only had that guy not died, but he had also managed to stay so young. A monster. The world only knew impelled down as the world's greatest prison, but they were unaware that above the 6th level's infinite hell there existed a cell of even higher security. That was the Marineford underground prison, personally guarded by the Navy Admiral. Ron was the prisoner incarcerated there, and the only one to be treated with such gravity since the founding of the Navy. A man truly capable of stirring the seas. His dangerous words still echoed in every corner of the world, and even his son, deeply influenced, became his fervent follower. Thus an extreme organization threatening the stability of the world government was born. Troublesome. At this thought, Garp let out a long, helpless sigh. Crack. A bottle shattered, crimson wine spilling across the ground. At that moment, far away on the Sabati archipelago, Rayleigh stood on the rooftop, rising slowly, staring at the familiar face on the distant screen. His mind began to drift, memories surfacing before him. Ron, sir, how could it be? At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to over 40 years ago. Back then, Captain Roger was still alive. They were in their prime, eager to turn the world upside down. But an accident brought them face to face with Ron. He stood on the high gunwale like a born sovereign, looking down upon them. A battle was inevitable. It was that battle that gave them a clear understanding of themselves, and it was then that Captain Roger decided to become the Pirate King. He wanted to see the end of the world. Laugh-Tale. We have already been to Laugh-Tale, but what is the next step, Mr. Ron? You haven't told us yet. Rayleigh muttered to himself, staring at the screen. They had reached the end of the world, understood the truth of history and the meaning of freedom, but what was the next step? With this conviction, they had been searching for Ron, hoping to get the answer from their guide. Yet despite waiting, they could not find him. He seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Over 40 years passed during which his captain Roger succumbed to a fatal illness, leaving only a few of them to linger on this sea, awaiting future generations to follow their guidance and continue the search. Gradually Rayleigh's eyes, which had been awaiting Ron's response, grew clear. Watching Ron on the screen chatting cheerfully with Whitebeard, his gaze became resolute. He would ask Roger's long-sought question on his behalf. "Hey Shaki, I'll be away for a while," Rayleigh said, pulling out a din mushy from his pocket. After a brief exchange, Rayleigh put away the din mushy, hesitated no longer. He glanced at Ron on the screen, then turned and vanished in the direction of Marineford. Ron was unaware of the impending raid on Marineford. Ron gazed at Whitebeard's battered frame, his brows furrowing involuntarily. "I'm asking you again, Newgate. Do you really not need me to intervene? Your injuries won't hold much longer." To be precise, given Whitebeard's current condition, the fact that he was still alive was entirely due to his extraordinary willpower. He could collapse at any moment. Frankly, Ron had no desire to see an old friend perish before his eyes mere moments after awakening. "Gurura, no need, Dr. Ron. After today, this may be the last time I call you captain. Ace is dead, and the new world no longer has room for an old man like me to sail upon. Do me this one favor, as the final debt I owe you. While I hold these bastards off, escort my sons to safety." Whitebeard glanced back at his grieving crew, a tender smile gracing his weathered face. Then he turned and began striding towards Sengoku and the others, his expression grim and resolute. Like a fallen emperor, drawing his final breath, he radiated an overwhelming, domineering aura. "Ron, this old man is off." His thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. All eyes turned toward the commotion. "This has gone too far. Whitebeard is going all out." On the stand, Scarp's brow furrowed deeply, his tone grave. "What's there to worry about? As long as that man doesn't intervene." Sengoku sighed softly, his gaze fixed upon Ron, a hint of relief in his voice. A physician possessing extraordinary medical prowess could at critical moments tip the scales of an entire war. Especially when that doctor wielded not only immense combat strength, but also the ability to inspire and mobilize the masses. His true impact far exceeded the sum of his parts. "So stubborn," Ron muttered under his breath. Watching Whitebeard's retreating figure, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. The man was in his 70s or 80s, yet his temper remained as unyielding as ever. Ron's gaze shifted toward the Whitebeard pirates scattered across the rift, their bodies battered and broken. He called out once more, "What are you all waiting for? Didn't you hear your old father? Get on your ships and head back to the New World, now." On the other side of the rift, Whitebeard's pirate crews hesitated, caught off guard by Ron's sudden command. They exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to trust this man who appeared to share such familiarity with their captain. What should they do? Should they retreat? But could they truly abandon their father like this? Just as the crews wrestled with their dilemma, a familiar voice cut through the chaos, drawing their attention. "Retreat. Follow Mr. Ron's orders." Their de facto leader Marco shouted, while simultaneously holding off Admiral Kizaru in battle. "Are we really retreating?" Bisasawa called out from below, seeking confirmation once more. In response, Marco simply gave a single-word reply. After all, with an admiral like Kizaru pressing the attack, there was no room for distraction. "Retreat." Bisasawa's voice weighed heavy with emotion as he ordered the others through tears. In an instant their eyes reddened, and with voices thick with reluctance they turned and fled toward their ships. "Father, please hold on." Standing amid the scorched battlefield, Bisasawa cast one final desperate prayer toward the towering figure in the distance before turning to escort his crewmates to safety. In an instant the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The pirates, moments ago brimming with killing intent, now fled in disarray at the mere word of Ron. Their naval opponents, caught off guard, quickly recovered and grinned viciously. "Kill them all. Leave none alive." A Marine lieutenant raised his long blade and bellowed. Rallied by his cry, the weary naval forces snapped back to attention, raising their spears and weapons as they pursued the fleeing Whitebeard pirates. The clamor of battle grew deafening. But just then a blinding white light descended from the heavens, crashing down before the advancing naval forces. Boom! The ground quaked violently, dust and debris erupting into the air. Before the earlier fissure carved by Whitebeard, a new crack split the earth. Less catastrophic, yet no less terrifying. Countless Marines froze in place, a cold sweat trickling down their temples. How close that was! Had they stepped forward just a moment longer, they would have been cleaved in two. As relief washed over them, a clear voice suddenly rang out from ahead, echoing in their ears. They looked up, their faces contorting in sheer horror. There stood Ron, clad in his white doctor's coat, hands tucked into his pockets, a calm smile on his face. "Gentlemen, this path is closed to you." The moment those words fell, the boiling blood within the Marine's veins turned to ice. Though he stood alone, the power he had casually displayed earlier was comparable to that of a Marine admiral. Such staggering strength naturally drew the attention of everyone present. Witnessing Ron single-handedly halt the advance of countless naval soldiers, their hearts surged with both awe and trepidation. This was a man who conversed with Whitebeard as an equal, truly extraordinary. "Sengoku, shall I intervene?" From the stands, Garp, sensing the terrifying power Ron had unleashed, grew visibly anxious. He immediately sought Sengoku's counsel. The emergence of a combatant capable of matching both a Yonko and a Marine Admiral posed an immeasurable threat to the Navy, especially with no top-tier forces yet deployed. At Ma Lin Fan Duo, a battle between the Navy and pirates unfolds here. However, with the appearance of an unexpected person, the direction of this war begins to shift toward the unknown. On the viewing stand, Ka Pu looked anxiously at Zhang Guo, beside him awaiting the command of this old comrade. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guo refused his proposal. No need to act, just wait quietly. Zhang Guo's eyes were calm, a faint glimmer flickering in his pupils, as if veiled by some plan. Ka Pu was stunned after hearing this. No need to act. But if we don't act the pirates down, they will all escape. Perhaps noticing the confusion in Ka Pu's eyes, Zhang Guo turned his head slightly, glanced at the bewildered expression of his old comrade, and then let out a soft sigh. From the moment Luo and appeared, this war had already begun to deviate. For now, he could only ensure the general direction was not wrong. As long as Whitebeard could still be kept here, then the Navy's public execution, this time, would not be too much of a loss. It could even be said to be an unprecedented victory. However, that Whitebeard is not easy to deal with. With this thought, Zhang Guo shifted his gaze, watching Whitebeard slowly approaching from below, a hesitant expression appearing on his face. The outburst of an emperor before death is not something anyone can withstand. Especially this man who bears the title of the strongest man on the sea. Just as Zhang Guo was at a loss how to handle the situation, the previously departed messenger returned, hurrying over with rapid steps. Tap tap tap. The hurried footsteps caught Zhang Guo's attention. He turned slightly, recognized the person, and couldn't help his eyelids twitching. What new problem this time? No, it's bad, Marshal Zhang Guo. News from the Justice Gate. The gate leading to our side has been opened by someone. The messenger shouted breathlessly. Hearing this, Zhang Guo's brows knitted tightly. What? The Justice Gate has been opened? Before he could ask further, a piercing laugh suddenly caught his attention. Zhang Guo looked up and saw several indistinct figures appear at a higher position behind him. These people were all dressed in black and white striped prisoner uniforms, clearly prisoners who had just escaped from 2A Jincheng. Seeing this, Zhang Guo's expression grew even darker. The appearance of prisoners from 2A Jincheng here spoke for itself. The world's greatest prison had been breached. But why was it breached? When Zhang Guo saw the true identity of the leader of this group, he understood everything. Monsieur Di. Zhang Guo gritted his teeth and uttered the name. On the viewing stand, Blackbeard wore an arrogant smile, standing fearlessly on the battlefield, completely ignoring the murderous glares from the Navy's high-ranking officials like Zhang Guo. Ziahaha, old man, do you remember me? Admittedly, Blackbeard was a master at provoking hatred. As his presence appeared on the battlefield, it immediately caught Whitebeard's attention. The sleeping king was awakening. Along with a burst of domineering aura, Whitebeard immediately changed his target. He swung his halberd heavily toward Blackbeard's direction. The air cracked, and the high platform where Blackbeard and his men stood collapsed instantly. Rumble. Dust filled the scene, and scattered boulders nearly buried Blackbeard and his crew. Di. Whitebeard roared, and after launching his attack, he walked swiftly toward the dust with heavy steps. At this moment, he was just a father burning with anger, seeking revenge against the executioner who had destroyed the family he had painstakingly built. An unexpected battle thus unfolded. And so the war that had captured the world's attention deviated once more. But this time, it was what Zhang Guo was pleased to see. They no longer had to face Whitebeard's final fury. So it has appeared. Is this the trend of the times? In the distance, Luo En frowned, ignoring the panicked Navy elites before him, his gaze fixed on Blackbeard, who was shrouded in dust. On the scene, the battle inevitably showed a one-sided trend. Facing the overwhelmingly fierce Whitebeard, Blackbeard Di was like a pitiful old dog wagging its tail, constantly begging for mercy. It hurts, damn it, it hurts. Blackbeard struggled on the ground, blood flowing from his chest, mixing with his thick, dark chest hair, utterly disgusting. Blackbeard's pleas did not arouse Whitebeard's pity. He swung his fist again, gathering all his strength to strike down once more. A faint glow enveloped his fist, seemingly insignificant, yet radiating unparalleled danger. Blackbeard was terrified. No, old man, stop. I'm your son. Stop. Are you really going to kill me? His piercing wails echoed across the battlefield. Countless people were disgusted by Blackbeard's behavior, wearing contemptuous expressions. Life and death hung by a thread. Bang! But at this very moment, a crisp gunshot broke the clamor, silencing the battlefield. The faint glow on Whitebeard's fist slowly faded, and his fist stopped just 1 centimeter from Blackbeard's nose. Blackbeard was stunned. But when he noticed Whitebeard made no further move, he hastily scrambled up from the ground, pulled out a pistol from his coat. You monster, why don't you just die quietly? Beat him to death. Blackbeard's features twisted into a vicious, ferocious expression as he desperately pulled the trigger. With that command, the criminals he had recruited attacked, launching desperate assaults on the immobile Whitebeard. Gunshots, sword clashes, spear thrusts, fist impacts. In just 1 second, dozens of wounds were added to Whitebeard's body. The scene was so tragic that it was unbearable to watch. The onlookers were amazed at Whitebeard's monstrous physique, but also shocked by Blackbeard Di's unexpected cruelty. It was hard to imagine such ruthless methods being used on the man who had raised him for 7 or 8 years. Old man, old man. In the distance, the escaping crew members collapsed at the sight. They couldn't accept the old man's death. Even more unbearable was that their gentle old man had suffered such vicious treatment before his death. One wail after another like cuckoos crying blood. Bastard. I'll kill you. Damn Dichi. At that moment the Whitebeard pirates went mad. Luo-en stood in the distance watching these impulsive children, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. Do you want to see these children risk their lives for you, Nyogai-te? After a long sigh, Luo-en for the first time took steps and slowly walked toward Blackbeard's direction. Indeed, he still couldn't bear to see such a disgusting creature alive. Under the baptism of cannon fire, Marineford was reduced to a scorched wasteland. Inhaling the acrid smoke in the air, Ron walked slowly across this battlefield. The sea breeze brushed past, causing his white doctor's coat to flutter, a stark contrast to the blackened ruins. Such a striking sight drew the attention of countless onlookers. What is he doing? The elite Marines who had been held back watched Ron depart, curiosity stirring in their hearts. No one answered. The entire battlefield was as silent as death. The only sound was the faint rustle of Ron's footsteps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soft soles scraping against the hardened, charred earth. Whitebeard was dead, his breath long ceased. Sengoku, as a pillar of the Marines, possessed an exceptional level of observation haki. When he sensed no breathing from Whitebeard, the tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed. But before he could sigh in relief, his gaze caught sight of Ron walking below. The direction Ron was heading was unmistakably toward Blackbeard's location. Seeing this, a strange unease arose in Sengoku's heart. Could it be? This man intends to avenge Whitebeard. No one answered his question. All eyes were fixed on Ron, waiting for his next move. Amid this eerie silence, Blackbeard Teach and his crew on the other side began to stir. Gentlemen, today you are fortunate to witness an unprecedented spectacle on this stage. Now let us anticipate. Blackbeard laughed heartily. At his signal, the prisoners behind him immediately produced a massive black cloth, as if prepared in advance, and draped it over Whitebeard's corpse. Bastard. What does he intend to do to Pops? Whitebeard's pirates had already boarded their ships, leaving only a few division commanders behind. But when they noticed Blackbeard's actions, a surge of rage overwhelmed them. Pops was already dead, yet this scoundrel wouldn't let him rest. Bastard, I'll kill Teach. The hot-tempered Diamond Jozu charged at Blackbeard, only to be stopped by someone. Don't act rashly. Flower Sword Vista stepped forward. Before Jozu could speak, he quickly explained, let's wait and see. With Mr. Ron here, Pops will surely be fine. At those words, Jozu immediately halted his charge. Seeing this, Vista felt a great relief. Gazing at Ron's distant figure, an overwhelming sense of gratitude filled his heart. Thank goodness. Mr. Ron is here. Had Ron not demonstrated his extraordinary strength earlier, Jozu would not have calmed down so easily, and Pop's heartfelt efforts would have been wasted. For now, all they could do was wait and see if Mr. Ron could grant them a surprise. Before the Marine headquarters building, the air suddenly grew still. Unnoticed, the fighting between Marines and pirates had ceased. After casually firing a laser that repelled, Marco Kizaru paused with interest, his gaze fixed on Ron in the distance. Ooh, there's a show to watch. On the other side, the Shichibukai, who had been coasting, had already sheathed their weapons and stood silently watching the proceedings with keen interest, their expressions inscrutable. The one entrusted by Whitebeard in his final moments. Interesting. What will he do? Avenge Whitebeard? Or flee obediently? Invisibly, Ron had become the vortex of this war. Every single move he made stirred the hearts of countless souls present. His movements appeared slow, yet his speed was astonishing. In less than a dozen seconds, he had crossed most of the battlefield and stood before Blackbeard's group. Gentlemen, would you mind telling me what exactly you're planning to do? Ron pointed at the black cloth in the hands of Lafitte, and the others, a smile on his face that made his thoughts utterly unreadable. Lafitte and the others exchanged glances, then turned to their captain Blackbeard Teach, as if seeking his opinion. Seeing Ron intervene, a flicker of darkness passed through Blackbeard's eyes, but he quickly burst into a carefree laugh. Ziahaha, don't be impatient, young man. You'll find out soon enough. With that, he gestured to Lafitte and the others. The other criminals immediately produced the black cloth, preparing to drape it over Whitebeard. Before they could act, Ron moved. In an instant, he appeared beside Whitebeard, his expression gentle as he faced the men before him like an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Don't rush. It's better to clarify things first. After all, I intend to take Whitebeard's body back with me. At those words, Lafitte and the others changed color instantly. Blackbeard's expression darkened visibly. Boy, do you know the consequences of this. Ron remained unperturbed. Seeing that negotiations had failed, Blackbeard shed all pretense. Kill him. With a vicious look, he raised his pistol first. As the gunshot rang out, Blackbeard's subordinates launched their attack on Ron. Standing still, Ron's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing beneath his half-closed lids. Showing your true colors, are you? The next second, a tearing sound filled the air. Ron dodged the incoming attacks with a flicker of movement, then formed his fingers into a blade and made a gentle slash at Blackbeard. Blood spurted instantly. A gash was carved across Blackbeard's chest like a ragged cloth, revealing glimpses of his internal organs. He staggered backward, his pistol sliced in two. You? Who are you? Teep's face was frozen in shock as he stared at Ron. Deep within his eyes, an overwhelming disbelief flickered. Having arrived late, he was unaware of the relationship between Ron and Whitebeard. But soon a searing, unbearable pain coursed through his nerves, amplified by the power of the Yami Yami, Nomi, forcing him to let out a piercing wail once more. All of Marineford echoed with his agonized screams. How did I miss? Ron muttered regretfully, looking at Blackbeard writhing on the ground. He had aimed for the neck. In the end, he could only attribute it to his lack of practice over the years. Oh well, since I'm here, I might as well send Whitebeard's body back. He quickly dismissed the thought and turned his gaze to Whitebeard's standing figure. As an old comrade, he couldn't let him die so cheaply. If he wanted to die, he would need the consent of this doctor first. Over the desolate battlefield, Blackbeard's piercing wails echoed incessantly. Luo-in walked to Whitebeard's side, gazing at the latter's battered form, a sigh of lament escaping him. The man who had once fought fiercely to protect his family was now wounded by those very kin. This twisted world. Enough. Let me send you back first. Luo-in turned his head toward Jean Gua on the observation platform. You there, I'm taking Whitebeard's body. Any objections? Having debuted years before Jean Gua and the others, Luo-in was certainly entitled to address him as boy. The battlefield fell into absolute silence. All were stunned by Luo-in's audacious address. Meanwhile, the criminals brought by Blackbeard had remained motionless from the start, merely watching coldly. Having witnessed Luo-in's formidable power, they had no intention of provoking him at this moment. No response. Then I'll take it as consent. Seeing this, Luo-in wasted no time. He turned to the Whitebeard Pirates Division commanders watching from afar. You there, little Marco, catch your father well. With these words, Luo-in lightly tapped his foot on the ground. Room. An invisible field emerged from his body, enveloping the entire battlefield. Were Trafalgar Law present, he would undoubtedly find this sight familiar. Indeed, the devil fruit Luo-in had accidentally consumed was the previous Ope Ope Nomi. Through the intervention of the system's special ability, 2 users of the Ope Ope Nomi now existed simultaneously on this sea. Now it's time to send you back. Luo-in murmured to himself. Just as he was about to act, a roar like thunder shook the battlefield. To take Whitebeard's body, what do you take marine justice for? A torrent of magma surged from the ground not far from Luo-in, and a crimson figure burst forth with a thunderous roar. His speed was blinding, leaving a long red trail in the air. The moment he appeared, he launched an attack at Luo-in, a massive magma fist hurtling toward him. It was Akainu, who had been knocked into the chasm by Whitebeard. The man was not dead, instead he had regrouped to strike at Luo-in. Feeling the scorching air around him, Luo-in remained composed, a smile playing on his lips. I wasn't asking for your permission. With that, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, Whitebeard's body vanished from its spot, reappearing hundreds of meters away directly above Marco. At that moment, Marco had yet to comprehend how Luo-in intended to deliver their father to him. In his daze, his observation, Haki suddenly detected Whitebeard's familiar presence. Father. Without hesitation, Marco leaped into the air, his body cloaked in blue flames as he transformed into a phoenix. He caught Whitebeard midair and sped back toward the direction from which they had come. The sudden turn of events left everyone too stunned to react. By the time they came to their senses, Marco, carrying Whitebeard, had already flown hundreds of meters. Below Vista, the Flower Sword immediately called out to the other division commanders, quick retreat. Escort Marco. At his command, the commanders snapped out of their stupor and began escorting Marco in retreat. The withdrawal was chaotic yet orderly. From a paramecia ability. Troublesome. I can't let you get away now, or the fleet admiral will dock my pay. Kizaru scratched his head in mild annoyance. As he spoke, he pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air. He clasped his hands in a lotus gesture, and a blinding golden light flared in the sky like 2 miniature suns. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless golden beams rained down like dense droplets, carrying an aura of extreme danger as they hurtled toward Marco and his group. Meanwhile, after Luo-in sent Whitebeard away, Akainu's attack followed closely. A surging magma fist as large as a man came crashing down. Luo-in remained calm, throwing a punch of his own coated in thick armament Haki to meet it. The dark fist stood in stark contrast to the opponent's. Upon impact, an unprecedented shockwave erupted, shaking the air itself. Under the searing heat, the magma fist shattered its fragments, streaking across the sky like meteors trailing long tails of molten residue. Sizzling waves of scorching heat and magma spread instantly across the entire battlefield, eliciting cries of agony from the surrounding Marines. Run, run. The magma's coming. Retreat, retreat. Ah, damn it hurts. The battlefield descended into chaos. Everywhere, elite Marines scrambled to flee in panic. When gods clash, mortals suffer. On the observation platform, Garp was directing the Marines to retreat quickly. Seeing Sengoku still standing there, his expression grew more anxious. Sengoku, what are you waiting for? Should I intervene now? The Marines can't afford any more casualties. The war had already ended, matters were beyond redemption. As a Marine Vice Admiral born on this land, Garp's concern now was for the Marines. To prevent further casualties, he had to stop this battle immediately. He has grown stronger, Sengoku finally spoke, gazing at Luo-in, who was engaged in battle with Akainu, his expression complex. Once with nothing but his extraordinary medical skills and personal charisma, Luo and had been able to recruit a crew of monstrously powerful individuals on behalf of Rocks, and had become the unique vice captain of the Rocks pirates despite all opposition. 40 years later, far from having deteriorated, he had gained a mysterious devil fruit ability, matching Akainu blow for blow. It seemed unrealistic to try and detain Luo in now. Hearing Sengoku's ambiguous words, and receiving no answer, Garp finally lost his temper. Damn you, Sengoku, did you hear me? If you don't agree, I'll do it myself. With that, Garp made as if to step forward and attack Luo, but Sengoku's next response left him utterly dumbfounded. Let Luo go. Cease the battle. Sengoku spoke slowly. The words stunned Garp, who stood frozen in place, even forgetting his intention to confront Luo. Wait. Sengoku, are you serious? Garp asked incredulously. Zhongguo, are you serious? Kapu stared in disbelief at his old comrade. To guard Luo, Zhongguo had spent decades of his youth here. Along with Zhongguo, the Marine's top combat power was permanently stationed here, with two of them and the Marine admirals taking turns. Now they were just going to let him go. Zhongguo remained silent for a long time and finally only whispered, "Go ahead, execute the order." Hearing this, Kapu stared at the spot for a moment, then turned and left. He knew clearly that his old comrade was serious this time. Watching Kapu's retreating figure, Zhongguo closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. I was negligent. Originally, he thought that after 40 years, even people like them would be old and decrepit. Who would have thought that Luo, that freak, not only hadn't declined in strength, but had become even stronger than before? The most infuriating thing was that the guy was still so young. Looking at himself with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, he had to admit that Zhongguo was envious. On the scene, the battle between Luo and Shi Quan continued, and it was growing more intense. The shockwaves from their clash had turned nearly half of Marineford into a sea of fire. The earth was scorched and cracked. Damn it, where did this bastard Luo come from? My shadow army Whitebeard's corpse should be mine. Uegwang Molia stood in the distance, letting out a helpless roar, his eyes red with jealousy. A mysterious, old-era powerhouse. It seems that a fight between us is inevitable. Watching the fierce battle on the field, Yin remained expressionless, a faint battle intent flickering in his amber pupils. Interesting. Fight battle turned this world upside down. Inhaling the pungent smell of sulfur in the air, Duofulaming's expression was abnormally fanatical, shouting and yelling continuously, looking like a split personality. Beside him, after the pirates left, Basilomio Xiong, who had stopped fighting, stood still without a word. When he sensed Duofulaming's madness, he unconsciously moved a few steps away. For a moment after the end of Whitebeard's battle, the fight between Luo and Shi Quan once again captured the hearts of countless people. Everyone was shocked by the astonishing strength Luo had displayed. Merc, you go first, I'll hold him off. Chaozi, who was retreating with the crowd, suddenly stopped and shouted at Huang Yuan in the distance. His entire body was crystalline, covered in diamonds. With a roar, he instantly transformed into a humanoid cannonball and charged toward Huang Yuan in the sky. At that moment, Merc was still struggling to hold on under Huang Yuan's pursuit. Upon hearing Chaozi's shout, he dared not linger. He only cast a hurried glance back, his face filled with grief, and continued to retreat toward the fleet. Only a few stopped to assist Chaozi. I'll help you too. Hua Jianbaisita drew his twin swords and casually sent 2 slashes toward Huang Yuan in the sky. Huang Yuan was forced to stop his attack and dodge. You're going all out now? How terrifying, he said with a punchable expression, showing no regard for the two. Just as he was about to further obstruct Merc's escape, he caught a glimpse of a dark figure in the distant sky. Huang Yuan instinctively slowed his movements. Then an unexpected order came from the figure's mouth. Everyone stop attacking. Kapu commanded loudly. The words fell. Everyone present was stunned. Stop attacking. Why? Bastard, why stop? You can't stop. Whitebeard's corpse hasn't been taken back from me yet. Uegwang Molia roared in frustration. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to such an insignificant figure. As the Marine's #1 slacker, Huang Yuan was the first to stop his attack. He turned and returned to the stands as if nothing had happened. What a pity. I almost kept him here. These words reached Zhongguo's ears, making him frequently glance sideways, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, on the scene, with a loud roar, 2 figures collided rapidly. After a brief pause, Shi Quan and Luo separated at an even faster speed. Turbulent air currents echoed across the battlefield. You're quite hot-tempered, kid, but it seems we can't fight today, Luo said, brushing off non-existent dirt from his clothes, smiling at the other side. Hearing this, Shi Quan's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes almost shot a murderous glare. All pirates deserve to die. Ignoring Shi Quan's murderous gaze, Luo scanned the field. When his eyes fell on Hei Huzi in the distance, he found that the man had already taken advantage of the moment to slip onto a ship with his underlings and sail far away. He ran fast enough, but I'll leave this guy to that bastard Nuguite. With that, Luo turned and left, completely ignoring the gazes of the Marine High Command, as if no one was there. Such an arrogant attitude nearly made Shi Quan explode on the spot. Helplessly, he could only watch Luo's back gradually fade away. Damn it! Shi Quan almost ground his teeth to pieces. After the Navy unilaterally ceased hostilities, Ma-Urk and his companions no longer obstructed quickly and orderly evacuated onto a ship. Having properly secured Whitebeard's body, Ma-Urk, concerned for Luoen's safety, immediately turned around to look back only to find Luoen walking slowly towards them, as if traversing an empty land alone in a white doctor's uniform. Ma-Urk, overjoyed, leaped off the ship and came to Luoen's side to greet him. "Mr. Luoen, please board our ship. Wherever you wish to go, we will take you there." "All right then, I'll trouble you all." Luoen laughed and nodded in agreement. "No trouble at all, how could it be?" "Absolutely no trouble," Ma-Urk quickly said. He then walked ahead, leading Luoen onto the ship. In a sense, Luoen was like a second parent to them, a great benefactor who not only helped retrieve the body of their father, but also ensured their safe escape. Such a trivial request was nothing at all. After Luoen boarded, Ma-Urk immediately gave orders. "Set sail, retreat." At once countless ships set sail, heading out of Crescent Bay. During the departure, the entire ship was immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere. This war had cost them too much, and thus an unprecedented battle ended in a way no one had expected. After Luoen and his group left, Red Dog, who could no longer contain himself, was the first to approach Zhang Guo to demand an explanation. "Marshal Zhang Guo, I think you owe me an explanation. Why did you let Luoen go? Were you deliberately doing so?" As he spoke, the other two Navy admirals, along with high-ranking officials, including Ka Pu and Vice Admiral, he all gathered around waiting for Zhang Guo's explanation. Sensing the confusion and accusation in Red Dog's eyes, Zhang Guo couldn't help but shake his head, bitterly smiling. "Do you think I wanted to do this, eh?" At these words, the few present were visibly stunned. Seeing this, Zhang Guo sighed softly. After today, he probably wouldn't remain marshal much longer. He might as well take this opportunity to explain to them. "All along you might have been curious about who was imprisoned in the underground prison of Ma Lin Fan Duo. That's right, that person is Luoen, a vicious pirate, and also the former vice-captain of the Luo Ku Sea Pirates." Boom. As Zhang Guo's words echoed, it was as if a thunderbolt struck in everyone's mind. Vice-captain of the Luo Ku Sea Pirates. How is that possible? So young. For a moment, except for Ka Pu, who already knew the truth, the other Navy high-ranking officials were all incredulous. That man was actually the highest-level prisoner they had been guarding for over 40 years. The atmosphere began to grow quiet. "Just a mere prisoner, Marshal Zhang Guo. Are you saying our Navy cannot suppress him, letting him go in front of countless spectators? Have you considered the impact on the Navy's justice?" Red Dog questioned again. As the only one who had fought Luo and Red Dog believed he had the most right to speak. Looking at this hot-tempered admiral who always advocated for the complete eradication of pirates, Zhang Guo's eyes flickered with complexity. If only things were that simple. Unfortunately, that fellow is not as easy to deal with as imagined. He cannot be held. Over 40 years ago, he was already the Navy's biggest headache, his danger level far surpassing that of the then-rising Captain Luo Kusi. Of course, this is not about his combat power, but because of his astonishing medical skills and extraordinary personal charisma. Even so, his strength already surpassed that of most people, let alone now, when he has acquired a mysterious and unfathomable devil fruit ability. Zhang Guo's expression turned grim as he spoke. One could foresee the turmoil that man would bring to the sea after leaving here. But what could be done? Just Whitebeard alone had already cost the Navy dearly. If Luoen were added along with Whitebeard's remnants, it could spell disaster for the Navy. By then, even if the few of them remained safe, without the support of the Navy's lower-ranking forces, the vast Navy would be like a castle in the air. How could they uphold the Navy's justice? Rely on just them. On the ravaged battlefield, Navy personnel in white uniforms were everywhere, rushing about while the cries of the wounded echoed incessantly. On this stand, Red Dog and the others were unusually silent. After hearing Zhang Guo's personal explanation, even if they found it hard to believe, they had to accept reality. Looking at the silent subordinates before him, Zhang Guo sighed inwardly. How should the Navy's future be managed? At this moment, even this wise strategist couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. But soon he let out a bitter laugh. What use was overthinking? Those in Mariehua had probably already taken a dislike to him. All right, stop standing around. Clean up the battlefield and tally the losses. After giving this final order, Zhang Guo turned and listlessly walked into the already dilapidated headquarters building. An hour later, Marineford fell into an unusual quiet. Craftsmen were busy repairing the damaged buildings, while only a few Marines scattered across the battlefield collecting leftover weapons. At the eastern dock of Marine headquarters, a drenched figure emerged from the sea. After climbing onto the dock, he wiped his glasses clean and set them upon the bridge of his nose. Did I arrive too late? Rayleigh frowned as he gazed at the Marines toiling on the scorched earth in the distance. This was already the fastest he could manage. Meanwhile, on the sea at the opposite side of Marineford, a dragon-headed ship drifted. Boss Redhair, it seems we're late. A portly man clutching a chicken leg stood at the bow, one greasy hand holding a telescope. He tore at the meat while observing the situation on Marineford, his words slurred. These were the crew of the Red Hair pirates, the emperors who had rushed all the way from the New World. Shanks knitted his brows at the remark. How could it have ended so quickly? Did something unexpected happen? To this question, Yasop and the others had no good answer. They could only stand there exchanging glances awaiting their captain's next decision. Let's go. Head inside and see for ourselves. Shanks did not hesitate. He ordered the crew to sail closer to Marineford. Rather than speculate wildly, it was easier to ask the parties involved directly. And so a band of pirates led by Red Hair brazenly set foot upon the Marines' territory. Their mere appearance immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. Amidst a series of whooshing sounds, the three admirals who had vanished moments ago reappeared before Shanks, their faces dark and grim. In response, Shanks acted as if nothing was wrong, a sunny smile plastered across his face. It was only when Fleet Admiral Sengoku appeared that his expression shifted. Shanks, what business do you have here? Sengoku pushed through the crowd to stand at the forefront. Shanks offered a faint smile. Nothing much. My old friend Newgate is likely gone. I was hoping you'd all do me a favor and let me take his body away. As his words fell, the air grew still. The surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing point. The next second, Shanks, you dare challenge the Marines' authority? Akainu roared and struck first, hurling himself at Shanks. The other three admirals had also appeared around them at some point, their faces icy cold, clearly intending to detain Red Hair on the spot. Sengoku, as Fleet Admiral, watched the scene unfold with cold detachment from the beginning. The sudden attack left Shanks utterly bewildered. He simply couldn't comprehend why they were so furious over his mere request to retrieve Whitebeard's body. What Shanks didn't realize was that he was taking the fall for Ron. Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, but 3 times is a pattern. First Ron caused chaos at headquarters, and now Shanks wanted to come and provoke them. Did they truly think Marineford was a doormat for anyone to trample upon? Even if they couldn't kill him, they'd at least give him a pair of black eyes and knock that arrogant look off his face. Precisely. This was the genuine sentiment brewing in the hearts of the Marines at this moment. Boom. Amidst a series of thunderous clashes, Shanks was inexplicably dragged into a battle. Marco, we must avenge Pops. Several dozen nautical miles from Marineford on the open sea. The remaining crew of the Whitebeard pirates had gathered here. They sat huddled together, gazing at the 2 mangled bodies lying on the deck, their hearts filled with immense sorrow. The hot-tempered Jozu in particular had red-rimmed eyes and radiated a powerful aura of vengeance. Facing the death of their father figure, this towering man, over 2 meters tall, wept tears of grief. Yes, we must avenge him. That damn Teach. How could he do that to Pops? I'll kill him with my own hands. Kill him. As Jozu voiced his fury, the rest of the crew members present revealed vengeful killing intent, wishing they could hunt down Blackbeard right then and there and subject him to 1,000 cuts. Amidst his brother's outcry for revenge, Marco's face was shrouded in gloom. On this very day, he had lost 2 of his closest kin. One was his most beloved father, the other his dearest brother, and both had left his side at the same moment. The immense pressure bore down on him, driving the 1st Division commander to the brink of madness. Just then Ron stood atop the ship's cabin, his eyes vacant, as if lost in thought. Suddenly roused by the commotion below, he lowered his head to see the crew below, their hair bristling with rage, plotting revenge against Blackbeard. Seeing this, Ron couldn't help but sigh. He had to speak up. Do you even know where Blackbeard is? And what about your Pop's body? Are you just going to leave it like that? His words brought an immediate hush over the crowd. Faced with Ron's questioning, everyone present bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word. They had already learned that despite this man's youthful appearance, even their late Pops would have had to address him with respect as master. Moreover, he had previously saved their lives. Logically and emotionally, it was not the time to speak up and contradict him. Seeing the crowd quiet down, Ron leaped down from the cabin roof and walked slowly towards where Whitebeard lay. The surrounding pirates parted ways, creating a path for him. Standing amidst them, Ron looked at the battered bodies of Whitebeard and Ace on the deck and sighed again. The crew had already cleaned them once and dressed them in new clothes, yet even so the myriad of wounds remained impossible to conceal. What a brutal battle it must have been. Ron couldn't help but remark inwardly. Then he spoke aloud. All right, stop crying. Who said your Pops can't be saved? Suddenly the air turned utterly silent. Everyone froze, staring blankly at Ron's young face, their vision blurring. They suspected that their grief had driven them to hallucinate. What did Ron just say? Pops can be revived. Looking at the crew standing around like village idiots, Ron felt a pang of helplessness. Poor souls, what has this era done to them? What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and take off your Pop's clothes. I need to examine him. He had to urge them again. This time the crew finally heard him clearly. When they realized that this man truly possessed the means to bring their Pops back to life, their hearts swelled with excitement mixed with a hint of fear. They were afraid of being disappointed, for they had never seen the light before. Gulp. Marco swallowed nervously, his voice trembling with a quiver he himself hadn't noticed. Ron, can you really revive Pops? Ron glanced sideways at the anxious Marco, then nodded in affirmation. 40 years ago he might not have had a chance, but now he was a completely different person. In a direction no one else noticed, a system template recording Ron's detailed data silently materialized before his eyes. Ron, actual age exactly 20 years old, basic skills observation, hockey armament, hockey conquerors, hockey swordsmanship, Ope Ope, no me skills, sterilized field, freely deploy a special domain. Within this domain all skills are amplified in power. Scan examine everything within a target's body. It can be used in conjunction with observation haki to expand its range. Cut freely dissect a target's body, even capable of manipulating the soul. Control freely manipulate any object within the sterilized field. Scalpel the user's body can transform into any surgical instrument desired. Special skill reciprocity, the user can randomly copy one ability from a patient after healing them. Note a superior physician heals a nation, a common physician heals a person, an inferior physician heals a disease. How exceedingly formidable could a soul-operating fruit that grants the ability to manipulate and process souls truly be? Even Luo, in himself, could not provide a clear answer to this. He could only respond thus: the King of Hell decrees you die at the 3rd watch, yet he can keep you alive until the 5th. Indeed, Luo in now stood as the King of Hell, walking among mortals, capable of determining the length of a person's life at will. Upon receiving Luo's definitive reply, Ma Erk's body could not help but tremble violently several times, followed by a surge of ecstasy welling up from the depths of his heart. It can truly be done. Luoan said that old man can truly be resurrected. What are you all waiting for? Didn't you hear Luoan's words? Hurry up and strip off the old man's clothes. Ma Erk hurriedly shouted at the crowd, and even finding the others' movements too slow, he personally rushed forward to take charge. Out of their trust in Luo, the crew members did not hesitate for a moment, and swiftly stripped their old man completely bare. After finishing this, the many crew members immediately vacated the spot, leaving a large empty space in the center of the deck. As the captain, Ma Erk stepped forward and cautiously inquired of Luoan, "Luoan, we have stripped him. What do you think?" Luoan nodded, advancing with an impassive demeanor. Yet when he saw Whitebeard lying on the ground completely clean, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. They had stripped him too damn clean. Not even a pair of shorts left. In truth, Luoan had wronged Ma Erk and the others. To avoid interfering with his work, they had no choice but to strip everything off. Compared to the old man's life, such a trivial matter seemed insignificant. Since things had come to this, Luo, despite his helplessness, chose to pretend he hadn't noticed. Looking any longer might give him a sty. Whitebeard probably never imagined, even in death, that he would one day face such a mortifying scene. After the thought flashed through his mind, Luo felt a subtle stir within his heart. Room. The next second, a purification field emerged from his body, instantly enveloping Whitebeard on the ground. Then he slowly extended his right hand, and amid the countless astonished gazes of those around, a phantom silhouette materialized from Luoan's palm, suspended in midair by his unseen force. What is that? The old man's soul. Beside him, Lakiyue could not help but exclaim in astonishment, only to be immediately silenced by Hua Jianbaisida. Keep your voice down, don't disturb Luoan. Hua Jianbaisida clamped his hand over Lakiyue's mouth. When he saw that Luoan's treatment procedure remained unaffected, he let out a relieved sigh. That was close. In his moment of relief, Hua Jianbaisida also fixed his gaze on the phantom silhouette in Luoan's palm, an involuntary look of shock surfacing in his eyes. Is that the old man's soul? At this moment, he began to gradually believe Luoan's earlier claim that he could resurrect Whitebeard. The treatment continued. Get back in there. Luoan's hand lashed out fiercely, and under his manipulation, Whitebeard's soul transformed into a streak of light and plunged into Whitebeard's body. The next second, as flesh and spirit merged, a faint, almost imperceptible spark of life quietly appeared within Whitebeard's body. However, this spark of life did not last long before it began to dissipate rapidly. Sensing the changes within Whitebeard, Luoan's eyebrow twitched slightly. In the end, his injuries are too severe. To offer an inappropriate analogy, if one were to compare the human body to a large water tank, then the soul would be the water contained within. If the tank has too many leaks, the water will drain away completely before the holes can be repaired. Luoan had already anticipated such a situation. His expression unchanged, he turned to Ma Erk and said, Ma Erk, to revive your old man, we must draw upon the vitality from your bodies to help him heal. This will cause irreparable damage to your lifespans. Have you considered this carefully? Hearing these words, Ma Erk didn't hesitate for a moment. Go ahead, Luoan. I've made up my mind. Take all of my life. Even if I die, it's no problem. His tone was blunt and resolute. If he could trade his own life for the old man's resurrection, he would not begrudge it. Good. Luoan waved his hand sharply. Then a milky white light was instantly drawn from Ma Erk's body. Amid Ma Erk's agonized roar, the radiance representing vitality was fully infused into Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, everyone present widened their eyes, staring intently at Whitebeard on the ground. An inexplicable premonition rose in their hearts. Their old man was likely about to be resurrected. Silence. Quiet. The air at the scene was as still as death. Everyone held their breath, terrified of disturbing Luoan's work. If that caused the old man's resurrection to fail, they would never be able to atone for it. Yet just as everyone was anticipating Whitebeard's rebirth, the orchestrator of this resurrection ceremony, Luoan, quietly furrowed his brow. Not enough. The injuries are too severe, we're still far from it. He could clearly see that in this short time the tips of Ma Erk's hair had begun to turn white. the price of continuously drawing a massive amount of vitality. Although only 5 years of lifespan had been lost, it had inflicted unprecedented damage and trauma on Ma Erk's body comparable to what it would look like a decade later. He had originally thought that this young man with his phoenix lineage could withstand such a brutal extraction of vitality. Now it seemed he had overestimated. Luoan let out a silent sigh and stopped extracting from Ma Erk. If he continued, it was likely that before Whitebeard could be revived, a life would be lost. Meanwhile, Ma Erk was still enduring the excruciating pain. The extreme agony emanating from the deepest recesses of his body had soaked this hardened man through in a matter of seconds, as if he had been immersed in water. Just then he felt a sudden relief wash over his body. When he opened his eyes, he realized that unbeknownst to him, Luo had stopped the treatment. Ma Erk's pale face was filled with confusion. Weakly he asked, "Luo, and why did you stop?" He could clearly see that the wounds on the old man's body had mostly healed and resurrection seemed imminent. How could they stop at this critical moment? With this thought, anxiety surged within him, yet he dared not urge Luo, and fearing it might cause displeasure. Faced with the inquiry, Luoan's gaze swept across the surroundings, seeing nothing but confusion and anxiety. Then he shifted his focus back to Ma Erk's pale, bloodless face. Reviving your old man requires even more vitality. You alone cannot achieve it. Continuing will only result in your death, and even then your old man will remain dead. Upon hearing Luoan's explanation, Ma Erk was utterly stunned. He was not afraid of death, but now Luoan had made it clear that even his death could not bring back the old man. Was there truly no way? Under the crushing blow, Ma Erk staggered, nearly losing his footing as boundless despair engulfed his heart. Everyone else present fell silent, overwhelmed with grief. The salty sea wind howled, but could not dispel the gloom in their hearts. At this moment, even the sun in the sky had lost its warmth. A chill crept through their bodies. Is there no other way? A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up, their numb expressions giving way to hopeful eyes. They longed for a positive answer from Luoan. Looking at the hopeful eyes before him, Luoan remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, and gave the crowd a firm answer, yes. Just a single word, yet it seemed to give the crowd boundless hope and strength. In an instant, the previous despondency vanished, replaced by unprecedented excitement. The atmosphere instantly became lively. What is it, Mr. Luoan? Just say the word, and even if it costs us our lives, we won't hesitate. Marco staggered forward and asked impatiently. Luoan hesitated but finally gave a definitive answer. It may require extracting the life force of everyone here. To be honest, having used this ability for the first time, Luoan had severely underestimated its power. For merely healing wounds, the life force of Marco alone might suffice. But to revive a dead person at the moment when soul and body are connected and activated, the required life force is an enormous amount. It might require dozens or even hundreds of times more life force. That was why Luoan decisively stopped the revival ritual when he sensed insufficient life force. After all, human nature is selfish. Who would willingly trade their own life for someone else's resurrection? Just as Luoan presented this solution, he expected the crew to hesitate, but unexpectedly. That's simple. It's just a bit of life force, right? Come on, go ahead. If I cry out in pain, I'm a coward. Yeah, come on. I'm not afraid of being cut by a knife. If Captain Marco can withstand this life extraction, there's no reason we can't. These men stood on the deck, shouting loudly, completely ignoring the loss of lifespan. Seeing this, Luoan was visibly stunned, but the next second a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. That bastard Newgate really knew how to recruit reliable family. Almost forgot. He wasn't on the rock ship anymore, so he couldn't judge this era with outdated thoughts. All right then, you all must hold on, Luoan said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone confidently replied in unison, bring it on, Mr. Luoan. The morale was soaring, unmatched at that moment. But just the next second, with Luoan's ability activated, the deck instantly erupted with wails and screams. Facing the extreme pain of life extraction, even these iron-willed men couldn't help but reveal a vulnerability rarely seen. AOL. Pain, pain, pain. Damn it, it hurts like hell. Bastard, it hurts so much. Various strange cries echoed across the deck, creating a lively scene. Meanwhile, Marco, the only one exempt, sat aside watching the chaotic scene and let out an unkind laugh. Ha ha, if we're brothers, we should share both joy and suffering. How can I suffer alone? Luoan stood at the center of the deck, listening to the screams around him, and couldn't help but look helpless. Is that all? With the massive life force as support, the entire treatment process went exceptionally smoothly. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the wounds on Whitebeard's body healed rapidly. Besides the small wounds that had already disappeared, the largest wound on his chest also shrank quickly until it vanished completely. Here it comes, get ready. Seeing that Whitebeard's wounds had all healed, Luoan suddenly spoke. Hearing this, everyone immediately perked up. They had already known that at the final moment of revival, a powerful surge of life force would need to be extracted in a short time to serve as a bridge between soul and body. This meant it would be extremely painful. The next second, with Luoan's operation, a massive life force dozens of times stronger than before was extracted from their bodies simultaneously and infused into Whitebeard's body. Alongside this came even more agonizing wails than before. The extreme pain even cracked their voices. "Oh my god, it hurts like hell." Their shouts echoed across the sea, startling countless passing seabirds. At that moment, a faint heartbeat began to quietly appear around them. Thump thump. As the only observer present, Marco immediately sensed something unusual. In a flash, he abruptly stood up from the ground, rushed to Whitebeard's side, and felt the faint heartbeat from his body. Marco's pupils dilated sharply. "It's beating, the heart is beating. I can hear Dad's heart starting to beat. Dad, he's alive." His lips trembled from initial murmurs to finally shouting out loud. Boom. This shout hit like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone dizzy as if they hadn't yet recovered from the pain of life extraction. "Captain, what did you just say?" At this moment, the voice of Flower Sword by Sita came from the side, sounding strained. At this moment, the life extraction continued, but sensing that Whitebeard's condition had improved, Luo-in further reduced the extraction to a minimum, giving these overburdened men a chance to catch their breath. "I said Dad is alive, his heart has started beating." Marco repeated what he had said earlier. With those words, everyone on the deck was stunned. They stood frozen in place, their eyes showing uncontrollable joy and disbelief. It took a long while for them to finally accept this long-awaited good news. Instinctively, they turned their seeking gazes to Luo-in. Feeling their eager gazes, Luo-in smiled slightly and immediately stopped the life extraction. "All right, treatment is over. Go see your dad." He naturally understood what they wanted to say. After being nourished by life force for a while, Whitebeard's heartbeat grew stronger and completely returned to normal. As Luo-in's words fell, the crew members, as if receiving a command, were overjoyed and rushed toward Whitebeard like children. "Well," Luo-in started to remind them, but seeing the excited expressions on the crew's faces, he lowered his arm. "Forget it, it's not me who'll be embarrassed." After saying that, Luo-in turned and found a quiet spot to sit down. Reviving Whitebeard had consumed not only others' life force, but also drained Luo-in's stamina. "Damn it, this is more tiring than hammering. I'm never doing this again, no matter who asks." Luo-in complained breathlessly. But just as he finished speaking, Ding detected that the host successfully treated a patient. Medical evaluation perfect. Special skill regurgitation activated, randomly extracting one ability from the patient. Extracting randomly. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host has acquired the Tremor Fruit ability. Note side effects removed. What? Tremor Fruit ability. Hearing this, Luo-in sprang up from the ground in shock. As the system notification sounded, a mysterious force descended, appearing out of thin air within his body, flowing through his limbs and bones before finally vanishing. Though there was no great disturbance, Ron could clearly sense that besides the Ope Ope fruit, a new and unfamiliar power now existed within his body. All he needed was a thought. The next second, a familiar glow quietly enveloped his palm, unassuming yet radiating an unparalleled, terrifying aura. Subconsciously, Ron clenched his fist, clearly feeling that his physical condition had improved considerably, by roughly a tenth of his original. "Is this an ability from the fruit?" Ron muttered to himself, then casually waved his hand. In an instant, crystalline cracks appeared visibly in the air before him, as if space itself had been shattered by his strike. Holy shit! Ron was startled. This was not like on land. If anything went wrong, everyone would have to swim back. Especially since Whitebeard hadn't regained consciousness yet. If they had to swim back like that, Ron suspected the man would throw caution to the wind and fight him to the death, ignoring the fact that he had saved his life. After a few seconds, seeing that the surrounding sea was calm, Ron's raised heart finally settled quite a bit. Thankfully, nothing had gone wrong. Could this be some knockoff product from a small workshop? Why is there no reaction at all? Relieved, Ron couldn't help but complain. But what happened next completely dispelled his doubts. Amidst a thunderous, mighty roar, it could be seen that a ship no smaller than a large marine warship on the right side of Ron's vessel suddenly seemed to suffer a heavy blow. Rumble. The entire ship fell apart, splitting directly in the middle. A massive amount of seawater rushed into the hold, gradually submerging it into the deep. Countless crew members jumped overboard, frantically swimming toward a nearby allied ship. Seeing this, Ron couldn't help but curl his lips. Then, feeling a bit guilty, he glanced around. Only after confirming no one was watching him did he finally relax. Well, it should be fine. Besides, I saved their father. The Whitebeard pirates are a big family with vast resources. Surely they wouldn't care about such a trivial matter, right? Ron couldn't help mumbling a few words. Perhaps because of the commotion Ron had caused, or because his sons were too noisy. Whitebeard, who had been in deep sleep, finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view were Marco and the others' wide-eyed stares, their noses almost poking his forehead. Rather than being bothered by this scene, Whitebeard showed a trace of peace. "Is this heaven? I've killed countless lives in my life, and to have so many family members by my side after death is more than satisfying." As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, a wave of excited cheers erupted from Marco and the others. "He's awake. Dad's awake. Yay! Great, Dad is finally awake." The sudden noise blasted into Whitebeard's eardrums, nearly making his head explode. But then he saw his son Jozu swinging his sturdy arms, rush into his embrace and cling tightly without letting go. Even Whitebeard, who had experienced so much, was still a bit taken aback. "Could it be? I'm not dead." Feeling the real touch of Josu's body, Whitebeard had an unbelievable thought in his heart. But soon when his gaze fell upon a figure in the corner smiling at him, Whitebeard finally confirmed his previous thought. If there was anyone in this world who could pull him back from hell, undoubtedly that person was only Ron. After figuring out the whole story, Whitebeard helplessly shook his head. That damn doctor still as willful as ever. Couldn't he show some sympathy for an old man past 60? Well, let me use this body I've gotten for free to take a good look at my family once more, and also to properly thank this former vice captain. With that in mind, Whitebeard finally spoke. Everyone move aside, let me up. As his words fell, everyone quickly stepped back a big step, leaving enough space for their father. Whitebeard didn't hold back. He propped himself up with both hands and sat up from the ground. But just as he was about to stand up and go find Ron to continue catching up, a cool sea breeze gently swept across the deck, and Whitebeard suddenly noticed something strange about his body. The next second, "Where's my clothes? Who stripped me naked?" Over the sea, Whitebeard's furious voice echoed, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Facing their father's questioning, the crew members, for once united, all nervously looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. This ridiculous scene made Ron burst into laughter. A once-in-a-century spectacle. If this were in his past life, it would definitely be front-page news. Shocking, the strongest man on the sea actually liked streaking. After a few more minutes of fuss, Whitebeard, with a livid face, finally changed his clothes. Surrounded by the crowd, he came to sit beside Ron. "Mr. Ron, that is I wanted to ask about Ace." At this moment, Marco said with some embarrassment. "Oh, burn him." Ron glanced at Ace, who was still lying in the distance, and said casually, "What? Burn him?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened instantly, and they were stunned. Gradually their expressions turned desperate. Could it be that Mr. Ron didn't want to revive Ace? Meanwhile, Whitebeard's expression stiffened suddenly, even completely forgetting the embarrassment of just now in front of his children. A trace of sadness unintentionally appeared in his eyes. Was he going to lose another son after all? For a moment the air on the deck suddenly became heavy. Hey, I just said Ace can't be revived now, not that he can't be revived later. Besides, didn't you see how exhausted I was when I revived your dad?" Ron said with a speechless expression. Clearly they had misunderstood. Silence. Silence. The entire deck was as quiet as death. Suddenly at that moment an excited cry burst out. "Oh great. Ace's hope of being revived. Thank you, Dr. Ron. So grateful." Everyone said joyfully. "Dr. Ron, are you telling the truth?" Marco, looking nervous, asked again in disbelief. "Of course." Noticing the tension in Marco's eyes, Ron nodded calmly. This time Marco completely relaxed. Even Whitebeard, sitting nearby, had a rare hint of laughter in his eyes. He slapped Ron's shoulder hard and said, "Burrara, you scared me to death with that suspense, Dr. Ron." Ron smiled without saying a word. Then Whitebeard suddenly stood up and shouted at the kids before him, "Children, let's have a banquet." Oh, banquet time. The atmosphere instantly ignited, and everyone began bustling about frantically. Countless bottles of fine wine were hurriedly brought out from the warehouse. Fragrance gradually spread from the kitchen, and one by one super large portions of delicious food were carried out to the deck. Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho ho ho. We'll take Bink sake to you. Like the sea breeze at the mercy of the waves, riding the wind and breaking the waves. On the other side of the tide, even the sunset is noisy. Bird songs make circles in the sky. Farewell to the harbor, the silk-weaving town. The sky gradually darkened. The melodious singing echoed under the night sky, and every face was beaming with happiness. As the guest of honor, Ron was naturally seated at the main seat. The crew members eagerly came to toast. "Mr. Ron, cheers. I toast you, Mr. Ron." "Thank you, Mr. Ron." Whitebeard, now fully dressed, sat to the side looking at Ron, surrounded by the crowd, with a gratified smile on his lips. This is family. Speaking of which, could we keep Dr. Ron on the ship too? Gradually watching Ron being overwhelmed by the crowd, Whitebeard began to entertain some thoughts. The night deepened. While a joyous banquet was underway aboard Whitebeard's ship, a dragon boat departing from Marineford carried an unusually eerie atmosphere. "What the hell, Captain? These Marines are being utterly unreasonable." Lucky Roo looked dejectedly at his clothes torn into rags, and even the chicken leg in his hand seemed unappetizing. "Shut up, what's all the noise about? My sniper rifle got snapped in half, and I didn't say a word. What's your excuse? Let's see what the red-hair captain has to say." At that moment, Jesus Burgess suddenly spoke up to intervene. Lucky Roo felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this, and just as he was about to retort, his gaze fell on Red Hair, covering his forehead with his hand. Instantly clarity washed over him, and his expression turned sheepish as he dared not speak further. "All right, this time I was careless. I never expected the Marines to be in such a frenzy." Sengoku even joined in the madness. Red Hair helplessly lowered his hand from his forehead, revealing dark circles beneath his eyes, clearly the result of a brutal beating. The thought of this weighed heavily on Red Hair's heart. Among the 4 emperors, he was known for his humanity. What had he done to deserve this? Surrounded and beaten mercilessly by those bastards. What made him even more furious was that those bastards avoided every other part of his body, focusing exclusively on his eyes. How could he, a 4 emperor, face anyone with this disfigurement? At this thought, Red Hair made up his mind to gather intelligence once they returned and find out exactly what had transpired at the Marineford battle. He had been too hasty in coming focused only on intercepting Kaido and had overlooked such crucial information. It was unacceptable. With that, the mood among Red Hair's crew was completely ruined. They slipped away from Marineford under the cover of night, making their way back to their base. The battle orchestrated by the Marines came to a complete end from this moment onward. Yet the public's enthusiasm was not extinguished. Instead, after fermenting for a day and night, it erupted across the world. The following morning, a commotion unfolded across the Sabaody archipelago. What? Whitebeard is dead. And poor Gasti, Ace as well. That's not the point. The real issue is that someone named Ron caused chaos at the Marine headquarters, and the Marines couldn't stop him. He not only helped Whitebeard's remaining forces escape unharmed, but also openly snatched Whitebeard's body right in front of the 3 admirals. Who exactly is this Ron? This is too terrifying. Exactly why have we never heard of him before? TCH, your information is outdated. Have you heard of the Shanks pirate crew from over 40 years ago? That fleet was so formidable it plunged the entire sea into an age of darkness. Whitebeard himself was a crew member, and this Ron fellow was even more terrifying. He was the vice captain of that pirate crew. Nanny. No way, that can't be true. Exactly, someone from over 40 years ago. Why have we never heard of him? And that Ron looks so young. Who knows? Maybe he's just low-key. The crowd couldn't help but discuss amongst themselves, each holding their own opinions. Wano country. Onigashima. Within the gloomy grand hall, a crisp sound echoed. Something had been shattered. After that sound, an eerie silence fell over the hall. Positioned below the hall, a bloated figure trembled, slightly drenched in sweat, as though immersed in a bath. This person was none other than Queen the Plague Scourge, who struck terror into the hearts of all. Yet it remained unknown what he had witnessed that could frighten such a notorious figure to this extent. You're saying someone named Ron appeared on the battlefield at Marineford and took Newgate's corpse? Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from the front of the hall. Upon reaching Queen's ears, it caused his entire body to shudder uncontrollably. Why, yes, Lord. Kand nervously raised his head, cautiously gazing at the Beast King before him. As his words faded, the hall fell silent once more. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as Kand was about to believe his lord had departed, a low murmuring voice suddenly reached his ears from ahead. Ron, why does that name sound so familiar? Suddenly Kaido seemed to realize something. He sharply opened his eyes, rising instantly from his chair as an invisible aura erupted around him. Sake jars and dining plates in the vicinity were caught in the blast, shattering into pieces across the floor. Clatter. Dr. Ron. That's it. Aside from you, who else could have taken Newgate away from those Marines? The more Kaido thought about it, the more certain he became. He paced back and forth, finally stopping as his bloodshot fanatic eyes revealed themselves. Vice Captain Ron. I've been searching for you so long. I never thought I'd hear your name again in my lifetime. I must find you. At this moment, Kaido had never been more unhinged. Without any apparent trigger, merely hearing a name drove him to madness. He wept and laughed in alternating fits, sending Kand trembling below with dread. We're done for. Lord Kaido has gone mad again. At dawn, the gentle sea breeze caressed his face. After a sleepless night, Ron sat cross-legged at the bow, gazing at the rising sun. Feeling this long-lost warmth, he couldn't help but close his eyes. How truly comforting it was. Indeed, only when something is lost does one realize its value. Just like humanity, the greatest lesson history teaches them is that they forever repeat history. To gain, to lose, to gain again. An endless cycle. Just as he was lost and thought, the sound of footsteps suddenly reached his ears from behind. You're here, Luo, and opened his eyes, revealing the black pupils beneath that held a hint of a smile. Gurura, Dr. Luo, in your observation, Haki, is as sharp as ever. Behind him came the familiar laughter of Whitebeard. He strode up to stand beside Luo, and both of them watching the rising sun in the distance. If I couldn't even perceive the condition of a patient's body, how could I be a qualified doctor? Luo N replied with a smile. Still the same, as always, Dr. Luo N. Your words are always so irrefutable and impossible to decline. Whitebeard said with a hint of exasperation. Luo N turned back, face beaming with a smile as he met Whitebeard's gaze. Because I've always been right. Otherwise, why would you have willingly boarded Rock's ship back then? Hearing Luo N's almost tyrannical reasoning, Whitebeard had no choice but to fall silent. For a moment, the atmosphere grew still. The two stood on the bow, letting the free sea breeze caress them as they gazed at the ocean. The sun climbed higher, and the surrounding temperature began to rise. Behind them on the deck, Whitebeard's crew members lay sprawled, dead, drunk, snoring loudly as they slept. Dr. Luo N. A voice from Whitebeard suddenly came from beside him. What is it? Luo N asked in return. What are your plans this time? I know you. You're never one to stay idle. If you hadn't disappeared, perhaps we wouldn't have lost that battle on God Valley years ago. Now that Rox has failed and your vision hasn't been realized, are you planning to regroup? Whitebeard's tone carried a hint of dejection. Luo N turned in surprise and found his old comrade staring at him. Seeing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Luo N's mouth. Can't be helped. That fool Rox was too useless. I guess I'll have to come out and stir things up myself. He feigned a troubled expression. Once upon a time the being who had dominated the entire sea and was forcibly erased from history was merely a pawn pushed forward by Luo En. If these words were to spread they would surely cause a worldwide uproar. So that's how it is. Whitebeard's heart sank upon hearing this. Even after their crushing defeat, the man's indomitable spirit remained utterly unshaken. Whitebeard grew silent. After a long pause he finally spoke again. Our era has passed. The ship of the new age can no longer. Before he could finish, Luo En interrupted him. A new age? The sea is still in chaos. What distinction is there between old and new? As long as this sea hasn't found peace, we will never become obsolete. Freedom. What is freedom? It's not about sailing the seas and bullying the weak. It's about never having to worry that your head will fall to the ground tomorrow, or that your body will be riddled with bullets from someone else's gun. Suddenly Luo En grew frenzied, radiating a fierce killing intent. These words struck Whitebeard, making him freeze for a rare moment. Gazing at the youthful face before him and the coldness in his eyes, so unlike his usual gentle demeanor, Whitebeard sighed inwardly. So there was still a knot in his heart. None of them truly knew Luo En's past, but from fragments of conversation, they could sense it was connected to the celestial dragons. This had forged his obsession with overthrowing the world government. For a moment Whitebeard didn't know how to console his old friend, nor did the other need his consolation. Soon Luo En realized his emotions had gotten the better of him. He composed himself and smiled at Whitebeard. Sorry, I lost my composure. Now Luo En had returned to his usual unflappable and ever-optimistic state. Then his voice rang out again. Hey Gate. Whitebeard looked up to see Luo En, watching him, a hint of playful amusement flickering in his black eyes. A strong, ominous premonition surged in his heart. The last time this had happened it was when Luo En had tricked him onto Rock's ship. Sure enough. Come and overthrow this world with me. An angry expression crossed his face. Hey Luo En, you've already fooled me once with the same reason. Do you think I'm still that naive child? Luo En scratched his head in frustration. I almost forgot. Gate is no longer a child. I can't use the same trick to fool a child anymore. Sorry. Whitebeard's forehead sprouted a few dark veins. So that guy really had treated him like a child back then. Alright, no more jokes. Noticing Gate's sour expression, Luo En quickly waved his hand and got down to business. As a reward for joining us this time, I can help you revive AIC. AIC? Whitebeard jerked his head up, stepping forward instinctively, his eyes burning. You can still revive AIC. These words instantly shattered the old man's composure. Luo En sighed inwardly. Still so devoted to his family. Forgive me, Gate. Forgive my despicable means this time. Fists can only solve temporary problems. Only by thoroughly cleansing all the filth from this world can true peace and freedom be achieved. Not yet. AIC's body has suffered too severe damage beyond repair. Besides, your sons used crude methods to extract life force to save you. They need rest. After a moment of guilt toward Whitebeard, Luo En began to explain. Is that so? Gururara, then no problem. I can afford to wait some time. Hearing this, Whitebeard was not surprised at all. Everything has a price, especially a monumental act like resurrecting someone against the will of heaven. Besides, knowing Luo En's nature, if resurrection were possible, he would never leave it unattended. The only thing that pained him was the lost lifespan of his sons, never to return. At that thought, Whitebeard felt a pang of sorrow. So Gate, do you agree? Noticing the wavering in Whitebeard's eyes, Luo En pressed on. Not only that, next time I revive AIC, I can do it without draining everyone's life force, and I can even give AIC a new body. If he could, Luo En truly didn't want to coerce an old man onto his ship this way. But he knew that if negotiations broke down, this old man would likely end his own life to repay the debt of resurrecting his son. Because that was Edward Gate. And if that happened, the family he had painstakingly built would be destroyed by someone's presence. That was also a result Luo En didn't want to see. As his words fell, the sea breeze suddenly died down. After a long silence, it seems this old man has no room to refuse. Whitebeard picked up a barrel of sake from beside him and took a hearty swig. Had he agreed? Seeing this, a look of relief spread across Luo En's face. Don't drink alone, let's drink together. He picked up an unopened barrel and approached. Clink. The barrels collided with a dull thud, sending fragrant sake splashing out. After more than 40 years, he had finally been tricked onto his ship again. Luo En drank, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. Gururara, how refreshing. Truly, drinking is the romance of a man. After downing some fine sake, Whitebeard, his heart at ease, regained his usual bold demeanor. He casually tossed the barrel into the sea and burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, the morning sun began to rise. As the air around them warmed, the crew members lying on the deck were gradually roused from their sleep. Rubbing their bleary eyes, they rose from the ground and discovered that Pops had been secretly drinking with Mr. Ron. Instantly, they all snapped wide awake. Pops was secretly drinking without waking us up. Exactly. How sneaky of him. Listening to the children's complaints, Whitebeard let out a great laugh. Gururara, my children, from today onwards, I am no longer your captain. I have agreed to join Dr. Ron's ranks. He spoke these words lightly, as if making a trivial decision. But to the crew members on the ship, they struck like a thunderous tidal wave. What? Pops was abandoning them. Hearing this news, the entire deck erupted. No, Pops. We can't live without you. Hey, that's too selfish. How can you casually talk about abandoning us? Exactly, it's too sudden. Pops, are you drunk? The crew members chattered noisily amongst themselves. Having just woken up to the news that Pops was leaving them, they suspected they might still be dreaming. Seeing this, Whitebeard didn't feel sad. Instead, he smiled even more joyfully, like an old father watching his sons finally fall into the trap he had set. See that, Dr. Ron? My children are reluctant to let me go. What should we do? Want to take them all in as well? Whitebeard asked teasingly, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. All right, we'll take them. We could use a few hands for chores. We can't have you and me doing the cooking and cleaning, can we? Ron said, nonchalantly refusing to give this man the chance to show off his family. Whitebeard was left speechless. How had his carefully raised sons become mere errand boys in Ron's eyes? Quite the bold claim, Dr. Ron. Gururara. Well then, Dr. Ron says he'll take you all in. What do you say? Whitebeard turned to look at his sons. Hearing the exchange between Pops and Mr. Ron, they finally understood. This was no dream, they were serious. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This was too absurd. They had just woken up, and already their Pops had bundled them off and sold them to someone else. Even though Mr. Ron wasn't an outsider, this was still too much. An awkward silence fell over the scene as they struggled to process what to do. Just then Jozu was the first to speak up. Wherever Pops goes, I go, he declared in his deep, rumbling voice. Jozu's words sparked a realization among the others. Indeed, as long as Pops was with them, what did it matter where they went? In an instant, the tense atmosphere transformed into one of cheer. That's right, Jozu is right. Wherever Pops goes, we go. Exactly, as long as Pops is with us, we'd even follow him to death. Hearing his children's impassioned declarations, Whitebeard was deeply moved. He then stepped forward and stood before Marco and the others. Good. Then from today, the Whitebeard pirates will take orders from Mr. Ron. Is that understood? Whitebeard announced loudly. Yes, Pops. Understood. Cheers erupted across the deck. Seeing this, a satisfied smile spread across Whitebeard's face. He and his children would never have to be separated again. But soon as he turned and saw Ron's expression of, I knew it all along, a feeling of irritation welled up within Whitebeard. Dr. Ron, what is it, Newgate? Ron said with surprise. Gururara, it's nothing much. As for me, it's fine. But as our future captain, shouldn't you show these brats a bit of captainly authority? A mere skill in medicine might not be enough to win their respect. Whitebeard said teasingly. Hearing this, Ron understood exactly what he was getting at. All right, let's do it then. As he spoke, Ron casually brushed some non-existent dust off his clothes and stood up, scanning the surroundings. How about here? Or somewhere else? 2 hours later, the New World, on a remote, uninhabited island. Ron stood at the center of the island, surrounded by the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, the former captain, sat on a protruding rock in the distance, watching the spectacle. Under the sky, Ron, dressed in pristine white attire with his handsome and gentle face, was hard to imagine as a doctor about to participate in a major battle. He carefully rolled up his long sleeves and took off the stethoscope from his neck, placing it in his pocket. Once he was fully prepared, he looked around at the gathered crowd. Then, let's begin. As the words fell, dust and sand instantly flew up on the battlefield. The division commanders, as if they had coordinated beforehand, launched their attacks simultaneously at incredible speed, vanishing from their spots and reappearing less than 5 meters away from Ron. From a distance, Ron seemed to be surrounded. Several figures appeared around him, sealing off all his escape routes. Oh, Ron raised an eyebrow. Trying to intimidate me, are you? In that case, let me show you what it feels like to receive a father's love. In a corner, unnoticed by all, Ron's lips curled up, slightly forming a dangerous smile. Then he clenched his fists and slammed them forcefully into the air on either side of him. Crack, crack. The next second, to the shock of countless onlookers, the air where Ron had struck suddenly split open. Transparent, intricate cracks spread through the air as if the very fabric of space had been shattered. This familiar sight instantly left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. What? The Gura Gura no Mi? Vista, the flower swordsman, stared with his eyes wide open. Isn't that Pop's ability? How does Dr. Ron have it? Above, Marco looked at the familiar scene before him, feeling like he was losing his mind. That was Pop's signature move. Why is Dr. Ron using it? This question remained unanswered. Because then the power of the Gura Gura no Mi was already set in motion. With a faint tremor, the entire island seemed to split apart. A powerful shockwave emanated from Ron, surging outward with overwhelming force, crashing down upon Marco and the others like a catastrophic wave. Boom. In an instant, the crew members were struck as if by a mighty blow, their faces contorting in shock before they were sent flying like balls, tracing graceful arcs through the air and landing far away. At the scene, as Marco and the other division commanders were repelled, the air suddenly fell silent. The entire isolated island was shrouded in smoke, yet curiously the spot where Ron stood remained untouched. He stood there calmly, though a faint glimmer of relief flashed deep within his eyes. That was truly dangerous. Thankfully, he had previously drawn the ability of that man Newgate. Otherwise he would undoubtedly have been in for a severe beating today, and that would have been a tremendous loss of face. After all, these commanders of Whitebeard were from a Yonko's crew. Come to think of it, this tremor fruit is surprisingly useful, especially for clearing the field. At the slightest disagreement, you just flip the table. It seems if I get the chance in the future, I might just have to arrange a few more resurrections. I just wonder, would merely treating others also grant me such absurd abilities? Ron looked down at the faint glowing light enveloping his hands, lost in thought. He still hadn't fully figured out the capabilities of this system. Just as Ron was contemplating whether to take a trip to Wano country, take down Kaido, and then revive him, the familiar booming laughter of Whitebeard echoed from the distance. "Gurara, Dr. Ron, it seems you've acquired quite a formidable ability," Whitebeard said, striding over from afar. Ron turned around smiling. "Oh, Newgate, are you looking for a fight?" Just how powerful was Whitebeard now that all his injuries had been healed? He was eager to test it. After some time to recover, the division commanders who had been sent flying by Ron earlier gradually regained consciousness and emerged from the surrounding corners. Seeing Ron standing there with his clothes immaculate, a flicker of shock and doubt crossed their eyes. That's right. That power just now was definitely their father's tremor fruit ability. But how in the world did Ron acquire it? Was it some kind of fruit that could copy another's power? Their guesses were far too conservative. What they failed to realize was that Ron's ability far surpassed mere copying, for a copying ability always has its limits. Ron, however, would randomly acquire an ability from any patient he healed, and there was no upper limit. While everyone was curious about Ron, Whitebeard readily accepted his challenge. "Gurara, Ron, my blade isn't so easy to withstand." With a resounding whoosh, Whitebeard swung his massive Bicinto Murakamijairi in a powerful downward slash. A faint dark glow could be seen creeping along the edge of the blade, unmistakably the precursor to his devil fruit ability. Clearly Whitebeard was now treating Ron as an opponent on his own level, and was using his full strength. "Damn it, Newgate, you're attacking from behind." The blade shrieked against the air as Ron, feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, cursed loudly while swinging his own fist in retaliation. Their attacks collided midair. Before they even fully connected, an unprecedented shockwave erupted, manifesting as a physical blast wave that violently scoured the earth. Boom. The ground began to tremble violently, and trees on the island were ripped out by their roots. Countless distinct cracks appeared across the land at visible speed, rapidly spreading throughout the entire island. The clouds were dispersed, and the sky instantly became clear. Whitebeard's first strike failed, so he quickly withdrew his blade and chopped down again with even greater speed. Ron could only dodge. As an invisible force field manifested around them, Ron's figure vanished from the spot, in an instant replaced by a rock that had inexplicably shifted from somewhere else, now appearing right in front of Whitebeard, and was ruthlessly smashed to pieces by Whitebeard's fist. "You're a crafty one, Newgate," Ron complained, looking at the torn corner of his clothes from several hundred meters away. "Gurara, Dr. Ron, have you slept for so long that you've forgotten the laws of the sea? You must always be alert, for battle can erupt at any moment." As he finished speaking, Whitebeard's form flickered, leaping straight into the air and hurtling his fist down towards Ron again. Ron had no choice but to meet the attack head-on. Rumble. The sound was deafening. Amidst the horrified expressions of the surrounding crew members, their clash intensified. In the end, the entire island was split directly in half, with countless rocks crumbling from the edges of the fissure. It was clear that if this continued, the isolated island would soon vanish from the sea forever. "Not good, Ron. The island is sinking. They're insane. Father and Dr. Ron have gone mad. Damn it, are they serious? Don't they realize what they're doing to this island?" Seeing the island being torn apart by their father and the others, the division commanders could no longer stand idle. They scrambled and rushed desperately towards the ships docked at the shore. More than fearing a dunk in the sea, they were worried about getting caught in the crossfire between their father and Dr. Ron. After all, at this moment, both their father and Dr. Ron were completely in the zone, showing no concern for the safety of their sons. In less than half a minute, after a frantic dash, the division commanders finally managed to get back on board the ship, just before the island was completely destroyed. Only when they caught their breath did they realize the entire island had been utterly reduced to ruins under the onslaught of their father and Dr. Ron. Meanwhile, Dr. Ron and their father, completely unconcerned, continued their intense battle, using a few scattered rocks on the sea surface as footing. The sea began to churn. Waves hundreds of feet tall continuously rose around the two combatants, crashing down like torrential rain, striking the deck with dull, heavy thuds. Bam, bam, bam. Gulp. Jozu swallowed nervously, then stammered in shock. "That's so strong." As the crew's strongest defender, Jozu didn't believe he could remain unscathed in such a battle. "Is this the true power of our father?" Vista, the flower swordsman, spoke up beside him, his mind somewhat dazed. If father had been in this state back at Marineford, the outcome might have been quite different. As those words fell, a somber mood settled over the deck. They were reminded of Ace. "Don't worry, didn't father say so before? Dr. Ron has agreed to revive Ace, it just takes time." Noticing the shift in mood, Marco spoke up with a smile to lighten the atmosphere. "Besides, haven't you all noticed? Even our father in his current state can't seem to get the better of Dr. Ron." At his words, the mood on deck became lively again. "True. Was Dr. Ron hiding his strength all this time? Hard to say. Remember before Dr. Ron appeared, he was always highly respected by our father. Father said Dr. Ron was the only man on this sea he could never see through. No wonder. Dr. Ron is truly mysterious, possessing healing arts that can raise the dead, and with such monstrous strength to boot. Indeed, indeed. Amidst the murmurs of the division captains, the island in the distance was utterly shattered into fragments, sinking forever into the depths of the sea. The battle between Luo-in and Whitebeard finally ceased at this moment. Hey Newgate, haven't you fooled around enough? Standing on a lone remaining reef, Luo-in casually tossed aside the doctor's coat that had been torn to shreds, revealing the damp blue shirt underneath, and said with a face full of dark lines, "Was it really such a big deal that I forgot to remind you to put on clothes during treatment? A fight is a fight, but what kind of weird move is it to tear his clothes? Petty." Muttering to himself, Luo-in walked toward the direction of the anchored ship. If he ever fought Whitebeard again after this, he would be a dog. Seeing Luo-in ignoring him, a trace of amusement flickered in Whitebeard's eyes. Quite extraordinary indeed. Dr. Luo-in. After being imprisoned for over 40 years, you still possess such terrifying strength to the point where even I, an old man, can no longer harm you. If not for that accident back then, you would have surely succeeded. And then that brat Roger would never have become the so-called pirate king. And so Luo-in and Whitebeard returned to the ship together. That very day after this battle, Luo-in successfully brought the entire Whitebeard pirates under his command. A few days later, on the first half of the Grand Line, under a clear sky, a lone gigantic three-masted sailing ship drifted silently across the sea. Hey Dr. Luo-in, what do you think of my proposal from before? Sitting on the deck, Whitebeard held a barrel of wine and called out to Luo-in at the bow. Nearly a week had passed since the battle on the island. Most of the crew had been dispatched by Luo-in to carry out missions, leaving only a few to take care of their daily needs. With his sons no longer by his side, Whitebeard felt lonely and bored, and even his drinking didn't taste as good, though this was the freedom to drink as he pleased that he had once longed for. Damn it, Newgate, I've told you many times, stop asking me to be your children's father, do you hear me? At the bow, Luo-in felt like he was going crazy. I only want you not to be a father to your sons, let alone a second father. You heard that right, second father. In Whitebeard's words, I'm the old man, you're the second father, but I'll call you captain. We'll address each other separately. This is madness. Luo-in racked his brains, but couldn't figure out why Newgate was so obsessed with being a father. Collecting sons was bad enough, but now he was even setting his sights on him. Alright, since you disagree, I'll bring it up next time. Noticing that Luo-in was on the verge of exploding, Whitebeard casually changed the subject, though a flicker of regret flashed in his eyes. Wouldn't being a second father be nice? Hearing Marco and the others call me old man makes me happy. Such a thought crossed Whitebeard's mind before his expression returned to normal. By the way, Dr. Luo-in, what exactly is your goal? My crew is entirely yours now. Aren't you planning to gather the former Rocks members like Kaido? I know you well. You've wanted to overthrow those on Mary Geos for a long time. He turned his gaze to the distance, noticing that the Sabaody archipelago was now visible to the naked eye. He wondered what Luo-in was planning to do here. No, it's not enough. Not enough. Whitebeard was taken aback by Luo-in's words. Of course, relying solely on those people won't help me realize my dream of overturning the world. What I need is the power of the entire sea. Luo-in said with a light laugh as he turned around. Over 40 years ago, Rocks had already failed once without even catching a glimpse of the one on the empty throne above the five elders. He didn't want to repeat the same mistake. This time, he would gather even greater forces to oppose the world government. The power of the entire sea, huh? Whitebeard, perhaps foreseeing the future side, and said with a headache, you sure talk big, Dr. Luo-in. Just the remnants of the Rocks pirates alone would keep you busy for a long time. Are you planning to sweep up Roger's crew and the new generation all at once? We'll see. If I can't do it, I've got you, Newgate. Together we'll beat anyone who dares to disobey. I indeed regret this, Dr. Luo-in. Too late, Newgate. From the moment you agreed to join me, you've been mine forever. You're an absolute bastard. How could such a sacred profession as a doctor be found in a man like you? Who knows? Maybe the world needs a savior like me. At the bow, Luo-in faced Whitebeard and joked. Seeing the shameless look on the former, Whitebeard felt it too fake. Alright, so what's the next target? Rayleigh. Of course. Luo-in turned back with a smile, revealing his clean white teeth. Since he had decided to make a big stir in this world, he naturally needed a capable helper. In Luo-in's view, Rayleigh was a good choice. After all, managing to push a man like Roger onto the Pirate King's throne was no small feat. Moreover, Luo-in imagined that Rayleigh must be going crazy by now, searching the entire world for his whereabouts. The sun slanted westward. Under the control of Ron and others, the ship pressed onward toward the Sabaody archipelago, now clearly visible ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, on an unnamed island in the calm belt near Amazon Lily, Luffy, with a pained expression on his face, endured Rayleigh's rigorous training. "Oh, Master Rayleigh, save me, I'm about to be eaten." With a miserable howl, Luffy, forbidden from using his devil fruit ability, was caught off guard and immediately bitten by a ferocious beast that lunged at him, its jaws clamping around half his body. He struggled while crying out to Rayleigh for help. At that moment Rayleigh was on the phone, completely oblivious to the fact that his apprentice was about to become a beast's meal. Hey Shaki, any news on Mr. Ron yet? What about the exact location of the Whitebeard fleet? What? How could this be? After a long pause Rayleigh finally set down the phone and let out a sigh. He had obtained the information he sought, but why would Newgate scatter his fleet at this particular time? Doesn't he realize this gives those with ulterior motives a golden opportunity? Rayleigh could only guess at Whitebeard's intentions. Just as he was about to hang up, suddenly Shaki's startled voice came through the phone. "Aron, Vice Captain W.I. are you here?" As that voice rang out, immediately followed a man's voice, young yet strangely familiar to Rayleigh. "How would Shaki not welcoming me? Mr. Ron." Instantly Rayleigh's eyes widened sharply, his entire body struck as if by lightning. He stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's Mr. Ron. Mr. Ron had actually come, and he was right now at Shaki's bar. With that thought, Rayleigh didn't hesitate for a moment. He dove straight into the sea, leaving only one sentence for Luffy. "Luffy, I have urgent business. I'll come find you another time." Master. Seeing Rayleigh leave, Luffy panicked and shouted at the top of his lungs, but the other man seemed not to hear. Luffy could only watch helplessly as Rayleigh swam farther and farther away until he vanished into a distant shadow. Seeing this, Luffy was on the verge of tears. "Master, I'm still in this tiger's stomach." Luffy's despairing wail echoed across the island. The New World. As Ron appeared on the Sabaody archipelago, the news was also relayed through the local Marines to the former G-1 Marine base. That is the current temporary Marine headquarters. The Navy's highest wanted criminal Ron is now on Sabaody archipelago, in a room marked with the Intelligence Division sign. An intelligence officer read the freshly acquired report aloud, but soon his eyes widened and he shot up from his chair. The top wanted criminal Ron. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the officer dared not linger. He dashed out the door. This was a figure the higher-ups had explicitly ordered to be monitored closely. He couldn't afford any delay. If any of the big shots took offense, he'd be in serious trouble, especially during this sensitive period when former Fleet Admiral Sengoku had retired and the new Fleet Admiral had not yet been chosen. Just as the intelligence officer burst out of the room, his vision suddenly went dark as he collided with a figure. With a bang, he tumbled straight to the ground. Who the... He looked up, about to let loose a stream of curses, but to his dismay the person blocking his way was none other than Admiral Sakazuki, who appeared to be preparing for a mission. A feeling of wanting to cry but having no tears surged through him. Just as the intelligence officer was at a loss for words, the man standing opposite, Akainu, silently picked up the file that had fallen from his hand and opened it. The next second, the officer distinctly noticed the iron-fisted admiral's brow furrow instantly, and a fierce oppressive aura spread outward. He was utterly stunned. The top wanted criminal Ron. At that moment Akainu seemed to have read the contents of the file and muttered aloud. The intelligence officer froze. Then he saw Admiral Akainu suddenly turn and say something to Vice Admiral Enigmo beside him before turning and walking back inside. Vice Admiral Enigmo, after Akainu left, cast a glance at the officer and then walked away as well. For a moment, only the insignificant officer remained dazedly sitting on the ground, utterly at a loss. What's going on? I'd already planned where I'd be buried after death. Why did you both just leave? As for the thoughts of this unnamed extra, Akainu knew nothing, and of course the man's identity wasn't worth his investigation. As soon as he received the news that Ron had appeared on Sabaody, he immediately abandoned his current mission and went to seek reinforcements from Garp. Yes, reinforcements. Based on his previous battle with Ron, Akainu realized that Ron's physical combat skills far surpassed his own, and with that unpredictable devil fruit ability, he didn't believe he could capture Ron intact by himself. "Sakazuki, what are you doing here at my office?" A few minutes later, in the Vice Admiral's office, Garp looked at the grim-faced Akainu who entered from the door. His own grandson had died at this man's hands. If not for his commitment to marine justice, he feared he might kill him on the spot. Before Akainu could speak, Garp continued, "If you've come to seek my support for the Fleet Admiral position at this time, I'm telling you, don't even dream about it. Absolutely impossible. Vice Admiral Garp, I certainly don't expect you to support me for Fleet Admiral. In fact, I'm well aware that the majority of the headquarters doesn't believe I could become Fleet Admiral." Facing Garp's accusation, Akainu remained remarkably calm. "Then why are you here?" Garp's brow furrowed, puzzled as to what Akainu wanted from him. Since Akainu was fully aware of Garp's stance, Garp didn't think there was anything else they needed to discuss besides the Fleet Admiral matter. "Ron," Akainu said flatly, uttering a name. "Ron." Garp's eyelids twitched at the name. That name had left too deep an impression on him, one he still couldn't forget even now. After all, it was under Ron's influence that his own son had defected from the Marines and founded that so-called Revolutionary Army. Noticing the flicker of complexity in Garp's eyes, Akainu smiled slightly. "Yes, Ron. I've just received word that Ron has appeared on Sabaody. I've come to you to join forces and capture Ron together." "What makes you think I would help you?" Garp's face darkened like storm clouds. "Because of your criminal son, Dragon," Akainu said calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, when your son learns that his idol Ron has appeared, he'll rush to join him without a second thought. At that point, the Navy and your son will truly be at each other's throats, for that man Ron is anything but tame." As his words fell, the air in the room turned dead silent. One could see that Vice Admiral Garp's face had become extremely grim. Before retiring, Sengoku had shared all intelligence about Ron with them, and through scattered clues had boldly speculated that the Rock's pirates, which once dominated an era, had been orchestrated by none other than Ron himself. If what Sengoku said was true, the Marines would soon face a major crisis. Garp didn't want to gamble, and he didn't dare to gamble. So shortly after Akainu's words, Garp's firm voice rang out in the room. "Fine, I agree. We'll join forces to capture Ron." As those words were spoken, a barely perceptible smile flickered in Akainu's eyes. "Won't support me for Fleet Admiral, huh? That remains to be seen." At this moment, inside Shaki's rip-off bar on the Sabaody archipelago. "Phew. Shaki, your cocktails are still as awful as ever." Roan set down his glass on the bar counter with a pained expression, speaking teasingly. "I'm so sorry, mister. Roan, I have caused you trouble." Shaki cowered behind the counter, hastily bowing in apology upon hearing Roan's words, while inwardly growing anxious. "Damn it, Rayleigh, why hasn't he come back yet? Didn't we notify him by Den Mushy long ago?" As a former member of the Rock's pirates, Shaki understood all too well the kind of existence this man Roan represented. It could be said that with his medical skills alone, he could command absolute submission from everyone aboard that ship. Especially back on the pirate ship, she would often witness ferocious and heinous individuals being brought into the vice-captain's workspace only to emit ghastly wails, as if subjected to some terrifying experiments. He was a name that struck fear into the hearts of all. Thus Shaki believed she could never be too cautious. This was precisely what led to the scene unfolding right now. "What's the matter, Shaki? You seem rather tense," Roan said at that moment, casting a meaningful glance at her. That gaze fell upon Shaki, and her body instantly stiffened, as if frozen solid. She couldn't help but shiver in no. "It's nothing. Why would I be?" Her smile was strained, yet inwardly, she was nearly crying, once again praying for Rayleigh's swift return. Perhaps her prayers were answered, for almost in the next instant the bell at the bar's entrance was suddenly rattled. Shaki looked up with surprise and delight, just in time to see Rayleigh rushing in through the door. "Rayleigh!" She couldn't help but cry out in excitement. This shout immediately drew the simultaneous attention of both Rayleigh and Roan in the room. "What's wrong, Shaki?" Rayleigh asked, somewhat curious. Sensing Roan's amused, knowing gaze upon her, Shaki gave an awkward laugh and replied, "Oh, nothing. Nothing at all." Hearing this, Rayleigh immediately relaxed. He then strode directly over to Roan, his body slightly bent, his voice carrying a faint, almost imperceptible tremor and tension. "Mr. Roan, long time no see, Rayleigh. I never expected you to have aged so much," Roan said, looking up with a gentle countenance. Perhaps it was the culmination of years of anticipation finally bearing fruit, but upon receiving Roan's definitive response, Rayleigh's eyes instantly welled up with tears. It was hard to imagine that the former right hand of the Pirate King would almost weep before Roan. Hey, come on now, Rayleigh, this doesn't suit your reputation as the Dark King." Witnessing this scene, Roan said with a hint of exasperation. He hadn't noticed this side of Rayleigh before. How could such a person possibly help him manage the unruly crew of the Whitebeard pirates? Roan was beginning to harbor doubts inwardly. What Roan didn't realize was that he had been asleep for over 40 years. Rayleigh and the others had waited for him for over 4 decades, and even their captain Roger had already passed away. Only today had they finally been able to see him again, a feeling of having weathered the storm that was impossible to convey to outsiders. Soon taking advantage of Roan's pause in conversation, Rayleigh managed to compose himself. After a moment of steadying his emotions, his demeanor returned to normal. He came over and sat down beside Roan, picked up the glass that Shaki had pushed across the counter, and downed it in one gulp. Only then did he shift his full attention back to Roan. Mr. Roan, The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he somehow found it difficult to speak, as if his heart was blocked by a tangled mess of emotions filled with both trepidation and anxiety over the truth. Observing this, Roan couldn't help but smile slightly. "You want to ask about Laughtail, don't you?" "Yes." Rayleigh quickly nodded. Perhaps because Roan had broached the subject, it eased the tension within him, making his speech more fluent. "We went there and got the answers we sought, but we couldn't act upon them." "Mr. Roan, can you?" "No, the time hasn't come yet." Before Rayleigh could finish his sentence, Roan refused directly. "Why?" Rayleigh's expression turned bewildered. They already knew the outcome, so why wouldn't Mr. Roan tell them the process? Seeing the look of dejection and disappointment on Rayleigh's face, Roan mentally apologized, then began to explain. "I can only tell you this much: freedom is never about a single person or a single crew, it's about the entire world. If you only harbor that kind of mentality, then after you overthrow the world government, wouldn't you just become another world government yourselves, eh? It requires corresponding policies, such as prohibiting private forces from possessing firearms, forbidding devil fruit users from using their abilities recklessly, and so on. Only when true equality is achieved for all people in this world will everything you witnessed at Laughtail become a reality. Just think, when the sea train spans the entire ocean and everyone can enjoy various foods and specialties from the 4 seas from the comfort of their homes, when this world has no more privileges or plunder, only heroes protecting the people, then wouldn't everyone be a hero? By that time, with no external threats and no internal exploitation, the vast sea would be accessible to all, ready to set sail at any moment. That would be true freedom. As Roan's words resonated, Rayleigh seemed to glimpse the world he described, a utopia of universal harmony. Gradually, a wave of understanding washed over him, and things began to become clearer. So this is the process. No wonder the captain said he appeared at the wrong time. Without someone to guide them, they would have racked their brains trying to figure such things out. Prohibiting the abuse of devil fruit powers, prohibiting the abuse of force. They had only thought about how terrible the current world was, but had no corresponding solutions. Indeed, Mr. Roan is the true disruptor and creator of this era. How about it, Laylee? Are you willing to join me in overturning this world? Luowen's voice sounded from beside him, reaching Laylee's ears, and he gradually began to sober up. When he came to his senses, he saw that the former was looking at him with a smile, awaiting his reply. Mr. Luo and I. The sudden recruitment left Laylee momentarily at a loss for words. The world described by the other party, however, filled him with great longing. But would it really succeed? Laylee felt doubtful. Bang! Suddenly the door was burst open, jolting the deep-in thought Laylee awake. When he looked up, he saw that it was Xiachi, who had just left, returning. How are you? Seeing Xiachi's anxious expression before Laylee could finish his sentence, her next words left him stunned. Bad news, the Navy is here. What a... Laylee was taken aback. He had always been at peace with the Navy, so what was going on today? That's right. Suddenly he thought of something and instinctively looked up at Luo, in beside him, only to see the latter rise gracefully and say with a smile, "It seems the Navy can hardly tolerate me any longer." Without waiting for Laylee to respond, Luo in strode out of the bar. He believed that after this battle, Laylee would give him a satisfactory answer regarding the recruitment. Two top-tier Navy combatants arriving together. You really think highly of me, Luo N. On the open ground outside the bar, Luo in said loudly toward a distant forest. The next second, rustling. Dense Navy elites surged out from the surrounding buildings like a tide, encircling Luo N. At the same time, two figures slowly emerged from the direction Luo N was looking, parting the crowd under the reverent gazes of the surrounding Navy soldiers, and came to a stop before Luo N. They were none other than Chiquan and Kapu. Luo N obediently submit to the Navy's arrest, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Garp was the first to speak. Beside him, Akainu remained silent, but judging by his blazing fists, he was clearly ready to make a move. How troublesome. Are you so impatient? Luo N said, rubbing his forehead with a somewhat troubled expression. To this, Chiquan and Kapu remained silent. Before Sengoku's retirement, too much information had been exposed, forcing them to take this seriously. After all, the man before them was likely of being capable of overturning an era. For various reasons, they could not tolerate such a threat to the world remaining at large. How boring. It seems you have no desire to even chat anymore. Luo N shook his head in regret. Then a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. However, are you really confident that you can capture me? As his words fell under the panicked expressions of the surrounding Navy soldiers, an invisible aura expanded from Luo N's body, enveloping the entire Xiangbidi Chuandao. You're asking for death. Chichuan's face darkened, and he suddenly swung his fist, transforming it into a stream of magma that hurtled toward Luo N. However, his reaction was ultimately a step too slow. Luo N had vanished, replaced by a small piece of decayed red tree trunk. Boom. The scorching magma burned a large hole in the ground. Luo N stopped these useless tricks. They only make me think less of you. Let's have a proper fight. Kapu let out a roar, leaped with all his might, and shot like a cannonball toward a spot 100 meters to the right of his original position. At that moment, Luo N's figure just appeared there. The powerful fist compressed the air into a solid. Sensing the sharp killing intent, Luo N finally shed some of his laziness and began to take it seriously. Still sharp, Kapu. As his words fell, Luo N formed his fingers into a blade enveloped by a faint green glow that shaped them like a knife, and then slashed forcefully at the oncoming Kapu. Fruit ability, Scalpel. With a tearing sound, Luo N's move seemed to cut through the air itself. After emitting a strange noise, it collided solidly with Kapu's fist. Clang. A metallic sound unlike that of a human collision rang through the air. It was extremely piercing, as if it could penetrate eardrums. Then a wave of almost tangible force instantly spread outward. The momentum generated by their clash was like a bulldozer. In that instant, every visible structure above ground level was flattened into a plain. Trees flew, sand and stones scattered. In just a few seconds, the island, once as peaceful as a fairy tale town, was thrown into chaos. Oh dear, such a nice place. How did it get so messed up? It's too ugly. Kapu, this is your Navy's responsibility. Luo N looked at the devastation of Xiangbidi with a pained expression. In his past life, this would have been a natural 5A level amusement park, and now it was ruined. However, Chiquan across from him gave him no chance to sigh, launching a direct ultimate move. Great Eruption. A magma fist the size of 5 meters was unleashed by Chichuan, hurtling toward Luo N's direction. In an instant, all the redwood trees within 100 meters had their water vaporized and were burned to charcoal. It was foreseeable what severe consequences this attack would bring to the land. Navy boy, you've gone too far. Luoan's face darkened instantly, not even bothering to look at Kapu, who was approaching him. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. These were all assets of his future world. How could they be casually destroyed? Once this thought appeared in Luoan's mind, it became unstoppable. Immediately another mysterious ripple quietly rose from Luoan's body surface. Die! Luoan roared. His fist was enveloped in a faint fluorescent glow, and then he smashed it fiercely against the giant magma fist. In an instant the entire space in front of him seemed to crack. The entire island trembled slightly. What was noteworthy was that the giant magma fist disintegrated instantly under Luoan's attack, shattering into countless small pieces that fell to the ground not far away. At that moment the air instantly fell silent. Seeing that the magma had been extinguished, Luoan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least the fire was under control. But the moment he looked up he was met with the horrified expressions of everyone present. Luoan was somewhat bewildered. What's wrong with you all? Is there a flower on my face? No one responded. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After an unknown period, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Luoan. The tremor fruit. Isn't that Neo Gate's ability? Luoan, how do you possess it? Kapu suddenly stepped out from the side, his eyes flickering with doubt and surprise. He had already been about to act, but the ability Luoan suddenly displayed was truly unforgettable, for the previous possessor of this power had brought far-reaching influence to this sea. Beside him, Chiquan also uncharacteristically ceased his attack. His arm subconsciously touched the area of his lower back, and a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. It had been a month, and until now it still ached faintly, and every time he went to the bathroom it was red. Meanwhile, at the dock where Luoan's ship was moored, has that brat Luoan made a move. Under the pitch-black night sky, Whitebeard was sound asleep in his cabin, hugging a wine barrel. Suddenly a slight twitch at the corner of his eye seemed to detect something. His eyes snapped open, revealing a thoughtful smile. Looking at it now, it was indeed a wise decision not to go ashore. That brat must be having a headache now. However, 2 top-tier marine combatants had arrived at the same time. It was uncertain whether that brat could handle them, especially since one of them, Kapu, was a particularly troublesome opponent. Whitebeard sat on the bed in contemplation for a moment, then simply lay down. Forget it, that brat is not one to suffer losses. Why should I worry about him? Just as he relaxed his mind, a hasty knock came from outside. Bang bang bang. Dad, it's terrible. The Marines Chiquan and Kapu have appeared on the island at the same time, and they're fighting with Luoan. Xiao Zi's deep and anxious voice came from outside the door. Go, foolish son, have you forgotten that Dr. Luoan is the man who saved your dad from the battlefield? Don't worry, Whitebeard laughed in response. As his words fell, the commotion outside indeed ceased, followed by Xiao Zi muttering softly and the sound of footsteps turning away. Right, Luoan is so powerful, even Dad was saved by him. He will definitely be fine. Hearing this, Whitebeard's face darkened. Somehow, whenever someone mentioned that Luoan had saved him, a bare image always flashed through his mind. Truly a foolish son. No wonder Luoan said he was too honest and unsuitable for missions. Whitebeard grumbled, then hugged the wine barrel and went back to bed. On the island, because Luoan had simultaneously displayed 2 abilities, both Kapu and Chiquan present became wary and ceased their intent to continue fighting. They stared intently at Luoan, waiting for an explanation. Facing the questioning, Luoan wore an indifferent expression. You mean that just now? I don't know either. At these words, Kapu and Chiquan's expressions turned extremely interesting. Are you playing with us? Kapu said with a dark expression. Vice Admiral Kapu, stop wasting words with him. Once we capture him, everything will be clear. At this point, Chiquan had gradually lost patience. Kapu remained silent, but the dense black armament hockey gradually appearing on his arms indicated his agreement with Chiquan's view. Luoan sneered at their behavior. Why should I answer you just because you ask? Am I your father? Fight if you want, or I'll go to sleep. I have no time to waste with you, he said impatiently. This remark maximized the enmity. In an instant, the battle was about to erupt. With a violent roar, both Kapu and Chiquan launched an attack on Luoan, their speed so fast, it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Iron Fist. Canine Red Lotus. This time the two had unleashed their full power, determined to take down Luoan. Solid-like armament hockey continuously radiated each collision, causing unprecedented damage to the town. The residents' expressions turned extremely terrified, shouting and fleeing in all directions. Hurry, run away. The Marines are fighting again. Quick, get away from there. Damn it, can't they stop for a few days? I just want to live my own life. On the island, the wails of terror and screams of panic echoed under the night sky, a grim scene of apocalypse. All of this was witnessed by Lei Li, who stood nearby. Alas, I thought this place was the Celestial Dragon's backyard, but it seems battle cannot be avoided. Can't the Marines spare these poor people? Beside him, Xia Qi's voice came with reluctance. Upon hearing this, Lei Li's hesitant gaze gradually turned resolute. At this moment, Luoan, facing the combined assault of Kapu and Chiquan, gradually fell into a disadvantage. Even with his 2 devil fruit abilities, he could not sustain. After taking a direct heavy punch from Kapu, Luoan could no longer hold back. A sweet taste in his throat, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, the Marines really are unreasonable ganging up on me. He wiped the blood from his mouth and straightened up. In the gap of his words, Kapu and Chi Quan's next round of attacks had already arrived. The force of their fists made Luoan's clothes flutter loudly in the wind, accompanied by extreme heat in the air. It could be seen that Luoan's hair was slightly curling under Chi Quan's attack. Luoan was about to strike again when he suddenly paused. Somehow a figure had appeared in front of him, blocking the attacks of Chi Quan and Kapu. Sorry, Luoan, for delaying my reply until now. Regarding your invitation, I accept. From now on, please guide me. Ahead lay Li's bare fists simultaneously blocked the attacks of Kapu and Chi Quan. The overwhelming force pushed the aging right-hand man of the Pirate King back step by step, his feet scraping wildly against the ground. Hearing Lei Li's strained voice from ahead, a rare smile appeared in Luoan's eyes. He shook his head and said, "No, it's not too late. Everything is just beginning." As the last word fell, faint but dazzling green light appeared on Luoan's arms. The next moment his body vanished from the spot, instantly reappearing near Chi Quan. "Little brat playing with candles, didn't your mother tell you that playing with fire will make you wet the bed, eh?" As Luoan's voice rang out, a flash of horror appeared in Chi Quan's eyes. When he turned his head sharply, only to see Luoan's dazzling green light. Rip! A familiar sound of tearing cloth rang out. One of Chi Quan's arms was severed, falling to the ground with a clean cut. Blood gushed from the wound, dripping and staining the ground red. In an instant, besides the pungent smell of sulfur, a faint scent of blood filled the air. The battle was decided in that moment. On the field, Chi Quan's expression was extremely grim. One hand covering the severed arm, he stood beside Kapu, staring at Luoan and Lei Li opposite, his eyes bursting with uncontrollable killing intent. What a terrifying look. What, still want to fight, little brat playing with candles? Luoan completely ignored Chi Quan's murderous glare, teasing him as if no one else was there. Hearing such a tone, Lei Li beside him was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Luoan was, as always, cheerful. "Ron, I'll let it slide this time, but I hope you always remember one thing: no matter what happens in this world, the Marines still play an indispensable role. This world needs order to be maintained." At the scene, Garp looked at Ron with great seriousness, speaking with a pointed undertone. Yet seeing that Ron's expression remained unmoved, and he simply smiled back at him, Garp sighed inwardly, knowing his words had likely fallen on deaf ears. Then Garp turned his head and looked at Rayleigh beside Ron, saying sternly, "Rayleigh, peace is hard won. I think you should cherish it." After finishing these words, Garp completely lost the desire to stay and turned back to Ron. "Can you return Sakazuki's arm to me? You know the Marines need him." Garp said this with great candor. In response, Ron was very gracious, smiling and extending his hand. "Feel free." Garp remained silent, stepped forward, picked up the severed limb of Akainu from the ground, then turned and disappeared into the forest without saying another word. Just before leaving, he ordered his subordinate Marines to retreat. As for Akainu, he had already left earlier when Garp announced the end of the battle. Garp had decided to stop, and since he had lost an arm, he alone couldn't possibly hold Ron back. In that case, why stay and wait for these pirates to humiliate him? With a command from Garp, the Marines surrounding the area began to retreat, their footsteps echoing. Watching the Marines leave, Rayleigh finally spoke up. He turned to look at Ron, a puzzled expression spreading across his face. "Mr. Ron, couldn't we join forces with the Marines?" By now he had begun to accept Ron's recruitment and started to think from the other's perspective. Reflecting on Garp's parting words, Rayleigh thought there was some truth to them. If they could win over the Marines, such a powerful force, then their future dreams might no longer be far from realization. At least they could avoid many detours. "Do you know why I was so generous in returning Akainu's arm to the Marines?" Ron asked, bringing up an unrelated question in response to Rayleigh's doubt. "Because Akainu is a Marine," Rayleigh ventured. "Exactly." Ron nodded with a smile. "Garp is right. The seas still need the Marines to maintain order. But since the Marines exist, why is the sea still so chaotic? Apart from the celestial dragons, a large part of the reason is that the Marines that behemoth have begun to rot. Even if the decay hasn't yet reached the core, the roots are thoroughly rotten. The day of collapse is not far off. Instead of accepting such a decadent force, it's better to let it burn out its last embers, and meanwhile, we can take this opportunity to build our own power. Of course, we can't take in everything wholesale, but it's feasible to win over a small faction of Marines who still uphold justice. Do you understand this reasoning?" Looking at his future deputy, Ron was uncharacteristically patient in explaining the pros and cons. Gradually, Rayleigh's eyes grew thoughtful. Seeing this, a slight smile curled at the corner of Ron's mouth. This man who had helped Roger ascend to the throne of the Pirate King might truly be worth anticipating. "All right, stop standing there like a fool. We should at least give those Marines stationed at Sabaody Archipelago a chance to catch their breath. Come aboard with me. I want to show you someone unexpected and also treat your wounds." That combined blow from Garp and Akainu must have been tough to take. Ron patted Rayleigh on the shoulder and, wrapping an arm around him, strode towards the dock where the ship was moored. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped, as if a thought crossed his mind. "Oh, Shaki, would you like to come along too?" As his voice rang out, Shaki, who was hiding in the distance, trembled involuntarily, a sheepish expression forming on her face. She had just heard Mr. Ron say he was going to treat Rayleigh and was not too keen on going. But if she refused, would Mr. Ron be angry? With this thought, Shaki fell into a dilemma. Rayleigh, watching from afar, saw the conflicted look on Shaki's face and couldn't help but sigh. Only Mr. Ron could do this. Even a woman as lawless and extortionate as Shaki was utterly subdued. In the end, Shaki declined, and only Rayleigh boarded the ship. Yet as he stepped aboard, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. What could it be? At that moment, under the pitch-black night sky, Luffy was sprinting across an island in the calm belt, chased by dozens of colossal beasts rivaling sea kings. I'll help. Rayleigh-san. A few minutes later, aboard Ron's ship. Newgate-san, you're alive. Rayleigh stepped into the cabin, and gazing at the towering figure before him, a flicker of awe and disbelief crossed his eyes. Given the situation at Marineford back, then how could it be? Besides, he had seen the recordings afterward. Rayleigh was certain Whitebeard was dead. What was going on now? Could it be resurrected? At the very thought, Rayleigh's heart felt like it had been struck by a cannonball, stirring up a monstrous wave. Grrr, Rayleigh, you've been lured over by Ron too, huh? This is great. With you all here, my days won't be so lonely anymore. Whitebeard laughed heartily, offering no explanation whatsoever. It was a rare sight to see the Pluto Rayleigh so taken aback. But Ron, overhearing this, was a bit displeased. He grumbled. Hey, Newgate, what do you mean lured? That's not lured. That's called great minds think alike, got it? Amid their banter, Rayleigh gradually pulled himself together. He turned to Ron with a solemn gaze. Mr. Ron, it was you, wasn't it? If there's a miracle in this world, you are that miracle. Noting the serious look on Rayleigh's face, Ron scratched his head in mild frustration. Rayleigh, the reason Newgate here could come back is that he hadn't been dead long. But Roger, I'm afraid, won't be so lucky. By now his body is probably nothing but ashes, just a few dry bones left. Not possible. A deep sense of disappointment flickered in Rayleigh's eyes. If even Mr. Ron says it's impossible, then it truly must be impossible. For a moment, the air in the cabin grew heavy. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Whitebeard couldn't help but speak up. Dr. Ron, why don't you figure something out? I believe you can do it. Though he often bickered with Ron, even he had to admit that when it came to medical skills, Ron was a man at the pinnacle of the world. If he could even achieve resurrection, what was a little more time? It's just that the body had turned to ashes. Even Whitebeard began to doubt as he thought it over. Can ashes truly be brought back? Probably right. After all, it's Ron. Worst case, he could just mold a new one. Hey, you damn Newgate, don't go making promises. Ron said with a look of annoyance. Do you think resurrecting someone is that simple? Is it not? Whitebeard retorted. Well, Ron was momentarily at a loss for words, then he scratched his head in agitation. It's not entirely hopeless. We could just fashion a new body. The only issue now is Captain Roger's soul. If we can find it, it shouldn't be a problem. As soon as he said this, a look of obvious joy spread across Rayleigh's face. Really, Mr. Ron? I said there's a chance, but only if you can find Roger's soul. Ron was careful not to make any guarantees. No problem, as long as there's a chance. Rayleigh said, not bothered in the least. Beside them, Whitebeard watched the scene, a hint of complexity in his gaze. What deep feelings, the ache of parting. Having been through death once himself, he naturally understood the emotions Rayleigh was experiencing and why the mighty Pluto Rayleigh was so moved by Ron's few words. Just like when he was dying at Marineford, what he couldn't bear to leave behind were the kids on his ship. Ron's existence was akin to a second father. A second father. These words seemed to trigger something in Whitebeard. He involuntarily perked up, focusing his attention on Ron. Dr. Ron seems to be in a good mood today. Should I bring up the matter of him being my second papa? The next day, amidst a clamor, Luo opened his eyes, suppressing the drowsiness in his mind, and pushed open the cabin door. What's all the noise? What's going on? He said somewhat irritably. No one would feel good being woken up early in the morning, especially since he had been dragged into drinking until late last night by that bastard Whitebeard. As his voice rang out, the deck instantly fell silent. How shameful. How could you just wake up now? It's nothing. That guy Rayleigh just remembered that he left that kid Luffy on an uninhabited island and forgot to take care of him. He wants to go back first. Whitebeard said loudly. Get lost. Who the hell said a man must drink alcohol? Can't I like the sweet sugary happiness drink? Facing Whitebeard's daily mockery, Luo immediately countered with a stale meme from his past life. But then a sea breeze swept over and his mind instantly cleared. Luffy, Rayleigh, you want to go back? He looked subconsciously at Rayleigh beside him. Sorry. Rayleigh said somewhat apologetically. I left in such a hurry yesterday. I forgot about a little kid I was teaching before. He was left on an island in the calm belt. Luffy is the younger brother of Fire Fist Ace, who was the commander of the 3rd Division on Newgate's ship. It was also because there were too many things happening yesterday, coupled with Whitebeard's boastful talk and the shocking news of Roger's resurrection hitting him one after another, that he completely forgot what he had originally remembered. So I thought it was something serious. Young people have to face reality sooner or later. At worst, just notify the people of Josher Island. I remember you have an old flame there. Luo said with a dismissive look, thinking it was no big deal. Just this. Hearing this, Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, and finally, under Luo's gaze, he couldn't help but nod, compromising. All right, I'll notify the people of Josha Island right away. After saying that, Rayleigh took out a den mushy from his pocket and walked into the cabin, coming out only after a few minutes. Perfect timing, Rayleigh, come over. Let me treat your wounds first. Luo, in seeing Rayleigh looking relaxed, quickly called out. Because of Rayleigh's arrival yesterday, he was again dragged by Whitebeard for a round of drinks, and the matter of treating Rayleigh was postponed until today, when he remembered. Without restraint, Newgate was practically a spirit of alcohol. He strongly suspected that there was not a drop of blood in the other's body now, only alcohol. Ha, good. Then I'll trouble you, Dr. Luo. Rayleigh came forward, sat down on the deck, and unwrapped the bandages around his hands. Slight burns on the right arm and a hairline fracture in the ulna of the left forearm. Nothing too troublesome. With just a glance, Luo immediately understood Rayleigh's current condition. After stating the specifics, he began the treatment. Casually mobilizing the vitality within the other's body, he reinforced the fractured area, and without any further procedure the treatment was complete. As for the slight burn on the right arm, Luo selectively ignored it. Just a little burn. How could a man be afraid of pain? Alright, just avoid strenuous activity for the next few days. Luo stopped saying irresponsibly. Just then a familiar system notification sound suddenly rang in Luo's mind. Ding detected that the host has successfully treated a patient. Medical evaluation, ordinary. Now activating special skill rebate. Randomly extracting one ability from the patient. Random extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the armament hockey ability from the patient. Note, due to the low evaluation of the host, the current ability is only 1/4 of the original patient's. Just an ordinary treatment can also grant an ability. Luo couldn't help but be stunned. Then when he heard the system prompt that it was only 1/4 of the ability, a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. So that's how it is. The degree of ability gained is based on the system evaluation. But he didn't know how this evaluation standard was calculated. Was it based on the difficulty of the treatment? Or the treatment method? Or a combination of both? With such thoughts, a special energy suddenly appeared out of thin air within Luo's body, instantly startling him awake. It was precisely the armament hockey he had obtained from Rayleigh's rebate. Luo could clearly feel that energy penetrating every cell in his body, then merging with his existing armament hockey. In an instant, he felt that the armament hockey within him seemed to reach a certain threshold, and then, with a soft poof, he broke through. A sense of effortless control surged into his heart, as if he could freely manipulate the armament hockey in any part of his body, easily concentrate it all on a single point, and strike it into the interior of any object in a special way. Flowing Sakura mastered. Sensing the change within him, a flash of joy appeared in Luo's eyes. Generally speaking, armament hockey itself has no hierarchy, only the techniques for using it do. Flowing Sakura is the advanced technique of armament hockey. It allows one to strike armament hockey into the enemy's body through a special method, causing more severe injuries. Even so, if the armament hockey hasn't reached a certain level, one naturally cannot use the corresponding advanced technique. It must be known that even Luo before had only a preliminary grasp, far from proficient use, let alone the flowing Sakura that concentrates all armament hockey into a single point. It was like cheating, wasn't it? Involuntarily, Luo's expression grew heated, and he stared fixedly at Whitebeard beside him, looking as if he was about to drool. He was thinking, if just Rayleigh alone could contribute such powerful armament hockey to him, what if he added Whitebeard? Just as Luo began to daydream, Whitebeard, who was sitting on the deck drinking, suddenly paused, his expression clearly sensing a wave of malice enveloping him. He instinctively looked up, and their eyes met in the air. Hey Luo, what kind of look is that? Whitebeard suddenly felt something was wrong, even throwing aside the wine barrel in his hand. Bang! The barrel crashed onto the deck, spilling the fragrant liquor. The sudden movement immediately snapped Luo back to reality. He blinked and said with a calm expression, "What look? Newgate don't purposely cause trouble." These words were neither confident nor forceful, leaving Whitebeard speechless as he watched. Luo, having been caught red-handed by Whitebeard, couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. It seemed Newgate was out of the question. He would have to study others when the opportunity arose. Besides that bastard Newgate, weren't there still 3 other emperors of the sea? It was precisely because of this idea that later those strong individuals who wanted to join Luo involuntarily suffered greatly, and thus Luo earned the title of Quack Doctor. The sea remained eternally unchanged. After leaving the Sabedi archipelago, the crew finally found a moment of leisure once more. On the deck, Rayleigh observed the demeanor of Ron and Whitebeard, finding it hard to believe that these were the same men preparing to overthrow the world. Ron sprawled himself onto a deck chair like a corpse, while beside him Whitebeard reclined on an even larger chair, a cask of liquor never far from his hand. Gurara, Dr. Ron, you certainly know how to enjoy life. I never imagined sunbathing could be so comfortable. You ignorant drunkard, what do you know? If only we had a few gentle elder sisters to give us a full-body SPA right now, that would be the real deal. Spa. What is that? Oh, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Let me explain. As Ron and Whitebeard's conversation grew increasingly absurd, Rayleigh's forehead creased with several dark lines. Finally, unable to hold back, he spoke up. Mr. Ron, what should we do next? Shall we recruit more powerful pirates? Hearing Rayleigh's inquiry, Ron immediately paused his banter with Whitebeard. After a moment of contemplation, he began to outline his plan. That's not wrong. To accomplish our goal, we must overcome not only the Marines, but also those lurking in the new world. But before that, we should wait first. Wait first. On the deck, Whitebeard and Rayleigh exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom what Ron was waiting for. Mr. Ron, what are you waiting for? Do you have other reserves besides us? Rayleigh couldn't help but ask. In the old era, the only major crews were those of Rox and Roger. In other words, he and Whitebeard already represented the old age. He couldn't think of anyone else worth Ron's anticipation. It was a rather bitter thought, but there was no helping it. Who would have imagined that not only Rox, but even Roger himself had fallen into Ron's calculations? Otherwise, Roger would never have uttered those words at Laughtail. Don't be impatient. Noticing the curiosity in their eyes, Ron first offered a word of reassurance, then calculated inwardly. If I'm not mistaken, it should be about time now. Hearing this, Rayleigh and Whitebeard grew even more perplexed. Brew, 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 brew. At that moment, a clamorous ringing from a din, din, mushy suddenly broke the silence. Whitebeard and Rayleigh turned to see that a din, din, mushy had been placed beside Ron's deck chair. It's here. Under their bewildered gazes, Ron smiled faintly and pressed the answer button. The next second, a familiar, urgent voice came through the receiver. Mr. Ron, we found it. We found the bloodline factor technology. And as you instructed, we had the King of Germa cultivate a clone of Ace on the spot. It should be ready for use in about 3 months. Marco's excited voice crackled through the phone. Marco, bloodline factor technology. Listening to the cryptic words over the phone, Rayleigh and Whitebeard felt baffled. Little wonder. The Germa kingdom belonged to the realm of science. While they were warriors, the two simply operated on different frequencies. Hey, is Dad there too? Let me tell you great news. Ace can be resurrected soon. Following Mr. Ron's instructions, we really found a way to create a body for Ace. On the other end, Marco could hardly wait to share the good news, especially after hearing his father's voice. Resurrection. Whitebeard didn't understand bloodline factor, but when he heard that Ace could be brought back to life, he finally realized why Ron had sent Marco and the others away. Whitebeard looked up and gave Ron a deep, meaningful glance, but said no words of gratitude. Ron simply smiled in return. He knew that the bond between them could not be erased by a mere trivial thank you. Beside them, Rayleigh was equally stirred. Though he didn't understand how it was done, if a method to create Ace's body existed, could his own captain also hope for resurrection? The atmosphere on the scene turned jubilant thanks to Marco's call. Alright, I understand. Since you found it, come back. Your father has been missing you, Ron said with a smile before hanging up. Then he turned and watched the two men, usually so stoic, break into expressions of joy. Ron couldn't resist dousing their excitement with cold water. Don't celebrate too soon. Ace's resurrection is still far from certain. At these words, Whitebeard froze. A flicker of tension also passed through Rayleigh's eyes. Newgate, have you forgotten the price you paid for your own resurrection? Ron asked. Price? A flash of understanding crossed Whitebeard's eyes. Yes, vitality. Vitality. Rayleigh echoed, a strange expression on his face. What kind of concept was that? It sounded rather sinister. Exactly. Have you figured out where to obtain so much vitality? Ron countered, his face taking on a meaningful look. Remember, your sons have already had their lifespan drained once. As his words fell, Ron clearly saw the old friend's face turn ashen. After all, depriving others of their lifespan was an act of utter cruelty. Apart from those who experimented on human bodies, few in this world could face the moral weight of such a choice. In an instant, the atmosphere turned icy. Sharp, killing intent leaked from Whitebeard's body. Even a few strands of it weighed heavily on the ship, nearly unbearable. Crack, crack. Clear fissures spread across the deck beneath Whitebeard's feet. Agony and struggle flickered in his eyes. He was caught in an endless dilemma. On one side stood the lives of others, on the other the resurrection of his own son. Such a choice might be painful, but for a father. Dr. Ron, Newgate, have you made up your mind? Whitebeard was about to speak when Ron suddenly shouted. Startled, the old man looked at Ron with a confused, pained gaze. What kind of eyes were those? In the dark pupils lay determination, persistence, and earnestness. In that instant, Whitebeard suddenly calmed down. He seemed to understand something, and his demeanor became dejected. The once mightiest man on the seas now stood before Ron like a feeble old man on the verge of his final days. It was hard to imagine what life had done to this old man. The air suddenly began to feel heavy at some unknown moment. Even the surrounding sea breeze started to stagnate. Rayleigh, as an observer, was stirred by a tumultuous wave in his heart. Lifespan. Deprivation of vitality. These bloody terms forced him to think of the cost behind resurrection. Although he was not present at the scene, it was not difficult to understand from the fragments of their conversation that at that time, resurrecting just Whitebeard alone had cost the entire crew a portion of their lifespan. What an enormous number. How many people were under Whitebeard's command? From the Battle of Marineford, one could already get a glimpse. To be able to contend with the Navy on equal footing at Marineford, which was garrisoned with 100 elite Marines, was not solely the merit of a few division commanders or Whitebeard alone, but also those countless nameless bottom-tier crew members. If calculated based on 2 years of lifespan per person, it would amount to thousands of years of lifespan. Thinking of this, Rayleigh's heart turned ice cold. Suddenly, a sigh from Ron echoed on the deck. Newgate, you cherish your family the most. I think you should understand the principle being born human as a son, as a father. The most important thing to uphold is the bottom line of being human. If you had really said those words just now, then what is the meaning of all my preparations? Even the celestial dragons do not have the power to deprive others of their lives. Are you going to be the first? Ron's words. Each sentence was like a sharp knife stabbing deep into Whitebeard's heart, causing his face to grow increasingly pale. Whitebeard's gaze toward Ron gradually shifted from desolation to guilt. Noticing the change in the former's eyes, Ron felt a wave of relief. Damn it, I finally managed to fool you, old bastard. It wasn't that he had nothing better to do. Living in this era, his heart had long grown cold. There were plenty of wicked, evil-doing scoundrels on the sea. He could easily capture a few, or dozens, or... It didn't matter anyway, they were better off dead. But this precedent couldn't be set. The ability was good, but the workload was too heavy. Didn't you see that two were already pre-booked? Resurrect one today, resurrect another tomorrow, what would he become? I'm not a saint. Seeing that the moment was about right, Ron thought for a while, and decided to speak up, otherwise this guy Newgate would be so guilt-ridden that he might jump into the sea and commit suicide. Well, actually it's not without a solution. He pondered for a moment, and said, Huh. In that instant Whitebeard and Rayleigh seemed to see the dawn of hope, their eyes shining as they looked at Ron, eagerly awaiting his next answer. Impel down. Ron's answer was only 3 words. Right? Isn't impel down an existing warehouse for storing vitality? Whitebeard and Rayleigh couldn't help applauding. Over the years the Navy hadn't done much proper work, but at least the prison of Impel Down was well maintained. Inside were all heinous criminals except for a few innocent ones who were wrongly accused, so there was no need to worry about harming the innocent. For these people neither Whitebeard nor Rayleigh had any qualms about conscience. Suddenly the atmosphere on the ship became much better, but breaking into Impel Down at this time might affect our next actions. Rayleigh couldn't help worrying. If it were in the past when he was alone, he would have stormed a place like Impel Down without hesitation. What could the Navy do to him? But now it was different. Unusually, Whitebeard didn't speak this time, but looked at Ron. From the faint hint of hope inadvertently revealed in the other's eyes, the Murakamajori in his hand was already eager to taste blood. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Outside Marineford, a familiar ship appeared here again. Unlike last time, the place had become much quieter. After the Great War, the Navy headquarters had been relocated. Only a dilapidated shell and a few guards remained to continue repairing the remaining buildings. How nostalgic. From the end of that Great War until now, I still find it hard to accept being killed by a few brats. Whitebeard stood at the bow, letting out a sigh. Staring at the familiar scene in the distance, fragments of the past kept surfacing in his mind. If not for Ron's intervention, he would probably have ended up like Roger, with his crew dead or scattered. You're just being stubborn. If I had treated you back, then you wouldn't have been ambushed by that treacherous little brat later. That scene was really disgraceful. Ron clicked his tongue. As his words fell, Whitebeard was momentarily speechless, then looked at Ron with a dangerous expression. Dr. Ron, hasn't anyone told you that your mouth is very foul? Many. Ron nodded, affirmatively, paused, and then added, It's just that they are all dead now. As the two were talking, a blue figure streaked across the sky. As soon as it landed, it excitedly shouted at Ron and the others. Dad, Mr. Ron, I'm here. It was Marco. The blue flames dissipated instantly, revealing himself and the figure he was holding in his arms to everyone's eyes. Marco, you're here. Whitebeard calmly greeted Marco, but when he caught sight of the familiar figure in his arms, he couldn't help letting out a hearty laugh. Gurara, Mr. Ron, I entrust all my sons to you. Rayleigh, standing by, couldn't help showing a hint of admiration. Even though he had heard of it before, after seeing the real thing, he found it hard to believe that just a few strands of hair or drops of blood from the original could create 2 identical people. Calling it a miracle wouldn't be an exaggeration. Not bad. It seems Marco didn't hold back. The king of Germa is very obedient. Ace's current body can last 2 years. With my modifications, it can last 20 years. As for what to do later, we'll see then. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ron stepped forward. After a careful inspection, he found that the clone of Ace before him had no abnormalities, and he nodded in satisfaction. Hearing such a positive answer, Marco's raised heart finally relaxed. He kept jumping and cheering. Great, Ace can be saved, great. He had waited for a full 3 months. For these 3 months, he had watched his brother gradually grow from a baby, day and night, taking care of him like a loving mother. Now seeing the seedling he had painstakingly nurtured finally bearing fruit, the excitement was indescribable to ordinary people. After a bout of excitement, Marco finally calmed down and began to ask about the specifics of attacking Impel Down. Dr. Ron, when are we going to attack the Gate of Justice? Is there any plan that requires my brothers to prepare in advance? To this, Ron's answer was simple. No, just open the Gate of Justice, then enter Impel Down. What a... Marco was dumbfounded. The Gate of Justice. Its height was immeasurable, built with the Navy's full resources, made of special alloy materials and interwoven with the world's most durable material, sea stone. It could withstand the most powerful attacks in the world. Quite a spectacle, isn't it? Wouldn't it be a pity to destroy it? Gazing at the Gate of Justice ahead, Luo In stood on a small boat that seemed insignificant compared to the gate, sighing in admiration. Then he turned to Whitebeard beside him and said, "Newgate, it's your turn now." Whitebeard, filled with heroic spirit, laughed. "Gurara, watch me shatter it with one punch." With Ace's revival within reach as his father, he couldn't afford to fail now. He flexed his right arm, and everyone could clearly see his muscles bulge instantly, with blue veins emerging beneath his skin like small dragons. Such a display made Luo click his tongue in amazement. It inexplicably reminded him of the legendary divine art from his past life, the Chilan arm. Then Whitebeard threw his punch. A dull cracking sound echoed. Where the fist struck, large cracks suddenly appeared in space, spreading wildly at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, they covered an area of several hundred meters. Such a sight had never been seen, even in the Battle of Marineford. Has he already been able to use his full strength? Beside him, Laylee noticed the sheer power of Whitebeard's punch, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But then he remembered that even resurrection was possible. A mere hidden injury was nothing for Mr. Luo. While Laylee was pondering, an even greater disturbance came from the Gate of Justice in the distance. Boom. The Gate of Justice, which had always stood there undisturbed, now seemed to be struck by a meteor, producing a tremendous roar. A powerful shockwave shot into the sky, overturning the clouds. At that moment, the Gate of Justice finally revealed its true appearance to the world. Under the extreme attack, a terrifying and clear fist imprint was left on it, reaching 100 meters in height. Everyone could see that at some point the Gate of Justice had been blasted open, a crack. Even just a crack, it was at least 100 meters wide, enough for their insignificant little boat to pass through freely. At this thought, everyone on the ship cheered. "Great, Dad. We can go in right away," Ma Erika said excitedly. Xiaozi smiled innocently and said, "Finally, we can save AIC." In such a moment, an untimely and irritating voice suddenly rang out. "Hey Newgate, aren't you bragging? Didn't you say you'd shatter it with one punch? That was a bit weak." As soon as the voice spoke, it drew angry glares from everyone. Who was it? Who dared insult the old man? But when they turned around and saw it was their respectable and beloved Dr. Luo, they immediately became well-behaved. "Oh, Dr. Luo, then it's fine." Ignoring the chaotic thoughts in their minds, Luo looked at the still-standing Gate of Justice ahead, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. It truly lived up to its reputation as the Gate of Justice, built with the Navy's entire resources. Even someone like Newgate couldn't break it. However, this is not the result I want. Luo muttered to himself, then turned to Whitebeard with a dangerous smile. "How about it, Newgate? Want to join forces and shatter it, overturning this era starting from here?" "Starting from here? Gurara, good. Let me also become the starting point of overturning this era." Whitebeard laughed heartily. Hearing their reckless remarks, Ma Erika was utterly shocked. Were big shots always this willful? Did they have to shatter it? Couldn't they first ask the Gate of Justice for its opinion? "Mr. Luo, aren't we wasting too much time? The Navy admirals might be here soon," Ma Erika urged hastily. "Don't worry, it won't take much time, right, Newgate?" Luo said with a smile. "Gurara, of course." Whitebeard agreed. If the two of them joined forces and couldn't even push open a single gate, that would be too embarrassing. "Mr. Laylee, please talk some sense into them." Seeing that he couldn't persuade them, Ma Erika turned to Laylee for help. Laylee's response was simple. "Ma Erika, relax. Listen to Mr. Luo and your father's arrangements. After all, compared to the trivial matter of reviving AI, they are considering much more." Hearing even Mr. Laylee say this, Ma Erika could only stand aside, obediently helpless. Seeing Ma Erika like this, Laylee couldn't help shaking his head. After all, he had been too well taken care of by Newgate. The child was too immature. If it were only to revive AIC, it wouldn't be worth mobilizing old-timers like them. Just how powerful could the combined forces of the two strongest destructive devil fruit users in this world be? No one knew. But what happened next was enough to completely overturn everyone's perception. Boom, boom. With an extreme roar, Luo and Whitebeard struck out together. At the very beginning, the sea instantly overturned, raising waves thousands of zhong high. Following that, it was clearly visible as if a divine hand had lightly cut across the sea before them. The sea surface instantly split, forming a safe passage between them and the Gate of Justice. The riverbed was exposed, and even the dark, foul-smelling mud below could be faintly seen, along with fish and shrimp that had no time to escape. With the double quake fruit abilities stacked together, fine cracks spread over several kilometers around. Looking around, the air was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. Under such a fierce attack, the Gate of Justice collapsed at the first touch like a piece of paper. It was directly sent flying without a moment's pause, soaring into the sky until it vanished. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Even a man like Laylee, who had traveled the world with Roger, wore a shocked expression in the face of such an unprecedented scene. Seawater dripped onto them like raindrops, yet no one noticed. The air seemed frozen at that moment. "What are you all standing there for? It's time to set sail. Don't forget there's another Gate of Justice waiting for us at Impel Down." At that moment, Luo's voice timely rang out, breaking everyone's illusions and waking them up. A few minutes after Luo and the others passed through the Gate of Justice, a call was placed from the Marine headquarters in the New World to Impel Down. Instantly, the world's largest prison erupted into chaos. "What? The gate of justice has been breached. Luo, suspected of wielding the powers of the Gura Gura no Mi, is heading toward Impel Down. Inside the warden's office, the freshly appointed Hannibal, upon hearing the news, literally jumped out of his seat, still warm from his new position as director. Hold on a little longer, Marine reinforcements are on their way. On the other end of the line, Vice Admiral Tsuru hung up immediately after speaking. Clearly Luo's sudden move had caught her off guard as well, and she was busy coordinating the response. Wait, how much longer until the Marine reinforcements arrive? Hannibal wanted to press for details, but the Din Mushi on the other end gave him no opportunity. It's over. I just took office. Hannibal stared blankly at the silent Din Mushi, tears welling in his eyes. At this moment, he had no idea that a far greater catastrophe awaited Impel Down. The Calm Belt. Due to its unique geography, not a single breath of sea wind ever stirred these waters. But on this day, the combined assault of Whitebeard and Luo shattered this eternal stillness with a colossal tsunami. Rumble. The towering waves raised by churning seawater blotted out the sky. Accompanied by thunderous roars, millions of tons of seawater surged into the Calm Belt, rushing toward Impel Down. The spectacle was immense, the sound of the waves echoing across the entire sea. Behind the tsunami, a small boat drifted leisurely, carrying Luo and his companions. Gulp. Marco swallowed hard at the terrifying sight. Mr. Luo, isn't this a bit too much? Won't this affect Impel Down? I suppose not. Luo replied uncertainly. He was a doctor, not an engineer. How would he know such things? Hearing Luo's irresponsible remark, Marco's eye twitched. For a moment, an awkward silence fell over the deck. Everyone watched in silence as the tsunami's impact unfolded in the distance. Gradually, time ticked by second after second. After an indeterminate amount of time, the crowd saw through the retreating waves the familiar Gate of Justice standing before Impel Down. The Gate of Justice. We've arrived, father. Marco exclaimed excitedly. A gentle smile spread across Whitebeard's weathered face. He would soon be able to speak with Ace. How anticipation filled his heart. But the very next moment. Boom. The tsunami crashed down. Before the sheer force of nature, the Gate of Justice proved pathetically fragile. A single impact rendered the mighty fortress useless. Seawater, still surging with residual power, swept through the broken gates, tore across Impel Down, and rushed into the deeper sea, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. While what? On deck, everyone's expressions froze. Staring at the empty sea where floating debris of Impel Down drifted, they were utterly dumbfounded. It's over. Not only has the Gate of Justice been blown away, but now Impel Down itself is gone. How are they supposed to rescue anyone now? In the distance, Luo also paused, genuinely surprised by this unforeseen outcome. But then, as if sensing something, his expression returned to calm. Meanwhile, Marco leaned over the bow, gazing blankly at the sea. Seeing this, Rayleigh sighed inwardly and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. Don't worry. Only the upper level was destroyed. The lower levels are fine. Hearing this, Marco's eyes lit up. After a moment of observation hockey scanning, he exclaimed excitedly, it's true. Nothing was destroyed below. Ace can be saved. We'll finally get to see Ace. Joza chimed in, a radiant smile breaking across his dark face. Witnessing this scene, Rayleigh felt utterly exhausted. How many days had it been? Why did he constantly feel like a babysitter to these kids when he should be serving as the steward for Whitebeard and their generation? Rayleigh, we should figure out how to get into Impel Down first. Luo's voice came from nearby, nearly causing Rayleigh to lose his composure entirely. Good heavens. After comforting the juniors, now handling the seniors. Shouldn't this be the captain's responsibility? If he had shown even a fraction of restraint, this old man wouldn't have to personally step up and sort everything out. There are several warships over there that weren't completely destroyed. They could serve as a bridge for us to enter Impel Down. Rayleigh said, his expression grim. Hearing this, Luo's eyes brightened. He clapped his hands. Great idea. You're full of ingenuity, Rayleigh. Oh, nothing special. Rayleigh replied, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. In that case, we'll leave it to you, Rayleigh. Huh. At the same time, the interior of Tujincheng was a scene of bustling chaos. The sudden calamity had left Han Niba, the new director, running around in a frantic whirl. Chief Jailer Xiao Sudi, you shall lead the guards to transfer the prisoners to the lower levels. Yes. And Chief Guard Domino, immediately organize all personnel to repair the cracked walls. Understood, Director. Moreover, my Jaluan, it is suspected that the top-tier wanted criminal Luo will invade Tujincheng. You must come with me to intercept him. We cannot allow him to breach the prison. Within the 4th underground level Zhuor-Hell. Han Niba issued a series of emergency directives. Beside him stood the former director Mai Jaluan, whose expression instantly hardened upon hearing that Luo might invade. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and strode toward the 1st underground level. Luo. Others might not know, but as the former foremost figure of Tujincheng, how could he be unaware? That man was the only criminal even the 6th underground level Wuxian Hell dared not imprison. Troubled times. Hopefully Han Niba can hold on. As he departed, Mai Jaluan glanced back at Han Niba, who remained busy on the spot, then stepped into the ascending elevator, his eyes filled with immense gravity. Boom. At that very moment, a violent roar suddenly erupted, causing the entire Tujincheng to tremble madly once more. The guards stationed there instantly panicked. What now? Could it be that the Sea Kings have caught the scent of humans and started ramming Tujin Chung? Damn it, who knows? The guards repairing the cracked walls instinctively paused their work, looking bewildered and terrified. Don't panic. Rest assured, with directors Han Niba and Mai Zhiluan here, the prison will be safe. At that moment, the voice of Chief Guard Domino, who was manning the monitoring room, rang out through the intercom. The mere mention of Mai Zhiluan seemed to plant a pillar of faith in everyone's hearts, and their minds immediately steadied. Seeing the calm on the monitors, Domino's beautiful face flickered with a trace of worry. Her gaze lingered on a monitor in the corner, the first above-ground level closest to the sea surface. If it were merely a Sea King invasion, things would be simple. After all, Director Mai Zhiluan and his team could easily handle it. But the current problem was far graver. The most wanted criminal Luo N. Just the very name sent chills down one's spine. What's more, she had just learned from Director Han Niba that the man had broken through the defenses of the Justice Gate. At that moment, under Domino's watch, 2 marine warships suddenly pierced into the ceiling of the first underground level, allowing copious amounts of salty seawater to pour into the prison through the breach. I hope Vice Director Mai Zhiluan can successfully resolve this. Domino sighed inwardly, seeing the elevator carrying Mai Zhiluan had already reached the first underground level. But when she shifted her gaze to search for Director Han Niba, who had intended to fight alongside Mai Zhiluan, she was stunned to find that the dear Director Han Niba was still holed up in the director's office on the 4th underground level, having not yet left. The first underground level, only in hell. As the most devastated hell, all prisoners had been evacuated, leaving only a group of guards under Chief Guard Domino's coordination to repair the wall breaches. However, at this moment their faces were etched with stupor. Under their gaze, a young man leaped down from the marine warship embedded in the ceiling above. So this is the world's greatest prison. It looks rather shabby to me. The waterproofing is terrible and water is leaking everywhere. Luo En surveyed his surroundings and wore a look of disdain. Behind him followed Ma Erk, who was carrying the new body of AC and Bai Huzi. As the two appeared, the guards were horrified and the air instantly turned tense. Bai Huzi. Damn it, how is he still alive? And the 1st Division Commander Ma Erk, Luo En. It's over. Are these people going to destroy this place? The guards panicked, their bodies trembling as they stepped back. Compared to Luo En, the legendary figure Bai Huzi struck them with greater shock. What? Bai Huzi. At that moment, Domino in the monitoring room also saw the figure on the screen. Her heart jolted violently, and her hand unconsciously touched the broadcast button. In an instant, her voice echoed clearly through the intercom into all the prisons above the 6th level of Tujinsheng. The next second. What? Bai Huzi. As this voice reverberated through the 5 levels of the prison, Tujinsheng erupted into an uproar. Bai Huzi. The strongest man. Impossible, didn't he die? Why is he here? The prisoners went mad, instantly shouting, wildly shaking their cell doors, running in all directions, or screaming in frenzy. Among them, a group of prisoners being escorted by beast jailers scattered in an attempt to escape the level and flee Tujinsheng. Fortunately, Chief Jailer Xiao Sudi noticed in time and ordered the beast jailers to suppress them. Even a few prisoners who managed to slip away were caught and returned to the line. At the same time, the strongest man. Is Domino joking? Inside the elevator, Mai Zhiluan's heart thundered. He too had heard the broadcast from the intercom. But the next second, with a ding from the elevator, the door slid open. And then, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. In the center of the open space, in Honglian Hell, 3 figures stood prominently. The most conspicuous among them was the Bai Huzi that Domino had mentioned. Hiss! Mai Zhiluan gasped sharply, his mind going completely blank. At that moment, as if sensing something, Luo En slowly looked up, meeting Mai Zhiluan's gaze, and offered a gentle smile. Oh, someone's here. Neogate, this one is yours. Oh, someone's here. Neogate, this one's yours. The prison was deathly silent. In such a quiet environment, Ron's voice rang out with clarity. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and gestured to Marco, then walked past Magellan toward the elevator behind him, clearly intending to enter the deeper levels of Impel Down in that manner. Marco, come along. All right, Mr. Ron. Marco, carrying Ace, followed closely behind Ron. The two of them ignored Magellan and approached the elevator. Ding! A familiar elevator chime sounded and the door slid open, jolting Magellan out of his daze. He snapped his head up, veins bulging on his forehead. Gentlemen, don't forget, this is Magellan's territory. With a roar, crimson venom burst from Magellan's body, instantly forming a sea of poison that surged toward the backs of Ron and the others. At this moment, Magellan had no time to ponder the reason for Whitebeard's resurrection. His only goal was to prevent anyone from trespassing on this sacred ground. The viscous venom churned, countless bubbles forming and bursting, each releasing a cloud of toxic red mist into the air. Hey, prison brat, do you intend to stop Ron from saving my son? Suddenly, Whitebeard moved. To Magellan's shock, he appeared behind Ron and threw a punch. In the next instant, the wave of venom exploded and Magellan, as the primary target, was sent flying backwards, smashing through countless walls before crashing into one and slowly sliding down. A mouthful of blood spewed from Magellan's lips, sizzling as it hit the ground, accompanied by wisps of black smoke rising. So this is the strength of the strongest man on the seas. Truly formidable. Magellan struggled to his feet, then added, "But what intrigues me is why a man like you would willingly become another's subordinate." After the brief exchange, Magellan had completely abandoned the foolish notion of stopping Ron and his group. Against just Whitebeard alone, he was already overwhelmed. Trying to multitask now would be suicide. "I'll just have to hold off this guy as long as I can. The rest is up to you, Hannibal," Magellan thought to himself. If he could just delay until the Navy's reinforcements arrived, they would win. "Cunning brat, have you already resigned yourself to death? But this old man has no time to waste with you here. Ace is about to be revived." Whitebeard smiled, striding toward Magellan with heavy steps, a faint glimmer flickering on his fist. The heavy footsteps echoed through the prison floor. Around Whitebeard, the guards who beheld this legendary man felt utter despair. Why? Is a Yonko truly so powerful that even Director Magellan can't withstand a single blow? On the other side, Ron had no interest in the inevitable outcome of Whitebeard versus Magellan. After taking the elevator, he and Marco descended. Underground level 2, nothing. Underground level 3, nothing. Underground level 4. Found it. So this is where it is. Ron smirked, tilting his head slightly. The elevator doors opened right on cue, revealing countless cells, each packed with prisoners. It was clear now that all the vanished inmates from the upper levels had been transferred and confined here. So this is the origin of Impelled Down as the world's greatest prison, built to mimic hell itself. Quite unsettling. As Ron stepped out of the elevator, a wave of scorching heat hit him, so intense that he could feel his hair curling from the searing air. Walking through such a setting, it truly felt as if one had stepped into the underworld. The two made their way down a dim corridor flanked by rows of prison cells stretching all the way to the deepest reaches of the facility. After a while, Ron suddenly stopped. "Right here. Place Ace on the ground." Marco obeyed. After a quick survey, carefully laid Ace's body onto the scorching floor. Around them, prisoners noticed the newcomers and their strange actions. The sweltering heat had made these men restless, and curses began to fly from the cells. "Newbies in the prison. That guy on the ground is dead already, right? Let me out. How about it? I know of a devil fruit that can bring the dead back to life." One sharp-eyed prisoner spoke first. Upon hearing this, inmates from nearby cells rushed to the front, hurling obscenities and filth, mixing threats with temptations. "You lot open these damn cell doors right now, you hear? Looking for death? What you dawdling for? I'll kill you all when I get out. Want treasure? I'm a king, you know. Release me, and all my treasure is yours, he he he." The ignorant fear nothing. Human nature truly can't be overestimated. Ron remained composed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the filthy, disgusting scene around him. Then he stamped his foot on the ground, and an invisible aura burst forth, enveloping the entire blazing hell, then extending to the freezing hell, the newcomer paradise, and the infinite hell. Ron raised an eyebrow slightly. "So it's here, one of the Revolutionary Army's secret bases?" "What?" Marco hadn't caught that. "Nothing, just noticed something interesting." Ron smiled, then said, "All right, let's begin." As his words fell, a faint glow appeared in Ron's palm, and he gave a gentle, beckoning gesture. Then, the disgusting noises abruptly ceased. In an instant, Ron seemed to have become the true emissary of this hell on earth, with all the criminals at his mercy, life and death in his hands. The silence lasted less than half a second before being replaced by even louder wails. "It hurts. So painful, so painful. Damn it, what is this? Stop, do you hear me? Bastard, are you asking for death?" Milky white streams of light emerged from the criminal's chest, streaked through the air, and converged onto Ace's chest, merging deeper into his body. In the dim, despairing hell, the faintly glowing sign of life stood out clearly, brightening the entire dark environment and casting Ron's white doctor's coat in an even purer light. The resurrection ceremony had begun. The blazing hell, scorching heat continuously rose, mingling with the incessant screams of prisoners writhing on the ground, making the place increasingly resemble a living hell. The extraction of life force continued. As the orchestrator Luo En could clearly feel his own strength being drawn away bit by bit, and the familiar weakness once again surfaced in his heart. "Damn it, this kind of work really isn't meant for humans," Luo En complained helplessly. For individuals at their level, having too many devil fruit abilities served no purpose in enhancing their strength. Pit merely added another method to their arsenal. It could be said that this time Luo En was completely exploited by Whitebeard. "Mr. Luo En, can life force only be extracted from human bodies? What about other animals, such as sea kings?" At that moment, Marco, who had been staring at Ace's body, suddenly asked with curiosity. The process of extracting life force from criminals and injecting it into Ace's body inexplicably sparked a peculiar inspiration in him. If life force existed within humans, could it also exist in animals? If so, would switching to animals make things less troublesome? After all, the sea was never short of sea kings. The more Marco thought, the bolder he became. He could even envision a future where, in battles against the Marines with Mr. Luo En as their support, they would be virtually immortal. "Are you dreaming? I'm a doctor, not a veterinarian. Medicine demands precision. Can you guarantee that the life force of sea kings is identical to that of humans? What if something goes wrong and damages the soul?" Luo En shot the former a sidelong glance and said with irritation. He could see at a glance that this kid was daydreaming about unrealistic things. He had a cheat, not an invincible golden thigh. If he were truly unmatched in the world, what would he still be striving for? I'm exhausted to death, and you still can't give me a break. Don't bother me. I want to be alone. Luoan found a clean spot to sit down, completely ignoring Marco's awkward expression. For a moment the atmosphere became strangely tense. Time passed. Suddenly the faint sound of a heartbeat echoed in the space. Both of them, with their exceptional observation haki, immediately realized that Ace was about to wake up. Ace. Marco's eyes glimmered with evident excitement. It seems the time is about right. Luoan brushed off the non-existent dirt from his clothes, rose from the ground, and approached Ace to examine him. After confirming that it would take a few more minutes, he promptly stepped back and waited in silence. During the wait, a few thoughts gradually formed in his mind. Although Marco was not entirely reliable, the idea of extracting life force from Sea Kings did seem somewhat feasible. Even if that didn't work, if he could find a way to store life force, it would at least save him from such exhaustion. Then no matter who needed revival, he could simply dump them into a life force storage device, and he would only need to handle the most critical step of manipulating the soul. Should I try storing a batch first? If it works, it would save a lot of trouble, Luoan thought, subconsciously casting his attention on the surrounding prisoners. By now he was no longer content with merely reviving Ace. He had completely turned this place into a life force supply depot. As Luoan's gaze lingered on these prisoners, he gradually noticed something amiss about them. Wait, these people's souls. Something strange, he muttered with a frown. Within the domain of the Ope Ope no Mi's ability, Luoan could not only perceive their physical condition, but also see their soul states with complete clarity. Looking around, aside from the majority of souls that were normal transparent humanoid shapes, a much larger portion had bizarre forms. Some resembled pigs, horses, cattle, or sheep, while others varied in color and texture. Moreover, these souls were enveloped in a layer of something like a bluish mist. Could it be due to the devil fruits? Gradually Luoan felt as though he was uncovering the true secret of devil fruits. Quick everyone. The targets are the highest bounty criminal Luoan and the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Capture them. Just then the sound of heavy footsteps erupted from all around, abruptly snapping Luoan out of his contemplation. He slowly raised his head to see a large group of guards and jailer beasts appearing from the surroundings, surrounding them with weapons drawn. Aren't you afraid of death? You can't beat us anyway, so why act so passionate? Luoan said with a helpless expression. He had noticed these people lying in ambush nearby all along, but he had assumed they would have enough sense not to make a move. In the end, they couldn't hold back and stepped forward. As his words fell, the face of the prison director Hannibal instantly darkened. He wanted to retort, but couldn't find a suitable reason. Upon reflection, it actually made quite a bit of sense. We are here to uphold the justice of the world, he finally declared, using that phrase to brainwash himself. Feeling the gazes of his subordinates, his confidence wavered. A burst of laughter rang out in the scene just as Hannibal finished speaking. He looked up and saw it was Marco from the opposite side. His face grew even darker to the point where its color was no longer discernible. Sorry, Mr. Luoan, I couldn't help it. Noticing everyone staring at him, Marco suppressed his laughter and quickly apologized. He hadn't noticed before, but now that Mr. Luoan had pointed it out, it seemed that the Marines indeed often did such mindless things. Enough. If you have time to laugh here, why not help clean them up? Can't you see Ace is still in a critical state? Besides, have you forgotten how your own pirate crew fared at Marineford? Otherwise I wouldn't have to work so hard, Luoan said with a cold smile. A bucket of cold water poured over him instantly, sobering Marco. The smile on his face gradually froze. I understand, Mr. Luoan, Marco said with an awkward expression, stepping forward to deal with the guards. Before he could get far, Luoan's sigh came from behind. Forget it, let me handle it. The next moment, a red gleam flashed in the corner of Luoan's eye. An overwhelming, domineering wave of invisible force suddenly radiated from Luoan, surged into the crowd, and instantly enveloped the entire blazing hell. Time seemed to freeze. One by one the guards' minds suffered a heavy blow, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground one after another, completely unconscious like a row of toppling dominoes. In an instant the area was cleared, leaving only Hannibal standing alone, frozen in place. Haki, conquerors. His expression turned blank. Oh, much better. It's finally quiet. I should have done this earlier. Seeing the entire prison, including the prisoners, collapse instantly, Luoan felt immensely relieved. The prisoners' screams had been too grating, disturbing his peace of mind. With that, Luoan turned to check on Ace's condition. The time should be about right. Just then a slightly weak voice suddenly echoed in the hall, instantly catching Marco's attention. Where am I? Hell. Ace opened his eyes and said with a hint of confusion. Ace. In response, Marco's excited cry reverberated through the prison. Ace, Captain Mark, are you dead too? No, I'm not dead. Mr. Luoan revived you. What? Revived? Yes, and Pops was also revived by Mr. Luoan. By the way, Pops should be waiting for us up there. On the scene, upon learning that AC had regained consciousness, Mark rushed over immediately, even abandoning Hannibal, who was opposite him. The two brothers thus began reminiscing right there in the prison. Luoan stood by, his face twitching incessantly. Are these two brothers about to put on a grand reunion drama in front of me? Just as he was thinking this, a loud burst of laughter suddenly echoed through the prison, once more nearly spreading throughout the entire facility. Indeed, it was Whitebeard who had just dealt with Mazehalin descending from above. Gurura, AC. Pops. AC looked up at the sound, and immediately shed tears of emotion. Luoan rolled his eyes. Great, now we should call it a family reunion drama. Brothers meeting father and son reuniting, complete family harmony. This scene went on for an unknown duration. Luo, and having reached the point of unbearable patience, finally spoke up. Hey, you three, that's enough. Does the smell here really appeal to you? Earlier, when vitality was being extracted, those prisoners, unlike Mark and the others who were tough, had all lost control of their bladders and bowels, with urine and feces flowing freely. Coupled with the delay in this scorching heat, the stench was comparable to a forbidden weapon. It was remarkable that these three could maintain such a tender state under these conditions, truly a testament to their endurance. At Luoan's reminder, Whitebeard and the other two instantly snapped back to reality. Mark, who had a thinner skin, even blushed, which was rare for him. On the contrary, AC, just like Whitebeard, was shameless, looking at Luoan with a curious expression. Gururara, AC, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Luoan, your great benefactor who revived you. From now on you must respect Dr. Luoan just like you respect Pops. Oh, and I also gave Dr. Luoan. Before Whitebeard could finish, Luoan interrupted him directly. Alright, let's go. I don't have time to chat with you here. Luoan was filled with exasperation. He turned and walked away, knowing that if he let that bastard Newgate continue, nothing good would come of it. Perhaps Luoan's earlier words had taken effect, or the combined deterrence of him and Whitebeard was too overwhelming. As a result, they encountered no obstruction from Hannibal when they left. The three of them smoothly took the elevator out of the blazing hell, and following the same route, they had come successfully left Tujin prison. As soon as they appeared, they immediately drew the attention of Layli and the others waiting on the ship. Especially Chaozi, who upon seeing AC immediately threw himself at the former, shouting excitedly, AC. Haha, brother Chaozi. AC responded with equal enthusiasm. The two embraced each other, arms around shoulders, and followed Luoan and Whitebeard back onto the ship they had arrived on. Once Luoan was on board, Layli approached with a smile and greeted him, saying, Welcome back, Mr. Luoan. It seems everything went smoothly. Fairly smooth. Luoan nodded and responded with a smile. But then his expression paused, as if sensing something. He instinctively glanced toward the distant sea on the right, then revealed a faint, helpless smile. However, someone might not be too pleased to see us so successful. At these words, the joyful atmosphere on the deck instantly froze. Beside him, Whitebeard and Layli furrowed their brows slightly, as if probing something. It was well known that Luoan's observation haki was the most exceptional among them. If even Luoan said so, it meant their opponent had likely discovered something. Sure enough. Within a few minutes, under everyone's watch, several faint fleets appeared on the distant sea. As time passed, their forms gradually became clearer, and they could clearly see a large naval fleet heading toward them. It was the Navy. Upon realizing who was coming, Mark and AC's faces darkened. Especially AC, who, when he caught sight of the crimson figure on the opposing ships, bow erupted in orange flames that burst from his body. Memories flooded his mind as if they were from yesterday. How could he easily forget the enmity of life and death? Gururara, it seems we can't escape. Dr. Luo, and what should we do? Shall we cause a big ruckus? Having just regained the joy of his son's revival, he was already eager for a battle. The Navy is unusually fast this time. It seems they've come specifically to block us. Beside him, Layli for once did not suggest retreat. Behind his glasses, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Clearly, the appearance of the Navy had made these two old men eager to display their full strength. Sensing the surging battle intent from the two, Luo curled his lips slightly. He did not immediately propose an active fight, but instead said, Wait a moment, don't rush. As this was the first formal battle with the Navy, he was very curious to see the expressions on their faces when they saw Whitebeard, whom they had schemed so hard against, resurrected once more. He believed it would certainly be spectacular. At that moment, a mischievous thought arose in Luoan's heart. Ron's plan had fallen through. Boom, boom, boom. As they drew closer, the Marines launched their attack first. The once tranquil sea erupted into chaos, cannon fire roaring as countless dark projectiles arced through the sky, hurtling toward Ron and his crew. Guru Dr. Ron, I don't know what your plan was, but it's clearly failed. Whitebeard laughed heartily and swung his fist, shattering the surrounding air and creating a web of cracks. The bombs exploded midair, bursting into fiery, blazing flames. Ron's expression darkened, but he quickly broke into a wry smile. He had already driven them into the city and nearly torn them apart. The fact that the Marine admirals hadn't charged out immediately only proved they were fuming with suppressed rage. It was at that moment he saw a figure leap from a warship on the opposite side. The man paused midair, and a single cry echoed, Ice Age. The next instant, the sea surface froze solid, spreading like a parasitic curse across the waters. In the blink of an eye, it encased everything within sight, Ron's ship included, in an unbreakable sheet of ice. The warm weather plummeted in temperature in an instant. That same move again. How unimaginative. Whitebeard chuckled at his frozen vessel, utterly unconcerned. The kid still hadn't learned his lesson. As the words fell from his lips, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted above Ron and his companions. Kizaru's figure materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a rain of dense golden beams pelleting down like hail, clearly intent on sinking Ron's ship completely. The entire sky blazed with brilliance. At the side, Rayleigh seemed to have anticipated this. His entire body radiated armament haki, and with a single palm strike, the invisible coating solidified mid-air, colliding with Kizaru's attack in a thunderous clash. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted, instantly boiling the battlefield. Guru, Rayleigh, I'll leave this to you. This old man wants to have a word with some candlestick-seeking brat. Whitebeard laughed uproariously, gripping his Nodachi as he leaped from the ship. Treading across the ice, he headed toward the enemy. He had already spotted Akainu descending from the vessel. As the man who killed his son, he could not simply ignore the presence of his enemy. Hey, Newgate, you damn old fool. These seniors really are willful. Ron watched Whitebeard depart, without looking back, pressing a hand to his forehead in exasperation. Those two were having the time of their lives. But what about him? No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't possibly face two of the Marines' top combatants at once. As Ron watched, Akiji, the man who had just frozen the sea, was heading straight for him. Accompanying him was none other than Sengoku, that old bastard. Sending 4 top-tier combatants at once. These guys really do think highly of me. Ron felt like crying. The reason he had been able to hold his own against Whitebeard was entirely because neither side had fought at full power, combined with his observation haki being just a touch superior. Besides, even Newgate couldn't simply ignore the presence of those two opponents. Ron had no idea. It was precisely because of his reckless assault on Impel Down that the entire Marine High Command had been alerted. They had once again felt a profound threat. Even someone as dead as Whitebeard had managed to appear. If left unchecked, the calamity of rocks could very well repeat itself upon the seas. For this reason, the Marines had accelerated the selection of a new fleet admiral. The reason Sengoku was leading this time was entirely because they were using this great battle as the criteria for choosing the next Marine fleet admiral. On one hand, to capture Ron. On the other, to determine the new fleet admiral. Of course, whether there were any hidden arrangements behind this, no one knew. Similarly, Ron no longer had time to dwell on such matters. Akiji and Sengoku were already closing in. I suppose I'll have to make my move after all. Can't we all just get along peacefully? Ron sighed, then launched himself forward, initiating the attack first. Boom. Ron suddenly halted, a look of surprise crossing his face. Both Rayleigh and Whitebeard, engaged in battle with the Marines, shared his confusion. Instinctively, everyone ceased their attacks. The explosion hadn't come from their battlefield. The sound rather seemed to originate from the opposite direction, from Marineford itself. As if sensing something, a thoughtful expression crossed Ron's face. He turned his head toward the enemy, and said with a playful tone, "Looks like the Marines are in quite the trouble today, Sengoku. Your old friend has arrived." At this moment, Sengoku and Akiji's expressions turned extremely grim. Damn it, how could this happen? They hardly needed their observation haki now. They could faintly see a massive cluster of buildings floating in the distant sky. The roaring sound had come from above. Judging by the target of the attack, there was no need to guess. It was undoubtedly the former Marine headquarters at Marineford. The former Marine headquarters. The recently repaired Marineford was suddenly visited by a very special guest today. Marineford, I'm back, hahaha. A vast shadow fell, obscuring the light of the island. A piercing laugh rained down from the sky, startling the Marines stationed there. Everyone looked up, their expressions instantly turning to panic. In the sky, a colossal floating ship had appeared without warning. Standing at its bow was a strangely shaped figure. A ship's helm served as his head, and where his legs should have been, 2 legendary swords replaced them. Before the island's defenders could react, a sharp snap echoed. With a single smack, the islands surrounding the floating ship were torn loose, crashing into Marineford with tremendous force. The revitalized Marine base was once again reduced to ruins. Countless ferocious beasts burst from the islands, chasing down the panicked civilians as chaos engulfed the area. Gazing at his handiwork, Shiki let out a nearly manic laugh. "Thief, he is Sengoku Garp. Where have you 2 old bastards gone? Did you like my welcome gift?" Just then, an subordinate named Indigo approached and reminded him, "Boss, it seems Sengoku and Garp are no longer here." "Huh, have they already been killed? You damn idiot, don't you read the newspapers? Sengoku has already retired, and the Marine headquarters has temporarily relocated to the New World. This is merely a branch base. How could Sengoku and Garp possibly be here?" Indigo leaped up and smacked him across the head. He was utterly exasperated by his boss's stupidity. How could someone in this world have such an incomprehensible way of thinking? It was simply infuriating. Meanwhile, near Impel Down. "Hey, are you still at it? Looks like Marineford is about to be destroyed again." Ron stopped his actions and couldn't help but tease. He hadn't expected that mad lion to be so helpful today, a divine assist arriving at the perfect moment. Otherwise, he'd have been in real trouble. As it stood, Sengoku and the others were probably cursing that lion's name to the heavens. Opposite them, Sengoku's face was so dark it looked ready to drip water. Akiji beside him wore an equally grim expression. Neither could have imagined that their foolproof plan would be thrown into disarray by a crazed lion ruining the synchronized strike of 4 top-tier Marine officers. Rumbling echoed from Marineford one boom after another, each one landing like a hammer on Sengoku and Akiji's hearts. Let's go. Without hesitation, Sengoku turned and left Akiji following closely behind. The fleet admiral's seat was important, but he couldn't bear to watch the Marines at the branch die right before his eyes. This would also be a devastating blow to the Navy's reputation. They departed decisively, leaving Kizaru and Akainu behind to hold the line. Kizaru's body flashed with golden light as he reappeared several hundred meters from Rayleigh. Dark King Rayleigh is truly terrifying, he said from a distance with an insufferable smirk. Seeing his opponent had no intention to continue, Rayleigh was content to let it be and didn't press the fight. The two lingered in a strange, almost intimate standoff. In contrast, Akainu was having a miserable time, his head spinning. Unlike before, his opponent was Whitebeard, fully recovered from his injuries. Not only did the old man show no sign of stopping, but the arrival of the Golden Lion had only made him fight with even more ferocity. Gururara, candle-lighting brat, is that all your magma is good for? Whitebeard laughed heartily, swinging Murakamajiri in a mighty slash. Clang! Akainu was forced back, crossing his arms before him. Sharp pain shot through them. His face was grim. Damn it! Unnoticed blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth again. His old injuries hadn't healed. Even though the medics had reattached his severed arm, it needed time to mend. Mister, Ron, are we just going to let them leave? As Akainu struggled against White Beef, Marco spoke up, his gaze lingering on Sengoku's retreating figure with a hint of curiosity. Why the rush? When have we ever had such a great show? We can't miss it. Ron smiled, unfazed by Sengoku and Akiji's departure. He returned to the ship and ordered, set sail. Let's follow them. Aight. Marco nodded, hoisting the sail and relaying the order. Set sail. Akainu was left behind once more along with Whitebeard. Elsewhere, after the reminder, the Golden Lion finally regained his senses. Those bastards in the Navy moving the headquarters without telling me. How outrageous. I'll go to the New World and raise hell. He grumbled, leaping into the air, descending slowly as if supported by invisible wings until he landed on the soil of Marineford. He touched the ground with one hand, preparing to lift the island and leave, when he suddenly paused. His observation Haki finally detected the familiar presences of Sengoku and Akiji approaching from afar. With this, the Golden Lion was in no hurry. He stood there waiting for Sengoku to come to him. Soon enough, Sengoku appeared, he and Akiji traversing the sea on ice. Each step carried them across hundreds of meters, and in moments they were back on the familiar grounds of Marineford. Golden Lion, Shiki, you bastard. Are you looking for death? Even Sengoku, with his deep composure, couldn't hold back his fury, cursing the moment he arrived. The Golden Lion didn't mind at all. He burst into laughter. Jaha. Sengoku, you're finally here. Since Garp isn't around this time, I suppose I'll just have to finish you off. Lion's threat, earth roll. With his thought, the ground split apart, and thousands of tons of earth shot into the sky, forming 4 colossal earth lions that charged from all directions. The island shook like it was the end of the world. Buildings toppled, turning into rubble that was swept up into the earthen tide, all crashing down upon Sengoku and Akiji. Damn it! Sengoku gritted his teeth, his body radiating a brilliant golden light as he transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, his shine momentarily outshining the sun itself. He swung his fist, shattering one of the giant earth lions into a rain of dirt. Not stopping, he threw punch after punch in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. All 4 earthen lions were obliterated. Finishing that, Sengoku didn't pause. He stomped the ground and launched himself at the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, Akiji, who had arrived with him, was no longer at his side. His form flickered across the ground, moving ahead to reach the Golden Lion first. Ice block partisan. 2 ice spears, their tips gleaming with sharp light, materialized behind Akiji, hard as iron. With a thought, they vanished and reappeared less than a meter from the Golden Lion. Jaha. I spread, you think such tricks can harm me? The Golden Lion sneered, summoning a surge of earth to block the spears. Marineford was already marked by his hand. With a mere thought, he could command the power to level cities. But the Golden Lion didn't get to gloat for long. Sengoku's attack was already upon him. With a blinding flash of golden light, the colossal Buddha extended its palm toward him. Knowing he couldn't afford to be careless, the Golden Lion immediately activated his power to counter. At that same moment, Akiji's follow-up attack arrived. A giant bird of ice swooped in from afar, crashing upwards into the Golden Lion. Caught off guard, the Golden Lion was struck, ice creeping over his body in an instant. With half his body frozen solid, he took the full brunt of Sengoku's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the ice shattering as he was sent flying hundreds of meters, carving a long scar of smoke across the island. Opposite them, Sengoku, seeing this, gave his opponent no chance to recover. He chased after him, the giant golden Buddha sprinting across Marineford, eyes blazing with divine fury. The fleet admiral was truly in full force. On the other side, Akiji, anticipating another nasty trick, went all out from the start. Ice time capsule. He stomped his foot, and a path of ice shot out, snaking rapidly towards the spot where the Golden Lion had fallen. Facing two enraged top-tier marine officers simultaneously, the Golden Lion had finally overextended himself. Combined with his severe injuries, he no longer possessed the might of a legendary pirate of old, relying solely on his masterful command of the float fruit. Mr. Luo, and should we lend him a hand? As the fierce battle between Golden Lion and Zhang Guo raged on a ship leisurely approached on the sea, Materka stood at the bow watching the Golden Lion being pummeled, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. It wasn't that he felt sorry for him, but rather he feared that once the Navy freed up their hands to deal with them, even though he had immense confidence in his father's strength, he could not completely ignore the 4 top-tier combatants of the Navy. Don't be anxious, wait a little longer, Luo En said calmly with a placid expression. If this was all, it wouldn't be worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as men like Whitebeard and Roger. Even in the twilight of his years, he believed the other could still unleash a shocking, dazzling brilliance. The words fell. Boom. Zhang Guo. In the distance, accompanied by a roar, the Golden Lion's figure suddenly burst out from the smoke and dust. Behind him, the sea surged, waves rose, countless waters seemed to come alive, and enormous waves transformed into countless thousand Zhangtao lions encircling Ma Lin Fan duo. Lions might imperial subjugation. In the next moment, the waves overturned and churned wildly. The vast Ma Lin Fan duo now seemed like an insignificant isolated island about to be engulfed in the overwhelming torrents. Clearly, the Golden Lion intended to completely submerge this irksome island with seawater. Seeing this, Materka was utterly shocked by the scene before him. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp and said in astonishment, This is the great pirate who is as famous as father. Truly formidable. A legendary great pirate. AIC's eyes were complex. When would he be able to reach such a level? The distance seemed vast, but soon his expression became resolute again. No matter how far, I will not lose. Because I am Fire Fist AIC. The changes in their expressions were not missed by Luo En, who stood nearby, especially when he noticed AIC's tightly clenched fists and determined gaze. A faint, almost imperceptible hint of amusement curled at the corner of his mouth. Ought to be young and have dreams. What a pity. Sigh, their vision is ultimately too narrow. Besides, I, Luo En, do not have the time to wait for you to grow. The only choice is to pull back the lawless old era and use it as a fulcrum to pry open this world. As for the new era, that kid Roger is all talk. A new era. Let's call it a new era, but unfortunately it's not the new era I want. On another front, while the Golden Lion and Zhang Guo were locked in heated battle, on the other side, great eruption. Red Dog's eyes blazed with fury. His arm transformed into massive magma propelled by volcanic eruption force. The surrounding air instantly became scorching hot, and even the ice layer that could last for a week on the ground melted rapidly. Gulalalabrad, is that all you've got? Across from him, Whitebeard laughed heartily as he swung his fist, counterattacking in kind. Boom. The space cracked. Countless fists made of magma shattered, instantly turning into countless blazing streams of molten fire that scattered across the surrounding sea, generating vast amounts of steam and blurring the vision. At this moment, Red Dog was secretly anxious. After Zhang Guo and the other left lacking the combat power of one arm, he was utterly unable to stand against an existence like Whitebeard. Noticing the fleeting urgency in Red Dog's eyes, Whitebeard felt even more exhilarated. This brat had beaten him quite severely earlier, even opening a large hole in his chest. This time, no matter what, he would make the other feel the severe consequences of angering Edward Newgate. Can't hold on, brat. It seems the Navy's training hasn't been enough for you. Let me teach you. Devil fruits are ultimately external power. Physical strength is everything. Whitebeard swung his blade fiercely. The sharp edge screeched through the air, and then under Red Dog's shocked gaze it came crashing down. Rip! Red Dog's chest was struck directly. Bright red blood scattered like beads through the air, freezing into vivid ice flowers on the ice surface. In the process, his entire body was sent flying back hundreds of meters, finally crashing through the ice and plunging into the sea. Seems I used too much force. Gulalala, never mind. This time I'll spare you. That Luo En fellow said we should keep the Navy. Whitebeard gazed at the huge ice hole in the distance. All the pent-up displeasure in his heart had been released in that single slash. You hit me twice, I only cut you once. Fair enough. Then Whitebeard picked up his Naginata, called out to Laylee beside him, and the two left together, leaving behind only the yellow monkey, who was pretending to be profound, and a group of Navy soldiers busy diving into the sea to retrieve Red Dog. Hurry, what are you waiting for? Get Admiral Sakazuki out. On the bow, the yellow monkey, who had somehow appeared there, shouted orders to the Navy below. Yes, Admiral Borsellino, we understand. The Navy soldiers hurriedly leaped off the warship Dove into the icy seawater and began searching for and retrieving Red Dog. Thus the unfortunate Red Dog, after Ma Lin Fan duo and the Sabaody archipelago, once again became Whitebeard's punching bag. The reason for keeping him alive, to borrow Luo En's words, was, the world is not about fighting and killing, it's about human connections and social graces. In simpler terms, since Red Dog hadn't provoked Luo En, he had no reason to act. Especially before he gathered all the pirates, and after overthrowing the world government, the Navy still had a necessary role to play on this sea. And the stronger the better. Above Marineford, the great battle between Golden Lion and Sengoku continued to rage on, but due to Akiji, the Golden Lion's plan to flood the island with seawater had been thwarted. From afar, Marineford was encircled by colossal ice walls rising 10,000 feet high, with ice-sculpted lions adorning every few steps. The lions stood in solemn array, presenting a scene both magnificent and awe-inspiringly imposing. Gururara, that lion Shiki, is in for a rough day today. After all these years, to see him in such a sorry state, even losing both his legs. Whitebeard remarked from his ship, taking a swig of sake, his spirits exceptionally high. Having just returned from dealing with Akainu, he had naturally witnessed the clash between the Golden Lion and the trio led by Sengoku. As a pirate from the same era, seeing the Golden Lion increasingly reliant on his devil fruit ability filled him with a sense of disdain. In the end, he was too impulsive. Nearby, Rayleigh observed the scene, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. If only Roger were still alive, he believed the outcome of this matter would surely have been different. Instinctively, Rayleigh's peripheral vision caught sight of Ron nearby. Noticing him watching the war with a knowing smile, Rayleigh's heart stirred, and almost impulsively he asked, "Mr. Ron, are you planning to recruit that man?" As his words trailed off, an instant silence fell upon the deck. Everyone's attention snapped to Rayleigh's question. Whitebeard, caught off guard, paused briefly before looking towards Ron. Recruit the Golden Lion. Ace, Marco, and the others wore stunned expressions. Their hearts churned like a violent storm, surging with emotion, unable to maintain their previous composure. That was the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. How could he ever willingly become someone else's subordinate? These simpletons had completely forgotten that aboard the very same ship with them were their father and Mr. Rayleigh, both figures comparable to the Golden Lion himself. Ashiki's devil fruit ability is certainly quite useful. Sensing the eyes upon him, Ron turned and said with a gentle smile. So it truly was. In an instant, everyone present was stunned into silence. Leave it to you, Ron. That man is erratic and notoriously difficult to deal with. Be prepared, Gururara, Whitebeard said, taking another sip of sake. Rayleigh chimed in, unable to resist, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Captain. I crossed paths with Golden Lion Shiki a few times while the late captain was around. He's a man of immense ambition and unlikely to want to join us. However, if the three of us, you, Newgate, and I, were to approach him together, perhaps there's a chance. Listening to their analyses, a faint detached smile played on Ron's lips. You understand the Golden Lion. Could you possibly know him better than I, your vice captain? Rayleigh was taken aback, then broke into a wry grin. I nearly forgot, Mr. Ron was the vice captain of the Rocks Pirates. Gururara, that's not all. After Ron recruited us aboard, aside from researching medicine, his favorite pastime was to gather us for drinks and reminiscence. We found him quite puzzling back then. But now it's clear, Dr. Ron, you must have been planning this all along. Whitebeard concurred. Not at all, I just found you all quite agreeable company back then. Ron replied with a grin. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the truth. Was he supposed to tell them, you'll all become legendary pirates of the sea, and I admire you greatly? Ron wasn't about to give these guys a chance to mock him. Wouldn't that ruin his image? Beyond mere admiration, Ron had deeper reasons. Each of these men harbored dreams. After undergoing the supreme baptism of his ultimate art, the 9-year compulsory education, they would surely be reborn and become his loyal enforcers. Well, in essence, suffice it to say that Full Rocks had failed, so the past was best left unspoken. On the deck, Ace and the others felt the salty sea breeze, listening quietly as their father and Mr. Ron recounted tales of their era. A flicker of longing crossed their eyes. In the distance, the fierce battle raged on, sending tremendous waves crashing, but even so, it couldn't distract them from their listening. The Rocks Pirates, a crew that gathered all the monsters of this world. How they wished they could return to that age and personally experience fighting alongside their father. Just as they were lost in these wonderful fantasies, they saw Mr. Ron rise from his seat nearby. Perplexity filled their eyes at the sight. The time is almost right. Newgate, Rayleigh, are you ready to make your move? Ron faced the direction of Marineford, a glint of cunning flashing subtly in his dark eyes. As his words fell, Whitebeard and Rayleigh exchanged knowing smiles as if anticipating this, and a palpable fighting spirit surged from their beings. Ready. So it finally begins, Gururara. Hearing their eager responses, the fighting spirit within Ron swelled even further. In that case, let's raise hell and declare to the world that those lawless men have returned. Ron launched himself forward, stepping across the sea surface, and charged towards Marineford. Behind him, Whitebeard's laughter echoed alongside the sound of Rayleigh drawing his sword. Bang! A cloud of dust billowed. In the latest round of battle, the Golden Lion, caught off guard, was struck head-on by Zhangguo once again. Now he lay on his back in a massive crater in Ma Lin Fan Duo, blood streaming from his temple, his limbs completely drained of strength. Cough, cough, cough. Zhangguo, I never expected the Navy's younger generation to have reached such a level of power. The Golden Lion, coughing blood, glanced at his right arm, now encased in ice and devoid of sensation, then turned his head to look straight ahead. Pat, pat. There Zhangguo and Qingji walked side by side. One a giant golden Buddha radiating light, the other an Iceman with half his face covered in frost. They descended like gods from heaven, come to purge the world of all evil. Golden Lion Shiki, you are under arrest, Zhangguo said coldly, walking up and looking down upon him. Beside him, Qing Ji promptly produced a sea stone chain, making as if to bind the Golden Lion on the ground. What a splendid battle indeed. However, this thing is not meant to be worn, you two. As the voice sounded, growing from distant to near, a figure materialized out of thin air before Zhangguo and the others. The uncanny sensation was as if the speaker had been hundreds of meters away just a moment before, and in the next instant stood right before their eyes. Luo and Zhangguo's brow furrowed instantly, his expression darkening. Damn, he had come after all. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing Luo arrive once again with others to disrupt the situation still made it hard for Zhangguo to accept. These bastards, too arrogant. At this moment, behind Luo followed two figures, the Whitebeard and Lei Li from earlier. Gurura, Dr. Luo, your devil fruit ability is truly convenient. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Luo's situation was something he had never seen before. Not only could he use the Quake fruit ability, but he could also freely wield the Operation Fruit. It was even more outrageous than his own. Sometimes Whitebeard couldn't help but wonder, was it possible that everyone Luo had treated had their abilities copied? If so, wouldn't that mean Ace's Flame fruit had also been taken? It must be said that Whitebeard's speculation was quite accurate. If Luo had heard it, he would have given him a thumbs up. Watson, you've spotted the blind spot. No. Gate. You bastard. And Lei Li. You. On the ground, the Golden Lion, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly became alert upon hearing the familiar voice. When he saw that both Whitebeard and Lei Li had appeared together, he couldn't help but feel stunned. How did these two get together? Wahaha, how embarrassing, Shiki. You've been beaten to this state. If it weren't for us, you'd probably be chained with sea stone and thrown into impel down again. Whitebeard turned around at the sound and immediately burst into mocking laughter. Don't look down on me, Newgate. I'm the one who's going to destroy the world. After a moment, the Golden Lion had sobered up considerably and retorted stubbornly. Then, as if just remembering, he turned to look at Lei Li beside him, sneering. You bastard, ever since Roger died, haven't you been holed up in a corner living out your retirement? Why have you come out again? It must be said that these legendary pirates all had foul mouths, hurling insults without any mercy. Upon hearing this, Lei Li's face immediately showed bitterness. I'm sorry, Captain Shiki. Compared to Captain Roger, I have indeed brought shame to him. Hearing this, the Golden Lion gave a smug snort. Humph, you're indeed not as good as that Roger fellow. The great pirates chatted among themselves as if no one else was present, while Zhangguo on the other side grew increasingly impatient. His brow was deeply furrowed, his face already dark as night. I say, all of you, are you too arrogant? As the words fell, Zhangguo's entire body erupted in golden light, and he swung his giant fist, bringing it down upon the group. Since he had decided to act, he would strike first. The air around them was thrown into chaos. The swinging fist generated a fierce sonic boom, even blowing away the smoke that had just risen. At the same time, Qing Ji on the other side also made his move as if prearranged. Countless ice spears gleaming with eerie cold light briefly appeared behind him, and then vanished in an instant, only to be shot like deadly projectiles toward Luo and the others. Not only that, but more surprisingly, Huang Yuan, who had always been fond of slacking off, arrived just in time this time. A dazzling light burst in the sky, and countless golden laser beams descended from the heavens, launching an attack on Luo and the group. All of this seemed complicated, but in reality, only a moment had passed. Any other person might have been stunned by the overwhelming assault, but Luo and his companions appeared completely unfazed. Is this a falling out? Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. He tapped his foot on the ground, and an invisible aura expanded around him. The next moment, the attacks descended. The first to arrive was Huang Yuan's laser. The moment it touched the ground, it erupted in a massive blaze as if the area had been bombarded by missiles. Countless chunks of earth were blasted into the air, followed by the armament hockey erupting from Zhangguo's body, whose powerful impact was equally formidable. Finally came Qing Ji's ice spears. In just a single instant, under the combined assault of the three top-tier Navy combatants, the ground where Luo and the others stood vanished in an instant, replaced by a massive bottomless pit. The charred earthen edges were studded with ice spears glinting with a dangerous blue light in the sunlight. Have we torn the mask off? In the distance, on a patch of open ground a few hundred meters away, Luo watched the Marines launching another attack toward them, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Sensing that Luo and the others had dodged, Zhangguo did not hesitate to launch another round of attacks. As he spoke, he had already crossed 100 meters, and a giant Buddha palm descended from the sky, carrying an unparalleled force that fell upon their heads. The wind pressure from the Buddha palm was bitingly cold. At that moment, a burly figure suddenly shot out, accompanied by a familiar voice. Gulalalala, don't you dare lay a hand on Dr. Luo in before me. Clang. Whitebeard raised his naginata and swung it forcefully toward Zhangguo's palm, which was as large as a garage. The difference in size between the transformed Buddha and Whitebeard was enormous enough to make the latter seem negligible, but even so, Whitebeard's towering aura remained undiminished. The next second dirt flew and rocks scattered as their attacks collided instantly, unleashing a hurricane-like force on the island, the solid pressure clearing everything around. Luo and the others stood still, their robes rustling in the wind. "You're really in a hurry, Nyogaite," Lei Li said with a smile. Then he looked up to see his old rival in the sky and smiled at Luo and Mr. Luo, and I won't hold back either. In the next instant, a sharp sword, intense sword, into the sky. Lei Li, sword in hand, swung it vigorously, unleashing countless sword beams from the tip, which shot toward Huang Yuan in the sky. Then with a push of his foot, he leaped into the air and slashed at Huang Yuan. For a moment, only Luo and the Golden Lion, who had just been beaten up, remained on the spot. "It seems my opponent can only be Yu Qingji." Ignoring the Golden Lion, who was almost buried in the dirt, Luo and looked up and said slowly, a peculiar smile in his dark eyes. "Lazy justice. Rather than lazy, it's better to call it confused or hesitant, at a loss what to do for justice." To be honest, Luo and had a good impression of the Marines in his past life. The coldest man ate the hottest fruit, while the other, with a burning heart, had to be put on ice. It must be said that this is perhaps the wonder of fate, and also the reason why countless One Piece fans are so obsessed. Lazy justice. Stubborn justice. Ambiguous justice. What a strange organization the Marines are. Why is there no justice that fights back? These thoughts flashed through Luo's mind. At that moment, his body had already disappeared from the spot, reappearing behind Qingji. He slowly raised his fist, wrapped in a thick layer of armament haki, and a battle was about to break out. Bang! A dull impact sounded between them. Feeling the bone-chilling cold seeping through his fist, Luo and kept a smile on his lips and casually shook off the ice shards on his arm, saying, "Your observation, haki, is not bad." Opposite Qingji remained cold and silent. Then, their figures disappeared at the same time, only to reappear, clashing fiercely. Their fists met, flesh and ice shards containing low temperatures flew out, freezing the ground as they fell. The battle scene was extremely dangerous. Boom, boom, boom. The battle continued. As time passed, the ground beneath their feet had unknowingly become a thick layer of ice. The Golden Lion nearby, with frost on his eyebrows, was shivering from the cold. In the distance, Aic and Ma Erku were watching. When they saw the scene resembling a war of the gods, they were all stunned. This was nothing like the previous Marineford. Last time they were participants, this time they were spectators, and their mindset was completely different. Moreover, the lineup of the combatants was never this luxurious. Boom. Suddenly a loud noise came from the battlefield. Everyone looked up and their mouths fell open. "Gololala Zhangguo, is this all you've got? Has being the fleet admiral made you neglect your training?" Whitebeard threw a punch, and with a tremendous force Zhangguo was forced back. By now his giant Buddha form had shrunk to normal size. In such a top-level battle, only this could ensure his maximum output. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yasukani no Magatama. With Huang Yuan's characteristic annoying voice, countless golden light particles shot out again, raining down on Lei Li's head, but he dodged them all and countered, sending a towering sword beam 100 zhang high into the sky. The scene erupted in countless flashes of fire, obscuring Lei Li's figure and blocking everyone's view, just as they were feeling regret. "Look, isn't that Aic's Mara Nomi ability?" Suddenly Qiao Zi's voice caught everyone's attention. They looked up and were astonished to find that Luo and Qingji, who had been entangled, had separated without anyone noticing. They stood facing each other 100 meters apart. On Luo's side, near them, flames had somehow ignited on his body. Orange flames flickered in the air, and at a glance they recognized that Luo was using Aic's signature fruit ability. How is that possible? It's already incredible to possess two fruit abilities at once, and now another one. Is Mr. Luo's endurance limitless, without fear of the danger of exploding? Everyone was speechless, exchanging glances, and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Ice fruit, huh? What a battle that fails to ignite enthusiasm. In that case, I'll have to finish it quickly. Luo murmured, looking at the ice shards on his body, then shifted his attention to the Qingji opposite him. Then a slight curl tugged at the corners of his mouth. Amidst Qingji's astonished gaze, he silently recited in his mind, "Accept the power of the flame fruit." The next moment, a familiar warm current surged into his body. As he willed it, orange flames burst forth from his skin, melting all the ice shards upon him and restoring a soothing warmth to his body. "All right, the probing ends here. Now, young Qingji, are you ready to embrace my fervor?" Luo said softly. Flame fist. As his words fell, he swung his fist violently, and a torrent of flames erupted from his body, hurtling toward Qingji. The flame fruit. How is that possible? Qingji dodged, evading Luo's attack, but his mind was struck as if by a thunderbolt from a clear sky. According to previous intelligence, Luo had already mastered a mysterious fruit ability beyond the norm, Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Yet now it wasn't just one, he had clearly also obtained the flame fruit once wielded by Ace the Flame Fist. Boom. The blazing flames smashed into the ground, unleashing a violent explosion. The air became thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. At this moment, Luo launched a new round of assault. This time he chose not to attack from afar, but compressed all the flames into his fist, lunging toward Qingji. Qingji had no choice but to retaliate. The two clashed again, one scorching, one frigid, igniting a battle far more intense than before. The moment they made contact, Qingji was stunned by the violent, raging assault. Compared to Ace's childish tricks, the flame fruit in Luowen's hands unleashed a completely different power, an explosive force and flames that seeped into every crevice. Qingji, caught off guard, suffered a heavy blow. Bang! Qingji's body was sent flying backward, a stream of hot blood spattering through the air. He slid for dozens of meters before barely managing to stop. His expression darkened as he ignored the wisps of smoke rising from his soles, his gaze fixed on the clear black fist imprint on his chest, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Just moments ago he had failed to fully block that punch. Luowen's attack had broken through his defenses, smashing squarely into his chest. The searing flames seemed to penetrate every pore, an intense burning sensation flooding his internal organs. A familiar feeling, as if he had been set ablaze. On the battlefield, the fierce clash instantly drew the attention of others. When they saw the wounded Qingji and Luowen engulfed in flames, their eyes widened. Gururura, I guessed it right. That Luowen truly has mastered an incredible ability. Even Ace's flame fruit is his. Above Marineford, Whitebeard's familiar laughter rang out once more. But as his opponent Sengoku's face darkened instantly. Another new ability after the tremor fruit. Damn it, what kind of fruit had Luowen eaten? How could he completely ignore the side effects of devil fruits? On the other side, Rayleigh and Kizaru, locked in combat, unconsciously slowed their attacks, frequently glancing overdrawn by the wonder of Luowen. As the center of attention, Luowen now made a new move. He struck again, pushing off the ground with force, charging straight at Qingji. All the flames converged in his palm, then clenched into a fist, and he swung it with all his might at Qingji. Ice blade. A low growl rumbled from Qingji's throat. He drew an ice blade coated in armament hockey, gritting his teeth as he rose to parry. The next moment the ice blade shattered with a resounding crack. The collision of fist and blade erupted with explosive force, sending surging shockwaves, tangible as they were, whipping through the air, carrying shattered ice fragments in a wild frenzy. Several of those fragments pierced toward Luowen and Qingji. The ice shards were all blocked by the armament hockey covering Luowen's body, but Qingji, unable to defend in time, took a direct hit to a vital spot. A pool of crimson blood oozed from Qingji's chest, freezing almost instantly under his own chill. The bone-deep cold and pain caused his body to tremble involuntarily. He looked up to meet a pair of black eyes brimming with amusement. "Can you still hold on, Marine boy?" Luowen spoke at the right moment, and as he did, a familiar flame once again surged across his body. "Can you still hold on, Marine boy?" Luowen asked, a smile playing on his lips. In their eyes, elementalization was nothing but a joke. "You?" Qingji's forehead veins bulged as he started to speak, but then his vision suddenly went dark, and the next moment, he knew nothing more. Thud. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. "Looks like he can't hold on anymore." Luowen raised an eyebrow, looking at Qingji buried in the dirt. Then he turned around, gazing at Whitebeard and the others still locked in fierce combat, and spoke again. "Hey, you lot, haven't you had enough fun yet?" His words fell. The scene fell into sudden silence. Everyone stopped moving, staring at Qingji lying beside Luowen, momentarily stunned. At that moment, Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically. Then with a sigh, he looked up at Kizaru on the other side, and said, "Borsellino, stop." As soon as he spoke, Kizaru, who had been fighting Rayleigh, instantly flashed away, dodging Rayleigh's next attack, and reappearing hundreds of meters away. His movements were so practiced, it was almost pitiful. But now Sengoku had no time to pity Kizaru. After giving the order, he retracted his great Buddha form, and walked straight toward Luowen. Qingji was his chosen successor as the next fleet admiral. He could not afford to lose him. What's stopping again? Luowen stood still, a hint of mockery in his smile. But Sengoku's face showed no trace of a smile. His expression was somewhat grim as he said calmly, "If you release Kazan, we Marines will withdraw this time. What do you say?" As soon as he finished, Luowen couldn't help but let out a chuckle. This only made Sengoku's face darken further. Luowen waved his hand, a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I never expected the Marines to have such thick skin. You attack when you want, stop when you want, and even ask me to release someone. May I ask who gave you such a big face?" The world government. They had attacked him repeatedly, wanting to kill him, but lacking the ability. Luowen had lost count of how many times this was. Once at Sabaody Archipelago. Once at Impel Down. And once more, as Whitebeard had just mentioned. Luowen considered whether he should change his strategy. Otherwise, being constantly harassed by the Marines, his affection would fade. After all, this was a real world where countless people died every moment. He didn't want to lose his life, his own or anyone else's, because of his own mercy. After all, this was a real world where countless people died every moment. He didn't want to lose his life, his own or anyone else's, because of his own mercy. Luowen's words immediately plunged Jean Guo into silence. The individuals before him were no ordinary pirates. But the crux was that he was no longer the fleet admiral of the Navy. He could not make any promises on behalf of the Navy. Yet he could not simply ignore the situation, for Qingji's combat prowess and the overall importance of the Navy were self-evident. Moreover, Luowen was a talent he held in high regard. "What are your conditions?" Zhang finally spoke in a low tone after a long silence. He had already prepared himself to be thoroughly exploited by Luo. No matter the difficulty, he had to find a way to ensure Qing Ji's safety. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang detected a faint smile curling at the corner of Luo's lips. In the next moment his expression turned wary. What was this young man plotting? My requests. Let me think. Luo pondered for a moment, then stepped forward with a smile, approaching the wary Zhang. My conditions are. As he spoke his voice suddenly dropped. Although Zhang could not hear, clearly his expression stiffened, shifting from wariness to shock and finally, to utter disbelief. At that moment the air itself seemed to grow heavy, as if Zhang was facing some agonizing decision. By then Luo had clearly finished speaking. He rose with a smile, meeting Zhang's gaze directly. So what do you think of my proposal, Zhang-san? It was the first time Luo had addressed him by name. Zhang's eyes were complex, and he uttered an ambiguous remark. Are you so certain of your idea? What if you lose? What if? Luo's smile deepened. If I lose, I lose. I have nothing to lose. But I, Luo, never fight a battle without preparation. With those words Luo turned and walked toward the direction beyond Marineford. Newgate, Rayleigh, time to leave. Oh, and don't forget to bring that golden lion fellow. Luo, in what scheme are you cooking up now? Nothing much, just an interesting wager. The battle had not lasted long, but after a day of turmoil the setting sun had imperceptibly drifted toward the west. Zhang stood still facing the sunset, watching the retreating figures of Luo and his companions. A trace of loneliness flickered in his eyes. Was this world truly so deplorable in your eyes, Luo? If only he could, he would rather not have made this wager with Luo. Fleet Admiral Zhang. Qing Ji dragged his wounded body over, his expression hesitant. It's fine, nothing to worry about. Stay away from Luo from now on. Wait until you become Fleet Admiral to talk about it. Zhang smiled and patted Qing Ji's shoulder, then turned away. In a place where Qing Ji could not see, he sighed inwardly. I hope things don't turn out as Luo said, or else this world will truly descend into chaos. Under the glow of the sunset, a few more silver strands appeared at Zhang's temples. Farther out at sea, several warships hurriedly sailed across the shimmering red waters toward Marineford. Everything seemed to foreshadow that this sea would soon run red with blood. On the other side, after leaving Marineford, Luo and his crew sailed deeper into the ocean. On the deck, everyone gathered around, staring at the shivering golden lion carelessly thrown on the ground. They looked like tourists in a zoo gazing at a giant panda. So this is the golden lion, the only one who escaped from impelled down. Doesn't seem all that special. Are those two swords on his legs legendary blades? They look incredibly sharp. A bit disappointing. He's supposed to be a legendary pirate on par with Old Man, but he's embarrassing. Show some respect to Mr. Shiki. I understand, Marco-senpai. After several consecutive battles, Luo and the others were resting. Whitebeard glanced at the golden lion lying on the ground and chuckled. Dr. Luo, leaving him on the floor like that. When that arrogant Shiki wakes up, he's bound to be furious. Rayleigh was about to speak, but upon hearing Luo's next words, he immediately fell silent. No choice. I don't have the energy to deal with him. If any of you want to, you can carry him to your room. Just don't complain when he wakes up and starts making a fuss. Luo shrugged, washing his hands of the matter. Rayleigh and Whitebeard quickly shook their heads, every cell in their bodies screaming refusal. Seeing this, Luo rolled his eyes. These guys were such hypocrites. As the three chatted, Ace's urgent voice came from the side. He's awake. Dr. Luo, Old Man, Mr. Rayleigh, the golden lion Shiki, is awake. Before he could finish, Marco gave him a whack on the head. What's with the disrespect, Ace? Call him Mr. Shiki. Ow. I got it, Marco-senpai. Ace rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. Perhaps having survived a brush with death, and truly understanding the meaning of family, Ace had reverted to his old cheeky self. Oh, he's awake. Let's go see him then. Luo dragged his lazy body over to the golden lion. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to waste the man's ability, he would never want to deal with this lunatic. Luo pushed through the crowd, looked down at the golden lion lying on the deck, and said, Hey Mad Lion, do you remember who I am? Beside him, Whitebeard and Rayleigh watched their old comrade with keen interest, hiding mischievous thoughts. They were eager to see the expression on Shiki's face when he realized who his former vice-captain was. Surely it would be a shock. Having been brutally beaten by Zhang and Qing Ji, then frozen, then burned, the golden lion's mind was in a complete daze. If not for his freakish constitution, anyone else would have died long ago. But this was the golden lion. The situation was different. He opened his eyes and stared at the familiar, yet unfamiliar young face before him. His expression froze. Huh, a gorilla. Where's my sword? I'll cut this bastard's head open. Luo's face was black with rage. He could barely restrain himself from drawing his blade and splitting the man's skull to see what was inside. Calm down, Dr. Luo. Please calm down. You don't be rash. He might still be half asleep. Ace, Marco, and the others panicked, quickly reaching out to stop him. After all, the man on the ground was a legendary pirate. If Luo killed him this way, what a joke that would be. Rayleigh was speechless, utterly defeated by the man's bizarre train of thought. No wonder Captain Roger never sought him out, even on his deathbed. What an eccentric. Gurur Shiki, you idiot. He was our former vice captain. That's a terrible joke. If you're not careful, Dr. Luo, it might really crack your head open for research. Whitebeard laughed heartily, enjoying the spectacle. Perhaps those words sank in, for the Golden Lion finally stopped being a clown. He struggled to sit up and said, "Of course I know. I'll never forget the disgusting smell of disinfectant on Dr. Luo and what surprises me is that he still looks so young. But then again, with Dr. Luo, and nothing is surprising. But Rayleigh and Newgate, what are you all gathered here for? Especially you, Newgate. Didn't you die in that war at Marineford? How are you back?" On the deck, the voice of Gold Lion Shiki echoed through the sea wind. Without thinking, everyone turned to look at Ron, as if awaiting his opinion. At this moment, Ron had already regained his composure. He smiled and said, "Nothing much. I've just established a faction and gathered everyone together. Shiki, do you want to join us?" "Haha, Vice Captain, the same words won't work on me. Ever since I disappeared from Rock Ship, I, Shiki, have decided to overturn this entire sea myself. Those bastards like Kaido actually presume to claim territory based on the mere reputation they've built in the New World. Pirates dream of finding that illusory treasure, but they've forgotten. This sea itself is the true treasure of pirates. Old Man has a question for you, Vice Captain. Do you share this view as well?" As he spoke these final words, the Gold Lion fixed his piercing gaze upon Ron, awaiting his response. He paid no mind to his injuries. Such trivial wounds meant nothing to a man like him. Ron did not answer immediately. Instead, he began examining Shiki's injuries. "Half of your ribs are fractured, internal organs are bleeding. Most critically, the wound on your skull continues to compress the brain nerves. Death could come at any moment." He rested his hand on his chin, lost in thought. Seeing this, Shiki, uncharacteristically composed, smiled and said, "I trust the Vice Captain wouldn't simply think that by treating my wounds I would agree to your request." In the next instant, Ron looked up, as if having made a decision. He walked straight toward Shiki, and to the other man's bewildered expression, placed one hand upon the ship's helm embedded in his head. Noticing Ron's movement, Shiki's eyes filled with panic. Hey, Vice Captain, On the deck, piercing screams erupted. With horrified gazes fixed upon the scene, everyone watched as Ron brutally wrenched the helm from Shiki's skull. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. It splattered across Ron's pristine white garments. Paired with his calm, composed expression, the once tranquil scene instantly transformed into something terrifying. Slap, slap. Instinctively, everyone staggered backward several steps, their eyes wide with terror, desperate to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Ron. Dr. Ron, do you always treat patients this way?" Ace stammered. "I don't know, I've never seen anything like this before." Marco's throat felt inexplicably dry. "I think I understand now why Yasuki was so terrified of Dr. Ron." Rayleigh turned his head as if unable to bear witnessing the scene any longer, and sighed deeply, feeling profound sympathy for Shiki. "Don't move. Hold your head steady yourself. I told you not to move. If I accidentally stab into your brain matter, whose fault would that be? Mine or yours? Almost there, almost done. Hold on, what's the rush?" On the silent deck, aside from Ron's voice continuing to ring out, there was only the sound of blood flowing across the floorboards and the trembling of Shiki's body. Done. 10 minutes later. Ron finally ceased his work and carefully examined his handiwork. An unconsciously satisfied smile graced his face. This sight, falling into the eyes of those nearby, sent shivers down their spines. From now on, under no circumstances should they seek out Dr. Ron for medical treatment unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, the once domineering Shiki lacked any trace of his former aura. His head was wrapped in thick bandages, and his eyes had lost all light. His pale lips moved, producing a few faint sounds. Dr. Ron, am I done now?" "Done? Far from it. What about the rest of your injuries?" Ron said with a serious expression. What? Shiki's eyeballs bulged wide, his entire being stunned. "There's more. And no treatment. Dr. Ron, I can endure it. I don't need further treatment." He waved his hands frantically, refusing, while his body continually shuffled backward. Witnessing this, Ron sighed disappointedly. "Refusing treatment for fear. This is a grave mistake. Stay right there. I'll be gentle, I promise." With those words before Shiki's nearly despairing gaze, Ron slowly advanced once more. The next instant, across the seascape above, Shiki's agonized wails rang out again, piercing and painful like the mourning cry of a cuckoo weeping blood. On the other side of the deck, Whitebeard hesitated for a moment before turning to Ace. "That Ace. What is it, father?" Ace looked up, the lingering terror still evident on his face, clearly not yet recovered from the bloody spectacle before him. "From now on, don't act so recklessly like before," Whitebeard said after much deliberation. Ace fell silent, glanced up at Shiki, still screaming, and every hair on his body instantly stood on end. Finally, he obediently lowered his head and nodded several times. "I understand, father. And all of you as well, Marco." "We've noted it, father." Marco and the others said, still trembling with residual fear. Witnessing this, a hint of gratification finally appeared on Whitebeard's face. Then when he noticed the clear fist mark on his chest, his expression instantly froze. He nonchalantly pulled his shirt back into place. Rayleigh made the same motion. He removed his bloodstained shirt, quietly slipped into the cabin, and emerged moments later in a fresh set of clothes. Only after completing these actions did the two of them subconsciously sigh in relief. A few more minutes passed. Alright, the surgery is complete. Ron walked away with a smile, his once pristine white hands now thoroughly stained with blood. He gestured for Joystick, who stood nearby, to bring a basin of clean water. He needed to wash his hands. Shiki lay on the ground, his entire body wrapped in bandages, the last flicker of light in his eyes completely extinguished. His body trembled, resembling nothing so much as a living mummy, with only his lips still stubbornly moving. Dr. Ron, I agreed to join. Oh. Ron paused his hand washing and turned around, looking genuinely curious. So eager. But I haven't even answered your question yet. And no need, Dr. Ron, I trust you. Shiki replied, weakly, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. If not for Ron's exceptional observation haki, it would have been nearly impossible to hear him. Looking at Shiki reduced to this wretched state, everyone's hearts trembled violently, an icy chill rising unceasingly from the soles of their feet. I knew it. Shiki, you understand me best. Ron stepped forward and tapped Shiki's chest, then turned around with a smile and said to Marco and the others, what are you all waiting for? Can't you see, mister? Shiki needs rest. Hurry and take him to the cabin. Oh, I know, I'm going right now. Ace was the first to react. The others, equally unwilling to lag behind, hurriedly shouted that they would help. Me too, I'll fetch the stretcher. I'll open the door. Marco and the others clumsily rushed forward in a chaotic tangle, terrified of falling behind. They would rather support the blood-soaked Shiki than remain in Ron's presence for even another moment. Ding. The system detected that the host had successfully treated a patient. Medical evaluation excellent. Now activated special skill reciprocation. Randomly draws one ability from the patient. Randomly drawing. Draw complete. Congratulations, host has obtained the patient's great swordsmanship ability. Note, due to the host's low evaluation, current ability is only half of the original patient's. Late at night. Inside the cabin, accompanied by the system notification, an incredibly complex swordsmanship technique suddenly emerged in Luoan's mind, like individual frames of a movie flashing before his eyes. If one observed carefully, they would find the protagonist of these images very familiar. All were the same person, Golden Lion, whom Luoan had treated. Starting from Golden Lion's childhood, the figure in the images gradually grew and then aged. But as time passed, the protagonist's figure slowly became tall and straight, clad in white robes. Unbeknownst, it had already transformed into Luoan, who was now receiving the swordsmanship techniques. Around him, the sword intent that was like a tranquil lake suddenly began to boil, as if it were an enraged ocean. The next moment, the sword intent erupted. Sharp sword chi spread from Luoan's body, then shot up into the sky, violently tearing through the fragile wooden ceiling and soaring straight into the clouds. The entire ship began to shake violently. Outside, the sky over the sea tonight was clear with a bright moon and sparse stars. After the day's battle, everyone, exhausted in both body and mind, had fallen into deep sleep. Even a vigorous young man like AIC quietly returned to his own cabin. The deck was utterly quiet, with only the sound of the ship slowly moving through the darkness, constantly making the splashing noise of water. Suddenly, a loud crash, boom, accompanied by a massive sword chi, broke the silence of the night. The entire ship vibrated violently, as if it could no longer bear the strain. The sudden roar immediately alarmed everyone on board. In an instant, several figures appeared on the once empty deck, the first to react being Whitebeard, Neogate, and Lei Li. Then the entire cabin immediately became lively. What's going on? Is it the Marines? Not sure, but it should be a great swordsman. Great swordsman. Could it be Hawkeye? Everyone rushed out of their cabins, making a racket, their clothes slightly disheveled. Though their expressions were somewhat serious, they were far from panicked. On the sea, accidents could happen at any moment, and they were long accustomed to it. What surprised them was that Daddy and Mr. Lei Li had already come out ahead of them, standing motionless as if in a daze. Unexpected, Mr. Luoan's strength has grown again, Lei Li said with a smile. He certainly made quite a commotion. Wahaha, alright, everyone go back to sleep. Whitebeard urged everyone, and then turned to go straight back to his cabin. Only AIC and other clueless onlookers were left on the scene, looking bewildered. What does this mean? Where is the enemy? Wait, did Mr. Lei Li just say that Mr. Luoan's strength had broken through? Could it be that Mr. Luoan is the great swordsman who released the powerful sword chi they felt earlier? The few present widened their eyes, all sleepiness gone. Across the entire sea, how many great swordsmen were there? If counted carefully, there might not even be as many as the 4 emperors of the New World. First, his physique and strength were formidable, and now even his swordsmanship had broken through to such a level. Are they even letting other people live? What is the most miserable thing in life? Your older seniors are still working hard, yet you so young have learned to lie flat. This night, countless people were destined to lose sleep. As the instigator of it all, Luoan sat cross-legged on his bed, seemingly still in contemplation, completely unaffected by the changes outside. A few days later, a newsbird carrying a small bag soared across the endless sea. As it passed over a certain sea area, it suddenly caught sight of a ship slowly sailing below. After hesitating, it stopped moving forward and began to circle above the ship. Mo-Gen-C's spy, huh? Perfect, let me see what that guy has published on it. On the bow, Luoan, who had been feigning sleep, lazily opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a golden coin appeared in his palm, and then he flicked his finger. A crisp clink sound. The coin flew through the air for tens of meters, accurately thrown into the money box on the newsbird's chest. The bird was stunned, hovering in the air for a full few seconds before flapping its wings and descending towards the deck. Before starting work, Lord Mogen Si had trained it. Many guests on the sea had strange temperaments and peculiar methods. As long as they paid, just give them this piece of paper. A few minutes later, the transaction was completed. The newsbird happily left with its little money, thinking, "Oh, I can exchange this for delicious bugs again." Luoan took the freshly printed newspaper and began to read. The headlines read, "Shocking. The once strongest man has come back to life. Impel Down has been breached again. This time by the top wanted criminal Luoan. What does he want? The fleet admiral position has been vacant for a long time. Why has the selection suddenly accelerated recently?" One eye-catching headline after another came into Luoan's view, leaving him speechless. This guy is wasted not being in the media. As he read further down from the headlines, Luoan's expression gradually became intrigued. In the past, Impel Down, known as the world's greatest prison, was recently unfortunately hit by a tsunami, causing massive flooding inside and a shortage of guards, which gave Luoan and his crew the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and capture the prison. The Battle of Marineford from some time ago is still fresh in memory. The Marines displayed great power in that battle, defeating the strongest man representing the old era. But today that strongest man is suspected to have returned. Is it due to some peculiar devil fruit ability? The former fleet admiral, known as the tactician Zhang Gua, after that astonishing battle was honored and advocated for retirement, choosing to leave opportunities to the younger generation. Recently, the Marines and the world government have been making frequent moves. Has the next fleet admiral been chosen in advance? As Luoan read out the news from the newspaper, everyone on deck instinctively pricked up their ears. But after hearing the whole article, they found that there was not a single useful piece of information, only meaningless drivel full of praise for the Marines. Wahahaha, the style of those Marines and world government folks never changes. Dr. Luo, in your berry has been wasted again. Whitebeard teased from the side. Not necessarily. At least one thing might be true. Mr. Luoan, I suspect the world government has started actively selecting the next fleet admiral because of our previous actions. When that happens, the difficulties we face may become even greater. Layli stepped forward and said, "Is that so?" Luoan smirked. Then turned around, head to the new world. Since the world government is speeding up their actions, they couldn't afford to fall too far behind. Instead of chasing these small fish across the sea, it would be better to first recruit the emperors of the new world. By then his foundation would be almost complete. As for the rest, he would naturally have his ways. Directly above the Red Earth continent, this was the sacred ground in the hearts of countless commoners, the supreme seat of power for the world government, where all the celestial beings of noble status resided. Slap. Useless fools. The world government allocates so much military funding each year, and you Marines are nothing but gluttons. Just a single skirmish with Whitebeard and Marine headquarters is in ruins. Now Impel Down has been breached as well. And tell me, is Edward Newgate dead? He is not. Sengoku, is this your strategy? Inside the world government conference room, a golden-haired Gorosei slammed the table in fury, berating Sengoku across from him, his angry shouts echoing throughout the entire chamber. Across from him, Sengoku wore a resigned expression. He had thought retirement meant he would never have to set foot in such a place again, yet here, he was summoned back under such circumstances. Silence reigned in the conference room, the air, as if drained, suffocating and oppressive. The other four Gorosei remained silent, their faces already grim beyond measure. The damage to Marine headquarters had been controllable, but the situation at Impel Down was different. It struck at the very face of the world government. Take a look at this wanted poster. Breaking the eerie silence, Sengoku pulled out a wanted poster and slapped it onto the table before him. A wanted poster. The Gorosei dismissed it with indifference. What pirates were worth their attention now? Even the four emperors of the New World were just idling away, their fighting spirit long lost. With casual indifference, they glanced at the poster on the table, not taking it seriously. Wait, something familiar about it. A second look. The Gorosei could no longer tear their eyes away. The next moment, an explosive aura erupted within the room. Hockey-like solid armor burst forth, wreaking havoc across the chamber. The precious handcrafted rosewood table was instantly destroyed, leaving the room resembling a garbage dump. The only thing that remained intact was a single wanted poster drifting slowly in the air before landing gently on the floor, revealing the figure on it to all. "Ronald, this man is still alive," exclaimed the golden-haired Gorosei, his face filled with shock. Yes, and not only that. Edward Newgate did die, but after Ronald obtained his body, he revived shortly after. I suspect he has mastered some forbidden ability. Sengoku spoke in a low voice. As his words fell, the expressions of the others froze, and then a glint of greed crept into their eyes. Resurrection. A forbidden power over life itself, something not even they could ignore, if it could be used to achieve immortality. Involuntarily, the Gorosei exchanged glances, each seeing urgency in the other's eyes. Bang! Bang! The cane struck the floor twice with crisp sounds. Sengoku looked up at the oldest of the Gorosei, a stooped figure in a felt hat, who stepped forward and said, "Since this matter originated with the Marines, it shall end with the Marines. I care not what methods you use, we only want one result. Bring Ronald back in chains. Do you understand, Sengoku? Capture Ronald alive." Sengoku was taken aback, staring at the old man before him. He understood the intent all too well, but was Ronald really so easy to catch? "I will inform Kazan and the others," Sengoku could only reply. Seemingly satisfied with his answer, the other Gorosei nodded unconsciously. The felt hat Gorosei's face once again broke into a smile. "Very well. For now, raise Ronald's bounty to 100 billion permanent. And the position of Fleet Admiral has been vacant too long. We find Marine Admiral Sakazuki suitable. He shall be the next Fleet Admiral. The appointment letter will be delivered to Marine headquarters shortly. That will be all. If there is nothing else, you may leave, Sengoku." The felt hat Gorosei dismissed him with a casual wave, as if the appointment of a Fleet Admiral was merely a trivial matter. Shouldn't the Fleet Admiral be appointed through proper assessment? Making such arbitrary decisions will cause discontent among the ranks. Hearing the predetermined appointment, Sengoku's heart trembled. He spoke in fury. "Sengoku, do not forget, you are no longer the Fleet Admiral. You have no say in who the candidate is. The reason we called you here was merely to clarify certain matters. Now you may leave." At this, a bald Gorosei with a sword in his arms stepped forward, speaking bluntly. His tone brooked no argument. "Damn it." Sengoku's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched unconsciously. What did these people think the Marines were? Toys? To casually bestow even such a vital position as Fleet Admiral? The air grew thick with tension. Sengoku stood his ground, ready to confront the Gorosei, but the men before him only sneered, their expressions mocking, as if they wanted to see whether the house dog they had raised would indeed bite its master. Crack, crack. The sound of joints being squeezed filled the room. Sengoku glared at the men before him, time passing second by second. After what seemed an eternity, "I'll take my leave," Sengoku sighed, deeply turned, and walked away. His figure suddenly seemed stooped, his face etched with dejection. He had given up. It seemed that man Ronald was right. The Marines were nothing more than the world government's private army, and they were all still lost in their own world. Justice. Justice without conviction is laughable. I have lost this bet utterly and completely. Sengoku murmured, dragging his weary body out of this foul place. Rumble. The heavy door closed behind him. Unnoticed by Sengoku, the Gorosei wore varied expressions. Some sneered, some mocked, some leered, but not a trace of regret. The next day, in the new world at the Marine headquarters, a freshly printed wanted poster was issued from here, spreading across the entire sea. In an instant, the oceans trembled and the world shook. Countless people were left stunned by the astronomically high bounty on the poster. Let me count. 100 million berry. Breaking news from the great pirates. The most wanted criminal, the Erie Ron, has had his bounty raised to 10 billion. Then, is he the 5th emperor? No, even among the 4 emperors, Whitebeard Newgate's bounty is only half of his. If we caught him and handed him to the Marines, we'd be rich. Are you insane? That's Ron we're talking about. The man who boldly provoked the Marines at their headquarters and walked away unscathed. We don't know where he came from, but a criminal this wanted by the Marines is unprecedented. Are you looking for death? So terrifying. A great pirate who stands above the emperors. How monstrous must his strength be? From the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, along with the Grand Line, nearly the entire world was stunned by this single wanted poster. From that moment on, Ron's name was made. A whirlpool of a new era stirred by him was about to engulf the whole world. Meanwhile, back at Marine headquarters, I believe you all know about my appointment as Fleet Admiral. I won't dwell on that. Our sole objective now is to capture Ron and eliminate this threat once and for all. In the headquarters war room, Akainu sat imperiously at the head of the table, his fierce gaze sweeping over the assembled high-ranking officers as he laid out his first operational plan since taking office. As his eyes fell upon an empty seat at the conference table, a flicker of displeasure appeared in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed. He knew these men resented his promotion, but so what? Results were what mattered. With this thought, Akainu's resolve solidified. He said in a deep voice, "Is everything clear?" Below him, Kizaru remained his usual languid self, while Vice Admiral Tsuru beside him sat in deep thought, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The other high-ranking officers exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to grasp the situation. For a moment, the entire room fell into a heavy silence. Bang! Sakazuki. Just then the conference room doors burst open, revealing Akiji's furious figure. This sudden disruption instantly shifted the tone of the meeting. The expressions of those present became subtly strained. I knew this would happen. A look of weariness crossed Vice Admiral Tsuru's aged face. She waved a hand at those present, saying, "Everyone please leave. The Fleet Admiral and Admiral Kazan need to talk. The specific decisions of this meeting will be relayed to you later." As her words fell, the officers, as if pardoned, quickly rose and hurried out. In no time the room was empty, leaving only Vice Admiral Tsuru. She looked at the two men, then left with a single remark: "If you're going to fight, take it outside. Don't disturb the others." The wise old woman could see at a glance that their conflict had reached an irreconcilable point. Admiral Kazan, what business do you have with me? With the others gone, Akainu dropped all pretense, leaning back in his seat with a relaxed posture. Sakazuki, are you so eager to be the world government's lapdog? Do you really think Ron is easy prey? Akiji cut straight to the chase. Oh. Akainu seemed surprised, then looked Kazan up and down with a sneer. What's this? Has the admiral who got himself taken hostage lost his nerve after that one fight with Ron? Akiji's expression grew even colder at Akainu's taunt about his past humiliation. He retorted icily, that's still better than someone who's been beaten to a pulp 3 times and needed his subordinates to save him. You? Akainu's fury ignited searing magma, instantly heating his fists. The words struck a raw nerve. He took a deep breath, forcing his anger down, and said darkly, I am the fleet admiral now, Admiral Kazan. Don't forget your place. He emphasized the difference in their ranks, to which Akiji finally allowed a look of undisguised contempt to cross his cold face. A fleet admiral who got his position by licking his master's boots. Boom. In that instant, the temperature in the room skyrocketed, and Akainu vanished from his seat. Great eruption. Ice block, pheasant beak. One of fire, one of ice, they clashed in a spectacular battle between the fleet admiral and his subordinate right there in the war room, unleashing a violent pressure that swept through the entire Marine headquarters. Within moments, the roof of the headquarters building was blasted clean off, flames erupting, and a chilling aura surging skyward. What a troubled time. Below, Vice Admiral Tsuru on her way home cast a sorrowful glance back at the fierce battle raging within the building. On the other side, near the waters of Xiangbedi, wicked Dr. Luo, Nguru Dr. Luo, and you have a new title. On the deck, Whitebeard held Luo's wanted poster, laughing and teasing loudly. A few days after the impel down incident, they were preparing to head to the New World, but they never expected such a massive response from the Navy. The Navy Marshal had confirmed Luo's bounty, directly raising it to 10 billion. Luo wore a disdainful expression. TCH, what a ridiculous name. Those Navy guys didn't even bother asking for my opinion. As they talked, Rayleigh happened to overhear and walked over with a smile. I think the name suits you quite well, Dr. Luo, and you can even bring people back to life. Wicked Doctor fits your identity perfectly. Luo snorted in disdain. At that moment, Ace came over to join the fun. Exactly. And Luo's bounty is terrifying. 10 billion berries. That's enough to buy 2 old men. No sooner had he spoken than Whitebeard turned to him with a scowl. He put down his barrel of sake and delivered a loving iron fist to Ace's head. Hey Ace, what do you mean by 2 old men? Are you looking down on your old man? Thud. A huge lump immediately swelled on Ace's head. Ouch, old man, that hurts. He rubbed his head and complained, but inside he felt a little aggrieved. He wasn't wrong. Old man's bounty was just over 5 billion berries, while Luo's was already double that. Seeing his son's aggrieved expression, Whitebeard grew even more displeased. The Ace who used to call him old man, with admiration in his eyes, was gone, replaced by someone who had defected to Luo's side. If this continues, his son would become someone else's son. Whitebeard worriedly pondered. Watching such a joyful scene, Luo was thoroughly amused. Finally, he got to see Newgate suffer a setback. Aren't you always so concerned about family? Now your son is no longer close to you, he's starting to worship me. Isn't that infuriating? Sailing on the sea was mostly boring. Since deciding to head to the New World, they had been traveling for over 2 days. Those 2 days had been torturous for the crew of rough men. All they did was eat and sleep, and 3 meals a day couldn't satisfy them. It was almost unbearable. Finding some entertainment wasn't easy. Just as Luo was getting a bit too delighted, Whitebeard's mood soured. By the way, Dr. Luo, and I recall you were imprisoned in Marineford for over 40 years, weren't you? He asked casually. About that. What about it? Luo answered without suspicion. Although during his imprisonment he had been in a sealed state, and his lifespan hadn't actually diminished, there was no need to explain that. The meaning was essentially the same, and he didn't think Whitebeard could find fault with it. Such a long time. Whitebeard sighed with emotion, then immediately changed his tone. Dr. Luo, and do you want a wife? I'm sure you never had any contact with girls during your time in Marineford. I have some very fine daughters. I could introduce you to a few goo. His laughter echoed across the deck, and everyone's expressions froze. Their gazes darted sideways, and a hint of pity inadvertently showed in their eyes. How pitiful. In an instant, Luo's face stiffened, especially when he noticed Ace and the others' expressions of disbelief. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Just then Rayleigh perked up as well. I also know a young lady. Her personality is a bit tsundere, and aside from occasionally petrifying people, she's not a bad catch. She's quite famous on the seas and very popular. Dr. Luo, and would you like me to play matchmaker? Hey, you've had enough. Finally, Luo couldn't hold back his outburst. At the same time, Navy ships. Marco's voice came down from the lookout tower, instantly shifting everyone's attention. On the comm, see about a kilometer away from Luo and the others, a Navy warship was exchanging fire with a pirate ship. The battle was fierce, echoing across the entire ocean. Surprisingly, what shot out of the Navy cannons were not cannonballs, but pitch-black sharp spears, each one piercing straight through the pirate ship. Bang bang bang. Suddenly something happened on the enemy ship, and the pirates were thrown into chaos. A woman with pink hair wearing sunglasses and a navy coat stood at the bow of the warship, her expression extremely cold. A Navy soldier reported, Rear Admiral Na, the captain of the Bassa pirate crew, has been severely wounded in the attack. Should we engage in boarding combat? Close in. Na will arrest them all. Na said icily. Yes, sir. Receiving the order, the Navy immediately turned the ship toward the pirate vessel. In no time, the two ships collided with a heavy, dull thud. The crew members staggered with the impact, and before they could steady themselves, they saw their superior Rear Admiral Na charge forward, first leaping over the railing and landing directly on the pirate ship. Shackle fenced. Na extended her arms, and a pitch-black fence instantly shot out from them. Amid the terrified gazes, the fence encircled all the pirates, then contracted with force, instantly incapacitating everyone. By the time the other Navy soldiers arrived, they found that Na had already subdued all the pirates single-handedly. Immediately, a torrent of flattery poured forth from their mouths, as if it cost nothing. As expected of Rear Admiral Na, beautiful and strong. Exactly. She's the goddess of my dreams. Marry me, Rear Admiral Na. No, I'm not worthy. Rear Admiral Na, I'm willing to be your devoted follower. Just go wild, and I'll raise the children. Listening to her subordinates' absurd remarks, Na was already used to it. She tossed her hair and lifted her fair chin high. Na is the strongest. No need to elaborate. This action only drew more enthusiastic adoration from her simps. Just then, an untimely laughter suddenly rang out from a distance. Guru, this little Navy girl isn't bad. Dr. Luo, and how about I personally bring her back for you? The distinctive laughter immediately caught everyone's attention and also made the Navy soldiers glare angrily. Who would dare to be so bold as to covet their untouchable goddess? They'd kill him. But the next second, when they saw who it was, their expressions froze, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their legs went weak, and they wanted to flee, but dared not. Edward Newgate, Silvers Rayleigh, and the wicked Dr. Luo. Luo and Na stammered, her confident morale completely gone. The arrival of 3 heavyweight pirate captains terrified the Navy soldiers, rendering them unable to speak a coherent sentence, let alone run. Those still on the Navy warship could only cower in corners, silently praying that these big shots wouldn't notice them. Hey Newgate, don't go too far. I'm not interested in that kind of woman at all. Just a little girl, utterly boring. She'll only slow down my scalpel. Let's go, and don't forget our schedule. At that moment, another young voice came from the opposite side. Na shifted her gaze slightly and saw that it was Luo speaking. Guru, well, since Dr. Luo has no interest, I'll save myself the trouble. Sun's time to go. Whitebeard called out, and the ship immediately accelerated. Under the watchful eyes of Na and the Navy, they sailed away leisurely until they completely disappeared from sight. Only then did Na finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. That was close. She turned around and found herself drenched in cold sweat. The pressure of an Emperor of the Sea was truly terrifying. If not for Luo speaking up, she might not have gotten off so easily. It seems Whitebeard cares a lot about what he thinks. He just said he's not interested in someone like me. Na muttered to herself, trying to glean some useful information from the brief encounter. But gradually she began to sense something was off. What does someone like me mean? What does he mean by little girl? Na suddenly snapped to attention, her beautiful face flushing with anger. How dare he say he's not interested in me? What's wrong with me? And calling me a little girl? How old are you? Rubber stamp. Rubber rocket. Rubber Gatling. On an island in the calm belt, a fierce chase was unfolding. Amidst rolling clouds of dust, Luffy, wearing a straw hat, moved with incredible agility. His opponents were a horde of ferocious, rampaging beasts. As they raced through the terrain, trees were shattered in the beast's path. Luffy's arms were coated in a thick layer of armament haki, and with each strike a beast crumbled to the ground. The shockwaves sent tremors through the forest, scattering flocks of birds into the sky. Ha, Luffy, your armament haki is already quite refined. It's time to move on to the next phase of your training, observation haki. At that moment, a large blue-skinned man appeared on the island. Wearing wooden clogs, he walked towards Luffy. Jinbe. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he turned around excitedly. Is it time to eat? He noticed the massive bundle on Jinbe's back, and took a deep sniff, the aroma of food wafting from it. His stomach immediately began to growl involuntarily. Luffy finished the battle at top speed, then dashed over to Jinbe, looking extremely impatient. Luffy, I just saw some great news. Your brother Ace is alive again. Watching Luffy devour his food, Jinbe said with a smile. Ace? Luffy froze, his mouth still stuffed with meat. He looked dazed for a moment, then with a gulp he swallowed and grabbed Jinbe, his eyes shining. You mean Ace is back? I can see Ace again. Yes, he's back. You'll be able to see him anytime now. Mister. Ron brought him back, and Ace's father Whitebeard has also returned. Jinbe nodded, his voice filled with joy. Yay? That's great. Ace is back. I can see Ace again. Hearing the news, Luffy jumped straight into the air, screaming in sheer excitement. Jinbe sat nearby, a look of heartfelt satisfaction on his face. When he had first heard the news, he hadn't been able to be as carefree as this guy. It wasn't until recently, when news of Mr. Ron's bounty and related stories reached the calm belt, that he was finally convinced. But if that were true, staying here was no longer an option, as the situation in his homeland, Fishman Island, had become critical. Luffy. Jinbe hesitated, then decided to bring up his departure. But Luffy was still lost in the joy of his brother's return. Jinbe, why don't we go find Ace right now? It's been so long I miss him. Oh, and I also need to tell Ace that I've learned a new way to get stronger. It's called armament hockey, a technique Mr. Rayleigh taught me. Also, we should bring some food along, we'll get hungry on the way. Seeing Luffy lost in his own world, Jinbe sighed in exasperation and raised his voice. Luffy. Huh? What's wrong, Jinbe? Luffy stopped what he was doing and asked, puzzled. Are you just going to leave like that? Have you forgotten the helplessness you felt at Marineford? Don't you want to get stronger? Jinbe took a deep breath and spoke. Suddenly the air grew quiet. Luffy was visibly taken aback. After a long pause, he silently put down his bundle of food and sat down cross-legged. I've made up my mind. I'm going to get stronger and find a way to beat the living daylights out of that marine dog Akainu to avenge Ace. As for thanking Mr. Ron, I'll just have to ask you to pass the message along for me. A bright smile returned to Luffy's face. Phew. Jinbe sighed in relief, glad that Luffy hadn't run off. He wouldn't have known how to explain that to Mr. Rayleigh. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, your armament hockey is now quite polished. The next step is to train your observation hockey. Before Jinbe could finish, Luffy had already devoured the food with terrifying speed. He patted his now flat stomach and declared with full seriousness, all right, starting today, I'm training my observation hockey. With that, much to Jinbe's bewilderment, Luffy produced a piece of opaque black cloth, wrapped it tightly around his forehead, and recalling what Rayleigh had said, headed to an open clearing and sat down cross-legged. Watching Luffy's gung-ho attitude, Jinbe sighed internally. There was no reasoning with this guy. Well, he'd just leave a note for him. Feeling a bit weary, he turned and, finding a rock, carved a message into it. Then, glancing back at Luffy, who was still sitting there waiting for his test, he quietly slipped into the sea. After Whitebeard's death, the crisis on Fishman Island had worsened. Fishmen were disappearing from the island with increasing frequency. He had to find Whitebeard again and seek his protection. He also remembered Luffy's request to pass on his regards to Mr. Ron. He was sure that Mr. Ron was with Whitebeard at the moment. Splash. Ripples spread across the ocean's surface as Jinbe departed with those thoughts, leaving Luffy alone once more on the desolate island. Meanwhile, the beasts he had defeated earlier had regrouped and were circling back. Their eyes were bloodshot and they glared at the human in front of them with hatred, their heads covered in bumps. This little brat had just given them a thorough beating. In the depths of the ocean, it seemed to harbor the most profound darkness of this world, where human power became utterly insignificant. Amid this boundless darkness, a ship enveloped by a massive bubble emitted a faint glow, breaking the stillness. Huh, another human has come. It seems to be able to hear our voices. In a deeper part of this sea, several sea kings communicated in the faintest manner, yet unexpectedly, they were overheard by a human. On the deck, Luo-in was sleeping soundly on a deck chair. The surrounding crew members were also taking a rare rest, gathering on the deck, except for the helmsman, either chatting or admiring the monotonous deep-sea scenery. Huh. Suddenly Luo-in opened his eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. What's wrong, Master Luo-in? Not sleeping well. Shall I get you a quilt to pat it? Marineford noticed Luo-in's expression and came over to inquire with concern. Meanwhile, the clever AIC had already rushed into the cabin. In less than a minute, he dashed back out with a thick quilt in one hand and a glass of orange juice in the other. Master Luo-in had mentioned he didn't like alcohol. No need, AIC. Fine then. Luo-in sighed, helplessly took the orange juice from AIC and watched as the latter spread the soft quilt over the deck chair. The feeling, how to put it, was quite pleasant, provided he ignored Newgate, who was jealously sucking on a lemon nearby. Actually, it's nothing. I just happened to hear some voices and conversations, and then I was accidentally awakened. Luo-in explained as he lay back down on the soft deck chair. Sounds. Conversations. AIC was stunned. Beside him, Marineford also wore a puzzled expression. He instinctively glanced at the lifeless sea around them, and then said with a strange look, Master Luo-in, this is the deep sea. How could there be any sounds? Exactly. We've traveled this route countless times. AIC chimed in. Of course you can't hear them. Master Luo-in is referring to the conversations among the sea kings. At this, Rayleigh chuckled nearby, and turned his gaze to Luo-in, exclaiming in admiration, I didn't expect Master Luo-in's color of observation to have reached the level of hearing all things. As far as I know, aside from Captain Roger, AIC's father, no one else has achieved this. That man is not worthy of being my father. This remark immediately irritated AIC, who muttered discontentedly. Having gone through a life and death experience, he was actually not as resistant to his father in his heart. But being as tsundere as he was, how could he admit defeat? He could only prick up his ears discreetly to listen to the two seniors recounting the heroic deeds of his father. This kid quite the tsundere. Noticing AIC's small gestures, Luo-in found it amusing. The personalities of this father and son were truly nothing alike. He wondered how the simple-minded Roger had fathered such a clever and mischievous son as AIC. Exactly, Roger was actually a genius. If he had been born at the right time, even without me, he might have forged a new path. After all, I am merely a guide. Our predecessors left behind great treasures that can overturn the world. such as the promised ship of Fishman Island Joy Boy's apology letter, or one of the 3 ancient weapons the Sea King Poseidon. After briefly adjusting his thoughts, Luo-in spoke again, confirming Rayleigh's earlier words. Ancient weapons. This topic was clearly more intriguing. Suddenly the eyes of everyone on the ship were fixed on Luo-in. Could it be that Master Luo-in knew the specific whereabouts of the ancient weapons? Seeing the hopeful eyes before him, Luo-in knew exactly what the younger ones were thinking. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he affirmed, I do know the whereabouts of all the ancient weapons. Not only that, but AIC's father, Mr. Rayleigh. Oh, and as for whether your father knows, I'm not sure. As one of the few amusing diversions on the ship, he decisively set a trap for Whitebeard beside him. As his words fell, everyone's eyes shifted in unison. Hey Luo-in, stop fooling my son. I just wanted to live a peaceful life, is that not allowed? Whitebeard quickly interjected. He had to speak up. That bastard Dr. Luo-in was trying to uproot him, determined to lure all his sons away. Utterly malicious. Serves you right for exposing my shortcomings in front of the juniors. Luo-in thought with great satisfaction. He remembered the earlier incident, trying to find a wife for him. Wasn't that an insult? The ship was still gliding through the darkness, when at that moment a familiar jeer came from within the cabin. Jahahaha, Newgate still as naive as ever. Without the greater whole, there is no smaller family. Only by ruling the entire sea can everything you protect truly be yours. If you die, don't you think your so-called sons will be hunted down, and even the territories you protect will be taken away? The cabin door opened, revealing the bandage-wrapped Golden Lion. In an instant, Whitebeard's face darkened. Ski, you are as unpleasant as ever. Oh, am I wrong? Jahahaha. Golden Lion wore a brazen expression, walked straight to Luo-in, picked up the orange juice that AIC had given Luo-in, and gulped it down. PFF, what is this stuff? Drinking is what a real man should do. As his words fell, the deck fell into complete silence. Noticing the strange looks from everyone on the ship, Golden Lion sensed something amiss and scratched his head awkwardly. Jahaha, what are you all staring at me for? At that moment, a low voice suddenly sounded from behind him, sending a chill down Golden Lion's spine. Ski, it seems your wounds are almost healed. Hearing this, Golden Lion abruptly turned around, only to find Luo-in's dark eyes gazing at him with a faint, elusive smile. His expression instantly stiffened. Then he put on a stubborn front again. Oh, it's Vice Captain Luo-in. Long time no see. Long time no see. Luo-in nodded with a smile, then turned his head. You guys, what about the clone legs from Mr. Golden Lion that I asked you to prepare? Hurry up and bring them out. I'm going to perform surgery on Mr. Ski, a great swordsman using his legs to swing a sword. That's just too ugly. With that, before Golden Lion could react, Luo-in first stopped him, grabbed him, and dragged him into the cabin. Once again, Golden Lion's panicked cries echoed across the deck. Vice Captain Luo-in, Dr. Luo-in, what are you going to do? Give you surgery. But I feel fine like this. No, that won't do. Since you've agreed to board my ship, I must take responsibility for your body. After a brief exchange, the cabin door slammed shut again. On the deck, the stunned expressions of the crew lingered for nearly 10 seconds before they finally let out a collective sigh. All because of a glass of juice. Deeper beneath the sea, 10,000 meters down, within the Fishman Island, the Ryugu Kingdom. King Neptune, this is already the 3rd disappearance of a fishman this month. Moreover, the Fishman Street has been restless lately. According to the guards, some fishmen have been losing their minds and causing violent disturbances as if they were under the influence of some drug. What do you think? In the Great Hall, the air was heavy. The left minister was reporting the latest situation in the kingdom. Neptune, seated upon the throne above, listened to the report from below, and a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. Could it be that he could only seek the protection of another power? Unless absolutely necessary, he truly did not wish to take this step. Not every great pirate was as benevolent as the Whitebeard pirates. Very well, I have taken note of this. Is there anything else? Feeling somewhat weary, Neptune only wished to see his beloved daughter at that moment. There is also good news. At this, the left minister paused, his tone laced with uncertainty. Good news. Neptune looked skeptical. Ever since the death of the Yonko Whitebeard at the Summit War of Marineford, the Fishman Island, having lost its protection, had been in decline. Every day brought new crises and pirate invasions. What good news could there be at such a time? Speak then, he said, somewhat disheartened. Before I came, Jinbe sent word. From what he implied, it seems Whitebeard has been resurrected. The left minister carefully chose his words. Resurrected. Upon hearing this news, Neptune's eyes widened, not in shock, but in suspicion that his minister might have suffered a blow to the head. Left minister, this is no joking matter. His tone turned stern. He was old, but not senile. Devil fruits were indeed miraculous, but had anyone ever seen a celestial dragon live forever? Wasn't resurrection essentially the same as immortality? The left minister fell silent, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Just as he was wondering what to say, a frantic and furious voice suddenly rang out from outside, drawing the attention of Neptune and the left minister. All Ryugu guards, follow me now. Bring your weapons. Those damn pirates are kidnapping our people again, trying to sell them to the disgusting celestial dragons. As the words fell, a flurry of sounds followed, mingled with the indignant curses of the Ryugu guards. Damn it. Can't those bastards do anything besides kidnap people? If I catch them, I'll skin those animals alive. I wonder how strong these pirates are this time. If they have some weird abilities again, it'll be trouble, some guards said worriedly. More residents kidnapped. Hearing the right minister's furious voice from outside Neptune was stunned for a moment, then his face twisted with extreme rage. Bastards. The Knight of the Sea, the king of the Fishman Kingdom, for the first time, seized his trident in fury and rose to stride out of the Great Hall. He had made up his mind after this incident he would find a way to protect the safety of Fishman Island at all costs. For his people, he would even humble himself willingly. At that moment, near Coral Hill, hurry up, move it. The Fishman Island guards will be here soon. What's there to fear? Without Whitebeard's protection, they're nothing. Brothers, take this chance to catch these fishmen and sell them in the New World. We'll be rich. We can recruit troops, surround ourselves with beautiful women, and build our own kingdom. Yahoo! The position of the fifth emperor will be ours. The pirates who came to capture fishmen were numerous, at least over 100 by count. Their target this time was also a large batch of nearly a dozen fishmen, carefully selected. Dozens of fishmen with graceful figures and delicate features huddled together, weeping pitifully, "Save us. Please, someone save us." Ha ha ha, scream all you want. No one will come to save you. The pirates roared with laughter, all the while clamping shackles on the fishmen to prevent escape. Newgate, it seems the Fishman Island you protected is in a bad way. Outside the Fishman Island, a ship enveloped in a bubble gradually approached. Ron stood at the bow, raising an eyebrow as he spoke to Whitebeard, whose face had darkened considerably. Although they couldn't see the island's internal situation with their eyes, their observation hockey was more than enough to cover the entire island. Without looking, they could hear what was happening. Whitebeard remained silent. In the past, he might have felt slightly displeased, but he wouldn't have cared too much. On one hand, his children would handle it. On the other, providing protection to Fishman Island was already quite generous. It was a very realistic issue. As a pirate, he too needed to eat. To offer the greatest security without exploiting them with limited economic resources. This was already saintly for a pirate, especially in this world. That was why the king of Fishman Island praised him as a good man. But now it was different. The previous experience had nearly cost him his children, and seeing the tragedy of Fishman Island stirred deep emotions within him. Perhaps Ron was right, and even that fool Shiki had thought more deeply than he had. Without a small home, how could there be a big family? If this world remained so filthy, how could he bear to let his children suffer such torment? Then today this old man will start by purging Fishman Island. Whitebeard's forehead veins bulged as he suddenly raised his blade, clutching Murakamajiri high above his head, poised to strike down at Fishman Island. This abrupt move nearly scared Ron out of his wits. Hey, what are you doing, Newgate? Do you want to destroy Fishman Island? He quickly intervened to stop him. Not to mention that Fishman Island might not yet be Whitebeard's territory, but it would certainly be Ron's in the future. Was he going to let this 9A level scenic spot be ruined by this guy Newgate? Seeing Whitebeard lower his blade, Ron breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. He began to wonder if he had been overstimulating Newgate lately, causing him to have a stress reaction. So who will handle this? Ron looked up and asked the group. Faced with Ron's question, everyone exchanged glances. They were all devil fruit users, those afraid of water and those not afraid, but lacking sufficient strength. Seeing this, Ron immediately looked helpless. He should have kept some non-devil fruit users behind. Rayleigh, could you trouble yourself once more? Rayleigh. He suspected that Ron was targeting him. Rayleigh ultimately made his decision and departed. Casting one lingering melancholic glance behind him, he leaped into the boundless sea and swam swiftly toward Fishman Island. Truly worthy of being the grand steward of the new era kingdom in the future. Leading from the front, as expected. Ron murmured in admiration, watching Rayleigh's receding figure, growing ever more convinced that recruiting him had been a wise choice. Meanwhile at Fishman Island. Brothers, are we done packing? Time to scatter. If we linger any longer, those Dragon Country guards will arrive. Done, Captain, the pirates responded in unison. Then let's move out quickly. The captain hoisted a beautiful fishman woman onto his back, turned sharply, and strode toward the moored boats. The other pirates followed suit, nearly 100 in number, creating quite a commotion. Not far away, the residents of Fishman Island watched with furious expressions. They wanted to intervene, but one fishman had already been ruthlessly slain, his crimson blood pooling across the ground. Damn it, these bastards. Is Fishman Island destined to forever be nothing but a commodity, traded by others? These fish people gritted their teeth, despair spreading through their hearts. Everyone, could you hold on a moment? At that moment, an elegant elderly man with white curly hair and glasses appeared, drawing everyone's attention. He strolled forward casually, conveniently blocking the pirates' escape route. The nearby fish people froze in astonishment. Meanwhile, the pirates exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of this man. What was this old fellow's background? Kill him. The captain, their leader, suddenly sneered. It didn't matter who this man was. He absolutely could not stand in the way of making money. As soon as the words fell, kill him. Take him out. The pirates dropped the fish people they had been carrying and raised their weapons, charging toward Rayleigh. "Sir, why can't people just talk things out? Mister, Ron really knows how to give me trouble." Rayleigh sighed, stepping forward leisurely and throwing a single punch. The foremost pirate was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, crashing through dozens of others in his path. His sword fell from his grasp, and Raleigh caught it deftly as the hilt landed perfectly in his hand. Displaying such overwhelming power stunned everyone. Fear gripped the pirates, and they hesitated to advance. Seeing this, Raleigh simply walked forward, sword in hand. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, blades flashed like the gates of hell. The pirates felt a blur pass before their eyes, and the next moment Raleigh stood behind them. The pirates remained frozen, as if struck by some binding spell. Finally done, Raleigh said with an easy smile, casually tossing aside his bloodstained blade. Clang! The blade hit the ground with a crisp sound. The next moment, to everyone's horrified gaze, the pirates toppled over one after another like mountains collapsing. Blood mixed with mud slowly flowing from their necks, vivid and shocking. Silence. The fish people stood frozen, like statues, staring blankly at Raleigh, unable to process what had just happened. It was only when Raleigh spoke to them that they finally snapped out of their daze. Could you please help untie the ropes on those captured fishman ladies? Raleigh said with a smile. Instantly, the fish people on site waved their hands and rushed forward. Not trouble at all, not trouble at all. Exactly how could such a small matter be any trouble? We haven't even thanked you for saving our friends yet. May I ask your name? The tense atmosphere gradually began to ease. Just then, King Neptune finally arrived, leading his dragon palace guards from the sky. Upon seeing the chaos below, his expression darkened instantly. He rushed down and urgently asked, "Are you all alright? Is anyone injured?" "We're fine, Your Majesty, Neptune. Thanks to Mr. Raleigh," a Fishman Island resident said warmly. "Raleigh?" Neptune paused, then looked up, his eyes widening. "Mr. Raleigh, is that you?" "Oh, it's me. Long time no see. I happened to pass by and noticed some trouble here at Fishman Island, so I dealt with it." "Thank you so much, Mr. Raleigh." Neptune was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Please come to my dragon palace and allow me to host you properly." Raleigh was about to decline when a young voice suddenly rang out from afar, making him pause. "Hey Raleigh, looking quite splendid, aren't you? That swordsmanship earlier was impressive. Looks like you're on the verge of a breakthrough." Ron walked slowly toward them with Newgate Ace and a large group trailing behind him. Raleigh sighed helplessly. "While I appreciate the compliment, sir, it's rather confusing coming from someone of your stature as a legendary great swordsman. Besides, I can't help but feel you're treating me like your personal bodyguard, unpaid no less." "So I don't say that. Raleigh, you're a legendary pirate. How could mere Barry possibly measure your worth?" Ron said with mock disapproval, patting Raleigh on the shoulder as he approached. Predictable. Hearing this, dark lines formed on Raleigh's forehead. His earlier suspicion was correct. Mr. Ron truly had taken him on as an unpaid caretaker. As the two conversed, Neptune nearby seemed to be undergoing some tremendous emotional shock. His sturdy frame trembled slightly, and his eyes grew faintly red. "New Newgate-sama, you've truly been resurrected," he stammered. "Gurura, Neptune, we meet again. Forgive me for bringing trouble upon you because of my affairs." Whitebeard laughed heartily, a trace of guilt flickering in his eyes. No, not at all. I should be the one thanking you for your protection over these years." Neptune waved his hands frantically. Then his tone paused, and he asked cautiously, "Perhaps this request is too much to ask, but would you be willing to once again grant Fishman Island your protection?" After speaking those words, Neptune's expression grew earnest. The current plight of Fishman Island was in part his failure as king. To spare his people from living in constant fear, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and make this plea once more. A rare silence fell over the scene. Every fish person with pleading eyes gazed at Newgate. Peace may be common, yet it is also rare and precious. Gazing at those expectant eyes, Whitebeard's heart tightened. In that moment, he seemed to truly understand the deeper meaning behind Ron's earlier words. After a long hesitation, Whitebeard finally spoke with visible difficulty. "I'm sorry. The Whitebeard pirates can no longer provide protection for Fishman Island." Silence. The scene grew utterly quiet. The residents of Fishman Island wore expressions of disbelief, which soon gave way to despair. "Even Newgate-sama is unwilling to protect us anymore." Beneath the deep-sea Uran Island resembled an underwater paradise brimming with a dreamlike atmosphere. Yet this scene, which could only appear in dreams, was now shrouded in deathly silence. Neptune stood on the field, his body trembling slightly. Initially, he too felt reluctant upon hearing the news, but in the end he decided to accept reality. "Is that so? It is I who have troubled Lord Newgate. I apologize and thank you for your past protection." He bowed deeply and said. Looking at the humble appearance of the old man before him, Whitebeard felt a stir in his heart. Then he turned to Luo N with a helpless expression and said, "Hey Dr. Luo N, shouldn't you say something at a time like this?" Dr. Luo N. Hearing this name, everyone paused, showing confused expressions. Even Nippuden himself was somewhat bewildered. "Yes, it is like this. The Whitebeard pirates no longer exist. We have all joined under Lord Luo N. Therefore we can no longer use the title of Whitebeard to provide you with protection. Whether to offer new protection to Uran Island will be decided by Lord Luo N." Noticing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Ma-Urk stepped forward with a smile and explained. Boom. These words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone present utterly stunned and dazed. The Whitebeard pirates no longer exist, and all have joined under Lord Luo N. A prestigious Yonko-level pirate crew disbanded on the spot for one man. Suddenly, everyone developed a strong curiosity about Luo, the great pirate who had briefly appeared at Marineford. What kind of charm did this man possess that could make Whitebeard and the entire crew submit and willingly become his vassals? On the other side, Nippuden was also stunned by this heavy news, but soon with his heart set on the safety of Urin Island upon learning that protection was promising, a glimmer of new hope arose in his eyes. His lips trembled slightly as he hesitated. Lord Luo, could you? To be honest, this scene was rather heart-wrenching. After all, Nippuden as the king of a nation had gone to such lengths for his people, which was truly beyond ordinary men. Behind him, Ma-Urk and the others looked at the old man, a trace of pity flashing in their eyes. Though their hands might be stained with blood, they still could not bear to see an old man weep. Instinctively, they all turned to look at Luo, their eyes filled with pleading. Seeing this, Luo showed a helpless expression. Hey, what are you doing? Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. I'm just thinking, if we provide protection, what would be a good token? We are not pirates anymore. We don't have a pirate flag. Huh, is that so? Everyone was stunned, not expecting the reason to be so simple. But what to use as a token was indeed a big problem. With this thought, everyone lowered their heads and began to think carefully. How about using Lord Luo's coat? He is now 100 billion pirate. The most iconic thing on him must be that white doctor's coat. AIC was the first to speak. This is indeed a good idea. Everyone's eyes lit up. Given Luo's identity as a doctor, it didn't need to be too complicated. The doctor's coat perfectly fit the characteristics of a token, highly recognizable, and Urin Island just needed to publicize it a bit. Having made up their minds, they no longer hesitated and immediately moved forward, as if to take off Luo's coat. Hey, what are you doing, youngsters? Is this how you treat your elder? Luo strategically retreated. If his clothes were taken off, how could he salvage his image later? It's just a coat, Lord Luo, and don't be so stingy. That's right, even our old man was stripped bare and didn't say anything. On the side, Whitebeard saw Luo surrounded by the kids and was secretly gloating. But then someone behind him said something that struck a nerve, and in an instant his smile froze. At this moment, Luo was still resisting. It wasn't that he was stingy, but using a coat as a token gave an inexplicably perverse feeling. When Layli saw this, he could only step forward helplessly. Lord Luo, although I don't know what you mean by a 9A level scenic spot, exchanging a coat for a 9A level scenic spot should be quite a bargain, he said in a low voice. Luo was taken aback upon hearing this. After a pause, he began to take off his coat voluntarily. I like Urin Island very much. The scenery here is beautiful. If I were to allow those detestable pirates to come and disturb it, I would be quite reluctant to see that happen. With that said, Luo smoothly took off his coat. Here, take it. Hang it anywhere. If it gets damaged, don't worry. Contact me, and I'll prepare several big boxes for you. Luo said magnanimously. Thank you, Lord Luo. Holding Luo's coat with both hands, Nippuden felt a heavy weight in his heart, tears welling up in his eyes. Urin Island would finally find peace. Lord Neo Gate and his children will continue to protect Urin Island. Moreover, from Lord Neo Gate, it was learned that Lord Luo is now the only 100 billion bounty pirate. With both lords protecting Urin Island, it is believed to be enough to deter any pirates who attempt to cause trouble there. Lord Luo I promise to protect the token you gave us and not let it get a speck of dust, Nippuden said seriously, blowing a soap bubble on the spot to wrap Luo's coat. You don't need to be so particular. Luo scratched his head and said, No, this is a gift from Lord Luo. We will treat it with care and have guards take turns watching over it. Nippuden said firmly. All right. Seeing Nippuden's insistence, Luo had no choice but to accept. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was that a grown man holding his coat like a pilgrimage felt somehow strange. Under Nippuden's invitation, they prepared to go to the Longgong to rest for a while. Along the way, Luo suddenly stopped, pointed to a visibly dilapidated place in the distance, and asked, Nippuden, what place is that? Following the direction of Luo's finger, Nippuden's pupils trembled slightly, then he said bitterly, Please forgive me, my lord. That is the only lawless zone of Urin Island inhabited by fishmen who hate humans. To avoid spoiling your mood, it's better to ignore it. Is that so? Luo stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then turned around and said, Ma-Urk, take a few people and level the Fishman Street. It's an eyesore. How can such a wonderful place have such dirty things? I understand, Lord Luo. We'll go right away. AIC and Ma-Urk exchanged glances. Then under Nippuden's shocked gaze, they turned and walked straight into the Fishman Street below. Before long, a series of violent explosions came from deep within the street. Seeing this, Nippuden could only blush with shame and said, I'm sorry for the trouble, Lord Luo. No trouble at all. After all, you're the scenic area manager, so we're on the same side. Lord Luo, what scenic area? Oh, nothing. Let's go to the Longgong. I haven't visited Urin Island yet. Very well, Lord Luo. In this way, please. Meanwhile, damn it, you filthy humans. Daring to barge in here. Are you asking for death? On the dilapidated street, Hody Jones's face twisted in fury, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. These bastards, without even a word of discussion, had come straight to wreck his place, utterly lawless. Opposite him. So you must be the leader here. Marco sized up the former with a glance, then turned to consult. Ace, you take this, or shall I? Ace, who had been itching for a fight for ages, was already eager, longing to stretch his limbs. Hearing Marco's words, he charged forward without hesitation, shouting, I'm first. By Ron's side, I never get a chance to fight. As his words fell, Ace's figure vanished from the spot and reappeared right before Hody Jones. Hearing his comrade's complaint, Marco could only shake his head in exasperation. This kid's still so impulsive. With that, he turned and began dealing with the others. On the spot, Hody Jones hadn't expected an answer, but instead met a pair of fists wreathed in flames. The fire danced in his pupils, growing larger and larger. You bastard. Before he could react, Hody Jones took a heavy punch from Ace. Flames erupted like dozens of kilograms of TNT detonating on his chest. Hody Jones was sent flying backward, crashing through countless buildings before slamming into the end of Fishman Street, finally coming to a stop. Tui. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of hot blood, staining his clothes. Damn it. How can a human possess such power? Ugh. Why can't I ever replicate that feeling Ron-sama has when he fights? Ace stood there dissatisfied. It was the same devil fruit ability, yet the difference between his usage and Ron's was like heaven and earth. In the latter's hands, it could repel an admiral. In his own, it couldn't even kill a lowly henchman. Ugh, this is embarrassing. No fun. Feeling disheartened, Ace lost the will to continue fighting. He casually threw a fire fist at Hody Jones in the distance. Boom. A torrent of flames surged forth, transforming into a raging flood that erupted from Ace's hand and hurtled toward Hody Jones in the distance. No. Don't. Hody Jones's pupils contracted in terror, a scream of fear escaping his lips. Hody Jones, seems your status on Fishman Street isn't that high after all if anyone can walk all over you. As the voice rang out, a figure appeared in a flash. A teapot balanced on his head, his posture resembling that of a hen. He wielded a cane sword and swung it with force. Suddenly the torrent of flames split apart, and the crisis was instantly resolved. It was then that Ace on the other side of the street sensed something amiss. He instinctively looked up, eyes narrowing. A Big Mom pirate. Fire fist. Ace. How are you alive? Across from him, Baron Tamago was equally stunned. If he recalled correctly, Ace was supposed to be dead months ago, and the Whitebeard pirates were on the verge of disbanding. Why were these guys popping up again? Was he seeing ghosts? The atmosphere grew awkward. On the other side, Ace, after a moment's thought, broke into a grin. You Big Mom pirates are sure impatient. Perfect. I'll take you to meet Pops. With that, Ace stepped forward. Into Baron Tamago's terrified gaze, he smiled amiably. If you'd be so kind as to come with us, Baron Tamago. At that moment, Marco appeared on the other side of Baron Tamago, also wearing a knowing smile. Seeing this, Baron Tamago felt a chill of unease, but nodded reluctantly. Gulp. Very well, let's go. A few minutes later, in the great hall of Ryugu Palace, Pops, Ron-sama, Ron and the others were being warmly entertained by King Neptune, savoring the unique delicacies of Fishman Island. Hearing the voices of Ace and the others from outside the hall, Whitebeard broke into a hearty laugh. Gururora, it seems my sons have already taken care of matters. Seated nearby as host Neptune raised his glass in gratitude to Whitebeard and Ron, we are truly indebted to you, great ones. To have your protection for Fishman Island is already an immense honor, and now to trouble you with such trivial matters is more than we could ask. Although Fishman Street was nominally under Ryugu's jurisdiction, the atrocities committed there over the years were inexcusable, especially regarding Queen Odoheim's untimely death. Neptune had no direct proof, but he harbored his own suspicions. Ron on the other side raised his glass and smiled without a word. Soon Ace and Marco appeared in the hall, but to everyone's surprise they weren't alone. A third person accompanied them. If I recall correctly, you're one of Lean-Lean's subordinates. What business do you have on Fishman Island? Whitebeard's expression darkened, a suspicion forming in his mind. Below, Baron Tamago trembled, and when he laid eyes on the real Whitebeard, cold sweat broke out all over his body, drenching his clothes in an instant. And in Newgate, sir, I haven't done anything. Just came to look around, he stammered. Gururara, haven't done anything. This time Whitebeard laughed, but his laughter turned sinister. His eyes locked onto the trembling figure, his voice low. Call Charlotte Linlin. I want to speak with her. A few minutes later. Hello, Tamago, what's the matter? A shrill old woman's voice crackled through the den mushi. Baron Tamago wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a nervous glance at Whitebeard above, unsure how to respond. Whitebeard cut straight to the chase. Charlotte Linlin, I hear you've set your sights on Fishman Island. His words hung in the air. The other end of the line fell silent for a long moment. Whitebeard didn't mind, he simply sat and waited. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, tension mounting. Neptune, as a lesser figure, wisely chose to remain silent in such a situation. A few seconds later. Mama Newgate, so you really are alive. Alright, I want Fishman Island. Name your price. Big Mom's tone was arrogant. Hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and a faint, barely perceptible killing intent emanated from him. The temperature in the hall plummeted to freezing. Nearby, Ace and Marco exchanged glances. Though their old man hadn't spoken as his sons they knew, he was furious. Snap! Under the oppressive aura and Baron Tamago's terrified gaze, the den mushi in his hand instantly turned into a lump of disgusting slime. The call severed. Having done that, Whitebeard turned to Ron, his voice devoid of emotion. Dr. Ron, mind if we make a detour to Whole Cake Island? I have no objections. As you wish, Ron replied with a smile. Originally they had planned to head to Wano country first, but Ron deemed it more important to witness Newgate's transformation. After all, using a mentally unstable woman to dispel the last lingering hopes in the man's heart was a bargain well worth it. At this moment, Big Mom, the only woman among the 4 emperors feared by countless, was thoroughly crossed off Ron's mental list. In the New World, the climate was always capricious, and even the sea had grown more turbulent. On this day, amidst the churning waves, a coffin-shaped small boat swayed precariously in the wind and rain, stumbling along as if it might capsize at any moment. Hawkeye sat upright on the boat, carrying a massive black sword that seemed disproportionate to his frame, his amber eyes radiating an unwavering determination for the way of the sword. At that moment, he held a wanted poster in his hand. 100 billion berry pirate. I never expected that after our last meeting you would have grown to such a level in just a few months, even surpassing red-haired. I look forward to a duel with you. Hawkeye muttered to himself, a faint but fierce sword intent emanating from his body, causing even the surging sea around him to momentarily still. After a moment of contemplation, Hawkeye folded the wanted poster and tucked it close to his chest, just as he prepared to race at full speed toward the Marine headquarters in the New World. His eyes suddenly flickered, and his gaze involuntarily shifted into the distance. At the end of the undulating sea, an inconspicuous black was advancing alone across the ocean. It's him. Hawkeye's eyebrows rose slightly. After only a moment's hesitation, he quickly turned his boat around and actively headed toward that dark silhouette. This time he no longer needed to go to Marine headquarters, for he had already seen the person he wished to meet. Did you feel it? A familiar aura just now. Meanwhile, on a sea vessel several kilometers away from Hawkeye, Luo's eyes flickered slightly. He turned back and asked those around him with a hint of a smile. He had just been reminiscing about the long-missed sea of the New World when unexpectedly he discovered a very intriguing person. Someone was probing their situation. It must be Hawkeye, the newly risen great swordsman of the new era, Rayleigh said with a laugh. Gururara, the kid who wields a sword. He's quite good. That last slash of his really surprised me. Whitebeard laughed heartily, regaining his optimistic demeanor. After the unpleasant incident at Fishman Island, none of them had the desire to linger any longer. They had burst straight out from the seabed and arrived in the New World, this time intending to seek out that mad woman and settle scores. Wait. At that moment, Rayleigh's eyes shifted, and he spoke in surprise. It seems he's coming this way. Maybe he's after us. Has he spotted us? I told you this kid was impressive. Whitebeard laughed as if he had expected it, unfazed. Is that so? Then let's see what the world's greatest swordsman wants from us. Luo's eyes held a hint of amusement. He simply ordered the ship to stop and waited for Hawkeye to arrive. Soon, as time passed, a coffin-shaped sailboat drifted slowly across the sea surface, coming into view and anchoring near the ship. Do you mind if I come aboard? Below, Hawkeye stood straight and spoke, his gaze fixed on Luo as he said this. Please go ahead. Luo gracefully extended his hand in invitation. Under the gaze of the assembled powerhouses, Hawkeye remained expressionless. He exerted force with his feet and leaped onto the deck. His eyes fell on Whitebeard and Ace nearby. The next moment his pupils involuntarily contracted, then quickly returned to normal. Gururara, Hawkeye boy, what brings you to us? Whitebeard took advantage of Hawkeye's momentary distraction to inquire. Hearing this, he composed himself, his sharp eyes immediately locking onto Luo. Then he said seriously, I want to challenge you. Challenge, Mr. Luo. Everyone turned their heads at this, and Whitebeard let out a gleeful laugh. Gururara, Dr. Luo, and it seems your reputation has grown so great that someone is coming to challenge you. I forgot to mention, Hawkeye boy, Dr. Luo is now a great swordsman just like you. You'd better be careful. Whitebeard turned back to remind Hawkeye. Ding. Hawkeye's amber eyes involuntarily lit up, and a faint battle intent emanated from his body. His aura was incredibly sharp, almost making it hard to look at him directly. Feeling Hawkeye's intangible battle intent, Luo cursed irritably. Damn you, Newgate, since when did your mouth become so loose? You blabbering old man, have you forgotten whose side you're on? After roasting Whitebeard, Luo turned back and finally directed his gaze at Hawkeye, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Don't listen to that bastard. I have no interest in fighting you. Fighting without any benefit. Only children play that way. Adults care about profit. Hawkeye said nothing but silently drew his sword from behind. Hey, this is no place for a fight. Seeing this, Luo was speechless. Was the world's greatest swordsman really this stubborn? Let's go to my place. It's nearby. This was the first time Hawkeye had spoken so many words at once. Luo's mind was a bit confused. He had just said he didn't want to fight, so why did this great swordsman assume that changing locations would make him willing? And was this the great swordsman's way of inviting someone to his home? So straightforward. For a moment the atmosphere grew awkward. Just then Rayleigh stepped forward to smooth things over. Well, Dr. Luo, and why don't we go visit Hawkeye's Island first? There's no rush for now, right, Newgate? As he finished, Rayleigh looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, let's go take a look. I haven't set foot on land in a long time, Gururara. After all, the other was a relatively outstanding member of the new generation. Since a junior had actively invited them, they couldn't completely refuse. And so the group's journey to conquer the remaining emperors took another twist. During the journey, Hawkeye had no intention of returning to his own boat, so he stayed on the deck with Luo In and the others while his vessel was towed behind. With nothing better to do, Luo In casually asked, "Hawkeye, you didn't come all the way out here just to find me, did you?" According to the current timeline, Hawkeye should have been on the island teaching Zoro swordsmanship. Unless necessary, he wouldn't have left at this time. It's because the Marines are planning another attack on you. All the warlords have been summoned to Marine headquarters, Hawkeye said calmly. Huh. Ace and the other's eyes widened. The Marines were going to attack them again. Wait, shouldn't this kind of information not be disclosed in front of them? Meanwhile, the conversation between Luo In and Hawkeye continued. Is that so? But if you don't go, won't you be affected? Luo In asked curiously. Clang. Everyone collapsed. They were amazed by Luo In's peculiar perspective. Was this really the time to worry about that? The Marines were about to attack. No, they value my status and reputation, Hawkeye replied after seriously considering the question. Then he glanced at Ace and the others, a perplexed look in his eyes. Feeling the gaze of the world's foremost Ace and the others were dumbfounded. Was this the tsundere of the big shots? Truly, one was confident enough to leak information and the other too lazy to inquire. A day later, Kaligiana Island. Following Hawkeye's guidance, the group finally arrived near an island that appeared desolate and ruined. We're here, Hawkeye said curtly, then leaped off the ship and strode directly into the depths of the island, leaving the others standing still. Gazing at the island that had long been reduced to ruins, Luo In sighed inwardly. The tide of the era is surging forward madly. No matter how splendid the surface, it will eventually crumble into ruins. As the former site of the Zilikai Kingdom, some of the dilapidated buildings on the island still bore traces of its former prosperity, yet even so it could not escape the fate of destruction, and now it had become Hawkeye's solitary abode. As Luo In sighed, Laylee stepped forward and said, Indeed, but Hawkeye appears to be a proud and confident man. Mr. Luo In, do you have confidence in persuading him? Hearing Laylee's response, Luo In looked down and could only see Hawkeye's back gradually disappearing from their sight. Persuade? I have never intended to persuade anyone. Luo In laughed, leaving an ambiguous reply, then jumped off the ship and followed Hawkeye's footsteps. Compared to others, Luo In, who had already become a great swordsman, understood well that any swordsman who reached this level needed a certain conviction in their heart. A conviction not necessarily broad but pure. And Hawkeye was precisely such a man, pure yet relishing solitude. After all, how could such a person willingly become a subordinate to another? Luo In left, leaving only Laylee standing frozen in place, not intending to persuade. Then why come? Lately, you young people nowadays are not as complicated-minded as us old fogies. Why not just enjoy yourselves and treat this as a sightseeing trip? Grrrr, Whitebeard said as he passed by Laylee, patting the former's shoulder. Laylee suddenly snapped back to reality and gave a helpless smile. It seems I was too fixated forgetting the teachings of Captain Roger. Grrrr, that's more like it. Pirates should be free and follow their hearts. A few minutes later, these guys are really annoying. Walking through the forest, Whitebeard's expression showed impatience. With a casual swing of Nurakamajiri's space shattered, unleashing a violent burst of energy that instantly swept across a radius of 1,000 meters. Trees fell, and dozens, or even hundreds of black baboons hidden in the forest were sent flying. The journey was not smooth. Along the way, bizarre-looking baboons wielding large cleavers would occasionally emerge to harass them, causing endless annoyance. Hearing Whitebeard's complaints, Luo In looked relaxed and said with a smile, "What do you think? If we form these baboons into an army, wouldn't it be great for dealing with the world government in the future?" "That's a good idea. I just noticed that these baboons have traces of rudimentary armament hockey usage. Though I don't know how they learned it, it's truly astonishing." Laylee responded with a smile as he walked over. Then his expression paused slightly. "But we can't train them now, and Newgate seems to have already angered these creatures." As soon as he finished speaking, roar, roar, roar. A chorus of howls denser and more thunderous than before came from the surrounding forest. Through the gaps in the trees, countless baboons with thick body hair could be seen charging wildly in the deeper woods, their faces fierce and ferocious, as numerous as a plague of locusts. Looking down from the sky, the emerald forest seemed to be covered by a layer of black. Perfect timing. Sensing the dense howls around him, Whitebeard radiated boldness. Without a trace of fear, he raised his Bicento, ready to strike. "Let me take care of them all at once to save us the trouble." Just as Whitebeard was about to act, he felt someone stop him. Turning around, he saw it was Luo In, and his expression showed surprise. "What is it, Dr. Luo In? What is it? Are you planning to destroy this island?" Luo In said irritably. "We're guests here, not troublemakers. This time let me handle it." Luo In stepped forward. A faint red gleam suddenly flashed deep in his eyes. The next moment, an extremely terrifying pressure abruptly spread from Luo In's body, sweeping wildly through the surrounding trees, covering almost half of the island. Leaves rustled. It was clearly visible that centered on Luo In, the entire forest seemed to undergo a cleansing. Those dense black stains, as if encountering a natural enemy, rapidly dissipated at a terrifying speed. Thud thud. With a series of dense falling sounds, the roars ceased abruptly, and the air became clear once more. At that moment, at the center of Caligiano Island, in an open space in front of a villa, clang clang clang. Amidst the sounds of clashing metal, a bare-chested man, his body wrapped in bandages, was engaged in a frenzied battle with a baboon far larger than the ordinary ones. The two figures moved swiftly across the ground, each collision sending out fierce sword slashes that left deep marks on the earth. Their speed was so fast that the sounds of impact seemed to merge into one. The surrounding trees had long been cleared. Above the two, a girl in a Lolita dress sat cross-legged in the air on a parasol, suspended horizontally, her delicate fair face etched with impatience. All day long, just slashing and chopping, dirty smelly men. What's so fun about that? It's not as good as my teddy bear, Perona said with a haughty expression. Bang! With another impact, the battle between the man and the baboon suddenly halted. Suo Long stood still, his gaze crossing over the baboon in front of him to the forest behind it, his eyes filled with a hint of gravity. We have guests. What? Perona looked bewildered, not quite catching what was said. But in the next second, a shapeless wave suddenly came from the forest ahead, so fast that it was almost impossible to react. The next moment, it enveloped the entire open space. Duon. As if struck by a heavy hammer on her smooth fair forehead, Perona's starry eyes instantly rolled back, her head dizzy. Unconsciously, her spirit form fell from the sky, was dragged into the villa, and returned to her physical body. Then, bastard, who unleashed Haki so recklessly? Don't you know it hurts this princess? A roar like that of an angry beast came from the villa, followed by hurried footsteps. On the spot, Suo Long gritted his teeth, the veins on his arms gripping the swords bulging visibly, his expression pained. He said through clenched teeth, Conqueror's Haki. So strong. Beside him, the giant baboon he had been fighting had already collapsed unconscious, its large cleaver, as tall as a man, thrown carelessly on the ground. The pain came and went quickly, vanishing without a trace. Suo Long suddenly felt relaxed, and at that moment a familiar voice came from the forest ahead. Sorry, I might have been a bit too forceful. As the voice sounded, several figures appeared from behind the trees. Leading them were his master and a man who looked somewhat familiar. The man was now apologizing with a smile. Another strong man from the New World. Suo Long pondered inwardly. After this brief delay, Luo En and Hawkeye had already emerged from the forest, and behind them were two other heavyweight figures. Mr. Laley, Whitebeard. Suo Long's pupils contracted. Even he was shaken by the formidable lineup before him. Oh, you're Suo Long from Lu Fei's ship. I didn't expect to find you here. Hearing the voice, Laley recognized So Long, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Are you here as a guest? Suo Long was curious about this senior, who never seemed to leave the Sabaody archipelago. Haha, I'm not worthy of being invited. Hawkeye invited my captain, Mr. Luo En, Laley said with a laugh. Luo En, why does that name sound so familiar? Suo Long frowned slightly, also curious about Luo En's identity. A man who even Mr. Laley respected must be very strong, right? Does he use swordsmanship? Ron. The Ron with a bounty of 10 billion. At that moment, a petite figure rushed toward the group with quick short steps from inside the villa. It was Perona. She first appeared furious, but as she drew closer and suddenly heard Ron's identity, her watery eyes shifted from anger to terror. Her gaze swept behind Ron, the strongest man, Whitebeard, the right hand of the pirate king Rayleigh. How terrifying. All were monumental figures. Instinctively, she shrunk back behind Zoro, then feeling it might not be safe enough, she shifted her small feet, slightly attempting to seek shelter from Hawkeye nearby. A very cute young lady. Were you about to make a move on me? Perona had only taken a few steps when she suddenly heard Ron's voice from behind. Perona, like a startled kitten, instantly dashed behind Hawkeye, peeping cautiously with one eye. Only then did she see Ron smiling at her. Aye. Perona wanted to utter some harsh words. After all, as a princess, how could she be cowed by a few pirates? But these pirates were too colossal, their weight too immense. She dared not. Seeing Perona's timid demeanor, Ron's lips curled involuntarily. Young lady, let me give you a word of advice. Those who make a move on me have their ashes scattered into the sea. Not even a blade of grass grows on their graves. Perona's eyes instantly glazed over, nearly losing their luster. Seeing this, Ron finally smiled with satisfaction. Such a young girl was indeed amusing. All right, Hawkeye, won't you invite us in for a sit? Having finished his teasing, Ron looked up at Hawkeye beside Perona. Follow me inside. Hawkeye glanced down at Perona, who was tugging at his sleeve, utterly terrified. He barely suppressed a smile, forcing himself to maintain his aloof persona, then extended the invitation to Ron and the others. The four of them moved to enter the villa for a brief rest. Mr. Ron, if you have time, would you spar with me? Suddenly, a resounding voice came from behind. Zoro stood with both hands gripping his swords in a ready stance, his expression steadfast, a fierce fighting spirit simmering in his eyes fixed on Ron. Prompted by Perona and the others, he finally remembered why this man seemed familiar, from the newspapers. The newspaper had published this man's photo. He clearly recalled it mentioning that this man was also a swordsman. Did this master and apprentice both enjoy challenging others? Sensing Zoro's fighting spirit, Ron rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Sorry, but Hawkeye is your master now, isn't he? He's already reserved a challenge with me. If you want to challenge me, you can line up behind him." "Is that so?" After hearing this, Zoro straightened up, sheathed his swords, and said seriously, "I understand. I will challenge you after my master does." No sooner had he spoken than Zoro's head received a slap. Slap? Are you crazy? He's Ron, the only pirate on the sea with a bounty over 100 billion, far surpassing the 4 emperors. Perona, forgetting her fear, delivered the slap and shouted, her expression exaggerated. "No, I want to challenge the stronger." "Ah, you idiot. He doesn't want to talk to you." "Humph, negative ghost." Perona huffed and tossed a transparent spirit into Zoro's body. The next second, "I shouldn't have been born. I'm sorry." Zoro lay on the ground, his face etched with depression. Whitebeard and the others were momentarily stunned. Then, recovering, Rayleigh immediately laughed. "What an interesting young lady. Gururara, a paramecia ability. Quite a fascinating fruit." Whitebeard also spoke with amusement. With such lightheartedness, the group left Zoro still kneeling on the ground, lost in his gloom, and entered the villa's hall. As soon as he stepped inside, Ron admitted he felt envious. The floor, marble. The bookshelves, rosewood. The chandelier, damn crystal. Recalling his own tumultuous 2 lifetimes. Not to mention the previous one, where teachers promised him freedom in college, then bosses dangled carrots after graduation, and worst of all, where was the promised romance? No partner, what was the point? After barely managing to transmigrate into the world of pirates, his parents were gone, the family fortune burned, and he barely scraped together a crew to join the Rocks Pirates, only to be sealed away for over 40 years. Damn capitalists. At that moment, Ron was considering whether, before going to Wano to beat up Kaido, he should first visit the giant golden ship and find Zoro. After all, as a man worth over 10 billion, shouldn't he enjoy some luxury? No, before that he had to go to Whole Cake Island and settle scores with that madwoman. Indeed, he and Capital were irreconcilable. With such thoughts, Ron couldn't even enjoy his meal, even though it was personally cooked by the world's greatest swordsman. During the meal, Perona, as an insignificant figure, served the big shots with utmost care, yet her gaze never left Ron. Especially when she noticed Ron's gritted teeth, her heart fluttered nervously. Had she already caught Ron's attention? Would Ron really kill her and scatter her ashes? Was her earlier attempt to stop Zoro too offensive, angering this great figure? Suddenly, Perona felt utterly insecure, beyond even Hawkeye's protection. She needed to hug her bear for comfort. This meal was most unpleasant, at least for Perona and Ron. After the lengthy lunch passed, Hawkeye silently wiped the corner of his mouth, then rose, grasped his black sword, turned, and walked straight out of the villa under everyone's gaze onto the open ground outside. The red sun hung overhead. He stood in the sunlight, silently watching Ron. Well, he wasn't even allowed to finish his meal properly. Ron felt a pang of bitterness. He thought this trip was hardly worth it. If he didn't recoup something quickly, he'd feel cheated. For instance, this villa. In the New World, the weather was rarely this fine. On the island of Keliakana, surrounded by lush verdant trees, the central spot was situated at the very heart of the island. At this moment, Luo, En, and Hawkeye stood in the open space before the villa, facing each other with a distance of over 100 meters between them. Amidst the flowing sword intent, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Chua! A streak of black light flashed. The great black blade, renowned as the world's greatest knight, was already firmly grasped in Hawkeye's hand. His sharp eyes fixed on Luo and across from him, and he inquired, "Where is your sword?" There was a hint of fervor in his tone. "A duel, staking one's life. That's precisely why I'm reluctant to accept your challenge," Luo En said helplessly. It was an unreasonable demand, yet he found himself unable to refuse. This made him quite uncomfortable. "My sword? For now I'll make do with this instead." Although somewhat reluctant, Luo En still chose to accept this challenge. A battle where both sides would have to give their all. As he spoke, a faint green glow emerged from Luo En's right hand. Driven by his devil fruit ability, a large surgical scalpel slowly extended from his palm, measuring 70 centimeters in length. Luo En reached out and gripped it tightly. Astonishingly, the blade of the scalpel was vibrating at a subtle, yet extremely high frequency, oscillating in small amplitudes. A devil fruit ability. Hawkeye's brow twitched slightly. Having sensed the anomaly, his expression quickly returned to normal. Then his gaze instantly sharpened, his eyes as piercing as a sword. "In that case, let the duel begin," he growled. The moment the words left his mouth, his figure vanished from the spot, in an instant, leaving only a clear footprint on the ground. Just in time. At the same time, Luo En raised his blade and vanished from the spot as well. Clang. The next moment, their figures reappeared in the middle. The blades clashed, emitting a piercing screech and sparks, causing everyone present to frown involuntarily. Perona, with the weakest willpower, immediately covered her ears tightly in terror. In front of the villa, Whitebeard stood at the doorway, feeling the oncoming sword aura. He couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Then, turning his head, he looked at Suo Long beside him and reminded, "Bold brat, watch closely later. Such battles are rare on the sea." "I understand, Mr. Neo Gate," Suo Long replied earnestly. "Indeed, it's been a long time since I've seen a swordsman battle of this level." "Neo Gate, who do you think will be the final victor, Luo En or Hawkeye?" Laylee, feeling a sense of resonance, suddenly thought of an amusing matter and couldn't help asking Whitebeard beside him. Dr. Luo-in. Hawkeye brat. This old man doesn't know. Isn't it better to just enjoy the show? After a moment of thought, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter. A battle between men is not fought for such trivial thoughts as who wins or loses. On the scene, the two sides were still locked in stalemate. A tangible pressure wave emanated from the center between the two, raging like a storm around them. The ground cracked and clear fissures spread beneath their feet, covering a radius of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Hawkeye shifted his footing using a peculiar technique to deflect the force from his opponent. He smoothly withdrew his blade, and then struck again actively. Bang! Another piercing sound. The attack was once again blocked by Luo-in. The dense sword intent began to fill the entire space. A new round of clashes unfolded between them, with even greater momentum than before. An invisible storm began to take shape between them. The view grew blurred as countless dust particles were lifted and merged with the air, gradually obscuring their figures and making them difficult to distinguish. Gradually, the two great swordsmen on the field were no longer satisfied with the current pace of the battle. Their rhythm of attack suddenly accelerated. Clang, clang, clang. A series of dense collisions echoed in succession. Within the dust, Hawkeye and Luo-in moved swiftly, exchanging positions. Each impact erupted with a violent roar, and their blades sparked. Thrust, slash, stab, cleave. Each move was a fundamental swordsmanship technique, yet behind them lay profound insights and solid fundamentals that would make 99% of the world's swordsmen feel inferior. The wind grew fiercer. It shook the distant branches violently, and countless fallen leaves were blown into the sky, drifting out toward the sea. The sword aura grew increasingly dangerous, pervading the entire space. Each strike dealt irreparable devastation to all the surrounding structures. An astonishing battle was raging wildly on this island. Unbeknownst to them, the baboons that had been knocked unconscious by the conqueror's haki gradually awakened. When their beastly instincts sensed an extreme, terrifying danger brewing at the island's center, they immediately became panicked, scratching their heads and ears, jumping about and dashing madly toward their dens. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The forest grew noisy. Amidst the frantic fleeing of the baboons, one peculiar baboon remained on the scene. The same massive baboon that had just fought Sualong. In its beastly eyes there was a hint of human-like timidity and fear, yet also a trace of persistence. After hesitating for a few seconds, it gripped the huge black blade in its hand, crept closer, and hid in a corner of the forest to secretly observe. On the scene, the battle between Luo-in and the other unfolded in its eyes. Unconsciously, it became engrossed, as if gaining some insight. At the same time, there was another person who behaved similarly. So this is the strength of a great swordsman. Sualong's expression was almost fanatical, completely immersed in the battle before him, unable to tear himself away. One insight after another surged in his heart, constantly verifying and colliding with the sword path in his mind, ultimately converging into a clear path of swordsmanship. On the scene, Luo-in and Eagle Eye, locked in battle, had their bodies completely transformed into afterimages as a hurricane raged. The only thing that could be sensed was the streaks of sword chi capable of splitting the heavens and earth, bursting forth from within. Looking around, devastation met the eye. The entire island seemed to have endured a fierce battle, with sword scars crisscrossing, some stretching for kilometers like a natural chasm. Clang! A blinding flash of sword light flickered, and the sharp clang of blades pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks. The next moment, the fully formed hurricane on the field suddenly halted, as if struck by a heavy blow, then dissipated into a few wisps of gentle breeze. Countless withered leaves fell to the ground, and the air on the scene fell into an abrupt silence. Unbeknownst to all, the battle between Eagle Eye and Luo-in had suddenly ceased. Ended. The sudden halt caused everyone present to show a look of surprise, and Sualong beside them was even more bewildered. Sharing the same expression was the baboon hiding in the corner of the forest. Is it over? The baboon's dark face showed a hint of confusion in its beastly eyes as it scratched its head with a bewildered look. Little one, don't be impatient. The real battle hasn't started yet. Perhaps sensing the change in Sualong's mood, Whitebeard said, without looking sideways, staring straight ahead. The real battle? Sualong was stunned. Before he could react from below, the warm-up should end here. Eagle Eye. Standing on the scarred earth, Luo-in held a sword in one hand and smiled at the opponent. I was thinking the same thing. Eagle Eye nodded, and his expression suddenly changed. His originally calm aura began to boil, and countless raging sword intents surged from his body. Crackle, crackle. Upon closer observation, the ground beneath Eagle Eye's feet seemed to be under some mysterious attack, pierced by invisible sword chi into countless dense tiny holes. Noticing this change, Sualong's eyes became horrified. Is this the true power of a great swordsman? Just standing there already exerts a strong influence on the surrounding environment. The next second, before Sualong could react, boom! With an earth-shattering roar, a towering sword chi rose from the ground, reaching 1,000 meters high, piercing the clouds. Even tens of kilometers away, one could feel the extreme terror contained within. Kill! Eagle Eye's eyes sharpened. He swung his sword violently, and the sword chi shot out, as if connecting heaven and earth, madly crushing toward Luo. Instantly the island began to tremble violently, as if unable to bear such immense pressure. The world's greatest swordsman, huh? Let me feel how heavy your new era truly is. At this moment a hint of fervor uncontrollably appeared in Luo's eyes. From his perspective the clouds in the sky were split open and the island trembled violently, as if an apocalyptic disaster was about to descend. And all of this was caused by the man opposite him. He had successfully aroused Luo's desire for battle. This duel was not about who would win or lose. On a deeper level, it was to verify each other's path of swordsmanship, thereby exploring and breaking the shackles that belonged to the great swordsman. In comparison, Sualong's slight confusion on the path of the sword was insignificant to men of their caliber because their swordsmanship had long been crystal clear. Bang! Luo stomped hard, turning the soil into powder and creating a huge crater. But his figure had already vanished from the spot, charging toward Eagle Eye. At that moment the air seemed to freeze. Everyone's pupils instinctively contracted, locking onto the two figures on the field. They had a premonition that after today they would not see such a magnificent battle for a long time. Is it time to decide the winner? In front of the villa, Lei Li's spectacles gleamed faintly, as if he was reminiscing. This battle before him reminded him of the Great War at Ai Tewa Air Sea. They were still young back then. It was also at that time that Golden Lion earned his legendary reputation as a great pirate commanding 100,000 ships capable of stirring up turmoil in the sea with a wave of his hand. Unfortunately, the days of yesterday are gone forever, and they are no longer the ambitious, dream-filled great pirates they once were. The man has aged and his heart has grown even older. If not for Luo's appearance, perhaps. Suddenly Lei Li's reverie was interrupted. Before he could continue pondering, he looked up sharply and saw a scene that left him stunned. Crack! Accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of sword chi shattering, Luo swung his sword fiercely. The sword chi shattered like glass, exploding into countless fragments that pierced through the air like a rainstorm, scattering in all directions. In an instant the island faced a catastrophic doom. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the thunderous roar, fragments of sword chi fell like meteorites, causing forests to vanish, the island to split, and the nearby sea to raise towering waves thousands of feet high. On the other side, Whitebeard and the others bore the brunt. Hey, don't these two know how to restrain themselves? In front of the villa, Whitebeard looked at the sword chi raining down from the sky and showed a helpless expression. He put down his Tsong Yun Xia, clenched his fists, and punched out, shattering space and annihilating countless sword chi fragments. In an instant, towering clouds of dust rose on the island, enveloping the entire island. This battle of great swordsmen had finally come to an end. On Kelikana Island, the former site of the Zalaikali Kingdom, suffered another devastating blow today. A sword scar like a natural chasm spanned the entire island. With the Hawkeye's villa as the center, the island was neatly split into two halves. At this moment, all buildings on the island were destroyed. The lush trees had vanished completely, and the ground was covered with clear, distinct cracks. The only thing that remained intact was that villa. Drip, drip. Standing before the villa, Hawkeye's face was ashen pale. A massive wound cut from his right shoulder down to his waist, with the flesh turned outward, a horrifying sight. Blood like beads from a broken string dripped onto the soil, staining it brown. I lost, Hawkeye said calmly, as if stating a fact. His voice echoed across the empty space, making the surrounding atmosphere even more deathly still. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. Was it worth it? Luo asked. Hawkeye did not hesitate. Looking at the blood-stained front of his robe, he slowly raised his head and then nodded. Noticing the unwavering determination in the former's eyes, Luo felt helpless. How persistent he was. He had exhausted his last ounce of strength just to explore the higher realms of swordsmanship. To be honest, Luo admired such a person, but he would never agree with him. In this world, anything can be redone except time and life. That was precisely why Luo was so eager to overthrow the world government. He could not bear this filthy world, nor could he stand those disgusting celestial dragons standing arrogantly above, arbitrarily taking the lives of others. Is that so? I hope you can reach the realm you seek. Luo smiled, then turned and called out to Whitebeard and Lei Li, it's time to go. With that, Luo strode away, heading straight out of the island. He had already tested this new era, indeed, had people with great ambition. Unfortunately, this person was not suitable to board his ship. You're just leaving like that? Hawkeye frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. As the price of the challenge, he had long been prepared to die at any moment. Especially when he made up his mind to challenge someone of Luo's caliber, not everyone would show mercy like Redhair did. Luo did not respond. Gurara, young Hawkeye, you're quite good. I have high hopes for you, Whitebeard said with a loud laugh as he passed by. Lei Li, standing beside him, also smiled and patted the former's shoulder. Don't worry, mister. Luo is not that petty. It's just a pity we can't work together happily anymore. His tone carried a hint of regret as he spoke. Then the two walked past Hawkeye and headed out of the island. Watching the three figures receding into the distance, Hawkeye's eyes involuntarily showed a trace of complexity. This man named Luo seemed somewhat different. It was only then that he suddenly realized and became deeply curious about things beyond Luoen's strength. What kind of man could have Whitebeard and Dark King Lely by his side? Hawkeye could not figure out this question, nor did he have time to think about it. The high-intensity battle coupled with severe injuries and constant bleeding was already a miracle that he had held on this long. Thud. A sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard, accompanied by Perona's terrified scream. "Hawkeye, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, you bastard." Meanwhile, on the other side, Luoen, along with the other two, walked silently out of the island. Just then Lely spoke up. "Dr. Luoen. What is it? Are we just leaving like this?" "Yes. Aren't you going to recruit Hawkeye?" "No. I think I saw Hawkeye collapse on the ground. He might not hold on much longer." Lely added another piece of news. "Oh." Suddenly Luoen stopped in his tracks, his eyes gleaming with a spark. Without any hesitation he turned around. "Let's go back first." Seeing Luoen's spirited demeanor, Whitebeard and Lely exchanged a glance, both catching a hint of oddity in each other's eyes. Sure enough, Luoen's strange abilities must be related to healing, but they had never heard that the Operation Fruit had such peculiar powers. With that thought, Whitebeard and Lely followed Luoen back. At this moment, Perona was frantically ordering Zoro to carry Hawkeye back to the villa as carefully as possible. "You idiot, don't carry him on your shoulder. Hawkeye is injured," she scolded. As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of the returning trio out of the corner of her eye. Instantly, a look of terror appeared in her eyes. "You? What are you going to do?" Perona instinctively stepped back a few paces, her voice trembling with fear. Ignoring the little girl, Luoen turned to Zoro and said, "Take your master inside and find a room. I'll treat him." With that, he strode into Hawkeye's villa, leaving Zoro and Perona standing there dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. "Zoro, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear Dr. Luoen's instructions?" Even before he had the Operation Fruit ability, his medical skills were top-notch. Even us old-timers have benefited greatly from him. Lely finally couldn't help but remind them. Operation Fruit. Zoro was suddenly jolted awake. Was that the legendary fruit that could grant immortality? With that thought, he didn't hesitate. He picked up Hawkeye and rushed straight into the villa. At this moment, inside a room on the first floor of the villa, the pristine white bed sheets were already stained crimson with blood. Ingyan lay motionless on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, having lost consciousness. The upper part of his clothing had been completely cut away, and in the room besides him, there was only Luoen. "Why bother? If you lost, you'd suffer. But if you won, aren't you still in my hands now?" Luoen sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness on his face. He wondered what reward the system would give him for treating the injuries of a grand swordsman. Perhaps all of Ingyan's swordsmanship. That request shouldn't be too excessive, should it? With this thought, Luoen's gloom gradually lifted. But soon joy turned to sorrow as he choked on a breath and began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Unconsciously, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Wiping it away casually, Luoen finally steadied himself. Gazing at the blood-stained tissue in his hand, he couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it, is this kid trying to get himself killed?" In that final strike, Ingyan had abandoned all defense and poured every ounce of strength into that slash. If Luoen hadn't sensed the danger instantly and layered the power of the tremor fruit onto his scalpel, he would be the one lying down now. With that thought, the treatment began. A familiar fluorescent glow appeared in Luoen's palm. He first cleaned Ingyan's wounds, then used life force to stabilize the broken bones, and finally began suturing the lacerations. The entire process took nearly an hour. Slap. Luoen threw himself heavily onto a sofa in the room, let out a long sigh, and said with relief, "Phew. Finally over." After going through a fierce battle and sustaining serious injuries, he then had to drag his wounded body to treat the even more severely injured Ingyan. Even a man of iron couldn't withstand such abuse. Luoen felt as if his body had been drained. "Considering how hard I've worked this time, I'd better get a substantial reward," he muttered to himself, his mind fixed on the system's reward. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding detected that the host has successfully treated a patient. Medical evaluation excellent. A familiar prompt echoed in Luoen's mind. Excellent. He frowned, but quickly relaxed. Excellent was fine as long as he got something useful and didn't have to go through any more trouble. Special skill backfeeding has been activated. Randomly extracting one ability from the patient. Random extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the swordsmanship ability from the patient. Note, due to the host's low evaluation, the current ability is only half of the original patient's. Swordsmanship. What did it mean to rise from a sickbed in shock? Upon hearing this prompt, Luoen sprang to his feet, his back no longer aching, his legs no longer weary, his entire being brimming with energy. "It really is swordsmanship," he exclaimed in delight. After all, he already stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship as a grand swordsman. Even a minor breakthrough would bring him a tremendous improvement. Almost in the next second, an immensely complex and vast stream of information materialized out of thin air, violently surging into his mind and every limb and joint. Caught off guard, Luoen nearly lost himself in it. Then he calmed his mind and began to thoroughly absorb this powerful sword path. Slash, chop, thrust, parry. These unadorned techniques replayed in his mind. It was as if he were being led to walk the path of the sword all over again. Cutting iron. Cutting everything. Not cutting. As time passed, his sword path gradually returned to the level of a grand swordsman and began to clash fiercely with Ing Yan's sword path. Clang. In Luoan's mind, it seemed a fierce sword cry resounded. At that moment, he vaguely glimpsed the path beyond the grand swordsman. At this instant, the haki within him surged wildly. Armament haki, conqueror's haki, and even observation haki. The three types merged into a unique aura. An extremely domineering sword intent boiled from his body. Bang, bang, bang. The furniture and tables in the room shook violently, as if an earthquake were coming. The next second, Luoan opened his eyes. A sharp gleam shot forth from them, as if forming an invisible sword aura. With a bang, the forge rip hanging beside Ing Yan shattered. The medicinal liquid spilled all over the floor. So fierce. Luoan's eyes widened as he stared at the scene before him, unable to react for a long time. Wasn't this the legendary move of killing with a glare? While Luoan was still in a daze, the door was suddenly burst open from outside. Sualong and Pei Lena, who had been hiding outside, rushed in immediately. Pei Lena said anxiously, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Is something the matter? Dr. Luo, and do you need my help?" Outside the room, Bai Huzi and Lei Li were also curious. Based on their understanding of Luo, and they didn't think there would be any problem with his medical skills. But when their gazes fell upon Luoan sitting nearby, and they sensed the yet unrestrained surging sword intent emanating from him, the old man, Lei Li, could no longer remain calm. With a thud, he nearly stumbled and fell. Supporting himself against the wall, his eyes filled with incredulity, he managed to say, "Dr. Luoan, you've broken through again." Faced with Lei Li's utterly astonished expression, Luoan rarely nodded modestly and said shyly, "It was just an accident." Lei Li was dumbfounded. Beside him, Bai Huzi also felt his heart couldn't take it anymore. The most dangerous people on the sea were undoubtedly swordsmen, especially grand swordsmen, who were feared by countless. Because such people had no weaknesses. But now Luoan had broken through again. Since he was already a grand swordsman before his battle with Ing Yan, what did this breakthrough mean? Thinking of this, Lei Li dared not imagine further. He cast a pitying glance at Ing Yan, who was still lying on the bed. What was the use of hard work? The other person fought you, and while you lay in a hospital bed, they had already broken through and could defeat you like a child. Several days later, on an open space outside the villa. "Have you made up your mind so long?" "I'm certain, even if you lose again." "I don't care, because Mr. Luoan is different." The brief exchange between Luoan and Sualong echoed on the scene. Clearly, after Hawkeye, Sualong was not intimidated by the astonishing strength Luoan had displayed earlier. Instead, he decided to fulfill the promise he had made with Luoan. That's right, he was going to challenge Luoan. Youngsters these days really have guts. Whitebeard said to Lei Li, standing beside him once again, taking the same spot in front of the villa. "Indeed, if not for Luoan, we might truly have to withdraw from this sea and yield our place to these young ones." Lei Li nodded with a smile. Then he turned his head to the side. "Hawkeye, is your injury all right?" "It's nothing." On the other side, Hawkeye's chest was wrapped in bandages, his face still pale. Despite several days of rest, the injury was too severe. Even so, being able to move without hindrance under Luoan's hand was astonishing. Yet even so, for people like them, mere pain was nothing to speak of, especially watching their disciples battle was not to be missed. Tisk always showing off. Perona couldn't help but roll her beautiful eyes, then added, "So along, you idiot, can't you see your master has already lost? Still challenging, better just die. Quite stubborn, aren't you?" On the field, Luoan looked helplessly at Sualong opposite him, not knowing what to say. "All right then, in that case, kid, are you ready?" His calm tone carried a hint of danger. At this moment, Luoan had decided to give this future great swordsman an unforgettable experience. Sualong remained silent, not responding, but answered in another way. Clang. A crisp sound of a blade. He drew his sword from its sheath, gripping it tightly in both hands. A dense sword intent began to rise from his body, and then Sualong's deep voice echoed across the field. 9 mountains and 8 seas form one world. Gathering 1,000 worlds forms the small 1,000 world. 3 vehicles unite. Nothing I cannot cut. 3 swords style, 1 great. 3,000. Great 1,000 worlds. His voice fell. Sualong vanished, his body turning into a blur, carrying an unstoppable momentum, wildly swinging the long sword in his hand toward Luoan opposite him. The blade churned the air, creating a powerful aura. Whoosh sound. Like the light of dawn piercing the darkness, everyone present was moved. But the next second, time seemed to freeze. Sualong and Luoan exchanged positions, standing back to back at each other's spot. A familiar faint green glow lit up, and Luoan sheathed the scalpel again. He slowly turned to glance at Sualong and said, recklessly pushing to your limits, releasing all your strength into a single strike. "Kid, you still have a long way to go on the path of hell. Keep working hard. I look forward to the day you defeat me." Gasp, gasp. "I've lost again, Mr. Luoan. It seems I've broken my earlier promise." Sualong lay flat on his back, his body hitting the ground, a strange expression on his face. Half crying, half laughing, yet also seeming joyful. On his chest, another vivid red sword scar appeared. That was the mark Luo En had left him. Promise. Ha ha ha, kid, fighting someone like me who once crawled out of hell doesn't count as breaking a promise. Luo En laughed. Then he left. This time, he truly left, continuing the next journey with Lei Li and Whitebeard, only leaving a cryptic remark for Hawkeye and his disciple. From start to finish, he had never said a word to recruit Hawkeye. Standing before the Villa Hawkeye watched the retreating figures of Luo En and the other two, his yellowish pupils reflecting a strange radiance. He's grown stronger again, Luo En. Next time, whether I break through or not, I will accept your terms and join you, he murmured to himself. New World Marine Headquarters. After several days of preparation, the Marines planned to capture Luo En had reached its final stage, only needing to assemble forces to launch another attack on Luo En. But a problem arose at this critical juncture. In the marshal's office, Red Dog looked grim, staring at the communications officer opposite him, and said in a low voice, "You're saying that most of the 7 warlords of the sea haven't arrived?" "Yes, Marshal Saka CG. Hawkeye Mihua Ku, Empress Han Ku, and Duo Fu Lang Minggu. These 3 haven't come." The communications officer said, tremblingly, cold sweat continuously streaming down. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a dull thud was heard. Red Dog forcefully slammed his fist on the table, and his fist visibly turned red-hot with magma. Wisps of smoke drifted into the air. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. "Damn pirates, are they trying to rebel?" Red Dog snarled, then abruptly turned around and roared at the communications officer in a low voice, "Notify them again. If they don't come, they'll face the consequences." "Yes, Marshal Saka CG." The communications officer, as if pardoned, rushed out of the room, soaked in sweat, to convey the order. The room fell silent again, and after a long time, Red Dog's murmur slowly emerged. 7 warlords. Luo En. I'll remember you all. On Jiosha Island, within the opulent palace. I will not go. I have told you I am not helping those Navy men. Mr. Ron is Luffy's lifesaver. A graceful figure stood at the center of the hall, speaking with utmost willfulness. No, you must go, Snake Princess. This is no time for your caprice. The old woman Granny, hunched over, leaning on her cane, barked sternly. So what if I am capricious? I am so beautiful that they will all forgive me. The Empress lifted her chin proudly, revealing a stretch of snowy neck, and spoke with haughty petulance. You wretched girl, do you understand how grave the consequences of this are? Granny was furious at Hancock's utterly irresponsible attitude and berated Snake Princess harshly. As her words fell, suddenly the atmosphere within the hall plummeted, as if some terrifying presence had emerged. Granny instinctively stepped back, looked up, and saw the Empress's beautiful face turn icy cold, her eyes radiating an extremely dangerous aura as she said, "Woman, are you ordering me?" Granny was instantly struck dumb. I, just as she was at a loss for words. Sandersonia, who stood guard nearby, stepped forward to ease the tension, her tone laced with resignation. "Granny, Sister Hancock is in a bad mood today. Perhaps you should come back another time. Yes, you know what Big Sister is like. She'll be fine in a little while." Marigold added in a gruff voice, also trying to persuade. Hearing the earnest advice of the 2 sisters, Granny's face grew troubled. "But the Navy is indeed hard to placate. You must understand the importance of the warlord status. Without its protection, Jiosha Island would be in danger." Before she could finish, the Empress, who had been standing still, could no longer contain herself. Her face cold as ice, she strode forward swiftly, then suddenly raised her leg, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and landed a heavy kick on Granny. "Get out, you old hag. Nag me again, and I'll kill you." With the Empress's furious voice, Granny was sent flying, crashing through the palace window and tumbling outside. The hall fell into silence. No matter what I do, they will forgive me." The Empress turned haughtily and strode toward the rear of the palace, leaving only the 2 Boa sisters behind, their faces etched with helplessness and bitterness. Still so willful, Big Sister. Meanwhile, in the Dressrosa kingdom, at the heart of this island, known as the land of love and passion. Brew, 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 brew. Brew, 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 brew. In a palace atop the plateau of kings, the piercing sound of a den mushy rang out. "Moshi moshi. What is it?" "Alright, I understand." A small figure stood before the den mushy, dressed in a bear costume, with a crown on her head. After hanging up, she hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked directly to one side. There, on a large crimson sofa, lounged a languid figure with a pair of oddly shaped red sunglasses perched on his nose, and a feathered coat draped over his shoulders. It was none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. "Sugar, what's the matter?" he inquired in a languid tone. "Young master," the Navy called again. "They want you to come over." Sugar informed softly, taking a seat beside Doflamingo. "The Navy?" Doflamingo set down his wine glass on the side table, a glint of amusement flickering behind his lenses. "It seems the new fleet admiral can't sit still any longer." After a moment's contemplation, he turned his head and said, "Ignore them." The Don Quixote family's intelligence network was no joke. Whitebeard resurrected, Ace resurrected. These people were clearly connected to Mr. Ron, and the former Pirate King's right hand, the Dark King Rayleigh, had also boarded their ship. With so many terrifying individuals gathered together, what was he supposed to do? Go get beaten up? He didn't believe that the 5 old farts at the Holy Land would dare strip him of his warlord status over such a minor mistake. in the New World on a stretch of unfamiliar sea not far from the whole Cake Island. Splash splash. A blue-skinned stout figure was diving in the sea. Every so often he would surface to look around, as if ascertaining his bearings. King Neptune said that Mr. Ron and his group are heading to Cake Island. If I hurry now I should still make it in time. This figure was Jinbe, who had just arrived in the New World from Fishman Island. He had originally left to find Whitebeard to resolve the crisis on Fishman Island. Who would have thought that Mr. Ron and his crew had already gone to Fishman Island themselves, offering the island the greatest protection? What astonished him most was that Whitebeard's pirate crew had disbanded, and all its members had joined under Mr. Ron's command. Even Rayleigh had done the same. Upon learning this, Jinbe was utterly shocked. A new resolve gradually took shape in his heart. Since Mr. Ron had promised to protect Fishman Island, and had also cleared the dangers of the Fishman Street, he too would do his utmost to help Mr. Ron. Perhaps my strength is still insufficient, but if I can be of even a little help to Mr. Ron, I will be content. Jinbe's expression grew more determined, and he furiously paddled through the sea heading toward the Whole Cake Island. In less than half an hour the unique desert islands of the Whole Cake Island appeared in his view. However, he was puzzled to find that the Whole Cake Island seemed eerily quiet. What's going on? Didn't Mr. Ron fight Big Mom? With this doubt, Jinbe, full of misgivings, chose the most inconspicuous island and quietly landed. He decided to gather intelligence first before making his next move. At that moment he was unaware that Mr. Ron's group had been delayed by Hawkeye's unexpected visit. Although they had set sail again, they were still behind him. At that moment, beyond the sea waters not far from Wansho, Newgate, are you ready to greet that woman Charlotte? Aboard the ship, Ron felt the gentle sea breeze caressing his cheeks. A hint of a smile played upon his lips. As those words left his mouth, Whitebeard strode over to Ron's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Guru, of course I'm ready. After so long of boredom upon the seas, it's about time this old bone of mine got some exercise. He spoke facing the ocean. Before them in the distance lay Wansho, where Big Mom resided. During their exchange, the deck beside them was already crowded with figures. Marco and Ace and others stood in place, seemingly anticipating something. Those two truly are reckless, Rayleigh remarked with an air of helplessness, yet the faint smile flickering in his eyes clearly revealed he harbored no real objection to their antics. Since that's the case, Newgate, what are you waiting for? Hurry and send that madwoman to come greet us. At this, Ron turned his head slightly, a playful anticipation lighting up his handsome profile. Very well, Guru. Charlotte, lean, it's time to come out and welcome our guests. Accompanied by a low roar, Whitebeard laughed uproariously and swung his fist. Crack. Space fractured, and an invisible terrifying surge erupted from the point where Whitebeard's fist had struck. Immediately the sea convulsed violently, waves towering skyward as though enraged. Rumble. Surging waters reversed course, forming 1,000-jan high tide that rose before Ron's vessel with terrifying momentum. Amid countless expectant gazes aboard the ship, it swept wildly toward Wansho. Wansho, also known as the Tadoland Kingdom. Composed of 34 desert-themed islands, it gathered human races from across the world, encompassing nearly every ethnicity save for the rare few, such as giants and dragons. It was the utopia that Big Mom, the sole female among the 4 emperors, had dedicated herself to building, a realm where myriad races could coexist in harmony. Yet now the very residents of Tadoland, boasting the highest happiness index upon the grand seas, found themselves consumed by utter panic. Rumble. Accompanied by a violent rumbling, Kokoyasi Island, the outermost of the chain, began to quake uncontrollably. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? No idea. Could another powerhouse be invading Cake Island? Stop it, this is Big Mom's territory. Who would dare cause trouble here? The startled residents first descended into chaos, then gradually steadied themselves. But just then a voice filled with terror suddenly rang out through the crowd. The sea. A tsunami. It's coming, look over there. Following the direction the man pointed, the crowd turned around and suddenly beheld a towering wave 1,000 zhang in height blotting out the sky as it mercilessly crashed toward their Kokoyasi Island. Instantly, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. Then a wave of shrill screams erupted from above the island. Ah, damn it, it really is a tsunami. You bastards, run. The tsunami is here. What's going on? Why is there a tsunami here? How on earth are the sea slug weepers monitoring this? The entire island descended into utter pandemonium. Countless people abandoned their tasks and fled desperately, sprinting toward the docks where their ships were moored. Amidst this throng, a portly figure with bluish skin stood out remarkably. He remained frozen in place, gazing toward the approaching tsunami, as if paralyzed with shock. That man was Jinbe, who had landed on the island earlier. Why would a tsunami appear at a time like this? Could Mr. Ron and the others have arrived? He frowned, pondering on the spot. After half a day of probing questions, he had learned from these people's mouths that no honored guests had arrived on the island. This only deepened his suspicion. After much hesitation, Jinbe decided to remain where he was and wait to see the truth of the matter unfold. For a fishman like him, a tsunami was merely a slightly larger splash. It would have no effect whatsoever. Boom. Soon. Half a minute passed, and the tsunami finally descended. Under Jinbe's watchful gaze, tens of thousands of acres of seawater crashed down like divine retribution, swallowing Jinbe's figure and the entirety of Kokoyasi Island alike. Houses built of chocolate collapsed instantly, fragments scattering in all directions. Before such overwhelming power, any defenses upon the island appeared woefully inadequate, accomplishing almost nothing. In a single strike, Kokoyasi Island was utterly destroyed. Seawater flooded inland, buildings crumbled, and even those desperate residents who had fled to the docks in panic could not escape. Their sturdy ships were swept away by the waves, reduced to splinters in an instant. The once enchanting island, as beautiful as a fairy tale, now lay as bare and wretched as a middle-aged man's receding hairline. Having destroyed one island, the tsunami seemed unsatisfied. Instead, it carried its residual fury deeper into the heart of Tado Land, sweeping through the remaining islands. In an instant, the entire Tado Land kingdom erupted into chaos. Countless residents were engulfed by the seawater as island after island, each once captivating to the eye, was toppled in succession. Jam Island, Nut Island, Cheese Island. Island after island was devastated. The ministers stationed across the various islands all suffered catastrophic destruction. The seawater submerged them deep into the ocean. Had there not been others nearby to rescue them, these individuals would likely have gone down in history as the most aggrieved devil fruit users. In barely half an hour, more than half of the islands within Tado Land had been destroyed. And this news, transmitted via Den Mushi, finally reached Big Mom, who was still enjoying her desserts within Cake Island. Buru, buru, buru. Buru, buru, buru. Accompanied by successive bursts of noisy Den Mushi calls, the villa at the center of Tado Land instantly became unbearably loud and shrill, stirring an inexplicable restlessness. Perched regally upon her bed, Charlotte Linlin opened her cavernous maw and devoured delectable sweets with voracious appetite, thick saliva dripping from the corners of her lips as she reveled in each morsel. Suddenly her expression twisted into a snarl, the purple eyeshadow framing eyes streaked with crimson veins. These persistent Den Mushi had dared disturb her. Give me a compelling reason, or even if you are my dearest child, I shall show you no mercy. She slammed her palm down on the receiver, her chilling voice reverberating through the chamber and transmitting through the Den Mushi to the other end. But in the very next instant, I am terribly sorry, mother. Forgive this intrusion, but a tsunami has suddenly struck our waters, and nearly half of Tado Land's islands have been utterly destroyed. Through the receiver, her eldest son Parasparrow's voice quivered with tension. He offered his apologies first before gathering the courage to reveal the truth. What? Charlotte Linlin's eyes narrowed to slits. An invisible, terrifying pressure radiated from her massive frame, engulfing the entire room in an instant. The house trembled as countless soul-infused sweets lost their luster and detonated where they stood. Sweet cream and splintered wood mixed with debris, coating the villa walls in a thick, revolting layer that transformed the room into something resembling a garbage dump. The mastermind behind this devastation, Charlotte Linlin, showed no concern for the mess. Her sole focus was the devastating news she had just received. Are you telling me a tsunami destroyed Tado Land's islands? She interrogated Parasparrow on the other end, each word dripping with venom. Her tone carried an unprecedented ferocity and chill. The sudden tsunami evoked a deeply unsettling sense of familiarity, as though she had witnessed something similar before. Why, yes, mother, it was a tsunami. Parasparrow stammered through the receiver, then his voice shifted to panic. This is bad, mother. The tsunami scope is enormous, some of us can barely hold on, and it's heading straight for you. Hardly had he finished speaking when the line went dead. The atmosphere in the room grew suffocating. Charlotte Linlin's expression darkened to a menacing degree. Staring at the silent Den Mushi before her, she clenched her palm, crushing it into fragments with a wet squelch as viscous slime oozed between her thick fingers. Whitebeard Newgate, daring to destroy my Tado Land. I'll make you pay for this. A furious growl erupted from her lips, reverberating through the villa and across the entire island. Guards and ministers stationed throughout Tado Land froze in terror upon hearing her voice. This is bad. Mother is furious. Only then did they grasp what had provoked her wrath. It was Whitebeard. The realization sent icy dread down their spines. The strongest man in the world was actually coming. Charlotte Linlin finally recalled the news reports. Whitebeard and his fleet had previously used a tsunami to breach the gates of justice while attempting to infiltrate Impel Down. And now the same tactic had been turned against them. At the same time, did you hear that, Newgate? Ron stood at the bow of the ship, gazing toward Whitebeard with a smile. Gururara, that woman must be absolutely furious right now. Whitebeard declared with evident satisfaction. Since joining Ron's crew, he discovered a newfound joy, freedom to act without constraint, no longer burdened by survival's pressures. Observing this transformation in Whitebeard, Ron's lips curved slightly. Enough talk, set sail. Though we're guests, we shouldn't keep our hosts waiting. The crew exchanged knowing smiles. Ron was right. They were visitors after all. It was only fitting they arrive of their own accord rather than expecting the hosts to welcome them. With this in mind, Ron's vessel surged forward, sails billowing in the wind as it pressed deeper into Tado Land. Flanking the ship, countless Tado Land citizens floated in the seawater. among them several high-ranking officers and commanders from Charlotte Lean-Lean's pirate crew. Rescued by their own crewmates, they clung desperately to wooden planks and debris, gasping for breath. An unforgettable spectacle. With a splash, the commotion drew everyone's attention. Directly ahead of their vessel, a round blue head emerged from the water. The crew froze. Jinbe. Marco's eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing here? Jinbe first greeted Whitebeard with respect, the Yonko who had protected Fishman Island for years, then turned to Ron, offering a brief explanation of his purpose. You must be Mr. Ron. King Neptune has informed me that Fishman Island now falls under your protection. On behalf of our island, I thank you once more. I've come to request permission to join your ranks to contribute what little I can. Watching Jinbe's sincere plea from the water, Ron felt genuine surprise, though it wasn't entirely unexpected. This was the same Jinbe who would one day become the 10th crewmate of Luffy's pirate crew. Climb aboard first. It's rather impolite to converse with someone while they're submerged in the sea, he said with a grin. Jinbe scratched his head awkwardly. Understood, Mr. Ron. With that, he launched himself from the water, as though stepping onto solid ground, landing gracefully on the deck. Before he could steady himself, Ron's voice reached his ear. You mentioned wanting to join my crew. Thump thump. His heart raced, blood pumping faster as his tense, rigid body moved. He bowed deeply before Ron with earnest urgency. Please grant me this request. The ship advanced through the sea. On the deck, as he gazed upon the youthful face before him, Jinbe's heart quickened uncontrollably, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. This man before him was the only pirate on the sea with a bounty as high as 10 billion. Moreover, King Neptune had hinted that he might be the former vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates, a man known as the Bloodhand Physician who had shaken the entire sea decades ago. Now he bore a new title, the Sinister Physician Luo-En, a king emerging from the annals of history. Just as Jinbe was at a loss for how to respond, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Luo-En smiling at him. Welcome aboard, Jinbe. But you might have to start as the most ordinary crew member. He agreed. Jinbe's heart trembled, disbelief shining in his eyes. His form quivered slightly, and he immediately became excited, his voice filled with unprecedented conviction. I don't mind. Thank you, Mr. Luo-En, for taking me in. The crew is growing, Luo-En thought with a slight smirk. Was he stealing Luffy's future crewmate ahead of time? But even if he did, he believed that guy wouldn't mind too much. With such a capricious mindset, time passed slowly. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding sea gradually turned crimson, and an island shaped like a cake came into view. What a woman who knows how to indulge, Luo-En couldn't help but remark. The screen was nothing compared to reality. Only by witnessing it with your own eyes could you feel the awe. The seawater was sweet juice encircling the entire cake island. Not only that, but most of the island's structures were built from various dessert ingredients. The grass, the bridges, even the streams. Everything exuded a cloying sweetness that filled the air like a chocolate factory from another world. A sense of decadent waste welled up from within Luo-En. He couldn't help but ask, has this woman always been this wasteful? Noticing the pain in Luo-En's eyes, everyone was puzzled. Marco and the others exchanged glances. Yes, Mr. Luo-En. Is there a problem? Rayleigh asked, somewhat bewildered. Hearing this, Luo-En felt a pang of heartache. He asked again, and the islands that were destroyed before, were they like this too? Exactly. Everyone on the sea knows Big Mom is addicted to sweets. Even the islands and the sea are filled with desserts and drinks. Ace chimed in. They assumed Luo-En, having been away from the sea for so long, was simply unfamiliar with the current state of affairs. But what they didn't realize was that it was a clash of societal values. They could never understand the complex emotions stirring within Luo-En. Waste is shameful. Upon receiving the confirmation, Luo-En was heartbroken. Observation hockey could never replace the eyes. So many islands destroyed. How much had been wasted? It was precisely because he hadn't seen the island's condition with his own eyes that he had so casually given the order to attack with Whitebeard earlier. For a moment, the atmosphere on the deck grew strange. Everyone looked at Luo-En with baffled expressions, wondering what was wrong with him. Under this emotional turmoil, Luo-En gradually calmed himself, his expression returning to normal. All right, let's disembark first, he said calmly, leaping off the ship first and heading toward Cake Island. The others followed close behind. But before they had taken a few steps, Luo-En stopped again. Amid everyone's puzzled looks, he spoke slowly. If necessary, we'll end this quickly. Try not to damage the island, especially you, Newgate. With that, Luo-En strode away, leaving Whitebeard and the others even more confused. It was like an itch they couldn't scratch, a gnawing feeling that tormented them. Dad, what do you think is wrong with Dr. Luo-En? Ever since he saw Cake Island, he's been acting so strange. Ace scratched his head curiously. Gururara, Ace, don't overthink it. Just do what Mr. Luo-En says. Whitebeard ruffled Ace's hair vigorously, then strode off in the direction Luo-En had gone. Ask him. His own head was still a mess. Thus the group ventured deeper into Cake Island. Along the way, they saw even more extravagant sights than before: houses built of cookies, fountains of hot cocoa, and mountains of donuts. But these precious ingredients were all being trampled underfoot by the fleeing residents, a scene that nearly made Luo-En lose his composure on the spot. A dangerous aura of Conqueror's haki involuntarily seeped from his body, drawing the attention of many around him. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly in the silence. As the group advanced, they saw a massive, bloated woman at the far end of the street, Charlotte Linlin. Luo, and what are you doing here? Linlin's voice was low and sinister, piercing and echoing across the entire island. On Cake Island, the surface was serene and peaceful. Yet today that tranquility was shattered. With the arrival of Ron and his companions, the atmosphere on the island instantly turned tense and hostile. On the spot, Charlotte Linlin's sons, including Perispero, gathered around their mother, their eyes flickering with a trace of fear as they gazed at the overwhelming lineup before them. Ghost Dr. Luo N, Whitebeard Newgate, the Pirate King's right-arm Dark King Rayleigh, and one of the legendary great pirates Golden Lion Shiki. Were these people about to turn the world upside down? With such a formidable and unparalleled lineup, it was beyond doubt that they could roam freely across the entire sea, even the New World, and even the legendary ultimate treasure was merely within their grasp. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, all else was illusion. If these people so desired, the field fell into a deathly silence. Facing Charlotte Linlin's interrogation, Luo and finally spoke, but his gaze was fixed on the Whitebeard beside him. Newgate, I've changed my mind. Leave this woman to me. Having said that, he ignored Whitebeard's resigned expression and strode actively towards Charlotte Linlin. Hey Luo, and this is a personal grudge between me and that madwoman. Whitebeard grumbled in dissatisfaction, but Luo seemed not to heed his words. Seeing this, Whitebeard, though somewhat helpless, could accept it. I wonder what that woman did to provoke this guy. Haha, who knows? Maybe he can't stand the world's suffering, or perhaps he cannot tolerate the waste of privilege. Rayleigh chimed in with a chuckle. As the two talked, on the opposite side, watching Luo act without consulting her, Charlotte Linlin's eyes darkened to the extreme, her entire body radiating a chilling aura. Luo, your era is over. Now this is my turf. As she spoke, a crimson gleam shot from her eyes. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. An invisible, yet overwhelmingly domineering aura erupted from around her, surging toward Luo like a crushing wave. The ground cracked, and the air current became violently turbulent. At that moment, Conqueror's haki. It seems a split personality suits the qualities of a king better, even allowing a former problem child to master such an incredible power. Luo taunted. The next second, an even more formidable and domineering aura instantly expanded. The two forces clashed, sparking eerie red lightning in the air. Crackle crackle. Above the island, the wind and clouds shifted violently, as if a stone had been thrown into a pond. The air current churned fiercely against the surroundings, forming visible ripples that spread to the sea beyond the island. The waves surged, and at the same time various fish living in the nearby waters, as if sensing a danger rooted in their souls, abruptly flicked their tails. They changed direction and swam desperately away from Cake Island. In less than half a minute, all life in the surrounding waters vanished, leaving a dead zone. Now both sides remained locked in a stalemate. The domineering Conqueror's haki relentlessly scoured every inch of the island. The homies, endowed with souls and life, all lost their vitality in an instant, their eyes growing vacant. Charlotte Linlin's face twisted, her expression becoming ferocious. Under the sustained output, her mental strength waned. Beads of cold sweat silently slid down her temples, dampening her pink pajamas. Seeing her struggle, Luo remained calm, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His tone carried a hint of mockery. It seems I was wrong earlier. A split personality doesn't make your Conqueror's haki stronger. It only makes you mad. Charlotte Linlin, who gave you the courage to defy my will? This final insignificant question seemed to be the last straw that broke Charlotte Linlin. The Conqueror's haki around Luo instantly swelled, almost irrationally, violently forcing her back. Like kneading dough, it roughly stuffed the armament haki she had just unleashed back into her head. A mouthful of hot blood spurted out. Charlotte Linlin, as if struck by a heavy blow, felt a sweet taste in her throat and flew backward, crashing heavily into the castle behind her. Crash. The exquisitely built castle instantly turned into a pile of rubble. The only villa on the island not constructed using devil fruit abilities or sweets was thus reduced to ruins. Charlotte Linlin climbed out of the rubble like a frenzied beast, her eyes bloodshot as she charged toward Luo. I'll kill you. With that, her thick arm grabbed the sun floating in the air. With a bang, the sun instantly expanded, turning into blazing flames that cascaded toward Luo like a blanket. An alternative life form endowed with life and soul. Interesting. Feeling the scorching flames coming at him, the smile on Luo's lips grew more pronounced. He slowly extended his palm toward Prometheus in the sky, murmuring, but toying with souls in front of me. Isn't that a bit too dismissive of me? With a clench of his hand. Boom. Prometheus exploded. It was as if its soul had been extracted. Its flames instantly contracted into a core, then burst apart, like a beautiful firework, slowly fading in Luo's pitch-black eyes. Under the enhanced effects of the Ope Ope, Nomi boosted by the system, the Soul Fruit's ability, which only targets souls, was virtually useless against Luo. Beside them, Zeus the Thundercloud was terrified. It trembled and immediately fled from Charlotte Linlin's side, fearing she would use it as a shield. Above Napoleon, the bicorn hat trembled. Just as it was about to act, Charlotte Linlin grabbed it, and forcibly activating her devil fruit ability, turned it into a mindless long sword. Not far away. Looks like we're not needed here, Rayleigh said from the back with a smile. What a troublesome guy, Gururara. Well, I can't fight her, but you youngsters over there must be Charlotte Linlin's family, right? How about sparring with us? Whitebeard, eager for a fight, but thwarted, turned his attention to Big Mom's children, his gaze landing on Paraspero and the others who were watching. Huh, challenge us. Feeling Whitebeard's oppressive gaze, the leader Paraspero couldn't even form words. He was instantly terrified, sweat pouring down in torrents, his body trembling violently. Needless to say, Whitebeard was the strongest man on the sea. If he wanted to challenge them, they were nothing but trash. In this world, could even trash not have a way to survive? What about? Paraspero stammered, unable to speak clearly. Suddenly a tall figure stepped out from beside him and stood in front of him. Fine, I accept. Huh. Paraspero's eyes widened. When he recognized the person, his mind exploded. He roared in a low, frantic voice, Katakuri, have you lost your mind? That man is Whitebeard. Katakuri turned back, his expression calm. Can avoiding a fight escape this disaster, Paraspero brother? Paraspero was taken aback. Indeed, Whitebeard and his crew had come with a fierce momentum. It seemed they wouldn't let Mother off today. If even Mother fell, what would happen to them? At that thought, despair filled his heart, but he could only grit his teeth and silently agree with Katakuri's idea to confront a Yonko head-on. They might truly become the first pirates in the sea to light a lantern in a toilet. On the scene, Katakuri stepped forward of his own accord, his gaze instantly sharpening as a dense layer of armament haki began to surface from his body. An imposing aura befitting a king's caliber spread subtly throughout the surroundings. Katakuri, be careful. Paraspero couldn't help but remind him with concern. Katakuri nodded. Gururara. Never would I have thought that Charlotte Linlin's crew would have such a gutsy brat. Perfect, let me test your mettle. Whitebeard laughed heartily as he hefted his bicinto and stepped onto the field. His intended opponent had already been snatched away by Luo In, and with an itch to fight, he could only set his sights on these younger ones. Fortunately, this brat before him seemed sturdy enough to withstand a few blows. Boom. A battle erupted. Whitebeard grinned, swinging his bicinto down with a ferocious crash. Space shattered and a terrifying wave of power surged forward like a tidal wave sweeping toward his opponent. But before that, a red flash flickered in the corner of Katakuri's eye. In an instant, he vanished, dodging the lethal strike just as it was about to land. Then he swung his arm. Viscous machi writhed and churned, and a gleaming sharp trident emerged from within, landing firmly in his grip. As the trident sliced through the air coated in a thick layer of armament haki, it whistled sharply as it cleaved toward the opponent. Clang! A shrill ring echoed across the field. Whitebeard's bicinto clashed with the trident. A turbulent shockwave radiated from the two combatants, causing their garments to flutter and snap loudly in the wind. In the distance, Rayleigh stood alongside the still recovering Golden Lion. They watched the scene with a hint of awe, a profound smile flickering in their eyes. That must be it, isn't it? To think this young one is also a rare genius, honing his observation haki to such a level. Rayleigh said with a smile. Jahaha. Brief glimpses of the future, huh? An interesting brat. Golden Lion puffed on a thick cigar, his hand resting on the great sword at his hip, his demeanor utterly bold. After several days of recovery, most of his injuries had healed. Even the wound on his leg after Luoen's crude treatment no longer hindered his movement much except for strenuous exertion. One could only say that, as expected of someone from this world, Golden Lion's physique was truly monstrous. He watched Katakuri exchanging blows with Whitebeard, a deep disdain surfacing in his eyes. But that's all he amounts to. That paltry, pitiful resolve is utterly useless in front of Newgate. As the words fell, bang. Katakuri's body was forced back. He stood dozens of meters away, one hand clutching his chest, his expression grim, as he stared at Whitebeard, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. So strong. No choice. It seems I must use all my remaining strength. He stomped the ground with force. The earth instantly turned soft, its color shifting to a matcha-like white, spreading across an area vast enough to encompass the entire battlefield. Machi fruit awakening. In the air around Whitebeard, countless circles of white machi materialized, densely packing in and surrounding him at the center of the battlefield. Feeling the faint sense of danger from the surrounding space, Whitebeard's lips curled upward. His gaze locked onto Katakuri. I underestimated you, brat. As he spoke with a rustling sound like hidden murder, countless arms coated in thick jet-black armament haki burst forth from the surroundings, trembling the air as they rained down on Whitebeard with tremendous force. Boom! Whitebeard planted his bicinto firmly on the ground. Then, clenching his fists, he exerted a slight force, and in the next instant the arms shattered into nothingness. The immediate danger was dispelled, but a new wave of attacks was already coming. Katakuri swung his arm, and the ground that had turned to machi came alive like countless sharp razor tentacles madly stabbing toward Whitebeard at the center. Rustling. The air was filled with spine-chilling sounds of penetration. Meanwhile, the battle between Luo In and Charlotte Linlin had reached its climax. Sword chi intertwined, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Impossible. Mother's body has been wounded. Parasparrow's expression shifted dramatically. A great swordsman. Know the level of this sword chi and sword pressure. Could he have surpassed a great swordsman? Feeling the sharp sword chi emanating from Luo N. Cracker, the 10th son of the Charlotte family and minister of Biscuit, exclaimed in shock. Impossible. How could anyone in this world surpass a great swordsman? Even the man hailed as the world's greatest swordsman has only reached the pinnacle of the sword. Cracker's conjecture was immediately refuted by Smoothie, the 14th daughter. Under their watchful eyes, at the island's center, Luo N wielded a uniquely shaped scalpel. In the clash with Charlotte Lean, he casually slashed, and his sword chi instantly breached the thick armament haki, leaving a clear bloody gash on her steel balloon-like resilient body. The pungent stench of blood immediately permeated the air. Facing a formidable enemy, Charlotte Lean, though enraged, hadn't completely lost her wits. She leaped high, raised her blade above her head, and in addition to the dense armament haki, a tyrannical conqueror's haki coiled around it. Waigwa. Purple sword chi swirled the air, trembling. She swung down fiercely, and a colossal torrential wave of sword chi split the air, hurtling toward Luo N. In an instant the earth cracked wide, the force overwhelming and unstoppable. Comparing swords with me. Luo N's eyes narrowed slightly, a strange look flashing across them. He shook his head. Why don't you learn? Haven't you suffered enough? Feeling the stinging wind on his face, he didn't dodge, but charged straight toward the incoming sword chi. I've wasted enough time. This time I'll finish you off completely. Luo N muttered, his dark pupils reflecting the ever-growing purple sword shadow. He gripped the scalpel tightly in his right hand. A faint green glow was covered by dense armament haki, and not only that, but as he moved, a trace of observation haki and conqueror's haki emerged within it, merging with the fierce sword intent to form a new power. This power, even revealing just a faint imperceptible aura, sent shockwaves through countless witnesses. What was that? Could it be a realm beyond the great swordsman? Whitebeard and the others turned their heads, rooted to the spot, staring at Luo N as he charged towards Charlotte Lean, a look of awe in their eyes. In that instant when Luo N unleashed his killing intent, even they felt a shiver of dread. The next second, slash. With a low murmur like a divine decree, a golden sword beam shot straight into the sky, its light pervading the entire Whole Cake Island and even the whole Tato land. Chill. In an instant from the sky, a sword chi like a celestial blade emerged from the sea, stretching for tens of thousands of miles to the horizon. Waves surged and fish wailed. As the origin of this sword chi, Whole Cake Island was inevitably split in two, with most of its landmass destroyed. From afar, the entire island formed a concave shape. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Meanwhile, on a stretch of sea over a dozen kilometers from the border of Wanhua, a man in a deep blue winter coat silently rode a bicycle across the ocean. Strangely, wherever the wheels passed, a layer of ice just wide enough for the tires materialized, extending endlessly behind him. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from the distant sky, drawing his attention. He pushed back his hood, revealing a familiar face. It was none other than Akiji, one of the Navy's 3 admirals. His presence here was unexpected. Such terrifying sword intent. Which one of them could it be? He stopped, the bicycle brow furrowed. The golden light illuminating the distant sky reflected in his curious eyes. But soon a young man's face surfaced in his mind. Could it be him? At the thought, his expression grew even more somber. Yes, perhaps other than that one, there was no swordsman on the sea he didn't recognize. Yet this sword intent, why did it feel more intense, or rather more dangerous, than what he had sensed before, sending a chill down his spine? With this thought, Akiji resumed pedaling toward Wanhua. Rather than speculate here, it was better to see for himself. He wanted to ask the man who had bet against the fleet admiral and won decisively was the justice he had always upheld nothing but a fallacy. The creaking of the bicycle's springs began. The sea fell silent once more, leaving only an icy trail stretching straight across the surface, its end unknown. On Whole Cake Island the air was still as death, as if even the wind had stopped. The oppressiveness was suffocating. The metallic scent of blood grew thicker. Everyone stood frozen, like statues, eyes wide, expressions blank, staring in the same direction. Ron stood calmly at the island's center, the scalpel in his right hand, glowing faintly green, immaculate. Before him, a massive figure in a pink polka-dot nightgown lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing like a spring, soaking the garment completely and pooling into a stream. Maybe I used a bit too much force, Ron said, scratching his head with a slightly troubled expression as he surveyed the nearly half-destroyed island. His words shattered the silence. Mama. Damn it, how can he be this strong? Mama is dead, split in two. Is this man a demon? Staring at the neatly bisected body, the crowd first looked horrified, then incredulous, and finally showed a hint of sorrow. Their mama was gone. From now on, the 4 Emperors pirate group would cease to exist. It meant they would live a life of wandering. Looking at the man's youthful, smiling face despite their reluctance, they eventually accepted reality. Mama had indeed been cut down like a piece of timber, cleaved from head to toe. The key question now was, what should they do? Surrender? Would Ron spare them? With this thought, they nervously glanced at him. Were they begging for mercy? Reading their expressions, Ron knew their thoughts at once. A slight smile tugged at his lips. A loving mother and filial children indeed. Before he could decide, Rayleigh and the others approached him. Gururara, that slash was simply breathtaking. As expected of you to have grown to such a level in just a few days. Whitebeard laughed heartily. After days of interaction, he was no longer surprised by Ron's explosive improvements. Is it the path beyond great swordsman? Have you glimpsed it, Mr. Ron? Rayleigh asked, curiously, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Among those present apart from Newgate, both he and Captain Shiki used swords. Who better to shed light on the matter than the one who had surpassed even Hawkeye? Rarely Golden Lion held his tongue, standing obediently aside. Ron found this odd, but when he noticed the slight curiosity in Shiki's eyes as he glanced at him, he understood. It wasn't that the dog had changed its nature, it knew the difference between one full meal and a lifetime of satiety. I wouldn't say I've seen it clearly, but I have indeed discerned a few things beyond great swordsman, Ron said with a smile. His words struck like a meteor crashing into the sea, stirring up a storm in everyone's hearts. Had he truly surpassed great swordsman? What did that mean? It meant Ron's strength now stood at the very pinnacle of the world. At that thought, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Though they were unclear about the realm beyond great swordsman, the ease with which he cut down a Yonko like a watermelon, 1/1 goddess, was telling. In a sense, Ron had truly risen above the four emperors, becoming the pirate king of the seas. The battlefield had reduced the entire Whole Cake Island to a desolate wasteland where the clash between Luo In and Charlotte Lin had turned the once utopian paradise into a blood-soaked ruin stripped of the blessing of its fruit abilities. The flora and fauna that had been infused with souls and vitality withered in an instant, exposing the island and kingdom's true barren visage beneath its fairy tale veneer. Wild grass grew rampant and withered trees stretched across the land. How could this be? How could our home become like this? In the distance, the pirates and officers under Charlotte Lin's command stared at the desolate scene before them, their eyes filled with disbelief. Too fast. Everything had happened too suddenly. Before they could even react, the battle was over, and their mother lay on the ground, her body neatly severed into two halves. Agony, confusion, panic, and then utter helplessness, all transformed into a bone-chilling coldness that spread from their hearts to their entire bodies. Their bodies stiffened, their gazes grew vacant, and the younger female pirates, still too young to have hardened, couldn't help but shed tears of terror. Is she dead? Katakuri, who had long ceased fighting, gazed at the man in the distance with a complex expression, his heart stirred with unusual turmoil. That strike just now was truly formidable. He hadn't even seen it clearly, all he knew was a flash of golden light, and then everything was over, the dust settled. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. The pungent smell of blood from his mother's body reached his nostrils, and the air was suddenly filled with a chilling aura of slaughter. After answering the doubts of Whitebeard and the others, Luo and turned back and looked at the faces and expressions of those opposite him, each etched with confusion and panic. His heart felt no ripple. For over 40 years he had long grown accustomed to the merciless laws of the sea, and now his smile was merely a courtesy. Eliminating the root was his true intention. Yet he decided to give these people a chance to help him achieve his ultimate goal. Submit or die. Luo spoke slowly. His tone was extremely calm, yet it carried a faint but intense bloodthirstiness that when it reached their ears felt like the biting Arctic wind, sending shivers through their hearts. For these people he had lost all remaining patience. Paraspero and the others hesitated slightly. Luo's sudden offer left them at a loss. Their mother had just been killed. Switching sides to the enemy seemed somewhat inappropriate. As they wavered, Katakuri, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. Will you treat us equally? He looked calmly at Luo. As soon as he said this, the other children glared at him in anger, but Katakuri showed complete indifference to their stares. That woman, and they were merely a transaction of interests, there was no real affection. Everyone knew that woman would kill her own children at the slightest whim. After all, the eldest child among them before now was not Paraspero. Absolutely, as long as you abide by my rules. Luo said earnestly. Very well, I agree to join. As soon as the words fell, Katakuri nodded immediately. So fast. The other children were all stunned, looking at Katakuri with disbelief. Did this elder brother really hold no nostalgia? Luo had no interest in their chaotic thoughts. When he heard Katakuri's swift agreement, the familiar smile finally returned to his lips. Good. If you have time, come find me. I can help resolve your troubles. He said meaningfully. My troubles? Katakuri was startled, but then his eyes exposed above the scarf widened instantly with evident excitement. You mean it? Of course. Don't forget my nickname is the Cunning Doctor. Luo said calmly, but inwardly he sighed. His guess was correct. Katakuri seemed to be quite concerned with his appearance. Concerned about looks. A minor cosmetic surgery in exchange for such a genius seemed quite a bargain. Since Katakuri, the talent highly valued by Whitebeard and the others, had been secured, the rest seemed comparatively insignificant. With this thought, Luo didn't even bother to consult the others. He turned and prepared to leave, leaving only one sentence for Whitebeard and the others. Newgate, Rayleigh, please take care of them. With that, Luo strode away into the distance. What? He was going to kill them just like that? Watching Luo's retreating figure, the other children were all stunned. Weren't they even allowed a moment to reconsider? Their minds were in chaos, their hearts in panic. Before they could fully collect themselves, a fierce, killing intent suddenly erupted, enveloping them all. Damn it, Vice Captain Luo, and you take the easy way out, and leave us this mess. Beside him, Shiki the Golden Lion, still leaning on his crutch, drew his twin swords ready for action. Having undergone 2 major surgeries, he had no desire for a third. A Golden Lion, leave these to you. I'll just watch from the side. Whitebeard, having no interest in bullying the younger generation, laughed heartily and stood aside. Only Rayleigh remained standing beside the Golden Lion. Looking at Whitebeard, who was about to slack off, Rayleigh sighed inwardly. Always making me clean up the mess. As he spoke, Rayleigh walked toward Paraspero and the others who were huddled together. Feeling the almost tangible killing intent from the 2 legends, Paraspero and the others regretted their hesitation. If only they hadn't feigned reluctance. Now they were about to lose their lives. Just as despair set in, Katakuri suddenly spoke up, pleading for them. Mr. Luo, and could you spare my younger brothers and sisters? Instantly, Rayleigh and the Golden Lion stopped, looking at him in surprise. Katakuri's expression was conflicted as he shouted to Luo In, who had already walked far away. As his words fell, everyone clearly saw the distant figure pause. Then, do you know the consequences of saying that? A young voice drifted from afar. The words reached everyone present, including Katakuri. He hesitated visibly for a few moments, then nodded firmly. Whatever the cost, I am willing to pay. Unlike Charlotte Linlin's other children, he held deep affection for these younger siblings. The other children were stunned for a moment, then hope surged anew in their hearts. They had thought their fate was sealed, but Katakuri had actually pleaded for them. Tears welled in their eyes, and a warm current rushed through their hearts. They had wronged this elder brother. After giving his answer, Katakuri gazed expectantly at the distant figure awaiting Luo's final response. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time ticked by. After an unknown interval, remember your words. Luo's voice came from afar. Katakuri was taken aback, then his eyes filled with wild joy, while his siblings burst into excited cheers. Katakuri looked up and noticed to his surprise that Luo In had already left. He sighed softly, sensing that the price for this would likely be steep. But when he saw his siblings' tears of joy streaming down their faces, a hint of relief glimmered in his eyes. As long as his family was still here, what did it matter if he gave his life to Mr. Luo In? Really looks like we won't have to fight today. The Golden Lion turned to Rayleigh with a dangerous smile. Not having to fight is better. Mr. Luo In has his own plans. Rayleigh replied with a beaming smile. Only Whitebeard, his gaze sweeping over Charlotte Linlin lying in a pool of blood, showed a flicker of helplessness and contemplation. A former crewmate, and now he had become an executioner. He wondered if all of this was right or wrong. Outside the Cake Island, above the pink juice sea, Paraspero and the others followed Ron's instructions, carrying their mother's remains onto the ship. Whitebeard and his crew looked on with deep confusion. Dr. Ron, what are you doing? Are you really planning to resurrect Charlotte Linlin? Rayleigh asked, curiously gazing at Ron on the deck. The others awaited Ron's reply. Yes, that's right. Ron nodded, his gaze fixed on Charlotte Linlin, who had just been carried onto the deck by Paraspero and the others. Resurrect. Paraspero and his companions froze. After setting down their mother's body, they turned to look at Ron, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. They had long heard that this mysterious Dr. Ron could revive people, so that wasn't surprising. But first cutting someone down, then reviving them. Could he really play it that way? Beside them, Ace and the others were staring at Ron with strange expressions. Hey Dr. Ron, you're not really going to revive that woman, are you? At this point, Whitebeard couldn't help but speak, utterly astonished by Ron's bizarre operation. Gah! Vice Captain Ron, you're not planning to revive her, and then kill her again to recruit Charlotte Linlin, are you? Golden Lion laughed heartlessly, but as he laughed, his eyes met Ron's smiling black pupils, and his heart skipped a beat. Gah! Gah! Gradually his laughter faded. What if Dr. Ron one day went mad, cut himself in half, reassembled himself, and then revived? That would be a disaster. With that thought, Golden Lion shuddered, looking at Ron with a timid expression. My wound hurts a bit. Maybe I moved too much just now. I'll go lie down for a while. After hastily speaking, Golden Lion turned and fled. Ron stood there speechless at the scene. Am I that frightening? He scratched his head innocently. This remark drew a heavy stare from Ace and the others. Meanwhile, Paraspero and his companions standing beside Charlotte Linlin's corpse involuntarily took a step back. Their mother's body wasn't even cold yet. Seeing this, Ron's forehead creased with annoyance. Why did these people look at him like he was a pervert? Hey, you bastards, stop looking at me like that. He scowled. Then he gestured to Paraspero and the others. And you hurry up and sew your mother's body together. I'll need it later. The reason he chose to revive Charlotte Linlin was to conduct an experiment, the one Marco had mentioned in prison. He hadn't expected these idiots to imagine him as a pervert. How could anyone tolerate that? Sensing the chilling murderous intent emanating from Ron, Ace and the others quickly found excuses to flee. Oh, we're about to set sail, right? I'll raise the sails. And I'll pull up the anchor. I'll help Joza wait for me. The younger ones vanished in an instant, careful not to attract Ron's attention. As for Paraspero and the other former Charlotte Linlin crew members, they immediately picked up needle and thread, men and women alike, to stitch their mother's body. The atmosphere turned eerie. Bright crimson blood accompanied by the sound of needles piercing flesh and thread pulling cast a horror movie aura over the sunlit deck. Ron, dressed in white, stood in the middle of the deck like the villain of a horror film, a macabre doctor surveying his domain. The scene was strangely harmonious. Click click. A faint sound suddenly echoed in the air, drawing everyone's attention. Parasparrow, his hands stained with blood, was dutifully sewing his mother's body, a son's loving hands stitching his mother's shroud. But at that moment his ear twitched. As if sensing something, he whirled around. His eyes widened. Navy Admiral Akiji. Under the sunlight, the pink sea surface shimmered brilliantly. Suddenly, an icy blue appeared in the distance. In an instant the sea froze, and the splashing waves turned into pink ice flowers. The ice spread rapidly, trapping Ron's ship in place. A solitary figure on a bicycle wobbled across the ice toward the ship. Akiji. Hearing Parasparrow shout, everyone looked up. Upon seeing the newcomer, they showed surprised expressions. What's he doing here? Ace rushed over first, curious. I don't know, Marco replied, shaking his head with a serious expression. Under their gaze, Akiji, pedaling his bicycle, soon arrived near the ship. Seeing this, the two became alert, instinctively checking for any ambush. This man didn't seem like a good guy. Who knew if the Navy had set a trap around them? The atmosphere grew tense again. Just as they prepared to strike, Ron's voice suddenly interrupted their rhythm. Stop! Ace and Marco turned to see Ron calmly walking past them to the ship's railing. Following his command, they extinguished their flames and returned to normal. By then, Ron had reached the edge of the ship and spoke with a smile. Don't worry, this one shouldn't be our enemy. Am I right, Kazan? As he said this, Ron's gaze settled on Akiji, who was wearing a simple gray winter coat. Facing the man who had once defeated him, Akiji remained calm. Mister, Ron is right. I am now one of Mr. Ron's people. He nodded and politely requested amid the stunned stares of the crew, may I come aboard? Come on up, Ron said with a smile. Akiji obeyed without hesitation. He first got off his bicycle, then hoisted it onto his shoulder, and with a push of his foot jumped onto the deck. Bang! A dull thud sounded on the ship. Akiji, clutching his beloved bicycle, stepped onto the deck. Gazing at the familiar Navy Admiral before them, the enemy of all pirates, Ace, Marco, and everyone present were utterly dumbfounded. Joining Lord Ron's command, a former Navy Admiral. When the hell did this happen? Why were they completely unaware? Off to one side, a flicker of doubt passed through Whitebeard's eyes, but soon, as if recalling something, he smiled and shook his head without a word. Truly, that is so like you, Ron. Rayleigh wore a similar expression, but in contrast, a deep concern flickered in his eyes. Was it really wise to let Akiji join like this? On the deck, with Akiji's appearance, everyone's expressions turned somewhat peculiar, unable to fathom what Lord Ron was really planning. Even a former Navy Admiral was poached. Such ruthless tactics. Lord Ron, he is a Navy man. Are you sure this is really fine? At this point, Ace couldn't help but be the first to speak. He found it truly hard to believe that a Navy man could become their comrade. That might not be entirely accurate, but on this sea, pirates of their caliber and the Navy had always been irreconcilable. This sudden change was really difficult for him to accept. Besides, did this Navy Admiral have no ulterior motives? Sensing the suspicion in the eyes around him, Ron curled his lips, slightly shifting his gaze from Akiji's resigned face to the others. Everyone, do you still remember last time when you asked me why I released Akiji and what I said to Sengoku? He said nonchalantly. Everyone was taken aback, then a look of realization dawned in their eyes. What? Ace's eyes suddenly widened, and he stared at Ron in shock. Lord Ron, you don't mean to say. It was back then. His voice trailed off, for such a thing seemed too far-fetched. A pirate and a Navy man making a wager with a Navy Admiral as the stake. How absurd. But to his surprise, Ron not only picked up on his words, but gave a precise answer. That's right. Ron nodded first, then looked at Akiji with a smile. But it seems I won. Hiss. At these words, everyone couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. They really dared to play that way. Was this what a bet between big shots looked like? But was this Navy Admiral truly willing? Instinctively, everyone quietly turned their gaze to Kazan. Akiji gave a wry smile. I never thought that after all my years in the Navy I would see less clearly than Lord Ron. As Master Sengoku said, it seems the Navy has truly rotted from the roots. Even the position of Fleet Admiral can be assigned so arbitrarily. Lord Ron, did you already know? Speaking of this, Akiji finally couldn't help but ask. He found it hard to imagine what kind of mindset the other man had when making the bet. If he didn't know the outcome, it was one thing. He merely admired Ron's overwhelming boldness. But if he did know, then this man was truly terrifying. His intellect and schemes far surpassed the entire Navy headquarters. Akiji dared not think further, a chill settling in his heart. All he wanted now was for Ron to give him a real answer to resolve the doubts he and Fleet Admiral Sengoku shared. Across from him. Sensing the obvious urgency in Akiji's eyes, Ron raised his brow slightly and chose not to answer directly, instead countering. Is the answer that important? Besides, with the title of Tactician Sengoku, I'm sure he has already figured it out, hasn't he? Akiji was stunned. Then he gave Ron a deep look and let out a sigh. Even as a user of the ice fruit, his heart felt utterly cold after hearing those words. Just as Fleet Admiral Sengoku said, this man Ron's appearance was like a storm vortex dragging the Navy, the world government, and even the entire sea into its pull. As time passed, the vortex would only grow larger. In the end, it might truly become, as he said, a kingdom built on a brand new system. Akiji admitted that when he heard the answer from Ron's mouth, he was utterly shaken. But Ace and the others were completely bewildered. What were these two talking about? Why couldn't they understand? Only Marco showed a hint of thoughtful expression. Ron took in this reaction and sighed inwardly. The chasm of thought was like a natural moat, seemingly closed yet unreachable. The little one still needed to grow. After all, he couldn't accomplish such a feat alone. With that thought, Ron didn't bother to say more. Instead, he turned and urged Paraspero and the others who were also frozen in shock. Hey you lot, have you finished sewing up Charlotte Leanlean's body yet? At this, Paraspero and the other children immediately fell into chaos, all speaking at once. Almost done. Just a moment. Please wait a few minutes, Lord Ron. Yes, our apologies, Lord Ron. The commotion snapped Akiji back to reality, seeing how obedient and well-behaved these former children of an emperor were. He couldn't help but marvel. It was almost unimaginable that the once fierce Charlotte Leanlean pirates had become so docile. Was this a case of a wicked person is tormented by someone even more wicked? And you lot, being so filial, wouldn't your mother mind? Watching the children thread needles and sew on Charlotte Leanlean's body, and some even climbing on her head because of Ron's urging, Akiji felt as if a new world had opened before him. At the same time, a new question arose in his mind. What was this man named Ron planning to do? Several days later, a news article emerged across the seas, instantly drawing the attention of countless hidden forces and factions, plunging the entire world into a fever of excitement. Headline: Billionberry pirate ghost Dr. Luo N strikes Yonko, Big Mom dead. Content: according to reliable sources, Luo N and his crew, after breaking into Impel Down, have once again arrived in the New World, destroyed Tato Land, and slain the sole female Yonko. Most of the Cake Island has been wrecked, and all the remaining officers of the Big Mom pirates, including her children, have been incorporated under Luo N's command. Could this man become the next pirate king? What? Big Mom is dead. Such a terrifying man. First Whitebeard and Rayleigh were subdued, and now even Big Mom has been slain. Is he going to take over the entire New World? Damn it. Can't these blasted pirates just calm down for a moment? Some wept, some laughed. There were those who rejoiced, and those who went mad. No one truly understood what Luo N and his crew intended to do. In the New World, Captain, look at the newspaper. Something big is about to happen. On the dragon boat, Yasopp, his expression tinged with panic, clutched a daily newspaper and dashed toward the red-haired man standing at the bow. At that moment, Shanks wore a deeply troubled expression. Nearly half a year had passed since the Marineford incident. During this time, he had been relentlessly tracking Luo N's trail, hoping to have a word with him, but those people seemed to deliberately avoid him. On top of that, the Marines had been acting strangely, constantly harassing them, leaving him in a state of immense frustration. What's wrong, Yasopp? Why all the panic? Turning to look at the sprinting Yasopp, Shanks's mood grew even more irritable. Breaking into Impel Down. A new fleet admiral. The Fishman Island under new protection. One major event after another. Why couldn't this sniper maintain his composure? Grumbling inwardly, Shanks took the newspaper Yasopp handed him and opened it. But the next moment, Yasopp's words left him utterly dumbfounded. Captain, it's bad. Big Mom has been wiped out by Luo N. What? Shanks's eyes flew wide open. His hand unconsciously crushed the newspaper. Staring at Yasopp with a look of sheer horror, he demanded, You. What did you say? Captain, just look at today's newspaper. There's a photo. Catching the skepticism in Shanks's eyes, Yasopp grew anxious and pointed at the paper in his hand. The newspaper was nearly crumpled to shreds, but Shanks no longer cared. At Yasopp's prompting, he quickly smoothed it open. The next second, a shocking image met his eyes. Below the photo of a handsome man resembling a movie star, Luo N, lay a bloated female corpse clad in a pink polka dot nightgown split cleanly in two. Unmistakably, this woman was none other than the Big Mom Yasopp had mentioned. A thunderclap seemed to strike Shanks's mind. His entire brain went blank, and an involuntary wave of Conqueror's hockey leaked out, shredding the newspaper in his hands to dust. Unaware of the destruction, only one thought consumed him: the seas were about to witness a cataclysm. Around him, the other crew members, having also received the news, dropped their tasks and rushed out from cabins, or the sea gathering on the deck. Watching their captain lost in deep shock, they exchanged glances, their hearts churning with turmoil. Though they didn't know the full truth, they had caught fragments from Yasopp's words. What do we do now? Snake, wearing sunglasses, was the first to speak. The others fell silent. Everyone knew how hard their captain Shanks had worked to stabilize the seas. Now, with Luo N as a rogue element, they couldn't think of a good solution. Let's wait. Don't rush. Let's see what the captain has in mind, Ben Beckman, the first mate, said slowly. The others nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, Shanks regained his composure. He lifted his head, swept his gaze across the crew, and finally settled on Beckman. Big Mom won't be the last. I suspect Luo N intends to take down all the Yonko in the New World first. His next target will definitely be Kaido of Wano. I cannot let him succeed, Shanks declared with unwavering determination. It must be said that Shanks, who started as a cabin boy and now stood shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and the others, relied not only on his exceptional talent and strength, but also on his keen strategic insight. With just a few words, he had instantly analyzed Luoen's next move. The other crew members' expressions darkened. It was only then that they realized Luoen had quietly amassed an immensely powerful force. A force strong enough to silently eliminate a Yonko. Troublesome. This man was even more troublesome than Whitebeard. Newgate himself. What's the plan, Captain? Are we heading to Wano? Lucky Roo wiped his greasy hands on his shirt and grew serious. The other crew members also stood firm, awaiting Shanks's reply. Yes. Shanks nodded, then turned to face the direction of Wano at the far end of the sea, his eyes flickering with an uncertain light. To Wano. The white land Baltigo. A barren wasteland devoid of any sign of life, like trees or grass. Harsh biting winds kicked up clouds of yellow sand. This was exactly the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, a thorn in the side of the world government. Deep underground, inside the Revolutionary Army's war room, a man with a red square tattoo on his face sat at the head of the table. The light from the Den mushy projector flickered across his face, revealing his cold expression. One image after another flashed before his eyes, interspersed with a short video. The room was so silent that even breathing was barely audible. After a few seconds, a low voice broke the silence. Where are the army commanders now? A boy wearing goggles and a top hat standing nearby snapped to attention. He pulled out a pocket watch, checked the time, and replied, they should arrive in a few minutes. The speaker was none other than Sabo, the sworn brother of Luffy and Ace. The middle-aged man was Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Dragon's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to normal. He glanced back at Sabo and offered a relaxed smile. Is that so? Then let's wait a little longer. I'm sure they'll be interested in your proposal, Sabo said with a grin. Seeing Sabo's confidence, Dragon's stern expression softened. He nodded and smiled. I think so too. After all, it was that man who first proposed this idea. Dragon's voice gradually faded to a murmur. His gaze fixed on the distant screen where the projected image had frozen, a photograph of a man. It was Luoen. Wano country. Onigashima. Damn it, where has the captain gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? What should we do? That Reaper is coming. What should we do? Inside the Grand Hall, Plague Poison Queen paced anxiously in circles, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead, his bloated face drained of color with fear. Since learning that Ron had led a group to Tato Land to eliminate Big Mom, he could no longer sit still. He hurried to Onigashima, eager to inquire how his captain intended to respond. Who would have thought the captain would simply vanish at such a critical moment? Flap flap. In the dim Grand Hall, the atmosphere was suffocating when suddenly the sound of wings beating the air caught Plague Poison Queen's attention. His eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to ask, Flame Disaster brother, have you heard any news about the captain? Flame Disaster arrived from outside the hall, his double wings folded behind him, his body entirely wrapped in black garments, with not a strand of skin exposed. He retracted his wings, and slowly came to a halt opposite the other. No, Flame Disaster replied succinctly. No news either. The hope in Plague Poison Queen's eyes vanished, instantly replaced by deep anxiety. Flame Disaster, who had just arrived, noticed this, and immediately frowned. What's wrong? Haven't you received any news about the captain either? He couldn't help but ask. No. At this point, Plague Poison Queen was on the verge of tears. Hearing this, both men's expressions darkened simultaneously. Captain Kaido never revealed his whereabouts when he went out, yet even so they could usually gather some information. But this time was strangely different, disappearing completely at such a critical juncture. If Ron's group decided to attack at this very moment. Thinking of this, both Plague Poison Queen and Flame Disaster dared not continue their thoughts. They feared they might not be able to restrain their urge to flee. Yes, they were indeed the three pillars of the Four Emperors pirate crew. But what was that man's identity? Formerly the first mate of rocks, even when their captain Kaido had not yet risen to power, he had still been soundly beaten. Not to mention the opponent's current power was unprecedented. He had even killed Big Mom, that mad woman, and gathered up all her sons and daughters. To put it bluntly, their Four Emperors pirate crew was nothing more than a slightly larger rat in his presence. In terms of strength, whether it was Whitebeard, Newgate the Plague Poison King's right arm, or Gold Roger, which one was inferior to their captain? With such thoughts, Flame Disaster and Plague Poison Queen's spirits sank to their lowest point. Their hopes were about to be shattered. But suddenly heavy footsteps echoed through the Grand Hall, once more accompanied by the familiar voice of Stormy Jack. A new hope arose in their hearts. Flame Disaster brother, Plague Poison, second brother, you haven't found the captain either. As these words rang out, the last remnants of hope in their hearts were completely extinguished. There was no need to think twice. Their lovely third brother had likewise failed to find their captain. Involuntarily, all three felt an inexplicable curiosity about Kaido's whereabouts. Where on earth could the captain be? Meanwhile, in the New World, at an unknown floating island 10,000 meters above sea level. Vice Captain Ron Wa. Where are you, Vice Captain Ron? Kaido misses you so much. Kaido wants to see you so badly. Why won't you come see me? Kaido's enormous figure sat cross-legged upon the soft yet sturdy clouds with nearly a mountain of empty sake barrels piled beside him. Tears streaming from his eyes, he simultaneously guzzled down alcohol and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, looking like a wronged young bride. A sight that would make one's heart ache. Barrel after barrel of sake was consumed, held in Kaido's hands like small bottles of medicine. After an unknown amount of time. Damn it, why can't I get drunk? Why? Kaido misses Ron's doctor's ergotu so much. With a splash, Kaido suddenly waved his arm, hurling the sake barrel away. The mellow wine spilled across the ground, filling the entire air with intoxicating aroma. He slowly rose to his feet and stumbled to the edge of the cloud layer, gazing down at the azure sea below. A desire to die gradually rose in his heart. Since I cannot see Dr. Ron, there is no meaning left for Kaido to live. His eyes reddened slightly, and he extended one foot. Whoosh! Kaido plummeted from the great height, the fierce hurricane like blades constantly scouring his body, yet he felt nothing at this moment. His expression grew numb, his sole purpose being to seek death. Whoosh whoosh. As time passed, gravity continuously intensified. Kaido's falling speed grew faster and faster, even breaking through the sound barrier and creating a thunderous roar in the sky. The sound was like thunder. Rumble rumble. Meanwhile, directly below Kaido, an unknown small island. This was once the pirate crew base founded by Kid, the former leader of the 11 Worst Generation, and his younger brother Killer. They were gathered together holding a banquet, bustling with excitement. Brother, are we really not going to the new world? By the bonfire, Killer, clutching a large piece of leg meat, asked his older brother Kid, a boy with a red spiky hairstyle appearing like a flamboyant punk. Hearing this, Kid frowned. No, now is not yet the time. Is that so? Upon hearing his brother's refusal, Killer did not feel unhappy at all. Instead, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his brother had not planned to seek death. To be honest, previously, as one of the worst generation, they had been proud of it. But since that man appeared, everything had changed. Compared to that man's deeds, everything they had done before was like the petty squabbles of children, utterly unworthy of mention. Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Gold Lion, once legendary pirates, gathered together like a colossal behemoth rampaging across the seas. Now they had directly charged into the new world, eliminated one of the 4 emperors, causing all their subsequent plans to fall apart. Their conversation was not concealed at all. The other members of the Kid Pirates nearby all showed expressions of helplessness upon hearing it. It seemed that the final treasure left by Roger was already beyond their reach. They might even be on their way to find the treasure right now. With Plague Poison King Rayleigh's guidance and Whitebeard's power, nothing would be difficult. For a moment, everyone lost their appetite for the roasted meat before the bonfire. Just then a howling sound suddenly rose from directly above their heads. Everyone looked up, their pupils instantly contracting sharply. What is that thing? A member of the Kid Pirates trembled as he spoke. Damn it, dodge quickly. At this moment, Kid's face changed dramatically upon hearing the sound. As the strongest among them, he was the first to react, roaring and sprinting toward outside the island. But in the next second, a dark shadow descended from the great height. Its speed was extremely fast, transforming from a black that into a colossal giant in an instant. Unerringly, it came crashing down with a howl. Boom. Like a meteorite impact, a shockwave as tangible as solid matter radiated outward in a fan shape. All the surrounding trees were destroyed, snapped in half, and thick dust filled the entire island. As for the Kid Pirates at the epicenter, they all vomited blood, their bodies flying backward. Before they could even land completely, they both rolled their eyes and crashed into the sea. You bastard. Kid's mouth gushed blood as he trembled, trying to sit up to see who was attacking them. But before he could fully open his eyes, his severe injuries overwhelmed him, and he fell to the ground, completely losing consciousness. In an instant, silence fell over the scene. A few seconds later, from within the dust, a gigantic shadow stood up, its voice carrying a touch of sorrow echoing across the entire island. Damn it, why am I still alive? Vice Captain Ron, Kaido misses you to death. Achu achu. What's going on? Could someone be thinking of me? On the deck, Luo rubbed his nose in bewilderment. Just moments ago, his observation Haki had sensed something in the depths of his consciousness, causing him to shiver involuntarily. At his feet, the corpse of Charlotte Linlin had been stitched up and a thick layer of ice had been applied to preserve it. The deck was now crowded with Ace and the others, their eyes wide with anticipation. Dr. Luo, can we begin? Ace asked impatiently. A resurrection ritual, after all, was something he had never witnessed before. Beside him, Marco wore an equally eager expression. This idea had originated from him, and he was naturally eager to see whether using the vitality of Sea Kings could truly resurrect the dead. What's the rush? Luo put down his hand and said with mild irritation. The others immediately chuckled, sheepishly not daring to utter a word. This man was a ruthless one, and they dared not offend him. Ignoring their cowardice, Luo turned to Kazan beside him. Kazan thawed out. Akiji's mouth twitched several times, a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. He pressed a finger against Big Mom's frozen body. Crackle crackle. In the next moment, the ice melted. The frozen layer dissipated at a visible rate, as if all the cold had been drawn away, turning into a pool of clear water that flowed onto the deck, exposing Big Mom to the air once more. Done. Akiji said curtly, then turned and stepped aside. He had no heart for conversation. Here he was, a former Marine admiral serving as a crew member on a pirate ship and now being ordered to preserve a corpse. It was truly hard for him to accept. On the other side, Luo-in had no time to tend to Akiji's wounded pride. Seeing the thawing successful, he immediately called out to Ace and the others. What are you waiting for? If there are no Sea Kings, shall I drain your vitality instead? Luo-in rolled his eyes. Ace and the others snapped to attention. None dared to linger. They instantly scattered and began bustling about. Even Marco, the leading brother, pushed off the ground, transforming into a phoenix wreathed in brilliant blue flames, soaring into the distant sky. A grand hunt for Sea Kings had officially begun. Within moments. Boom. With a violent roar, a colossal Sea King was blasted out of the water by Marco's flying kick. Seizing the opportunity, Marco flickered, descended from midair, and dragged the half-dead beast back toward the ship at breakneck speed. Mr. Luo-in, I caught one. Marco shouted. At the same time, the others aboard were not to be outdone. Jozu, Ace, Vista, and the rest each hauled a Sea King, stepping across the void as they rushed toward Luo-in. One after another, Sea Kings were piled on the frozen sea nearby. The smallest was at least as large as a hill, while some were the size of small islands. In the blink of an eye, the entire area for dozens of kilometers was covered. The pungent blood gushed like fountains, and the stench of rot rose to the heavens. Everything was ready. All that remained was the final step. With all preparations complete, Luo-in's resurrection ritual began anew. He lightly tapped the deck with his toe, and an invisible field instantly expanded from his body, sweeping over the crowd and enveloping all the Sea Kings on the nearby sea. The purification field had been activated. Extract. Next, Luo-in clenched his hand in the air, and in that instant countless torrents of life force were drawn from the surrounding Sea Kings, converging above the crowd into a massive cloud of vitality that stretched for 1,000 meters. The Sea Kings wailed in agony, their piercing cries splitting the clouds and rocks, echoing across the entire sea like a living hell. Jarring sounds that made one want to flee. Roar. Screech. Amid the screams of unbearable torment, the Sea Kings writhed and thrashed madly, battering the ice. The frozen surface cracked, sending waves hundreds of meters high. Fortunately, Luo-in had prepared for this. Akiji stood by, continuously outputting his devil fruit ability to thicken the ice, preventing the Sea Kings from escaping. Damn it, why do I feel a sense of guilt? Forget it just this once. From now on, I'll target those scumbag pirates and celestial dragons instead. Looking at the tragic scene around him, a flicker of reluctance passed through Luo-in's heart. Compared to these innocent Sea Kings, the hearts of men were often far more filthy. Having resolved this inner conflict, Luo-in accelerated the extraction. Within a scant 10 seconds, the cries faded away and an eerie silence fell over the scene. Gazing at the cloud of dense vitality overhead, Luo-in's eyes hardened. He swept his hand, and like a funnel, the immeasurable life force poured down, merging into Big Mom's body lying on the deck. It was clearly visible the shocking sword wound left by Luo-in healed at a visible rate. In less than a second, it vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Only the threads used to stitch the wound remained. Thump thump. The familiar heartbeat resounded, startling everyone. Paraspero and the others, having witnessed this astonishing spectacle, stared wide-eyed, their hearts involuntarily tightening. Could it be that their mother might truly be resurrected? Katakuri, standing among the crowd, had a complex look in his eyes. Silence. Still silence. Everyone waited for the final outcome. Apart from the occasional whisper of the sea breeze, not a single sound disturbed the scene. Even breathing grew faint. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Gradually, the crowd sensed something amiss. What was happening? It shouldn't be like this. Normally by now the person should have awakened. Marco, having witnessed Luo-in's entire resurrection ritual, furrowed his brow first. For someone as robust as Whitebeard, the required energy was immense, so it took longer. Ace, on the other hand, had awakened instantly. As for Big Mom, even if she were far stronger, she should have regained consciousness by now. Could the vitality of Sea Kings really not be used to resurrect humans? On the deck, the crowd stared at Big Mom's sleeping form, frowning in contemplation. Mr. Ron, is it truly impossible to use the vitality of the Sea Kings for resurrection? Ace could not help but ask at this moment. Ron remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the body of Big Mom lying on the ground. From his perspective, her entire form was suffused with dense vitality. Even her bones and joints seemed harder than before. In fact, Big Mom's body was now healthier than it had ever been. Moreover, in terms of physical defense, she had genuinely become a body of steel, far surpassing her former self. The body is fine. Could it be the soul? Ron frowned, shifting his gaze from Big Mom's body to the soul deeper within. Suddenly, a flicker of stunned realization crossed his eyes. He could see that Big Mom's originally healthy soul was now enveloped by a mysterious and violent special energy, completely tainted into a crimson red. As mentioned before, during his time in Impel Down, Ron had perceived the true secret of the devil fruits through the color and texture of souls. The one difference was that those souls, though peculiar, all maintained a state of vitality, what one might call sentience in fantasy novels. But now Big Mom's soul gave him a feeling of lifelessness, as if it were dead. It seems it has failed. Seeing this, Ron sighed inwardly. It was more or less as he had imagined. After this experiment, it had become abundantly clear that the vitality and soul structures between humans and beasts were fundamentally different. As for how to resolve this, he currently had no good solution. Never mind, find a place to bury her. Ron, having lost interest, waved his hand, dismissively signaling Paraspero and the others to find a spot to lay Big Mom's body to rest. Medical experiments had their successes and failures, and ultimately failures were more common. Ron had long prepared himself for this. Even in the face of reality, he remained remarkably composed. It really failed. After receiving Ron's affirmative answer, everyone was stunned for a moment, then expressed understanding. To use a simple analogy, when a person loses too much blood, you cannot simply substitute sow's blood. Upon receiving the order, Paraspero and the others could not hide the sorrow in their eyes. Their mother was after all not going to be revived. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Katakuri and several others stepped forward, lifting their mother's body and carrying it toward the nearby Whole Cake Island. Another one dead. Fewer and fewer of us who survived from that era remain. Watching the group carrying Big Mom's body fade into the distance, Rayleigh could not help but let out a sigh. Gururora, we old bones have already earned our keep by living this long. Every extra day is a bonus. What's there to be unhappy about? Whitebeard laughed with remarkable cheerfulness. Originally, even if they hadn't died, they were as good as dead. Now being able to follow Ron and relive their former glory to stir up trouble once more. What was there to object to? Just a narcissistic madman, a pirate, who foolishly tried to dominate the land. What's so regrettable about that? At that moment, Shiki pushed open the door, stepping out from the cabin to interject. As the senior figures spoke, the younger ones like Ace dared not interrupt, quietly keeping their distance and waiting in silence. Wait. Just then Ron suddenly spoke up to halt them. The abrupt change drew everyone's attention. Turning around, they saw Ron, as if sensing something, furrow his brow, jump off the ship, and walk over to Paraspero and the others. Put her down first. Ron said, his dark eyes fixed intently on Big Mom. Paraspero and the others exchanged bewildered glances until Katakuri took the initiative to signal them. Only then did they snap out of it and hurriedly lower their mother onto the ice. Do as Mr. Ron says. Put her down first. Katakuri said. Paraspero and the others placed their mother's body on the ground, then stepped aside, clearing a wide space before looking back at Ron, thoroughly puzzled as he stood in the center. Could there be a turn of events? Was Mother going to be revived? The officers dared not speak, but their eyes subtly exchanged glances, a faint glimmer of excitement showing through. On the ship, Ace and the others were equally baffled by Ron's mysterious behavior. What's gotten into Mr. Ron? Ace asked curiously, turning to Marco beside him. Marco shook his head. Not sure. Let's wait and see. Should know soon. Left with no choice, everyone waited quietly in place. Under their watchful gaze, Ron slowly walked up to Big Mom, his lips slightly parting, and said, "Get up." In an instant, everyone's expressions turned to sheer shock. The once lifeless Big Mom snapped her eyes open, then sat up from the ground, her face completely blank and expressionless. Wow, what? Ace's eyes went wide as saucers. She's alive again. No. At that moment, Marco sensed something amiss. His expression turned grave as he stared intently at Big Mom's utterly vacant eyes, stating with certainty, "This absolutely cannot be a revival." Not a revival. Then what is going on? Ace, looking perplexed, quickly turned to Marco. Marco, his brows deeply furrowed, replied, "I'm not sure, but I'm certain. This is not a revival. It's completely different from how you and Pops were brought back." Different? Indeed. Marco nodded with conviction. In truth, there was something he kept unsaid. The current Big Mom was exactly like before, devoid of any trace of vitality. A brief use of observation haki would reveal it, but the spectacle had been so breathtaking that everyone had momentarily forgotten this fact. Meanwhile, Mother. You're alive, Mother. This is wonderful, Mother. Paraspero, seeing Big Mom rise from the ground, was instantly overcome with emotion. Though not even half a day had passed, it had felt like an eternity in hell. He rushed forward excitedly and embraced her tightly. Not just him. Bruley, Smoothie, and Bruley, along with the other children, also rushed forward in a frenzy, gathering in a tight circle, their eyes red with emotion. The moment Big Mom fell, it was as if their pillar of support had been torn away. The entire sky had come crashing down around them. Even though Ron had spared them in that brief span of less than half a day, they had come to truly understand that the sacred profession of medicine could also inflict upon them the torments of hell. They missed their mother, truly. Even if Big Mom were to kill a few of them in a fit of rage, it wouldn't matter. That Ron fellow is absolutely terrifying. In the distance, watching his siblings weeping together, Katakuri furrowed his brow, an involuntary crimson glint flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his expression drastically changed. She is not Mother. Mother is already dead. Whatever Katakuri had seen struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, crashing down upon everyone's heads. In an instant, the children were thrown into panic, their faces frozen, tears glistening in the corners of their eyes. What was Katakuri brother saying? This isn't Mother. She is not my mother. Mother is already dead. Katakuri's voice echoed across the scene. Big Mom's children were stunned. They looked up at their mother who had just risen from the ground, and found it almost impossible to accept the news of her demise. Just then Ron spoke again. Stand up. The moment his words fell under the astonished gaze of Paramount and the others, their mother obediently rose from the ground and walked over to stand beside Ron. Then something even more unacceptable occurred. As if sensing something, Ron began issuing new commands one after another. Jump, run, punch, bark like a dog. Well, never mind. Boom boom. On the field, as Ron's commands rang out, Big Mom became like a robot that only followed orders, punching, lifting her leg, jumping. Every tiny movement stirred up a sharp and violent sound of air splitting, sending ice shards flying. The entire scene instantly turned into a chaotic spectacle. Even the ice layer, reinforced by Aokiji himself, could not withstand the force of a single punch from the upgraded Big Mom. Paramount and the others wore expressions of extreme dismay. Even Katakuri turned his head slightly, unable to bear watching. Though their mother was not exactly endearing, she was still their beloved mother. To see her manipulated like this was truly hard to accept. Has she become a puppet devoid of consciousness? After a series of experiments, Ron raised an eyebrow, feeling an unexpected delight. Ron had no great fondness for pirates of Big Mom's pure bloodline. Unlike others, this madwoman cared only for her own pleasure, even at the expense of others. Such behavior was no different from that of a beast. Yet letting such a top-tier combatant go would be a waste. That was the reason Ron had chosen to revive her. As Golden Lion had said, if she disobeyed, just kill her until she complies. What he had not anticipated was that Big Mom, after being tainted by the vitality of the Sea Kings, had become like a walking war machine devoid of any emotion. And she was remarkably useful. What an unexpected gain. Ron could not help but sigh inwardly, completely ignoring the utterly aggrieved children of Big Mom. Splash. On the boundless sea, a sailboat drifted with the wind. At this moment on the deck of that ship. Captain Teach, this is not what we agreed on. Surrendering to the Marines. That's walking right into a trap. Lafitte, the demon sheriff, said with a dark expression. Could it be, Captain Teach, that you were planning to back down? Vasco Shot, the Bad King, stepped forward as he spoke, a fierce glint in his eyes hinting at a threat. Muru, ho ho ho, that's right, Teach. Don't think you can use us as bargaining chips to buy the Marines' protection. Katarina Devon, the Crescent Moon Hunter, the only woman present, appeared behind Blackbeard, letting out a sinister laugh. The group surrounded Blackbeard, Teach subtly closing in on him. Ever since they fled from Marineford, they had been lying low, sailing the seas in obscurity. They had hoped that Blackbeard would lead them to the position of the Fifth Emperor so they could enjoy a stable life of plunder and domination. But now he wanted to take them back to the Marines. How could they tolerate that? It would be like lambs walking into the tiger's den. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from his companions, Blackbeard Teach's eyes flickered with a shadow of gloom, but he quickly regained his composure. You all know the situation on the seas better than I do. Ron has gathered a bunch of lawless ruffians, and not long ago, he wiped out Charlotte Lean, one of the 4 emperors. Even if we become emperors, can we avoid the same fate? He questioned the others. The faces of those present turned grim. Indeed, ever since that man appeared, life on the seas had become tough. Even more troublesome than the Marines. No one could figure out what this Ron fellow truly wanted. Blackbeard Teach noticed their expressions softening and a flicker of glee shone in his eyes. A bunch of fools. No wonder the Marines had locked them up and impelled down. They were only fit to be his underlings. With that thought, he pressed on. You should know that the Marines are actually quite powerful. The only reason we managed to break you out back then was because of my warlord status. Now if we just show a little submission to the Marines, they will still become our umbrella as pirates. After all, the Marines are already in a mess because of Ron. Captain Teach, don't take us for fools. Ron's affairs are between you and Whitebeard. We just need to stay far away from you, and we can still live a carefree life. Van Augur, who had been silent, suddenly sneered. That's right, don't try to drag us into this. I'm not joining this operation. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I don't want to risk it again. Once an impelled down is enough. You go if you want, Captain Teach. But don't try any tricks, or we might just turn on you. Alerted by Van Augur, the others immediately understood. One by one, they stepped back to keep their distance from Blackbeard, their expressions becoming ambiguous. After all, they were only a temporary alliance. Going their separate ways was only natural. Ron's crew was terrifying. No one wanted to provoke beings of that level. Damn it. Blackbeard Teach narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent slipping out involuntarily. His gaze locked onto Van Augur in the distance. Hey, Captain Teach, you're not thinking of starting something now, are you? Sensing the killing intent, Van Augur grinned mockingly as he stepped back, looking utterly unafraid. Though this display did not immediately provoke the others to attack, Blackbeard could clearly feel that his observation haki had been fully locked onto them. Suddenly his expression turned stern. Then a grin spread across his face, revealing a set of uneven yellowed teeth. His laughter echoed across the deck. Ziaha, you don't really think those Marines are just sitting around doing nothing, do you? Do you know why Ron hasn't dared to strike at the Marines yet? The laughter was grating. It drilled into their ears, and the others frowned. Was there something more to this? Instinctively they exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of gravity on the other's face. They had followed Blackbeard not only because of his potential for growth, but also because of his boundless ambition and cunning. After a few seconds, the laughter subsided. Feeling the timing was right, Blackbeard Teach finally spoke, revealing a hidden piece of information to his companions. But the moment he opened his mouth, the faces of those present changed drastically. That's because the world government, the Marine superiors, possesses a weapon that can destroy the world. One of the 3 ancient weapons, Uranus. Blackbeard said with a sinister grin. Ancient weapon, Uranus. The crowd was horrified, exchanging bewildered glances. They were shaken by the astonishing revelation from Blackbeard. Do you know why I have insisted on seizing Whitebeard's devil fruit power? Only with this fruit combined with the dark fruit abilities can we to some extent prevent the destruction of the Heavenly King. At this moment, Blackbeard Thatch threw out another bombshell. Their hearts pounded wildly as the crew members were once again stunned, their eyes vacant with an air of disbelief. Noticing the sudden shift in their expressions, a trace of amusement flickered across Blackbeard Thatch's eyes. Were these people really so easily frightened? Compared to Whitebeard and his crew, these individuals lacked courage by far. Recalling the expression on his own face when he first learned this news from Whitebeard, he vaguely remembered it must have been much the same as theirs. To be honest, it was precisely at that moment that he truly resolved to seize both the dark fruit and the quake fruit, willing to wait years for it. The sea breeze gently caressed their hearts, yet it could not dispel the chilling coldness within. This news was simply too difficult to accept, too unbelievable. Silence. Profound silence. After an indeterminate amount of time. Very well, the Marineford headquarters lies ahead. Have you made your decision? If you wish to leave, I will not stop you. Blackbeard Thatch's voice jolted everyone back to reality. Looking back, they could faintly make out a small island on the distant sea surface, its shores lined with blue and white fortifications and cannons, solemn and dignified, exuding an aura of justice and inviolability. I have made my decision. I will continue to follow Captain Thatch. Ghost Security Officer Lafitte spoke first. Me too. Moonhunter Catlin immediately added. Having the Marines as a protective umbrella while still being free to plunder. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Fighting Champion Budrung let out a low chuckle. The atmosphere aboard the ship instantly shifted, becoming harmonious once more. Observing the change in their attitudes, Blackbeard Thatch felt a surge of smugness, and then a hint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he turned to Van Ugg. Since everyone has agreed as a condition for joining the Marines, don't we lack a certain bargaining chip? What are you planning to do? As soon as the words left his mouth, Van Ugg's heart filled with alarm. Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that without any warning, Ghost Security Officer Lafitte and the others who had previously stood united against external threats had now closed in and surrounded him. Sensing the shift, his expression contorted in shock. Before he could react, Blackbeard's face twisted with ruthlessness as he raised his pistol and pointed it at Van Ugg. Bang. In the next instant, flames erupted. A bullet wrapped in armament hockey shot from the barrel, and intense agony surged from his chest. You bastards! Van Ugg roared in fury, attempting to move, but before he could act, Ghost Security Officer Lafitte struck first. A silver flash appeared. The staff sword was drawn, and its razor-sharp blade sliced across Van Ugg's neck, leaving a clear crimson line. Van Ugg's eyes instantly went blank. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. In the next moment, he clearly felt his vision rise as if he were flying, and then everything went black as consciousness left his body. Thud! The severed head hit the deck, and a pungent stench of blood spread across the planks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ron sat at the bow, his face dark as night, radiating an aura that screamed, "Stay away." The entire deck was affected by his presence, the atmosphere tense and suffocating. What's wrong with Mr. Ron? Beside him, Ace approached Marco, gently tapping his shoulder and speaking cautiously while stealthily glancing at Ron in the distance. I don't know. Marco shook his head. Ever since leaving Tato Land, Mr. Ron had seemed suddenly struck by some stimulus, his expression darkening as though someone owed him billions of belly. Bitter and resentful. The two, confused and unable to grasp the situation, briefly exchanged glances and found neither had any answers. Helplessly, they wandered off to a corner, keeping their distance from Ron. Whitebeard had told them to avoid causing trouble. The main reason was Mr. Ron. They did not want to become his test subjects. Ignoring the sneaking around of the two, Ron was now in a particularly foul mood, questioning the system. All right, translate this for me. What did that reward just mean? What exactly is this patient's miraculous reproductive ability? I'm a man, you know. He suppressed his inner fury, communicating with the system through his consciousness. Treating patients triggers the feedback skill. He was aware of this. But what Ron never expected was that when he accidentally turned Big Mom into a puppet, he had also obtained a skill. The most unacceptable part was that the reward was reproductive ability. I'm a man. Ron's mental state collapsed on the spot upon learning the truth. Setting aside the system's evaluation, didn't this reward at least consider the host's circumstances? If that was the case, this system's intelligence was far too low. Was it possibly an idiot? Perhaps due to Ron's relentless complaints, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly stirred again. Ding. System error. Reassessing. Assessment complete. Detected that the host successfully treated a patient. Medical skill evaluation poor. Now activating special skill feedback. Randomly extracting one ability possessed by the patient. Random extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations host for obtaining the patient's miraculous reproductive ability. Note guaranteed hit instant conception. Any woman who sleeps with the host will bear triplets. That's more like it. Seeing the end, Ron's expression softened slightly. Setting aside the triplet matter, at least this reward was somewhat normal. He could simply pretend he never saw it. Besides, with his strength, raising triplets was not impossible. He could afford it. With this thought, Ron's mood improved considerably, and even Gold Lion seemed somewhat more tolerable. It was at this moment. Mr. Ron Whitebeard. Bad news. Thatch, that bastard has joined the Marines again. Jozu rushed over in a hurry, his heavy footsteps echoing across the deck. He gripped a Den Den Mushi in his hand, his expression urgent as he crossed the deck and rushed to Ron and the others. Thatch joined the Marines again. The deck fell silent. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, then subconsciously looked up toward a massive figure in the distance. Bang! The sake barrel shattered, and its rich fragrance instantly filled the air. Whitebeard gripped the fragments of the barrel tightly. Ruby red liquor dripped from between his fingers onto the deck. His expression was extremely grim. Thatch. Dickie. A low, wrathful growl drifted across the sea from Whitebeard. Where did you get that information? Sensing his old comrade's seething fury, Luo-en furrowed his brow slightly before inquiring about the source of the news. It was a general we had planted within the Marines. Today Dickie led a group into Marine headquarters. Admirals Chiquan and Huangyuan clashed fiercely with them, and then that bastard Dickie was ushered into the Marine War Council room. Before long they swaggered out and vanished, where to no one knows. In response, Chaozi honestly poured out all the information he knew in one breath. Is that so? Luo-en tapped his brow with his fingers, his gaze sinking into contemplation. Seconds later, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as he looked at Whitebeard and said, "It seems the Marines are preparing to move against us, Newgate. Your chance to clean house has come." Everyone's heart stirred. Beside him, AIC, unable to contain his eagerness, rushed to Luo-en and pressed, "Mr. Luo-en, is what you said true?" As he spoke, flames of rage blazed in his eyes. He would never forgive that bastard, the one who cruelly killed his own brother, and even showed no respect for Pops, all for the sake of a mere devil fruit. I believe you Qingji are more familiar with this kind of maneuver. Luo-en did not answer directly, but turned to look at Qingji, a hint of amusement in his eyes. All eyes turned to focus on Qingji. Even AIC's gaze involuntarily flashed with an urgent light. Noticing the vengeful glint in their eyes, Qingji said with a wry smile, "I can't hide it from Mr. Luo-en. Yes, based on my understanding of Qichuan, he is likely already secretly assembling troops and setting an ambush near Hijigua. The Blackbeard you mentioned earlier is probably one of his hidden cards." Though he had left the Marines, he was not blind. Especially when he learned that even Blackbeard, who had repeatedly challenged Marine justice, was taken under Qichuan's wing without regard for past grievances. The righteous heart within his chest died completely. To be precise, he had given up on the Marines as they were now. As expected, Luo-en's expression was one of understanding. The current Marine fleet, Admiral Qichuan, appeared extreme on the surface, but was nonetheless a thorough schemer willing to use any means to eliminate pirates. This was evident from the way he manipulated Dao Zizhu during the Summit War. Luo-en was deep in thought, but when the others heard this news, their faces changed drastically. Their next stop was Hijigua. "Mr. Luo-en, with the Marines lying in ambush at Hijigua, what should we do?" Marco asked anxiously. This remark immediately alerted everyone, and their expressions turned grim. Right? They were about to subdue Kaido next. With the Marines there, wouldn't they be walking right into a trap? What's the rush? Have you forgotten your Pops and us? Luo-en said calmly, his tone soothing as he watched the panicked crowd. Why had he gone to such lengths to gather such a formidable force? Wasn't it to prevent this very situation? These kids, why couldn't they hold their nerve? How embarrassing. It seemed it was time to give these little ones some special training, otherwise with their reckless nature they'd be useless at the final moment. With that thought, Luo-en's gaze toward AIC and the others turned dangerous. Unaware of Luo-en's expression, AIC and the others felt their turbulent emotions settle as if anchored by a pillar of stability after hearing his words. Exactly. With Pops here and Mr. Luo-en too, what's there to fear? Chaozi said confidently. If Pops alone could throw Marine headquarters into chaos now with Mr. Luo-en and Captain Shirji, wouldn't they sweep the entire sea? The same thought echoed in everyone's minds, and the atmosphere on the deck relaxed considerably. The next morning at dawn, the sun had just peaked above the horizon. Boom, boom. A sudden thunderous roar exploded nearby, jolting AIC and the other young ones from their sleep. They scrambled out of bed, threw on some clothes, and rushed out. What's happening? Where's the cannon fire? Is it the Marines attacking? Quick, get ready to fight. The entire ship erupted in chaos. Many young crew members, half-dressed, hurried out of the cabins and dashed onto the deck as fast as they could. But the scene that greeted them left them dumbfounded. Mr. Luo-en, what are you doing? AIC asked, staring in bewilderment at Luo-en and the others on the deck. The others were no less stunned. In Luoan's palm rested a lit bomb, which he casually tossed up and down their eyes following its motion. Awake, Luoan said with a smile, tilting his chin toward the bomb about to explode in his hand. Nothing much. I just couldn't bear to see you sleeping so soundly, so I thought I'd wake you up. With that he casually tossed the bomb. It arced through the air and fell into the sea 100 meters away. Before it even fully touched the water, the bomb exploded. Boom. A flash of fire erupted, sending a spray dozens of meters high. The icy seawater fell on their heads, combined with the chilly morning sea breeze, refreshing and awakening. Everyone was instantly wide awake. But when they heard Luoan's flimsy excuse, they couldn't help but twitch their lips in exasperation. We're all top-tier powerhouses this capricious. Setting off bombs in the morning for fun. He might be amused, but what about them? Young men in their prime needing adequate sleep to grow. One by one they looked like defeated roosters, dejected and sullen. Gururura. Sons, Dr. Luo, and wasn't joking with you. Look at yourselves. You don't resemble my sons at all. Starting today you will undergo special training, no exceptions, under Rayleigh's guidance. Whitebeard laughed heartily, pulling Rayleigh in front of everyone. What? Staring at Rayleigh and the other big shots before them, the group was stunned. Special training. Wasn't that something only the Marines did? Why were they being subjected to it? AIC couldn't hold back and spoke directly. Pops, Mr. Luo, and you're not serious, are you? His tone carried a hint of hesitation. Half an hour later. Crack. Crack. At dawn a white mist rose over the sea and layers of frost spread at a visible speed, freezing the ocean's surface in an instant. In the blink of an eye it expanded dozens of nautical miles, forming a colossal frozen island upon the sea as temperatures plummeted to the freezing point. Threads of bone-chilling cold seeped into their bodies through every pore. Hiss. So cold. On the frozen island Ace and the others stood on the ice in their thin garments. Having rushed out in such haste, some had even forgotten their shoes and stood barefoot on the frozen surface, exhaling thick white mist while frost gathered on their eyebrows. Yet even so, directly before them stood their special training instructor Rayleigh, his expression utterly indifferent, devoid of any concern or pity. Is this little pain already too much to bear? Without Newgate's protection, look at what you've become. Mere children who can only rely on the external power of devil fruits. And you, Ace, a division commander of the Whitebeard pirates with a bounty over 100 million, yet you haven't even mastered something as fundamental as armament hockey. Do you know why the tragedy of Marineford happened? Because your strength is utterly insufficient. Rayleigh's tone was icy, his words merciless. After the scolding, Ace and the others forgot the cold entirely, their eyes blazing with fierce defiance and rage, their trembling bodies steadying. We're not weak. Ace roared with indignation. That's right, don't underestimate us. Mr. Rayleigh, we respect you as an elder, but you cannot insult us. As Ace spoke first, the others followed with their own rebuttals. Remarkably, not only the Whitebeard pirates, but even Big Mom's crew members were stirred to emotion, fists clenched tightly, faces dark with displeasure. A rare sense of shared defiance hung in the air. Not weak. Then prove it by attacking me, you bunch of rookies. Rayleigh said with an unchanged tone. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of muffled sounds, Ace and the others pushed off the ground, fury burning in their eyes as they launched their assault on Rayleigh. Gathering all the officers from 2 former Emperor-level pirate crews, the scene was truly spectacular. Though lacking the flashiness of devil fruit powers, it radiated a raw beauty of sheer force. The sharp sound of fists tearing through the air echoed deafeningly across the sea. Hey, Dr. Ron, that's going too far. You taught Rayleigh those words, didn't you? Aboard a ship near the frozen island, Whitebeard spoke with a feigned look of irritation. Training was one thing, but bringing up the Marineford incident was crossing the line. What? Was I wrong? Ron asked calmly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips as he turned to look at Whitebeard. Meeting the amusement in Ron's eyes, Whitebeard found himself at a loss for words. Just as he struggled to find a response, an inopportune voice suddenly cut through the air, making his expression turn sour. Shahaha. Dr. Ron is absolutely right. Newgate, you were once one of the legendary 3 great pirates alongside me, yet the sons you raised can't even use armament hockey. What an embarrassment. Golden Lion Shiki strolled over with his characteristic swagger, chin held high like a strutting rooster. Shiki, fully recovered from your wounds, are you? Care for a spar? Whitebeard's face darkened, and with his words a suffocating pressure radiated from his body. TCH Newgate, let's go? Think I'm afraid of you? Golden Lion declared haughtily. After all this time, recuperating, his body had long since healed, and his legs had fully recovered. He was no longer the man he once was. His strength had grown considerably, and with those words, crackle. A crimson lightning bolt erupted across the deck, crackling wildly. Somehow their conqueror's hockey had already clashed, filling the entire sea with a palpable pressure that wreaked unprecedented havoc upon the ship beneath them. The deck fractured, cracks spreading visibly from beneath their feet, racing outward with wild abandon. With a series of groans from the straining wood, the ship teetered on the brink of breaking apart. Are you two planning to tear this ship apart? Suddenly, an overwhelming sword intent erupted between them. Ron stepped into the middle, blocking their lines of sight. The conflict, barely begun, came to an abrupt halt. The cracks on the deck ceased spreading. Standing between them, Ron looked at the two stubborn men, neither willing to back down, and felt a wave of exasperation. He had known this would happen. With the most prideful men of the sea gathered on a single ship, conflict was inevitable. Fortunately, he had long grown accustomed to such matters, so it no longer gave him much of a headache. Shiki, do you even have the nerve to talk about Newgate? You know full well the mess you've made of yourself all these years. You got yourself captured attacking Marine headquarters. How did you lose those legs again? And that's not even the worst of it. You rounded up a bunch of misfits and hid away in the sky studying beasts. What's showing off that you have a devil fruit? Ron turned and unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse on Shiki. Vice Captain Ron, why you can't just insult a man like that? Golden Lion's face flushed red with embarrassment. He admitted he may have taken a detour by relying on the Fua no Mi, but that didn't give Ron the right to talk to him that way. He had his pride too. Besides, if it hadn't been for those two sly old foxes Sengoku and Garp scheming against him with his strength, he could have surely at least made a clean getaway. At that thought, Golden Lion felt a pang of shame. Watching this unfold, Whitebeard couldn't help but let out a disloyal laugh. How could he describe this feeling? As Dr. Ron would say, it was simply too satisfying. Though he didn't fully understand the exact meaning, he felt the word was remarkably fitting for his current mood. But his triumph was short-lived. Ron immediately turned his attention, his dark eyes locking onto Whitebeard. Newgate, enjoying yourself, are you? Whitebeard's expression froze, and the next moment, Ron's piercing words arrived right on schedule. Setting Shiki aside, at least he knows exactly where he stands. But you, I don't care that you like collecting suns, but wandering the new world like some street thug with your boys in tow. Is that really your approach? You think the Marines wouldn't dare touch you? And you still have the nerve to laugh. How did I teach you back then? Yes, your physical techniques have improved and your mastery of the 3 types of hockey is solid, but what about your sons? You couldn't be bothered to train them. Just what kind of rubbish have you produced? On the frozen island, Ace and the others continued their training with seastone cuffs, while aboard the ship their father and predecessors endured Ron's scolding. The scene was remarkably harmonious, until even Akiji standing nearby was stunned into silence. The former Marine Admiral stood with eyes wide as saucers, watching the two legendary pirates drown in shame and embarrassment, utterly dumbfounded. He had known Ron was formidable, but he never imagined Ron was this formidable. Whitebeard, Golden Lion. 2 legendary figures scolded like misbehaving children. Was this really appropriate? He couldn't help but ask himself. As time passed, the sun gradually rose above the horizon. The temperature over the sea began to climb in tandem. Standing on the ice island that refused to melt, Ace and the others, burdened by the shackles of seastone, charged at Rayleigh again and again like tireless young beasts. Yet every single attempt was met with the same outcome, a casual kick from Rayleigh that sent them flying. Their bodies slammed heavily onto the ice, leaving behind distinct craters. The scene was undeniably intense. Meanwhile, on the deck, not far away, the atmosphere was strangely tense. Whitebeard had stopped drinking his sake, standing there with an awkward expression. Beside him was Golden Lion Shiki, and the two had inexplicably become comrades in misfortune, both receiving a lecture from their teacher Ron. Nearby, Akiji's mouth hung wide open, as if he had been frozen in place like a human statue for a long time. Judging by the sheer width of his jaw, it was highly likely dislocated. In the midst of this bizarre scene, Ron stood at the center, as if nothing was out of the ordinary, his dark, deep eyes calmly fixed on the two former pirates. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. An indeterminate amount of time passed. All right, that's enough time. Have them come back. Ron glanced up at the sun to gauge the time, then turned and strode toward the kitchen. He left behind Whitebeard and the others still standing in place, having just received their lesson. Mr. Newgate, Mr. Shiki, may I ask why you were so afraid of Mr. Ron? Isn't he just your vice captain? As Ron departed, Whitebeard and Shiki both looked as if they had been granted a reprieve. Seeing this, Akiji finally mustered the courage to voice the question that had been burning in his mind. Hearing this, Whitebeard and Shiki exchanged a glance, and both saw a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. So Shiki, who's going to tell him? You or me? Whitebeard spoke first, a smile on his face. You go ahead. I don't want to embarrass myself. Shiki replied with a grimace, then turned and retreated to his cabin, leaving Akiji utterly stunned. These two, they've made up. Akiji was completely baffled. Just then, Whitebeard's voice broke through his thoughts, snapping him back to attention. Akiji instinctively looked up and leaned in, listening intently, as the legendary pirate began to recount the story of Ron. But at just the first sentence, Akiji's mind went blank. Actually, you could say that Dr. Ron was something of a teacher to all of us. Teacher? Akiji's eyes bulged to their absolute limit, an expression of utter disbelief plastered on his face. Seeing Akiji's terrified expression, Whitebeard couldn't help but chuckle. Gururara, hard to believe, is it not, you little brat Akiji? Indeed, that is quite astonishing, Akiji said with a wry, helpless smile, as he watched a distant nostalgic gleam flickered in Whitebeard's eyes, as if he were lost in the memories of his youth. A long-sealed memory began to unfold before him. Actually, to be precise, Shiki and I, along with Big Mom, who you Marines call one of the 4 emperors, were all once students of Dr. Ron. And that's not all. Back then Rox was dreaming of conquering the world, and all of us grew up under Dr. Ron's care, eventually reaching the heights we have today. At that time we were young like Marco and the others, and we were proud of having stumbled upon powers that weren't truly ours. It was Dr. Ron who showed us with his own hands that one could become a formidable force on the sea, even without relying on external aid. And it was from that moment of defeat that Dr. Ron imparted a lesson to all of us: external power is ultimately just that, external. The true foundation lies in tempering one's own strength. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? A bit familiar too. Whitebeard paused, casting a playful glance at Akiji. Akiji was taken aback. I think Instructor Zifa said something similar before. Gururara, exactly. Whitebeard nodded with a hearty laugh, then continued. That Zifa fellow was quite famous in the Marines back in the day. We had plenty of run-ins with him. And let me tell you a secret. Zifa himself once secretly sought advice from Dr. Ron on physical training methods. What? Akiji was stunned by Whitebeard's conspiratorial tone. He could never have imagined that his respected teacher Zifa had also been a student of Dr. Ron. Could it be that the Rokushiki techniques currently practiced by the Marines' upper echelon were popularized by Mr. Ron? At that moment, a bold and radical thought took root in his mind. On the other side, seeing Akiji's dazed expression, Whitebeard felt a certain grim satisfaction. That was the one thing wrong with the Marines. They always acted so rigidly formal, which was hardly conducive to camaraderie. Seeing him like this was much more agreeable. And so on that deck, a former emperor and a Marine admiral shared their innermost thoughts, and the atmosphere began to lighten considerably. It was precisely this sharing of secrets that allowed the initially out-of-place Akiji to gradually integrate into the small circle Ron had formed. Meanwhile, near the country of Wano, on a lonely, uninhabited island, the trees were lush and verdant, their branches thick with leaves. But at the very heart of this forest, a large clearing had been carved out, dotted with a series of temporary structures. So, any word from Wano yet? Standing at the edge of the clearing, Akainu gazed out over the sea beyond the island, his eyes piercing through the trees. A communications officer stood beside him. Upon hearing Akainu's question, the officer began to stammer nervously. Our report. Admiral, no, not yet. Still nothing. Akainu's brow furrowed slightly, but just as quickly relaxed. And what about Ron and his crew? Any word on their whereabouts? The officer's face grew even paler. Out with it. Do I need to drag it out of you? Seeing the officer hesitate, Akainu's face darkened, his tone laced with a barely contained fury. Our report, sir. We still haven't received any news. This time the officer didn't dare delay. Feeling the immense pressure radiating from Akainu, he snapped to attention and blurted out the report. But no sooner had he spoken than he shrank back into a timid posture, his eyes glued to his own toes, not daring to move a muscle. This man before him was infamous for his terrible temper, and with his subordinates failing to deliver, it was sure to provoke his wrath. And indeed. Boom. The very air began to scorch, the ambient temperature spiking dramatically. Even through the air alone, the officer could feel himself being burned, the moisture being sucked from his body. Trembling with fear, he didn't dare make a single rash move that might provoke the Admiral's murderous intent. 1 second, 2, 3. After an eternity, just as the officer felt his skin was about to be cooked, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the clearing. Sakazuki Sengoku and the others want to have a word with you. In an instant, the suffocating heat vanished. A wave of relief washed over the officer. It was only then that he noticed, horrified, that the ground beneath him had been baked dry and cracked in that brief moment. He also saw his rescuer, an unassuming old woman in a Marine uniform. It was Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Marine Corps strategist. Want to talk? I bet they're not too happy with my decision as the newly appointed Fleet Admiral, are they, eh? Akainu chuckled, then nodded, striding past Tsuru as she approached him. Fine, let's talk. Convene an immediate war council. A dozen or so minutes later, at the dock outside the island where the Marines were stationed, dozens of blue and white warships encircled the central island, of formation on a scale rivaling a Buster Call. Amid these warships on a top-tier vessel reserved exclusively for the Fleet Admiral of the Marines. Inside the temporary War Council chamber, the entire upper echelon of the Marines had gathered here, including Fleet Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizura, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garb, and a number of Vice Admirals. All assembled in one place. It could be said that wherever these people went, that was Marine headquarters. Within the room, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed upon the man at the head of the table, the one forever clad in his deep crimson suit, the current supreme commander of their Marines. Sakazuki, do you realize the consequences of this decision? Committing everything to this gamble could plunge the Marines into an abyss of irredeemable ruin. Perhaps having remained silent for too long, Sengoku could no longer hold back. His brows were deeply furrowed, his expression heavy with worry. The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the room stirred their faces, revealing deep concern. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, they still found it difficult to believe that Akainu would act with such reckless abandon. One could say that if Akainu's plan were truly carried out, a devastating blow would await the Marines. Even if Ron and his men were completely annihilated at that point, with the Marines' power to suppress the seas gone, this ocean would likely descend into chaos. Silence. More silence. Akainu sat at the highest position, his eyes sweeping across the room, taking in the anxiety in everyone's gaze. His expression remained utterly unmoved as he finally began to speak. You are all well aware of how dangerous Ron is. If we let him continue and he manages to rally the pirates of the entire sea under his banner, have you considered the consequences? The sudden retort left everyone in the room at a loss, their eyes filled with conflict. Indeed, Ron's growth was evident to all. To simply let him be would likely lead to an uncontrollable situation in the future. But is this truly the only option? On one side, destruction in the present, on the other, destruction in the future. No matter which approach they chose, war with Ron's group was inevitable. What to do? What on earth should they do? Faced with the question Akainu raised, everyone felt deeply troubled. The vast Marine headquarters had not a single person able to devise a countermeasure. Even the Marine's Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, remained unusually silent. Taking in everyone's reactions, Akainu spoke once more. Actually, this time we are not without a chance. I've already sent someone to contact Kaido, and the 5 elders will also send reinforcements. Reinforcements? Kaido. In an instant, everyone snapped their heads up, their gazes fixed intensely upon Akainu. Even Kizaru, sitting nearby, looked at his longtime comrade, as if seeing him anew, his expression filled with astonishment. I never imagined he could even get the 5 elders involved. It seems I underestimated this stubborn fleet admiral. So it really comes down to war after all. Sengoku sighed inwardly. When he learned that Akainu was willing to ally with Kaido to take down Ron, he knew in his heart that this war was unavoidable. Deep within his heart, there was another thought he never voiced. That being the notion of the Marines allying with Ron to overthrow this world, to try out that beautiful world Ron spoke of, to establish a new system and government together. But now it seemed there was no need to bring it up. Well, any news on Kaido yet? Inside the main hall of Onigashima, the 3 all-stars of the Beast's pirates were frantic, sweat pouring down their faces as they used Den Mushi to drive their underlings to search everywhere for any word of their captain. Ahead, Ron was preparing to attack. Behind, the Marines had Wano cornered. Most critically, the Marines had sent someone to propose an alliance to deal with Ron. Such a weighty decision was not something they alone could make. Nothing. Still nothing. The intelligence network of an Emperor's crew was always top-notch, yet they couldn't find a trace of their leader. On top of that, Ron and his people seemed to have vanished as well, with no sign of their whereabouts. The only thing they had managed to figure out was the Marines' deployment and military strength, but what damn use was that? Just as the 3 were beginning to question their very existence. Roar. A thunderous roar shook the heavens, instantly capturing the attention of the 3. They looked up abruptly, and in the next moment their eyes brightened with joy as a colossal dragon-shaped silhouette coiled through the distant sky before descending upon the island. The massive shadow descended, its enormous form visibly shrinking at a rapid pace until it materialized into a human figure, landing with a heavy thud. Boom. Waves of displaced air surged outward, the sheer force of the impact almost taking one's breath away. The 3 stood their ground, their clothes billowing violently in the gust. Yet they made no complaint, instead their faces lit up with excitement as they looked toward the formidable iron tower-like figure seated at the head of the hall. Captain! 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 The hall echoed with their ecstatic cries. Oh, King Queen Jack, what are you all doing here? By the way, these little brats here are pretty good. They said they wanted to join the Beast's pirates. Take care of it for me, will you? As he spoke, Kaido casually pulled something out from behind him and tossed it in front of the trio. Thud. Several dark figures tumbled across the floor before coming to a stop before the 3. It was only then that they finally got a clear look at the little brats Kaido was referring to. They were Eustace Kid, a supernova, the magician Basil Hawkins, and Kid's brother Killer. The 3 lay on the ground, looking completely disheveled and unconscious. Captain, did you go out recruiting again? Queen was dumbfounded. They had been searching everywhere for him, and he had gone off to do something as trivial as this himself. Nope, I went to commit suicide, Kaido said matter-of-factly. Suicide? The 3 exchanged glances, but quickly grew accustomed to this. Jack, the dumb one, even nodded foolishly in agreement. Oh, no wonder. He was off doing something important. I knew there was a reason we couldn't find you, Captain. Since he couldn't die anyway, they just treated it as the captain going on a trip. Hearing this, Kaido grew a bit curious and asked, so what's been going on? Why were you 3 so desperate to find me? The 3 looked at each other, and finally Queen was chosen to explain. Jack was too dumb to explain it properly, and King was the big brother, so it fell on Queen to do the heavy lifting. Well, Captain, it's like this. Ron killed Big Mom. Based on our estimates, you are most likely his next target, Queen said gravely after a moment's deliberation. Linlin is dead. Before Queen had even finished speaking, Kaido's eyes shot wide open, bloodshot and bulging. An invisible violent aura erupted from his body and spread wildly. Suddenly, the entire hall seemed to be hit by a magnitude 12 earthquake. Onigashima began to shake violently, the floor cracking in layers, dust and debris raining down from the rafters. The 3 all-stars were instantly covered in dirt and grime. Yet even so, none of them moved an inch. Kaido's mournful cries echoed through the hall. Linlin is dead. Linlin is actually dead. On my Linlin, I still owe her a favor. A terrifying, oppressive aura filled the entire hall. But the source of it all, Kaido was crying like a child. These two contrasting styles blended together perfectly in him, creating an extremely eerie atmosphere. Down in the hall, watching their captain have another mental breakdown, the trio felt their scalps tingle. Queen instinctively shot a pleading look at his big brother King. King, however, pretended not to see it. Left with no choice, Queen wore a grimace and steeled himself to continue the persuasion. Captain, the Marines sent word. If you want revenge, we can join forces with them. The moment the words left his mouth, the crying stopped abruptly. The entire hall ceased its shaking and returned to calm. Could it be that he guessed right? The three exchanged glances, each wondering if Captain Kaido was really going to join forces with the Marines. Just then, join forces with the Marines. To attack Vice Captain Ron. No, absolutely not. Vice Captain Ron is the man I respect and admire the most. I won't team up with anyone else. Kaido declared vehemently. Rejected. King, Queen, and Jack were stunned. He was just crying his eyes out, and now he changed his mind the moment he heard it meant fighting Ron. Before the trio could figure out what was going on, they saw Captain Kaido stride over to them, then lean down, his massive eyes staring intently at them from above. You said the Marines want to form an alliance with me. Are they already here? Are they already preparing to ambush Vice Captain Ron? For a moment the three were speechless, unsure of how to answer. Seeing this, Kaido understood all too well. The Marines were probably already blockading the vicinity of Wano. He might be a bit simple, but he was not stupid. Bastards. They dare to ambush Vice Captain Ron. Damn Marines. No one raises a hand against my Vice Captain. A furious roar suddenly erupted within the hall. The next second the faces of King, Queen, and Jack changed dramatically. Oh no. Before their horrified eyes, Kaido stomped the ground with force, and accompanied by a deafening draconic roar, their captain transformed into a colossal dragon and shot forth like a bullet. Judging by this, he was clearly heading off to settle scores with the Marines. The thought alone sent King, Queen, and Jack's mind straight into a meltdown. This day was destined to be an unrestful one. A dragon's roar brimming with supreme majesty and fury echoed across the skies of Wano country, sending tremors through all creatures in the nearby seas. Sensing the crushing pressure from a superior existence, sea beasts hidden deep in the ocean trembled in fear. Meanwhile, tens of kilometers away. Is that Kaido's voice? On board the ship, Akainu had just announced his comprehensive plan to the crew, preparing for an all-out war against Ron, when suddenly his expression shifted. He sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching from the distant direction of Wano country. No need to ask. Who else could it be at this time and place besides that guy? But what madness is that bastard indulging in right now? Akainu felt deeply puzzled. But then he suddenly sensed that Kaido's massive aura was closing in on their position at incredible speed. Moreover, the sky-piercing killing intent was something anyone could detect. This was no friendly visit. Akainu's face contorted in alarm, and he immediately rushed out of the war room. Seeing this, the others grew bewildered. Hadn't they allied with Kaido? Why that expression? Had something gone wrong? Filled with suspicion, the senior naval officers present rose from their seats and followed closely behind. Hardly had they stepped onto the deck when 100-jong-long giant dragon came hurtling toward them from the distant sky. The figure wore a pair of dragon horns upon its head, its dense scales radiating a hard, gleaming luster, and it trod upon flaming clouds descending upon them like a true dragon come to earth. Before anyone could react, boom. The next moment the heavens lost their color. A torrent of dragon breath infused with extreme heat erupted from Kaido's maw and rained down upon them. The pillar of flame, dozens of zhang in diameter, caused the seawater to instantly boil and rise into thick, white mist, obscuring everyone's vision. Damn it! Akainu's eyes bulged with fury. He waved his hand, and his right arm transformed into a colossal mass of magma to meet the attack. Great eruption. Only moments ago he had been confidently explaining his flawless plan to the senior officers, and before Ron had even appeared, that madman Kaido had come looking for trouble on his own. The world seemed to lose its color. Before the eyes of all present, a top-tier battle between emperors unfolded. The dense pillar of flame collided with the scorching magma. It was as if an underwater volcano had been detonated, and the entire sea area was instantly set ablaze. Ding. Host successfully treated a patient. Medical skill evaluation excellent. Special skill feedback has been activated. Randomly extracting one ability possessed by the patient. Random extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the swordsmanship skill. Note, due to the host's low evaluation, the current ability is only half of the original patient's. Ding. Host successfully treated a patient. Medical skill evaluation average. Special skill feedback has been activated. Randomly extracting one ability possessed by the patient. Random extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the armament hockey ability. Note, due to the host's current low evaluation, the ability is only 1/4 of the original patient's. Ding. Host successfully treated a patient. In the new world on an island. Ron and his companions were resting here. Before him stood a crowd of wounded. Ace and the others, still bruised and battered from their latest special training, lined up in order to receive Ron's medical treatment. On the beach, wounded men could be seen everywhere, clutching their injuries and gasping in pain. Some had even suffered broken arm bones. Ron sat and gazed at the densely packed line of patients before him, the system's notification sounds continuously echoing in his mind, his eyes filled with excitement. What was surprise? This right here was what surprise meant. This was already the third time he had treated Ace and the others. Although the rewards were gradually diminishing, the sheer volume more than compensated. Ron could clearly feel that his armament hockey had reached a critical threshold, only a single trigger away from breaking through to an entirely new realm. You lot need to push yourselves harder. With this thought, Ron's gaze toward Ace and the others grew fervent. Ace and the others, sensing the change in Ron's eyes, felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines, as though some terrifying creature had locked onto them. They couldn't help but shiver. What was going on? Could Dr. Ron have his sights set on them? Meanwhile, Ron continued treating his wounded crew members, while over by Whitebeard's camp a cheerful scene unfolded. Sitting before the bonfire erected by the crew, feasting on fragrant roasted meat and drinking fine wine, their days were simply too comfortable. Say, Newgate Rayleigh, when Ron the vice captain invited you back then, was it just as violent? Shiki the Golden Lion asked, his gaze drifting from Ron's direction, seemingly casual, but laced with intent. Hearing this, Whitebeard and Rayleigh paused in their eating, then exchanged a glance, both seeing a trace of amusement in each other's eyes. You mean Dr. Ron? No, we got along wonderfully back then, Whitebeard said with a sly undertone. Huh. Shiki froze, looking at the two who were now devouring roasted meat, without a care, his expression tinged with disbelief. You agreed right away. Of course, Mr. Ron has always been the goal and role model we admired. Why wouldn't we agree? Rayleigh asked, feigning surprise at Shiki's reaction. No way. Where's your pride? Did that guy Ron simply buy you over with a few words? Shiki rose to his feet, questioning, with an unconvinced look. After all, these men were figures capable of shaking the seas. To be bought over with mere words was simply not credible. Beside him, Akiji also leaned forward, instinctively his face full of curiosity. How had these legends set aside their pride to join Ron's side? Gurura, Shiki, have you not figured it out after spending so much time on the ship? Only the existence of Dr. Ron can truly overturn this world, and it can also help you realize your ambition to rule the entire sea. Watching Shiki's unwilling expression, Whitebeard took a swig of wine and laughed heartily. TCH with that guy, eh? My dreams don't need anyone else to help me achieve them. Shiki retorted dismissively, snorting at Whitebeard's words. His words radiated thick arrogance. Who was he? He was Shiki the Golden Lion, the legendary pirate. Did he need a doctor who only wielded a scalpel to assist him? But the moment he finished speaking, the next instant a shadow blotted out the sunlight, dimming his vision. Instinctively he wanted to look up. Then a voice devoid of any emotion suddenly resonated from behind him. Oh, is that so? It seems Mr. Shiki's ambitions are truly vast. Naturally I am. Shiki turned around, but before he could finish, his expression instantly froze. Without him noticing, Ron, having finished treating the wounded, was already standing behind him. At this moment, those dark eyes of his shimmered with an almost imperceptible smile as he looked at Shiki. A monkey. Shiki's eyes widened, and he stammered foolishly. Go to hell with your monkey. Ron exploded, delivering a devastating punch straight to Shiki's forehead. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and a massive crater appeared on the ground. Shiki's upper body was embedded deep within it. The latter half of the Grand Line. A legend had long been whispered across these seas. There existed 3 lakes of molten lava. Should these 3 lakes be destroyed, the 3 terminals would connect, and the entire ley line would begin to churn, causing the new world to erupt in flames. At that moment, the entire new world would be consumed by destruction. Simultaneously, the pirates who dwelled upon these waters would face an utter catastrophe. These 3 lakes of lava were known as the end points. Upon the turbulent ocean, a torrential rain fell in slanting sheets, raindrops as large as soybeans crashing mercilessly into the seawater, stirring up ripples and waves. At this moment, several blue and white warships slowly sailed across the sea. Surprisingly, these ships bore no emblem of the Navy's justice, the seagull with scales. An old man stood alone at the bow, raindrops dripping onto his purple hair, tracing down his cheeks and flowing away. He was lost in thought. Pattering, pattering. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind, and then an umbrella appeared over the old man's head, shielding him from the falling rain. Master Zafa, your clothes are soaked through. Please return to the cabin. Ain said, her delicate hands holding the umbrella, her face filled with concern. No need. I'm fine. Zafa chuckled, but the wrinkles on his face betrayed a hint of sorrow. He looked up at the raindrops in the sky, murmuring, this is good. A little rain sharpens the mind. Master. Hearing this, Ain's heart ached. In her beautiful eyes, she saw the weary figure of Zafa. What was wrong with this damned world? It was devoid of justice. A man as kind as Master Zafa, who had devoted half his life to the Navy's cause, what had he received in return? And do you regret following me? The rain continued to patter down, the chaotic splash of water, making the world strangely quiet. Zafa's voice suddenly broke the silence, and Ain was momentarily stunned. Then her gaze quickly hardened with resolve. No regrets. I will follow you forever, Master. Zafa turned and looked at the student who had been by his side since she was a teenager, a bittersweet smile appearing in his eyes. No regrets. No regrets are good. Under the curtain of rain, the master and disciple stood in silence. Soon the rain gradually ceased, the sky began to clear. The weather of the new world was indeed so capricious. At the same time, the silhouette of a faintly visible island gradually appeared on the sea, coming into Zfa's view. Master, we have arrived at the end island. Ai spoke. Finally, they had arrived. Zfa nodded, his gaze inscrutable beneath his dark glasses. He then glanced down at the massive crusher attached to his right arm, and said slowly, "Call out Ben Z and the others. Prepare." Yes. Ai did not waste words. She casually set aside the umbrella, and with firm steps shouted toward the cabin behind her. "We've arrived at the end island. Everyone come out." In an instant, the quiet deck burst into lively activity. Meanwhile, on the island, after a brief rest, Luo and his companions packed up their belongings, ready to set sail again. As for the Golden Lion, he sat before the extinguished campfire gnawing on dried meat as if nothing had happened. Gururora. Seeing them reminds me of our younger days. We were just as energetic. Whitebeard stood to the side watching Ace and the others with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Indeed. Rayleigh wholeheartedly agreed. His glasses reflected the lightest smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But speaking of which, Newgate, your sons have extraordinary potential. Especially Ace. In just a few days he has mastered armament hockey with remarkable skill. However, we owe it all to Mr. Luowen's guidance. Otherwise we might have ruined these youngsters. Listening to Rayleigh's remarks, Luowen's lips curled into a faint smile, his expression exceedingly calm. He was all too familiar with the potential of Ace and the others. They could already rival the Navy's top combatants with their devil fruits alone. How could they be ordinary? All he had to do was redirect their misguided paths. He could foresee that these individuals would grow to be no weaker than the old-timers. As for how far they would go, that was beyond his intervention. Mr. Luo and Pops were ready to set off. At that moment, Ace and the others called out from the ship. After a period of delay, they had packed everything and were waiting for Luo and the rest to board and depart. All right, time to go. I wonder how that fellow Kaido is doing now. It's been so long since he came looking for me. He must be itching for a fight again. Luo gave a shout and strode ahead toward the anchored ship, his steps brisk. He could hardly wait to see that little brat who had once chased after him, calling him Big Brother, while never hiding his wild ambition. Whitebeard and the others exchanged glances and smiled, then followed suit and boarded the ship. Everyone was now on board. Set sail. At Marco's command, a harsh grating of chains rang out as the anchor was slowly hauled up. Whoosh, whoosh. The seawater churned, producing the sound of splashing waves. Just then, several blue and white warships appeared from the distant sea behind them, cutting through the waves and drawing everyone's attention. The Navy? Rayleigh frowned. No, it's not the Navy. Luo stepped forward to stand beside him, gazing at the distant sea. His dark eyes reflected the silhouettes of the warships, and he said with a hint of amusement, "I'd say our old friends have arrived." Old friends? Whitebeard and the others were visibly surprised. Then several intangible waves suddenly burst forth from their bodies, sweeping outward in a fan-like pattern toward the distant sea. In the blink of an eye, their observation hockey covered a radius of hundreds of miles. Then Whitebeard and the rest all wore strange expressions. Wham! Nearby Akiji, upon sensing the Navy-like warships, immediately released his observation hockey to probe. At the same time, he recognized the approaching figure. Master Zfa. What is he doing here? At this moment, Qin Ji was filled with deep suspicion. Luowen's appearance had caused him to leave Marine headquarters ahead of time, and he remained unaware of Chi Quan's subsequent actions. What he did not know was that shortly after his departure, Chi Quan, in order to successfully capture Luo, spared no effort in mobilizing all forces and reorganizing the 7 warlords of the sea. He successively invited the great pirates Blackbeard, Teach, and Edward Weevil to join the 7 warlords of the sea, serving as allies of the Marines. On the deck, the expressions of the crowd varied, each harboring different thoughts. Under their respective gazes, the distant fleet slowly approached the island. Before long, the distance between the two sides was less than a kilometer. At that moment, everyone clearly saw the conspicuous purple figure standing at the forefront of the opposite deck. Master, it's Luo and his group. What should we do? Meanwhile, upon realizing that the ship across belonged to Luo and his crew, who had been causing a stir across the seas recently, Ai's expression drastically changed. Her muscles instantly tensed, and she became extremely nervous. Clang! A gleam of cold light flashed. Beside her, Ben Z, whose appearance resembled a noble punk ninja, immediately drew his ninja sword, gripping it tightly with his right hand, fully alert. The atmosphere on the ship instantly became extremely tense. Relax, nothing will happen. Sensing his student's tension, Zfa spoke at the right moment. His voice low yet calm instilled a sense of peace in everyone who heard it. Yet even so, they still gripped their weapons tightly, assuming defensive postures. Seeing this, Zfa did not say much, but turned to the helmsman and ordered, "Approach them." Thus, under Zfa's command, the fleet continued forward on the turbulent sea. In the blink of an eye, the two forces met in this remote sea area. Though they should have been adversaries, it was rare that they did not immediately engage in battle upon meeting. Under this strange atmosphere, Luo suddenly laughed out loud. Standing at the front of the crowd, he leaned on the ship's railing and greeted proactively, "Long time no see, ZFA." This simple action greatly heightened the vigilance of AI, Ilin, and Bin-Z. Instinctively, they stepped forward, gripping their sharp weapons, and stood in front of their master ZFA. "Don't be nervous." ZFA first comforted the two, then pushed them aside by the shoulders and stepped forward. He and Luo stood on their respective ships, facing each other at a very close distance. "Master." AI's beautiful eyes showed deep concern. Before she could finish speaking, she saw ZFA waving his hand at her. Seeing this, she could only tightly press her thin lips, lower her head, and stop persuading, but a flickering light shone deep in her eyes. Meanwhile, after calming his students, ZFA's gaze involuntarily lingered on Luo's unsmiling face across from him. Looking at the other's youthful, almost unreal face, a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. "Indeed, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to remain the same as over 40 years ago, not only so young, but also still causing so much trouble. I'm afraid Marine Headquarters is already half dead from headaches because of you." "Is that your way of complimenting me?" Luo smiled at this, then nodded and raised his hand to invite ZFA. "Let's say it's a compliment. How about coming aboard for a drink? But you know I don't like drinking. If you want to drink, they'll have to keep you company." "Forget it, I don't like drinking with pirates." ZFA refused and expressed his intention to leave. He first looked at Luo. "I have matters to attend to. If there's a chance later, I'll find you." With that, he turned and ordered, "Have them prepare." Upon hearing this, AI and Bin-Z exchanged a glance, communicated briefly, and nodded instinctively. Then, after casting a wary glance at Luo across the way, they led the crew members off the ship one after another. Amid a splashing sound of water, these people jumped off the ship, wading through the sea, ignoring the discomfort of their soaked clothes. Each carried some oddly shaped instruments, passed by Luo's ship and headed toward the island's beach behind. The quiet dock became crowded with numerous figures again. Watching his subordinates land on the island one by one, ZFA cast a complex glance at the mechanical arm on his right hand, then turned around and jumped into the sea, without hesitation stepping onto the shore of End Island. That's right, the island where Luo and his crew had just been stationed was one of the 3 endpoints. "Hey ZFA, have you ever thought about the truth behind the endpoints?" ZFA had already landed on the shore when suddenly the familiar voice of Luo came from behind him. His expression froze. Splash. Suddenly. Before he could react, AI and the others as ZFA's students were greatly startled. In an instant, they drew their guns, turned around, and aimed the muzzles at Luo and his group behind them. "Stop!" Just as they were about to pull the triggers and silence them, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded, jolting everyone awake. Looking up, they saw a burly figure from behind. Master ZFA. They opened their mouths, instinctively wanting to speak, but then they saw their teacher ZFA suddenly move. He slowly turned around, revealing a face devoid of any emotion. "Do you think you are a match for these people?" he said coldly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned mouths agape. Then they had to accept reality and heavily lowered their heads. Master ZFA was right. Not to mention Luo alone, even the Whitebeard beside him was far beyond their match. Ignoring his disheartened students, ZFA turned his head and fixed his gaze on Luo on the distant deck. He couldn't help but sigh and said helplessly, "Nothing escapes you. You should already know what I'm here for, Luo." "Of course." Luo nodded with a smile. Looking at the helpless ZFA opposite, he seemed oblivious and continued to actively provoke him. "I certainly know what you intend to do. The former admiral who never killed, whose students were all slaughtered by a single pirate, and now the Marines have actively recruited that very pirate. Such a thing, I believe, is known to the entire sea. But do you really think the legend of the endpoints is true? Or let me put it another way, if it were really that simple to destroy the entire New World, do you think the Marines would allow a former admiral like you to run amok? Although I, Luo, have a great reputation, I am not so arrogant as to believe that my life is more important than the entire New World." Under the gaze of the younger generation, a shocking and heavy legend now revealed the entire truth from Luo's mouth. His voice was clear, yet in this quiet atmosphere it reached the ears of everyone present distinctly. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were dull, mouths agape in shock. "Blow up the endpoint. Destroy the New World." Akiji's eyes turned complex. Zifuyu, the former admiral of the Navy who once refused to kill even pirates, now would sacrifice innocent lives to obliterate the New World and eliminate its pirates. What had the Navy's justice brought to this old man? "Say no more, Ron. I have my own resolve." Zifu waved his hand stubbornly, completely ignoring Akiji on the ship. At this moment, he no longer cared to ask why Akiji was on Ron's ship. The Navy had become a den of pirates. One could hardly tell friend from foe. With that, Zifu turned and strode toward the island. Akiji watched, dazed. "What are you waiting for?" As he stared at Zifu's retreating figure, his mind in turmoil, a calm voice came from beside him. "Mr. Ron." Akiji blinked, still not fully recovered. What a naive fool. No wonder he was pushed around by Akainu. Ron sighed and said, "If you don't go after him now, it'll be too late. Are you going to let your teacher walk down a path of no return?" A thunderclap seemed to strike his mind. Ron's reminder made Akiji's eyes widen and realization flooded his face. Thank you, Mr. Ron. His voice carried deep gratitude. The moment he finished speaking, Akiji pushed off the ship and sprinted after Zifa. Watching him rush off, Ron shook his head and sighed. Why can't any of them just be easy to deal with? Hearing this, Marco and the others grinned awkwardly. Those words sounded like scolding an admiral like a child. Mr. Ron, are you sure Akiji can talk Zifa into coming back? Rayleigh stepped forward, ignoring Marco's odd expression, and asked curiously. Of course. Otherwise, why would I send him? I still expect him to convince Zifa to join us. Ron turned and said matter-of-factly. Rayleigh, Whitebeard, everyone. So, he sent Akiji as a negotiator. That explains his kindness. Meanwhile, as the tool himself, Akiji caught up with Zifa after a chase. Fortunately, not much time had been lost. Zifa and his group had only reached the island's center, not yet acting. Teacher, you can't do this. Suddenly, in an open space at the island's center, Akiji's figure appeared, blocking Zifa and his men. The sudden interruption made everyone wary. Their gazes toward the former admiral were less than friendly. Kazan, are you going to stop me too? Zifa said with a frown, his tone dark. Tension thickened the air between them. Facing the accusation, Akiji's eyes flickered with pain and helplessness. He bowed his head heavily. I'm sorry, teacher. The apology echoed through the woods. Moments later, the temperature around them plummeted. Under the warm sunlight, exposed rocks no longer radiated heat. Ha ha, Kazan, you've grown. Let me see if your training in these years qualifies you to stop me. Zifa laughed, but a flash of anger crossed his eyes. The next second, with a boom, rock shattered. His body became a blur as he stomped the ground, leaving a deep crater. His speed was so extreme that it was nearly impossible to react. All Akiji could perceive was a momentary blur, and then Zifa appeared before him, his mechanical arm raised high. Steam burst from its vents, granting the arm immense power. The extreme speed gave the mechanical arm tremendous impact. Air crackled as a thick layer of pressure rapidly expanded in Akiji's vision. Ice block partisan. He growled as a phoenix of shimmering ice crystals flew to meet the attack. The next moment, ice shards flew in all directions. Intense air pressure propelled the debris like a hurricane, spreading in a fan shape across the field. The surrounding trees bore the brunt. Rocks and sand churned, countless trees snapped at the trunk. Everything seemed as insignificant as dust before such a collision. Yet their battle had just begun. At the very center of the storm, they both pushed off the ground and threw punches. Bam! Bam! Bam bam! A fierce clash erupted. Bullets poured, ice shards scattered. In mere seconds, the land became a mess. Pockmarked ground covered in frost mingled with countless hotshell casings. Damn, what is he doing? Benz hid behind a huge rock, frustrated. Watching the two combatants blur into streaks, he felt helpless. When titans clashed, the younger ones could only watch. Unlike the short-sighted Benz, Ayn was more perceptive. Her pretty face etched with worry, she watched her teacher being forced into battle and whispered, "Teacher, please take care of yourself. Don't let your asthma act up now." Zifa had asthma. That weakness was known to the upper echelons. Yet this old man who had given his life to the Navy despite his illness had now become utterly extreme. He would destroy everything. Every source of evil, even if it meant bearing the heaviest infamy. He would not hesitate. Destroy, destroy, just destroy all the pirates in the New World. Zifa muttered, his strikes growing heavier, each one exceeding the limits his body could bear. His eyes were fixed on Akiji, as if this was his final conviction. Gradually his breathing turned ragged. The heavy panting stirred everyone present. His brows were tightly knit, as if every attack caused his body searing pain and damage. "Teacher, stop. This won't achieve anything. It'll only hurt more innocents," Akiji urged, unable to contain himself. Zifa said nothing, answering with a fierce straight punch. Bam! Akiji blocked with effort, stumbling backward, then continued, "Have you truly abandoned the justice you once believed in? You who wouldn't even kill pirates. Are you now going to slaughter civilians?" Zifa remained silent. But from his trembling frame and bloodshot eyes, it was clear that his heart was now filled with rage. "Shut up," he roared in fury. His mechanical arm opened and fell away, revealing a glass cylinder within. A crimson, mysterious liquid swirled with bubbles. A lump of unsettling energy drifted inside. Dynastone. Akiji's pupils contracted sharply. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar swept across the entire sky. Blinding flames carrying an almost tangible pressure expanded in a fan shape, encompassing a radius of 1,000 miles. Fistbone meteor. Great Buddha shockwave. Yasukani Magatama. Meteor volcano. The techniques were intricate, unleashing a dazzling array of blinding lights that all converged toward Kaido in the sky. Enraged, Kaido's muscles bulged as he unleashed his full, unprecedented power to counterattack. Thunderbogwat. A earth-shattering roar echoed. Transformed into his half-dragon form, his arm muscles bulged and swelled rapidly. He swung the spiked club in his hand, its thick, viscous armament haki, covered by a layer of conqueror's haki that radiated a chilling aura. He spun his body half a turn in the air, his hands gripping the massive pitch-black spiked club, imbuing it with immense force. At the same moment, just as he finished charging, the opposing attack arrived in time. The two forces clashed violently. The next moment heaven and earth shattered. Under the combined full-force strike of four top-tier marine combatants, the club in Kaido's hands, crafted from the world's hardest sea stone, shattered on impact. Crack. Cracks appeared spreading across the entire club in Kaido's suddenly widened pupils. Then with a loud bang, the club exploded into countless tiny fragments like merciless bullets piercing through the air with a hissing sound and bursting outward. Kaido held the broken half of the club, only a stub remaining. Before he could make his next move, the marine's devastating strike descended upon his entire body, carrying undiminished force. In that instant, the sky darkened, devoid of light. The sun itself seemed to lose its color. White clouds were instantly scattered, and the azure sky turned a blazing red from the flames. The scene was chilling. Boom. Like dozens of tons of explosives detonating on the spot, flames shot into the sky. The sea surface was instantly overturned, stirring up towering waves. Amidst this spectacular scene, Kaido's body, like a tattered sack, was sent flying backward, covering several thousand meters before crashing heavily into the water, churning the sea into a turbulent frenzy. The battle ceased. Akainu stood on the island, surveying the surrounding devastation, his face ashen. Their carelessness had cost the Marines dearly. Most of the warships were destroyed, and the casualties among mid- and low-ranking officers were incalculable. The sea was littered with wreckage of the warships. Countless Marines, panic-stricken, half-submerged in the water, clung to broken planks with hollow eyes. Quick, save them. Where's the medical team? Damn it, he's dying. Near the island, the Marines' anguished cries echoed across the sea. Akainu's face darkened, as if about to drip with rage. Sengoku stood nearby, his heart aching at the tragic scene. He turned away, about to say something, but upon seeing Akainu's grim expression, he sighed, his lips moving as if to speak, but then falling silent. Defeated before the battle even began. If just one Kaido could cause them such trouble, how would the Marines face Luo in next? Could it be that the Marines were doomed to annihilation? But unfortunately, he was no longer the fleet admiral and had no right to judge Akainu's actions. With a heavy heart, Sengoku turned and left. He needed to tally the losses. How many lives had been lost in this unexpected war? Only Akainu remained. Magma dripped from his entire body, falling to the ground. The sand beneath his feet instantly vaporized, and the air twisted under the scorching heat. Murderous intent radiated from every pore of his being. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, accompanied by a series of air-splitting sounds, two figures appeared in the distant sky. It was Kizaru and Garp, who had left earlier to capture the wounded Kaido. Using moonwalk, the two figures rushed toward the island, one of them carrying Kaido tightly bound in sea stone chains. It took only a few seconds. Kizaru and Garp arrived on the beach, one after the other. Bang! Garp casually threw Kaido onto the sand a short distance in front of Akainu, then turned and left without a word. Kizaru, with a look of relief, said, "Oh my, the strongest creature in the sea indeed, still unharmed like this. If Mr. Garp and I hadn't arrived in time, you would have gotten away. If I wouldn't run. If you dare make a move against Vice Captain Luo, and don't blame me for being rude." Kaido, lying on the ground, said defiantly, without fear. There was no choice. He was just that stubborn. Apart from the time he had been beaten to tears by Vice Captain Luo, and Kaido had never feared anyone in his life. Seeing Kaido's arrogance, Akainu's face grew even darker. "Lock him up on the island. I'll guard him personally." He suppressed the urge to kill the man, grinding his teeth as he roared at his adjutant. "Yes, sir. You few follow me." The adjutant, flustered, quickly obeyed, and turned to gather several hundred unaffected Marine soldiers. Together, they carried Kaido toward the center of the island. There, a large pit had been created by the earlier battle. They only needed to fill it with seawater, bind Kaido with sea stone chains, and cage him with sea stone to create a natural prison. Because Kaido's constitution was extremely troublesome, and he could not be killed casually, Akainu's only option for now was to temporarily imprison Kaido to prepare for the coming battle. As for how to deal with Kaido later, Akainu believed he had a better plan than Sengoku. Impel down. That place was no longer safe. "Hey Sakazuki, are you still planning to move against Luo and the others?" Watching the crowd of Marines carrying Kaido away into the distance, Kizaru withdrew his gaze and turned to Akainu, seemingly probing his intentions and plans. "The plan remains unchanged. Luo must be captured." As if oblivious to Kizaru's probing, Akainu's eyes twitched wildly, his gaze resolute, and he spoke through gritted teeth. Now after this battle, his hatred for the man called Gue burned even more fiercely. "Is that so?" Kizaru's eyes showed disappointment. Akainu, feeling the intense despondency emanating from the other, the fire of rage in his heart burned even more fiercely, almost bursting out of his skull. Bulu bulu bulu. Bulu bulu bulu. Inside the World Government Headquarters, a shrill transponder snail ringtone suddenly echoed through a certain room. At once the blonde Gorosei stepped forward and pressed the answer button. The next moment, Akainu's familiar voice emanated from the snail. "Gorosei-sama, I need reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" The room fell silent for an instant. The Gorosei turned back, a flicker of bewilderment flashing in their eyes. Behind them, the other four elders' bodies trembled slightly, and an uncontrollable zeal surged deep within their gazes. The forbidden zone of human life. Have they finally caught Luoan? These past days they had relentlessly tried to track Luoan's trail, yet every dispatched agent vanished without a trace. Not a single one managed to send back complete intelligence. And now, diligence has finally paid off. Dong dong dong. Leaning on a cane, the eldest among the Gorosei, a hunched figure with a felt hat, shuffled hurriedly to the blonde elder's side, took the snail from his hands under the other's gaze and inquired, "So has Luo and been found?" His voice trembled slightly, laced with obvious tension. After he spoke, the room fell into a brief pause and a long, weighty silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a long while. Not yet. Luoan hasn't appeared. Before we could reach him, we were attacked by Kaido, and our mid- and low-ranking Marines suffered heavy casualties. Forced to act, I could only ask the world government, when will reinforcements arrive? Akainu's voice was somewhat low through the snail. Contrary to what the Gorosei had expected, what followed was an even harder truth to swallow. Silence. Still silence. The room was as quiet as death. It was clearly visible that the felt hat elder's age-spotted hands suddenly bulged with veins, his palm tightened, and a cane of unknown material creaked and groaned. The atmosphere in the room plunged to freezing point. Useless. The entire Marines are useless. Is this your plan? Didn't you say you were confident in persuading Kaido to ally with us, Sakazuki? Sensing the violence radiating from the old man beside him, the blonde elder erupted, his hair bristling with fury, his roar filling the entire room. The other end of the line fell silent. At length the snail spoke, Akainu's hoarse voice emerging. This was a mistake. I guarantee that next time Luoan won't get away. You guarantee? Haha. On what basis? Sakazuki, are you joking with me? Don't forget who pushed you into the position of Fleet Admiral. We can make you Fleet Admiral, and we can have you removed tomorrow. Do you believe that? Hearing the determination in Akainu's tone, the blonde elder laughed in fury and was about to berate him. Enough. A low, calm voice cut through. The blonde elder immediately fell silent and turned to see the felt hat elder, his face dark and grim, like an old dog at death's door ready to lash out at any moment. The blonde elder shuddered instinctively, stepping back, retreating to the side, daring not to speak again. After dismissing the blonde elder, the felt hat elder slowly turned his head. The murderous intent was gone, replaced by an aloof, condescending coldness and utter disregard for life. He opened his mouth and his words came forth as if dispensing charity. Reinforcements will be sent at most 3 days. But Sakazuki, I hope you remember this is the first time and also the last. The world government does not feed useless men, and the sea never lacks the strong. This principle I believe. You should understand. With that, the felt hat elder hung up without giving Akainu a chance to respond. The promises of the weak were worth less than weeds. He preferred to see results. Having done this, he slowly turned his gaze, sweeping over the other elders present, then resting once more on the blonde elder. The blonde elder's eyes darted away, his lips twitching as if to explain, but when he met those emotionless eyes, 1,000 words dissolved into silence, swallowed back down. The air grew oppressive. Notake, I hope you remember, some words must never be spoken carelessly. Even if it's a dog, you must give it due respect. Only then, when you cast it aside, will you avoid trouble. Do you understand? The felt hat elder said coldly. I understand. The blonde elder lowered his head in shame, sweat beading on his forehead. The felt hat elder's expression softened slightly, and he nodded involuntarily. Best if you remember. Without those lowly lives, how could we stand here, nobly overlooking the entire sea? Hat. The felt hat elder began to walk away, hands clasped behind his back, like a plain old man. But as he reached the ornate mahogany door, he suddenly halted. In the future, use your head more. When you cut weeds, you must pull out the roots. This time I'll let it slide. If anyone ever makes the world government clean up their mess again, they can go report to Alabasta and play in the sand with those folk. With a creak, the red earth door was opened from outside. After delivering his words, the felt hat elder did not linger, but strode out of the room, vanishing from sight. Inside the room, the remaining 4, including the blonde elder, exchanged uneasy glances after hearing the felt hat elder's speech. Then this old man ought to be going too. The elder, who had been holding a sword, rose and made his way out. As he passed the blonde elder, his gaze turned mocking. How embarrassing, Notake. You let even a child slip away. Those brief words left the blonde elder's face iron gray, but the sword-holding elder, as if oblivious, threw back his head with a laugh and strode out of the room. At that moment, the other 2 elders also began to move, walking out with calm composure. As they passed the blonde elder, they couldn't help patting his shoulder, then walked away with a swagger. After all, still too young. Exactly. Even those useless fellows handle things better than you. The elders jested and teased as they left, leaving only the blonde elder alone on the spot. His body trembled violently, fists clenched, his face twisted to an extreme, as if on the verge of madness, radiating a chilling manic aura from head to toe. Damn it. That damned Luoan. Bastard. Why don't you just die? Why? You contemptible rat, a creature that can only eke out an existence in the gutters. What right do you have to live in this world? Why are you still alive, making me look so pathetic? The elder completely lost it. He screamed hysterically, terrifying armament hockey surging from his body, wreaking havoc all around. In less than a second, the entire room was reduced to a garbage dump. The precious documents and extinct antique vases displayed in the room shattered with a thunderous boom. Even the floor, made of the sacred atom wood, was suddenly covered with countless glaring scratches. Meanwhile, the final island was a barren wasteland of jagged rocks, with the few remaining trees completely destroyed in the earlier battle. Thump thump. The Inyo Marines who had followed Zifa onto the island felt their hearts race, all eyes fixed on the clearing at the island's center. Hey, no way. Is Zifa-sensei really about to detonate the dynamite rock? Binzi's voice trembled as he watched in horror. On the scene, Zifa and Qingji stood facing each other, the glass tube containing the dynamite rock emitting an extremely dangerous red glow. It was chilling. The dynamite rock, crafted by Vegapunk, the genius scientist whose intellect surpassed humanity by 500 years, was stored away due to its extreme instability. At the same time, because it possessed power comparable to that of the ancient weapons, it was also known as the fourth ancient weapon. Thick frost blanketed the island, keeping the temperature at an extremely low level, leaving everyone present chilled from head to toe. Crack. Just then, an abrupt sound of footsteps echoed across the island, drawing everyone's attention. Sigh. Can't we just talk things out nicely? All this fighting and killing, it's bad for the flowers and grass. With a sigh, Ron's figure emerged from the distance. Behind him followed Whitebeard and the others, who strode through the crowd, as if no one else existed, arriving at the central clearing, completely ignoring the dynamite rock in Zifa's hand. Suddenly, Zifa's brow furrowed tightly, his mechanical arm gripping the glass tube even harder, and a barely visible crack silently appeared on the tube. Mr. Ron, why are you here? Across from him, Qingji's face was filled with surprise. If I hadn't come, you'd have wrecked this island. I sent you here because Zifa is your teacher, but instead you came to attend his funeral, Ron said with a tone of exasperation. You can't even handle a simple task, and you can't speak properly. Apart from your ice fruit, you're completely useless. No wonder you never became fleet admiral. Even that mad dog Akainu knows how to bark better than you. Sorry, Mr. Ron. Qingji blushed, feeling slightly ashamed, and turned his head aside, stepping away to make room for Ron, too embarrassed to speak further. Ron stepped forward confidently. Stop, Ron, don't come any closer, or my hand might slip. If I accidentally crush it, we're all done for. Zifa stepped back and said cautiously. This guy was different from others. His veins ran with nothing but schemes and deceit. He was simply a bad seed. As he spoke, more cracks appeared on the glass tube. Hey Zifa, don't be like that. It's been years and you've gotten timid. Remember the good old days when we used to pick up girls at the tavern together? Ron said with a look of disdain. Bastard, you have the nerve to bring that up. Zifa's face darkened instantly. Back then he had gone to hunt down Ron, but somehow this kid had tricked him and they ended up at a tavern. The worst part was that Ron had sold him out. That's right, he had sold him. And that was his first time, damn it. Oh come on, I just sold you to a female pirate. Besides, didn't you enjoy it? Honestly, 100,000 berries for one night. That's a pretty good deal. Ron waved his hand, signaling Zifa not to be so petty. Mentioning this, Ron considered it the most successful transaction of his life. It helped Zifa satisfy his physical needs, and with the money he got, he could find a few gentle older sisters. Wasn't that perfect? A win-win situation. This brief exchange revealed a lot of information. After hearing it, the entire crowd was in an uproar. What? So explosive? Binzi's eyes went blank while Ai N beside him blushed and covered her face, peeking through a tiny gap between her fingers. Who would have thought that Zifa-sensei had such an extraordinary experience? Meanwhile, on the other side, Whitebeard and his crew were equally stunned by such explosive gossip. Gurura, 100,000 for one night. A former Marine admiral, sure, is valuable. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh heartily. He had only come to help, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. Indeed, this is exactly Ron's style, something he would do. Rayleigh nodded with a smile he couldn't suppress. Interesting, very interesting. Vice Captain Ron, from today onward, I fully acknowledge you. Jahaha. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion was completely won over. He realized there was a man even more daring than him in this world. Qingji couldn't bear to look. He turned his head, too embarrassed to look at Zifa's face any longer. In an instant, the scene was filled with laughter. Ron, you bastard. Zifa went berserk. Mortified on the spot, he let out a furious roar that echoed across the entire island. But in the next second, a crisp sound was heard. Crack. Instantly, the scene fell silent. Everyone's eyes went blank. Zifa, too, stared dumbly down at his palm, where the glass tube had shattered completely. A crimson lump like a human heart pulsed up and down, and an extremely terrifying wave spread rapidly at an alarming speed. Shattered. Shattered. Zifa's eyes widened. Holy shit. Zifa, drop it now. Ron was frantic, truly frantic. He knew there was a volcanic vein here. If the dynamite rock detonated, none of them would escape unscathed, let alone the younger ones like Ace. Being hailed as the fourth weapon and Zifa's trump card to destroy the new world was no joke. With a scream, Ron moved his feet, his body vanishing from the spot instantly. When he reappeared, he had already grabbed the dynamite rock from Zifa's hand. Then his figure flickered again. In less than a second his body flickered more than a dozen times in the air, each time shifting nearly 1,000 meters. Before anyone could fully react, his body had already appeared over the sea 100,000 meters away from the final island. Without any hesitation, Ron tossed it away and fled. As his body vanished again from the spot, the dynamite rock could be seen falling freely toward the sea below. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. When the dynamite rock was less than a meter from the sea surface, it swelled wildly. In just 1 second it expanded to a much larger size, and a dense red glow covered the entire rock. Then, boom, a red light burst forth, and an invisible wave instantly swept across the entire world. The sea waves overturned, and the intense shockwave from the explosion instantly formed a massive ring spreading across the surrounding seas. Amidst the eruption of flames, a huge crater was carved into the seabed so deep that its bottom was invisible. A fiery red mushroom cloud rose slowly from within, connecting the sky and the earth. Rumble. The air currents were like blades. Even though dozens of nautical miles away, they continuously scoured the end island. The residual heat from the explosion upon striking the rocks instantly turned them into powder. Not good. On the island, Binzi's pupils contracted sharply. He quickly activated his devil fruit ability, and countless vines, each as thick as a person, rose from the ground, instantly forming a huge protective shield that enveloped him and AI and beside him. As the shockwave approached, the protective shield immediately emitted crackling sounds. The vines, which were as tough as steel plates, were shattered into fragments, peeling away layer by layer. Hold it back. Binzi roared through clenched teeth, his devil fruit ability being drained frantically. A trace of blood inadvertently seeped from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ice Shield. Akiji's expression darkened slightly. He stomped his foot on the ground, and a conspicuous icy blue instantly rose from the earth. A thick and solid ice wall appeared before him, blocking all danger outside the ice wall. Gururara-sons, stand firm. Whitebeard let out a laugh, then he stepped in front of AIC and the others. He swung his fist, fiercely shattering space. A violent and terrifying invisible wave suddenly appeared and collided with the aftermath of the explosion. A deafening roar erupted. Boom. The island shook violently. Rolling smoke and dust rose, covering the entire end island. The air began to grow quiet. 1 second or two. Who knew how long passed? Suddenly a figure flashed into the field, staggering, as if not fully steady, nearly falling to the ground. Mr. Luo-en. AIC couldn't help but exclaim. Before the words could fade, they saw Layli beside them had vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside Luo, and on the field. He supported Luo-en's arm, brows furrowed, his voice tinged with concern. Mr. Luo-en, are you alright? From his perspective, Luo-en's clothes were tattered, and a trace of blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. This was the most disheveled he had ever seen him. Alright, I'm fine. Luo-en wiped the blood from his mouth, pushed Layli away, and waved his hand. No sooner had he spoken. In a flurry, he saw AIC Ma-er-ku and the others all rush over. Mr. Luo-en, are you alright? Your injuries are too severe. Let Ma-er-ku treat you. Yes, if necessary, we can give you our vitality. It will surely heal you. It could be seen that deep concern was almost overflowing from their eyes. Xiao Zi, a rough man, even directly took off his clothes, exposing his upper body as if offering himself for extraction. Luo-en looked on with a face full of exasperation. Alright, am I the doctor, or are you? Don't I know my own body condition? And you, Xiao Zi, put your clothes on. Since when did I need to take off clothes to extract vitality? You damn fool, making me look like a pervert. After the scolding, AIC and the others looked embarrassed, and Xiao Zi shyly put his clothes back on. They stood obediently aside, saying nothing. Seeing this, Luo-en felt helpless, yet a warmth quietly flowed in his heart. Damn it, I'm a little moved. Luo-en muttered to himself, and at that moment his gaze fell on Zfa not far away. He saw the latter looking ashamed, as if at a loss for how to explain. Hey Zfa, are you planning to send your entire Enyo navy to the sky? Luo-en pushed aside AIC and the others, looking across. Upon hearing this, Zfa's eyes fell on his disheveled subordinates, and the nearly exhausted Binzi and AIN. His lips parted a few times, but finally closed, turning into a mix of regret and relief. If not for Luo-en, none of his students would have survived. Zfa lowered his head. Just as he didn't know what to say, he felt a heavy slap on his shoulder. Looking up, he met Luo-en's earnest eyes. In those dark pupils radiated an extremely special aura, inexplicably convincing. A confidence or a steadfast determination. Zfa was stunned. I won't waste words. You saw the explosion just now. The power of the dynamite rock is indeed impressive, but it's still far from destroying the new world. Do you still want to persist? Zfa. At this moment his eyes suddenly became vacant. As if all his past convictions had vanished in an instant, the pillar in his heart collapsed, and his robust figure instantly hunched. Watching Zfa, who had suddenly aged considerably, Luo-en sighed inwardly. In fact, he and Zfa had never been absolute enemies. They could be said to appreciate each other, existing as both rivals and friends. That was also why he had taught the 6 powers of the Navy to Zfa and allowed him to spread it among the middle ranks of the Navy. Although it was a compensation for the former. But it also indirectly showed that their relationship was actually quite good. For such a special figure Luo, and though he had not witnessed it firsthand, had also witnessed the tragic life of this Navy admiral. Join us. I can give you all the prosperity you desire, Luo said very seriously. After a great catastrophe swept through the end, island became even more desolate. Zifa, clad in tattered clothes, wore a pair of sunglasses on his nose, one lens of which had already shattered. His gaze was tinged with bewilderment and daze, as if Ron's words left him utterly perplexed. Exactly, Ron nodded with a smile. A clean world, a golden age where everyone harbors justice and yearns for peace. Zifa's pupils suddenly dilated, as if he was seeing this young man anew. He scrutinized Ron up and down, and an involuntary flicker of incredulity and disbelief surfaced in his eyes. The justice he had upheld for half his life ultimately succumbed to power and capital. And now Ron, a mere pirate, dared to boast that he could create a utopia of dreams. Was this not a joke? Indeed, in his view, this sea was beyond salvation, riddled with filth. Even the proponents of justice, the Navy, had become faithful hounds of others. Where was the justice in this world? And on what grounds could Ron so brazenly claim to create a peaceful era for him? At this thought, a trace of self-mockery flashed across his expression. Stop joking with me, Ron. I promise you I will no longer harbor the thoughts of a paranoid or a madman. From today, I will disband the Neo Navy and quietly find a place to retire and await death, no longer meddling in anything on this sea. With that, Zifa turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the grimy members of the Neo Navy. The sight of young, even somewhat immature faces filled his heart with aching sorrow. The ones he had failed the most were ultimately these beloved students. I announce that from today the Neo Navy is completely disbanded. You can return to the Navy or do whatever you wish. No longer follow me to die doing things utterly meaningless. Suppressing his reluctance, Zifa sighed. His hoarse voice echoed across the island, his forlorn expression growing ever more desolate. Absolutely not, Master Zifa. You cannot abandon us. Aine immediately grew anxious, rushing over with reddened eyes, gazing at her teacher, tears already brimming in her eyes. Silence. Still silence. Behind her, the Neo Navy members stood motionless, their expressions earnest and solemn. Their faces stained with dust and blood were etched with resolve. For a moment, the atmosphere grew melancholic. Hey, you guys, that's enough. Amid this peculiar mood, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see Ron stepping forward. Feeling Aine's aggrieved gaze and the determination in others' eyes, the corners of Ron's mouth twitched involuntarily. Had these people misunderstood something? He merely wanted to recruit Zifa to join his crew. How had it turned into a farewell of life and death? Say no more, Ron. I know you mean well. I promise you from now on I will only live out my remaining years quietly, never acting rashly again. Zifa said with a serious face. Hearing this, Ron nearly spat blood. Who the hell was doing this for your sake? He had wasted his breath, nearly got his head blown off by the dynamite rock. And yet this old bastard had been concocting a grand drama in his own mind. Who could tolerate this? Get lost. Ron exploded on the spot, leaving Zifa utterly bewildered. Who the hell asked for your promise? Disbanding the Neo Navy. What about those who have always followed you? I simply wanted you to come and see for yourself to prove whether what I said is true. Got it? Ron's voice suddenly burst out on the scene. Zifa looked somewhat dazed, staring at the handsome young man's outburst. His face gradually flushed. Well, I understand, he said hesitantly. Then what do you think? Will you join? But about that golden age you mentioned, I still feel. Stop dithering, damn it. Whether it's true or false, just follow and see. Newgate Rayleigh, so many people whose reputations dwarf yours. Are you a man or not? Can you be decisive? Then, I'll join. There, that's it. Honestly, you're supposed to be a teacher. Aren't you leading your students astray? All right, hurry up and pack up. I'm still planning to go have a fight in Wano country. Let's go. After a brief exchange, Zifa was once again coaxed by Ron, and together with his students they were all bundled back onto the ship, heading toward Wano country. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Red Dog Station near Wano country finally received reinforcements from the world government on the third day, a 1,000-man army composed of the latest pacifista models, as well as CP-0 agents responsible for intelligence. So boring, Captain Teach. Do we have to stay put here obediently? On the island, the Blackbeard pirates gathered in a tent. The Sheriff Lafitte complained lazily. Bear with it for now. Once the Navy takes care of Ron, we'll be free. Blackbeard said, retracting his gaze from outside the tent and trying to persuade them. At this moment he sighed inwardly. The strength of the Navy and the world government was indeed not to be underestimated. They could even produce humanoid weapons of this caliber. In the distance, a squad of pacifista resembling Kuma slowly marched past the Blackbeard pirates' tent. Their aura was subdued, yet it inexplicably stirred a sense of unease in Blackbeard's heart. This was absolutely impossible in the past. Clearly these pacifista were completely different from the ones he had encountered before. Muruhuhu, I actually think this place is pretty nice. I'd love to stay here forever. Katarina Devon, the Crescent Moon Hunter, licked her lips with a disgusting smile, her gaze fixed on a young Marine guard standing nearby. Her words immediately drew disdainful glances from the others. Damn, was this woman a bitch in heat wherever she went. Everyone grumbled inwardly. Just then, buzz. A sudden urgent alarm blared. The Blackbeard pirates' expressions turned grave as they rushed to the tent's entrance. Looking into the distance, Marines were assembling all over the island, their faces tense, as if a great enemy was approaching. What's going on? Could it be Ron? Lafitte asked, his gaze involuntarily shifting, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, it's him. Blackbeard Teach nodded heavily, his expression extremely solemn. Meanwhile, more than a dozen kilometers away from the island. On the deck, Ron let out a long sigh with a faint smile, gazing at the naval officer collapsed before him. Kaido had been captured. The world government had dispatched massive reinforcements, replenishing the Marines' depleted forces. One staggering revelation after another came pouring from the officer's trembling lips. Mr. Ron, perhaps we should avoid them for now. The Marines are clearly prepared for us, Marco said with deep concern. Indeed, and besides, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Ace echoed, his eyes filled with worry. Even Kaido had been captured. This meant they would inevitably clash head-on with the Marines. Moreover, through their time with Ron and the other legendary figures, they had come to understand that the world government was far more formidable than it appeared on the surface. Even the five elders possessed considerable power, and beyond them lurked an even more enigmatic presence. They could be annihilated at any moment. No, that simply won't do. If Kaido had the courage to challenge them alone, how can we with our numbers allow ourselves to be overshadowed? Newgate, really, what do you two think? Ron turned with a gentle smile, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. Whitebeard and the others exchanged glances, and involuntarily the corners of their lips curled upward. Gururara, a mere brat who just lit a candle, dares to flaunt his trivial achievements before me. It seems it's time I taught him a lesson. Whitebeard's laughter rang with unrestrained mirth. The Marines. I've fought them my entire life. Mr. Ron, just give the order, Rayleigh said with an easy smile, his tone utterly nonchalant. Shishishishi. A grand spectacle, is it? Vice Captain Ron, I've grown quite fond of your ambition. It seems we are kindred spirits. Neither of us has forgotten our dreams. Golden Lion burst into a wild, maniacal laughter. It was precisely this version of Ron that was worthy of his allegiance. Laughter filled the deck. Witnessing the long-lost fervor blazing in their father's and the other legends' eyes, Ace, Marco, and the younger generation exchanged knowing glances, sighed softly, and then broke into smiles. Father and the others really are incorrigible, aren't they? Noting that no one raised any objections, the smile in Ron's eyes deepened. Since we are all in agreement, before we commence hostilities, shouldn't we as gentlemen first extend a courtesy call to Akainu? He said with a grin, his gaze settling on the lone Marine on the deck. He strode forward, looking down at the man. Hey, you there. You were just reporting to Akainu, weren't you? Let me borrow your den mushi. On the deck, caught between Ron's smiling face and the overwhelming pressure radiated by the surrounding legendary pirates, the reconnaissance Marine trembled violently, his uniform soaked through with cold sweat. I. His lips turned pale as he stammered, as if trying to form words. How troublesome. I'll just take it myself, Ron said with a look of exasperation. Was he truly that intimidating? With that, he snatched the den mushi from the Marine's hands and dialed. Buru, buru, burut. Buru, buru, burut. The insistent ringing of the den mushi echoed across the deck, but within seconds the call was connected. Moshi, this is Akainu. What is it now? A puzzled voice came through the receiver. Why were they calling again at this moment? Hadn't they just reported in, and hadn't he already ordered them to return immediately? But in the very next second, hello there, long time no see, Akainu. How are your wounds? I heard you're planning to make a move against me again. Ron's unmistakably provocative voice came through. Inside the island camp, Akainu's veins bulged instantly. Ron. Viscous magma erupted from his palm along with searing heat. With a sharp sizzle, the den mushi, unable to withstand the extreme temperature, was instantly scorched into a dried husk, then reduced to ash that scattered in his palm. The connection was severed. All hands prepare for battle this instant. Akainu's enraged roar thundered across the island, carrying for miles. Meanwhile, back on the deck, a profound silence hung in the air. Ron stared at the now dead den mushi in disbelief. Was the man's temper really that explosive? Beside him, Whitebeard and the others burst into shameless laughter. Gururara. Dr. Ron, it seems your plan has backfired. The fleet admiral apparently doesn't wish to speak with you. Whitebeard laughed so hard tears nearly streamed down his face. In the time he had spent with Ron, he had laughed more than he had in an entire year. I bet Akainu is so furious, he probably smashed the den mushi, which is why the call abruptly cut off. Rayleigh speculated with an amused grin. Seeing everyone around him thoroughly entertained, dark lines creased Ron's forehead. After a brief moment, with a hint of self-deprecating humor, he tossed the den mushi back into the shell-shocked Marine's arms, and muttered with a touch of complaint. He must have gotten his position through connections. His temperament is nothing like a fleet admiral's. Nowhere near as composed as that old man Sengoku. The others offered no rebuttal. The corruption within the Marines was hardly a secret. What they found far more amusing was watching their dear Dr. Ron get bested. One sees enough hypocrisy to turn one's stomach. The halted ship resumed its course, cutting through the waves toward Wano country. As time passed, they could gradually discern countless marine warships floating off the coast of a distant solitary island. Behind these warships stood a massive formation of identical assembly line-like colossi perfectly aligned. Therefore stood several mysterious figures dressed in crisp white suits, their faces concealed behind exquisite gemstone masks. They were the world government's reinforcements, the Pacifista and CP0. At the very front of this imposing assembly, Akainu's familiar rose-red suit was an eye-catching spectacle. His expression was terrifyingly grim, flanked by several other formidable figures. The languid Admiral Kazuru, Borsellino. The former Fleet Admiral, Sengoku. The hero of the Marines, Garp. It was an unprecedented display of power, nothing short of a grand feast. Well, it seems things have taken a serious turn. The Marines certainly didn't hold back this time, Ron remarked from the ship, taking in the sight before him. He couldn't help but let out a low whistle of astonishment. It seems the Navy's operation this time is no small matter. Ron's voice echoed across the deck. Judging by the apparent strength of both sides, Ron's forces seemed to hold the advantage, for this ship harbored nearly half of the legendary pirates of the Grand Line. Yet upon closer perception, the sudden appearance of the CP0 agents on the opposing side radiated an aura far from ordinary. Especially the dense and orderly array of thousands of pacifistas, which were clearly distinct from those that had appeared at Marineford. The disparity in true strength between the two forces remained unclear. Mr. Ron, are we going to win this time? Ace, unaware of the underlying tension, was the first to speak, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. The Navy's lineup this time was clearly not as formidable as the last. They merely had a few more pacifistas which they could handle themselves, given all the beatings they had endured recently. On the ship, the other younger members wore looks of relief. They had thought the Navy would bring in someone truly formidable, but this wasn't one of the admirals already missing, having defected to their side. What reason did they have to lose? Grr, a little Ace, don't get too cocky just yet. Those fellows in white are not to be trifled with. At the very least, you all need to be careful when the time comes. Whitebeard laughed as he offered his warning. His sons were always so impulsive, they couldn't afford to hold Ron back at this critical moment. Whitebeard's tone was casual, but those present dared not take his words lightly. Instantly, a sense of caution fell over everyone, and Ace focused his full attention on the CP0 agents opposite them. If even Pops said they were difficult to deal with, didn't that mean these individuals were extremely dangerous? Don't just stand there gawking, the battle is about to begin. Just as everyone was silently heeding Whitebeard's words, Ron's voice suddenly rang out on the deck. The others snapped back to attention. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between them and the opposing side had shrunk to less than 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers, a mere 2,000 meters. For ordinary people, it might still be a considerable distance, but for those present and a few on the opposing side, who could destroy cities and rend the earth at will, this distance was negligible. In comparison, this distance was utterly insignificant. Boom. Without any warning, Akainu on the beach opposite made the first move. Magma writhed across his body, coalescing into a small mobile volcano. A single punch was launched with ferocious force, the scorching molten magma propelled by immense volcanic pressure vaulting across the sky and hurtling down towards Ron's ship. Like a fiery red meteor, it streaked across the heavens, trailing a long tail of flame imbued with an aura of annihilation as it descended with a thunderous roar. The sky was stained crimson. Quite rude, attacking directly without a word. Ron stood at the forefront, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke calmly. The pale red glow of the magma reflected on his handsome face. Using that trick again, is it? Gururara. A mere candlelighter, brat. Even as the Fleet Admiral, you're still just lighting candles. Let me handle this. Beside him, Whitebeard laughed heartily as he threw a devastating punch. The next moment, space itself cracked, dense and distinct fissures spreading across the space around the ship. With just this single strike, everyone on board was astounded. Shahaha, Newgate, are you trying to destroy the Navy's entire foothold? Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but burst into laughter nearby. Crack, crack. The fissures intensified, and the fiery meteor shower in the sky was instantly annihilated. Boundless energy gushed forth from the cracks. Much to the dismay of Akainu and the others, the sea was instantly upheaved, layers of towering waves surging violently and crashing towards the opposing side with overwhelming force. The sky darkened. Their opening moves were already the pinnacle of power. On the deck, Ace and the others watched with intense excitement. Since we've started a war, why not make it even grander? Shiki, what are you waiting for? At that moment, everyone heard Ron's light chuckle. This wasn't enough. They were going to make it even bigger. The others were stunned. Then they saw the Golden Lion nearby, a wide grin splitting his face, revealing a fierce set of gleaming teeth. My thoughts exactly, Captain Ron. Shahaha. With a light tap of his foot, the legendary pirate soared into the air like a bird, ascending hundreds of meters in an instant. He landed lightly upon the crest of the surging waves. Lion's might Goshinjichi. Like a sea god commanding the ocean, he gave a mighty sweep of his hand, and the chaotic waves grew even more ferocious, as if a slumbering beast had been awakened. The waves, initially only 100 meters tall, surged to 1,000 in an instant, racing across the sea, eager to destroy everything in the world. Rumble. The waves towered, the sound deafening and awe-inspiring. Damn it. Garp Borsalino attack with me. On the island, feeling the overwhelming deluge of seawater rushing towards them, Sengoku, abandoning all caution, shouted in fury, and quickly summoned Garp and the others to join him in defense. As he spoke, a flash of golden light burst from his body. The dim light, obscured by the towering seawater, was instantly illuminated, becoming almost blinding. A colossal golden Buddha 100 meters tall materialized on the island as if a deity had descended upon the world. The sweeping movements of its fists and palms carried immense power. Yasakani no Magatama. Simultaneously on the other side, as Garp prepared to strike, Kizuru, the fastest among them, had already made his move. A torrent of golden light particles poured from his hands, each one containing devastating energy. As they collided with the seawater, thunderous explosions erupted and flames engulfed the entire ocean surface. Fistbone Meteor. Buddha Palm. Sengoku and Garp attacked together. Compressed shockwaves and fist energy were unleashed from their palms, carrying terrifying kinetic force, kicking up even larger waves upon the sea. Thousands of tons of seawater were blasted apart simultaneously, instantly turning into a torrent of droplets that rained back down into the ocean, engulfing the entire island, as if in a torrential downpour. Below, all the Navy soldiers were drenched by the seawater, their faces pale with shock and terror. Boom. Boom. The clash between the two sides had begun. Kahaha. Sengoku, Garp, how does it feel to be drenched by the water? Gold Lion Shiki stood proudly atop the crest of the wave, looking down from his commanding height. His piercing laughter filled the entire sky. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned a massive amount of seawater which rose and formed new tidal waves that surged violently toward the island. Meanwhile, on the other side, damn it, Ron shouted furiously from the bow of the ship. Does that bastard Shiki ever consider my position over here? His clothes were completely soaked, water dripping down in droplets, making him look like nothing less than a drowned rat. When the waves had risen moments ago, countless seawater had fallen onto the ship, soaking everyone aboard. They had all received an unwanted free saltwater bath. The crew members smiled sheepishly. Unfortunately, Gold Lion Shiki was completely unable to hear Ron's curses at the moment, as he was entirely focused on dealing with Sengoku and the others. In a way, he was a remarkably competent pawn. After all, pirates who were so eager to serve as the vanguard were quite rare. Mr. Ron, we should hurry over there, or else that Shiki fellow might end up in trouble. Noticing Ron's dark expression, Rayleigh said helplessly while wringing out his soaked clothes. What's the rush? Let that guy take a beating and learn his lesson. Ron grumbled in annoyance. Despite his words, he couldn't truly abandon the man to his fate, since Shiki was someone he had brought along. Everyone hold on tight. Ron warned the others with a grim look, and they obediently stood still without daring to utter a word. Then, rise. At Ron's command, the sea churned violently, and the ship instantly lifted off the water's surface, as if gravity had lost its hold, floating in midair before the astonished eyes of everyone aboard. SSSHHH. Ein's eyes widened to their absolute limits, darting back and forth between Gold Lion Shiki on the waves, and Ron, her face etched with overwhelming disbelief. Is this the float fruit? It shouldn't be. It might be a similar type of devil fruit ability. Zephyr concluded with a single glance that Ron's power was definitely not the same devil fruit ability. Having only recently joined and knowing that Ron's ability was indeed not the float fruit's power, Zephyr was not particularly astonished by the abilities Ron had displayed so far. The ship floated through the air, traversing over 1,000 meters in an instant, crossing the towering tidal waves and arriving above the island. By now, Gold Lion Shiki was beginning to show signs of weakness. Despite having every advantage of terrain and circumstance, he was running out of steam against the combined assault of the Marine's 3 top-tier combatants. Below, the tidal waves had been completely dispersed, leaving only Gold Lion Shiki, standing alone in midair, desperately fending off the combined assault of the Marine admirals. Under the relentless barrage, Shiki was being driven back step by step, fresh blood staining his clothes once more. Shiki, looks like you're not doing so well out here. Already wounded, are you? Ron sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, propping his chin on one hand with a languid expression, showing no sign of concern whatsoever. Damn it, who says I'm not doing well? I can take on all 3 of them by myself. Shiki stubbornly craned his neck and forcefully weathered the incoming attacks. If one ignored the trail of blood at the corner of his mouth, anyone looking on would have given him a thumbs up and called him a true warrior. Oh, is that so? Then we'll just sit here and enjoy the show, Ron said, lazily shifting his posture to lie on his side at the ship's bow, propping his head up with one hand, looking every bit the part of a spectator relishing the entertainment. Rayleigh, observing from the sidelines, felt several black lines form on his forehead. The younger members behind him were twitching uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths. Boss, this is a battlefield, for crying out loud. If you mess around like this, someone's going to end up dead. Nearby, Whitebeard was also looking like someone who couldn't care less about the chaos, casually picking up a jug of sake and taking a hearty swig. It's all on you now, Shiki. Try to wipe out these Marines, gura la 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 la. His deep, booming voice echoed across the entire island. In an instant, the tense atmosphere of the battlefield began to shift in a strange new direction. These bastards are as insufferable as ever. Sengoku threw a punch forcing Shiki back, then turned around. His enormous golden Buddha eyes gleamed with radiant light as he spoke with a hint of annoyance. I couldn't agree more with what Sengoku-san just said. Kizaru had appeared beside Sengoku at some point wearing an expression that said, "I completely endorse your opinion." Sengoku glanced sideways at him, inwardly fuming, "You lazy slacker, who the hell asked for your approval? What I need your agreement for?" The battle instantly found its equilibrium, leaving only Garp dealing with Shiki's reckless all-out attacks. Hey, you two bastards, stop slacking off." Garp complained in protest. It had always been him who coasted through battles, and now even Sengoku was starting to pick up bad habits. Unfortunately, Sengoku pretended not to hear him at all. As for Kizaru, he wore a look of vigilant readiness, staring intensely at Ron and the others above. "Those people up there are extremely dangerous. Hey, Newgate, you've got time to sit around drinking. Aren't you going to take care of your own family? See that? Your son, the one missing a tooth, the one called Teach, is watching you." Seeing Shiki get bloodied after taunting him, Ron ignored Sengoku's glare from below, turned his head, lifted his chin slightly to indicate a spot at the base of the island, and then teased Whitebeard with a sidelong glance. "Teach." Those two words seemed to carry a strange magical power. Instantly, killing intent erupted across the ship, and the temperature plummeted to freezing point. On the deck, every single person, Marco, Ace, Jozu, and Whitebeard himself, had fire blazing in their eyes, their fierce aura nearly piercing through the heavens. "Teach, I'll kill you." In a burst of fury, Ace's entire body ignited with raging flames. With a roar, he lunged forward, ready to charge out. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Marco blocked his path, holding Ace back. Ace looked up, his burning eyes tinged with confusion. "Marco, the commander, you. Watch what Pops will do." Before he could finish his sentence, Marco's words cut him off. Ace instinctively looked up and saw that Whitebeard's face was now dark as thunderclouds, his right hand already gripping Murakamajiri tightly. A chilling, sinister aura slowly began to emanate from his body. "Dr. Ron, there won't be any trouble if I take care of some family business right now, will there?" His voice carried a hint of hoarseness. "Go right ahead. Please, by all means, enjoy yourself." Ron's reply was simple. Lying at the bow, he waved his hand casually with a relaxed, carefree demeanor. Those words seemed to give Whitebeard the justification he needed to act. Upon receiving Ron's response, his eyes blazed open with fury. As his eyes opened and closed, an awe-inspiring, world-swallowing aura rose from him, causing everyone present to be visibly shaken. Before anyone could even react. Boom. The ship shook violently, and Whitebeard's figure vanished from where he stood in an instant, leaving behind only a thunderous roar that echoed across the island. "Teach, come and die." At that moment, below, boom. The earth cracked as if a cannonball had struck the ground, trembled violently, stirring up a great cloud of dust, and a burly figure faintly emerged within. "Captain Dickey, it seems we've been spotted. What should we do? Should we take care of him?" On the open ground in front of the tent, the ghost sheriff, wearing a flashy shirt and a black top hat, casually toyed with a cane sword in his hand. His eyes held a hint of mockery as he spoke. Times have changed. They were no longer the same as before, backed by the Navy, and with Captain Dickey having successfully fused a second devil fruit. The man opposite was someone who should have died long ago. The grave was his only proper destination. Ziahaha, of course. As a son, how could I not see off my beloved father on his final journey? Blackbeard stepped to the front, his mouth wide open, his smile wild and disgusting. As he spoke, he flicked his left hand. The next moment, an invisible barrier emerged from his body, enveloping the entire island, and even Whitebeard within it. Silence. The entire battlefield fell silent instantly, and the clamor abruptly ceased. What is this? Why can't I hear anything suddenly? Am I deaf? The expressions of the people on the battlefield immediately turned panicked. They slapped their ears, looking utterly bewildered. Huh. On the ship's bow, Luo, and sensing the anomaly, raised an eyebrow and immediately sat up. But soon a hint of amusement appeared on his face. The silence fruit. What a naive idea. That's right, this was the second devil fruit ability that Blackbeard possessed. Its sole purpose was to counter Whitebeard's power. Recruited by Red Dog, he naturally understood his role in this battle. To ensure his survival, he had no choice but to secure the silence fruit through a deal with the Navy, using this as leverage. As time slowly passed, the smoke that had shrouded the island's open ground gradually dissipated, revealing Whitebeard hidden beneath. Under the light, his figure was robust, every muscle reflecting the glow of power like a victorious warrior. Whitebeard swung the kanji-unki, creating gusts of wind. Shwa! A cold flash appeared on the field. Whitebeard crossed 100 meters in an instant, appearing above Blackbeard with the kanji-unki raised high. The sharp blade grew larger in his eyes. Bastard. Dark hole. The previously silent field erupted with a furious roar from Blackbeard Dickey, his eyes glaring with rage. He swung his right hand violently. A mass of viscous black mist instantly appeared from his palm, layered and swirling like a breathing vortex, blocking the space between him and Whitebeard. The kanji-unki fell as commanded. There was no sound of a violent collision as expected. All sound and vibration were completely isolated. All that could be seen was the kanji-unki gradually sinking into the darkness. Whitebeard clenched his fist and with his free hand struck Blackbeard's chest fiercely. A fierce wind accompanied a faint glow, sending an inexplicable chill through Blackbeard and his men. But the next moment it was clearly visible that the faint glow covering Whitebeard's fist suddenly dissipated as if it had been specifically targeted. Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability vanished. Pat. A soundless collision. Whitebeard's fist was caught by Blackbeard Dickie's other hand. Ziaha. Old man, it seems your power isn't so effective against me. He curled his lips, revealing uneven yellow teeth, his smile, both triumphant and disgusting. Is this your reliance, the courage to stand before me, Dickie? Whitebeard snorted coldly, then as Blackbeard looked on in shock, he suddenly lifted his leg. His foot planted firmly on Blackbeard's chest, sending pain several times greater than normal surging through Blackbeard's nerves into his brain. Bang! Under the horrified gazes of the surrounding subordinates, their captain Dickie flew backward. As if struck by a cannonball, he crashed through countless trees before finally slamming into a hard rock, barely coming to a stop. Blackbeard's body slid down. Crash! The shattered rock behind him was revealed to everyone. The scene became utterly silent, but then a piercing scream rang out, echoing across the entire island. In that instant, the Silence Fruit's soundproof barrier had been dispelled. It hurts so much. Blackbeard rolled on the ground, dust flying, in a disgraceful state. Seeing this, AC and the others on the ship felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Whitebeard ignored it all. He picked up the kanjiunki with one hand, his eyes cold, and walked with steady steps toward Blackbeard. Pat pat. Each step was as heavy as a mountain, revealing an overwhelming and domineering presence. At that moment, the ghost sheriff Layfight and his men's eyes narrowed, and a strong sense of retreat surged in their hearts. They were afraid, having thought the Silence Fruit would completely counter the Tremor Fruit. That was indeed true. But Whitebeard was simply inhumanly strong. Captain Dickie was no match for him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Whitebeard approached, the attention of everyone on the field was drawn to him, following his steps. Luoan was no exception. A look of interest appeared in his eyes. He sat cross-legged on the ship's bow, wanting to witness this classic scene that would be remembered by all. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as he expected. Boom. The temperature suddenly became scorching hot, and a gigantic magma fist emerged from below, striking violently toward the ship's bottom. Control. Schwa. The entire ship swiftly shifted sideways by hundreds of meters, barely dodging the attack from below. Luoan stood up from the bow, looking down at Red Dog below with a helpless expression and a hint of impatience. You're getting annoying. Are all you Navy people like this? You're really not likable. On the scene, the two sides stood in a standoff. The entire island was split into 2 factions, Ron and his allies above, while Akainu and his forces remained below. Everyone sees Ron together. Ignoring Ron's complaints, Akainu's eyes darkened as he tore off his admiral's cloak. The sea breeze stirred, revealing the rose-patterned embroidery on his crimson suit. Great eruption. Meteor volcano. A scorching heat surged as Akainu transformed into a human cannonball, hurtling upward from below. Magma rolled, distorting the air with its searing intensity. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of meters, aiming directly at the keel of Ron's ship. If you wish to attack Mr. Ron, you must first pass through me. A flash of dazzling blue light appeared, and in the next moment, Marco's figure suddenly emerged, blocking Akainu's path. Boom. The raging magma erupted, colliding head-on with Marco. Countless splatters of lava scattered, turning into a shower of sparks. Marco's brow furrowed. The brutal impact, combined with blistering heat, created a force far beyond simple addition. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes. Whoosh. As Akainu and Marco remained locked in stalemate, the warships floating in the sky plummeted as if stripped of their devil fruit powers, crashing straight down toward the marine forces below. The sky emptied, leaving only Ron's ship. Akainu looked up, fury blazing in his eyes, only to meet Ron's relaxed gaze brimming with amusement. Sorry, I was lost in thought. The warships weighing dozens of tons howled through the air, throwing the Marines on the island into chaos. Master Zephyr, our ship. I couldn't help but cry out. It's fine, just a few vessels. Seeing those Marines' priceless expressions makes this trade more than worth it. Zephyr patted her shoulder reassuringly with a smile. Then glancing at Ron on the bow, Zephyr leaped downward, his booming voice echoing across the scene. Sengoku, it's been a while. Let's have a proper brawl. Ha ha. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the warships were shattered, reduced to fragments before they even hit the ground, dancing in the air. After destroying the ships, Ron had dropped. A sudden sense of danger struck Sengoku. He looked up sharply, and a purple figure caught his Buddha's gaze. Zephyr, how is he on Ron's ship? His pupils contracted in disbelief. In his moment of hesitation, Zephyr's attack had already arrived. The mechanical arm swung with immense force, crashing down toward Sengoku, who had no choice but to parry. The next instant, a fierce gale erupted as another intense clash unfolded on the battlefield. Boom. The collision between the mechanical arm and the Buddha palm unleashed a tremendous shockwave. A palpable pressure swept across the scene, a powerful current spreading outward like a fan in all directions. The two parted after a brief contact. Sengoku remained in place, while Zephyr used the rebounding force to somersault backward, landing several hundred meters away. You've grown stronger, Sengoku said gravely. Haha, did you expect me to spend my days like you scheming and coddling pirates? Zephyr's tone dripped with sarcasm. It must be said that Ron's medical reputation across the seas was no hollow boast. Though the time was too short to restore his lost right arm, treating minor ailments like asthma and old injuries was a simple task. Zephyr's voice was laden with resentment. Sengoku felt helpless. He was still misunderstood. And indeed the Marines had failed this man who had devoted half his life to justice. Words were useless. The only option left was combat. Crash. With a thunderous roar, both figures moved simultaneously. Zephyr stomped the ground, leaving a massive crater, and his form blurred, trailing a long afterimage as he charged at Sengoku. Sengoku met him with a sweeping Buddha palm. The impact shook the entire battlefield. The battle has begun. I suppose I'd better get moving too. In the distance, Kizaru wore an insufferable expression. The swirling mist coated his sunglasses with a thin layer of dust. After scanning the battlefield, Kizaru raised a finger, aiming it at Ron above. A brilliant golden light flickered into existence. Laser. The next moment, a golden beam flashed, and a massive fireball erupted in the distant sky, accompanied by a violent shockwave. Blocked, huh? How unfortunate, Kizaru said with a hint of disappointment. In his sight, a figure emerged from the explosion high in the air. The figure descended rapidly, snow-white curls fluttering in the fierce wind, a single lens reflecting the sunlight. It was Rayleigh, Kizaru's old rival. Slap. Rayleigh landed steadily, his robes billowing, without stirring a speck of dust. Their eyes met briefly in the air. It seems we'll be crossing swords again. Can't be helped. Marine justice doesn't allow me to go easy on pirates. As he spoke, Kizaru extended his hands, a golden blade of light forming in his palm. Across from him, Rayleigh drew a longsword. Without a word, both vanished simultaneously. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as their figures collided. A grand contest of wits had begun. The battle below raged fiercely. All the top brass of the Navy were completely tied down. Seeing this, Ron did not linger any longer. After several searches, he finally found the trapped Kaido in a corner of the island. With a rustle of air currents, the ship carrying the younger generation slowly descended, landing before a cliff on the backside of the island, stirring up a fierce gust of wind on the ground. Looking around, his gaze soon locked onto a huge pit of water beneath the cliff, where an immense amount of seawater continuously flowed into it through channels. Clearly visible in the center of this temporarily excavated lake was a massive cage made entirely of sea stone. Finally found you. Ron jumped down from the ship with a snap, smiling as he looked at Kaido in the distant cage. Without needing his instruction, Marco and the other youngsters immediately moved to rescue the former. Just then, a dense sound of footsteps suddenly arose. Countless pacifistas identical in appearance and build emerged from the forest and surrounded them. Marco and the others held their breath. With a series of patters, several mysterious figures, tall and clad in white cloaks and neat suits wearing delicate masks, quietly appeared. They passed through the pacifistas and stood before Ron and the others. Suddenly, everyone became highly alert. Orange-red flames blazed from Ace's body, while beside him Josu's entire form was covered in hard diamond, shining dazzlingly on the scene. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. CP0, I'm curious. Can the five elders really not tolerate me anymore, or is the one behind them already eager to see me dead? Ron asked with some curiosity. As his words fell, the pupils of the CP0 members instantly contracted, as if startled by his remarks. Bastard, do not insult the five elders. The five elders are the supreme leaders of the world government. One of them, wearing a red mask, could not help but step forward and rebuke. Then the shortest CP0 in front suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Clearly this short CP0 was the captain of the group. Words are useless. They will only bring you more suffering in prison. Ron, surrender now, or don't blame us for being rude. A cold, low voice came from under the short captain's mask. Surrender. As if hearing a ridiculous joke, the corners of Ron's mouth curled up uncontrollably. He shook his head with a hint of mockery and said, I thought the strongest intelligence agency would say something impressive. After all that, it's still the same old tune. Pathetic. You don't even know who your true master is, yet you're barking here. These words immediately caused a surge of intense killing intent from the CP0 opposite. Since that's the case, then die. The next moment, the short captain struck first. His form moved like lightning, appearing before Ron in an instant as he pointed his finger. The air was pierced, emitting a sharp scream. Rokushiki Shurgon. A fierce wind rushed at him. Feeling the incoming killing intent, the mockery in Ron's eyes deepened. Rokushiki. Kid, you don't know who your ancestor is. Sora knee strike. With that, Ron's feet rapidly tapped the ground dozens of times, his body erupting like a cannonball. The short captain's heart shuddered, sensing trouble. He changed his move mid-strike, crossing his arms in front of his chest to block. A faint sound of bone cracking echoed. Ron's knee solidly struck the short captain. His arms went limp and his chest took the full force of the blow. In an instant, the short captain flew backward faster than before, crashing through the crowd and heavily into the cliff behind. Like a giant spiderweb, cracks spread from his back, splattering drops of crimson that stood out starkly against his white suit. All of this happened extremely fast, almost in the blink of an eye. The CP-0 members only saw a blur before their captain flew back severely wounded. Captain, the red-masked CP-0's eyes widened in fury. Seeing Ron still smiling, he could barely restrain himself from going berserk. With a rustle eye, "Cough, I'm fine." Accompanied by weak coughing, the short captain's voice came from behind. He slowly stood up from the rubble, wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked at Ron with a very grave expression. "I underestimated you, Ron. I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level." He tore off his cloak and walked slowly toward Ron. Ron gave a non-committal smile. A pack of loyal dogs who didn't even know whom they were dying for were not worthy of his words. Seeing Ron's disdainful attitude, the short captain's anger flared, nearly overwhelming his reason. "Altogether, take him down." The short captain's roar echoed over the island. Below, the 3 CP-0 members, including the captain, vanished from their spots. The air exploded and fierce killing intent unfolded around Ron. Rankyaku Shuden, Flying Shirgon, Rokushiki Oji Rokwogen. With just 3 of them, they displayed the momentum of 1,000 troops. No wonder they were hailed as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. Their strength far surpassed the lowest-ranked CP-9. If not for Ron, one could say these people had pushed the potential of Rokushiki to its limits. The battle on the field erupted instantly. Ron fought against the 3 CP-0 members alone. For figures intertwined rapidly in the center of the island, their bodies almost invisible. The shockwaves from the explosions instantly covered the entire island. Waves of earth and seawater were flung into the air, turning into a thick cloud of dust that shrouded the rear of the island. Meanwhile, the moment CP-0 made their move, the pacifistas surrounding them seemed to activate again. Humming, a pair of ruthless red lights glowed in their eyes. Then a golden light blazed on the scene. Dazzling beams of light erupted from the mouths of these pacifistas, leaving almost no time for reaction before the attack was launched. Explosions roared, red light rampaged, and the sound of blasts echoed to the skies. "Bastard, dodge." Marco's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly told the others to get out of the way while he transformed into his phoenix form, soared into the sky, and then dove down, using the momentum to smash into the ground below. The sharp wind whistled past his ears. But just then a change occurred. Several pacifistas flashed red again in their eyes. A chill spread, and they instantly formed a thick ice wall directly in front. With a crash, ice shards flew everywhere. Marco broke through the ice wall with a kick, then landed on the ground using the rebound force. A hint of shock appeared in his eyes. Is this Akiji's ability? Then, to Marco's even greater disbelief, the surrounding air became scorching hot. Steam rose, and a vast expanse of crimson red filled his pupils. Magma sprayed from the palm holes of the pacifistas, covering the sky like a torrential rain. Anti-eye flame pillar. At that moment, Ace acted. Blazing flames swirled around him, twisting into a fiery tornado that shot into the sky. The overwhelming magma was forcibly dispersed, falling in all directions. Ice shards mingled with magma, extreme heat and extreme cold interweaving, instantly turning the entire battlefield into a death zone. Ron, engaged in combat, observed all of this. With a bang, Ron launched a Rankyaku, sending the red-masked CP-0 reeling backward. He stopped, looking at the battlefield behind him, engulfed in roaring flames. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Fusing the abilities of 3 admirals. It seems the Navy Science Department has some talent. Suddenly a name flashed through his mind. The brilliant scientist said to surpass human wisdom by 500 years, Vegapunk. Also the creator of the dynamite rocks. Is this the Navy's trump card? It's far from enough. Not enough. Then what about me? A low roar burst through the clouds on the island. All present were stunned. Clearly a figure suddenly shot out from beneath the seawater, where Kaido was swift as lightning, in an instant closing in. The heavy pressure of his fist seemed to carry the weight of 10,000 June. The air was compressed into a milky white shape. The piercing wind howled, spreading across the entire island like muffled thunder. Boom. With a clash, Luoan was sent flying backward, instantly piercing through the entire cliff and directly crashing into the deep sea thousands of zhang away. Splash. A massive tsunami erupted on the sea surface, waves towering thousands of zhang high. The commotion was immense. In an instant, it alerted the entire battlefield. Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Golden Lion, Zephyr, and others all paused, subconsciously shifting their gazes slightly, their eyes flickering with uncertain light. That person. It was one of the 5 elders. On the scene, a middle-aged man with golden disheveled hair suddenly appeared on the island. His expression was arrogant, and the 3 CP-0 members before him surrounded him with extreme deference. "Lord Yitian Gue, you have arrived," the short squad leader said respectfully. "Ha ha, what is Luoan? How can a base bloodline surpass the descendant of the gods like me?" At this moment, the golden-haired 5 elder laughed with extreme arrogance. After hearing the short squad leader's voice, his expression returned to a haughty state. He coldly ordered, "Go bring the sea stone and fish that fellow out. I want to torment him thoroughly." "Yes." The 3 who received the order exchanged glances, each took out a sea stone bracelet, and immediately left the spot. Those who had eaten devil fruits, now submerged in water, were like fish on a chopping board, ready to be butchered. Mr. Luo-en, stop them. Don't let them get through. Just as the CP-0 members were carrying the sea stone handcuffs to capture Luo, a furious roar from Jozu suddenly erupted on the scene. He charged like a titan, unstoppable, his entire body covered in hard diamond, hurtling madly toward one of the CP-0 members opposite. Even the pacifistas could not stop him. Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor. At that moment, Ace also unleashed his ultimate move wildly, draining his stamina. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he instantly transformed into a huge spiral of flames so vast that it covered half the island in an instant. Not only that, but he raised his arm high above his head. The next moment, the flames surged, turning into a towering pillar of fire. The intense heat wave sent the pacifistas staggering, and even with the power of the ice fruit, it was impossible to resist the unimaginable temperature. I will never let you pass. Condense, HHHH. Ace's blood-curdling roar echoed across the island. Under his reckless overdraft, the sky-high pillar of fire instantly condensed into a massive fireball, so vast it occupied most of the island. At this moment, Ace was like a human god of fire. He held the fireball above his head, his eyes icy, his gaze fixed on the three CP-0 members briefly held back by Jozu and others. His voice was like a low whisper from the abyss. Firm and unwavering, yet carrying a soul-stirring aura. If you want to harm Mr. Luo-en, you'll have to step over me, Ace. With that, the fireball descended. Under the horrified gaze of the three CP-0 members, the enormous fireball in the sky plummeted, ignoring even Jozu and others who were still entangled, determined to destroy the enemy and their companions alike. Boom. The earth was reduced to ash. As the fireball erupted, a striking red mushroom cloud rose slowly, illuminating countless faces. Its scale was so vast that it covered not only the entire island, but also affected the surrounding sea area, with massive amounts of water vapor obscuring the view. From a distance, the entire island looked like a celestial realm. Bastard! How dare you burn my hair? The golden-haired Five Elder was furious, repeatedly patting the burning ends of his hair. His angry expression had lost all previous lofty demeanor. Gururara, how pathetic. Calling yourself a descendant of the gods, yet you still cry out in pain when burned. Whitebeard couldn't help but gloat. At his feet, one could clearly see the severely wounded figures of Lafitte and others, including Marshal D. Teach. Ace has really made a name for himself this time. Newgate, aren't you worried? Rayleigh, who had ceased fighting with Kizaru due to the earlier disturbance, chuckled as he approached Newgate. Worried about what? About Dr. Luo-en. I absolutely refuse to believe that this would frustrate him. Perhaps he's already mastered Akiji's ice fruit ability. What do you think, Kazani? Whitebeard smiled, turning his gaze toward the only one among them who hadn't fought, Akiji. Before coming here, Luo-en had already said that if Kazan was unwilling to fight, no one would force him. I don't know. In response to Whitebeard's question, Akiji honestly shook his head. When he looked towards the distant sea, a faint trace of tension passed through his eyes. As the three were talking, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, and a familiar voice reached everyone's ears. Jahahaha, how useless. Vice Captain Luo-en was ambushed. Did you see that? He fell into the sea. Do you think he's drowning by now? He might even be rolling his eyes. Golden Lion said, enjoying the chaos. His voice was so loud that almost everyone on the island heard it. Shushishu. As Golden Lion finished speaking, he clearly saw Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Akiji, and others all turn around. The sudden movement left him bewildered. But then Akiji's words left him dumbfounded. Mr. Shiki, I think you should prepare yourself for the next round of treatment. Akiji said very seriously. Whitebeard and the others nodded with serious expressions. Hey, I was just joking. You didn't hear that right. Seeing everyone's solemn faces, Golden Lion panicked. He was truly panicked and hastily explained. At that moment, he was suddenly gripped by fear, recalling the painful memory of Luo-en expressionlessly removing the helm from his head on the ship. Involuntarily, a shiver ran down his spine. Swish, swish, swish. Raging flames swept across the entire island while white mist shrouded the sea. Three figures fled from the mist onto the water in a state of utter disarray, their clothes scorched black, looking utterly pitiful. These three were precisely the CP-0 agents from before. Bastard. A mere pirate dares to injure me. Red Mask CP-0 was furious with humiliation, his eyes blazing with rage, wishing he could immediately return to the island and eliminate all those who had caused them trouble. Alright, stop complaining. The short-statured captain suddenly spoke, his eyes gloomy as he gazed at the mist-shrouded island, then turned his head to look at the sea behind him. The most important thing now is to capture Luo-en before those pirates do, and complete the mission assigned to us by Lord Yitian-Gui. We must not give them even a shred of opportunity. With that, the short captain used Moon Step and vanished from the spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. The other two members exchanged a glance, took a deep look at the island behind them, and then gave chase with all their might. The captain was right. Pirates could be dealt with any time, but if they failed to complete the task assigned by Lord Yitian-Gui, within a short time no good fate awaited them. The three of them gave chase with all their might, and the sky above the vast azure sea echoed with bursts of air explosions. at this moment ahead of them. There Marco, his body ablaze with blue flames, had already appeared 1,000 meters away. He looked down at the sea directly below, then abruptly flapped his wings. Wispy gusts of wind formed around him. As time passed, the breeze quickly transformed into a massive tornado connecting heaven and earth, the gale raging as it plunged deep into the seawater below. Boom! As if the sea god were enraged, a deep roar sounded. The waves overturned, a vast amount of seawater was drawn away, and a fathomless whirlpool instantly appeared on the previously calm surface. Yet even so, there was still no trace of Luo. Not enough. Not deep enough. Marco's expression was determined, but a flash of obvious anxiety inadvertently crossed his eyes. He frantically flapped his wings, increasing the speed of seawater extraction like a madman. Unfortunately, just because of this short delay, the 3 CP-0 agents had already arrived less than 200 meters behind him. They could even clearly see the fleeting mockery in these people's eyes. Is this the futile struggle of the weak? What use is running fast? How pitiful! A devil fruit user who dares not even touch seawater, how can they save anyone? Amid the taunts, Red Mask CP-0 and another member suddenly descended carrying seastone handcuffs as they plunged toward the sea below at incredible speed, so fast that even Marco couldn't react in time. Stop right there. Marco's expression changed drastically with fury. Then he abruptly flapped his wings like a crashing fighter jet, charging at the 2 CP-0 agents attempting to dive into the sea in a desperate manner. But just at that moment, "Sorry, but you'd better stay here." A voice rang in Marco's ear, and a figure suddenly blocked his path. Marco's way was blocked. Not only that, but the short captain, the only one remaining in midair, suddenly swept his leg, his calf churning with vacuum, instantly transforming into countless slashes that rained down on Marco like a dense, overwhelming storm. Marco was overwhelmed. Deafening roars echoed across the sea. After this brief delay, Red Mask CP-0 and his companion had successfully submerged beneath the water. "It seems your rescue plan has failed." Glancing at the 2 splashes in the water below, the short captain felt immensely relieved and spoke with a smile. Marco was furious beyond measure. "Get out of my way." Phoenix brand. Blue flames surged and converged, compressing into a single mass on his right leg. Then he kicked out, causing space to tremble. Under Marco's furious strike, a tangible shockwave slammed solidly into the short captain opposite him. Boom. The short captain was knocked back. "I really underestimated you." Seeing Marco hurriedly rush downward, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. "But this level of attack is far too weak to save anyone in front of me." The short captain moved like lightning, traversing dozens of meters in an instant, as if walking on flat ground, and then intercepted Marco just before he could touch the sea. In his rage, Marco could no longer care about much. He wanted to blast open the sea by sheer force, but unfortunately even this simple idea became a luxury under the CP-0 agent's obstruction. Frustration, regret, unwillingness. All kinds of complex emotions swirled in his heart, ultimately transforming into a torrent of rage that he unleashed fully upon the short captain. "Get lost. Get out of my way." The dense and reckless attacks momentarily overwhelmed the short captain, but the more it happened, the more triumphant he felt inside. "Marco, is it? Accept your pathetic fate. The lower class will always be the lower class. In this world, the celestial dragons are the supreme beings." His tone was filled with deep arrogance. With a face that took pride in being a celestial dragon, one had to admit this expression was utterly nauseating. Just at that moment. Boom. The sea overturned and thousands of tons of seawater soared into the sky as if welcoming the arrival of a new king. A black figure suddenly burst out from within, then hovered in midair, standing side by side with Marco. Truly loyal indeed. Worthy of being the dogs meticulously bred by those celestial dragons. Even the way you bite is exactly like your master's, equally nauseating. As a familiar voice rang out, both Marco and the short captain were stunned. "Mr. Luo, you're okay," Marco said ecstatically. "Don't worry, this little disturbance can't trouble me." Luo smiled, looking relaxed as he comforted Marco beside him. In his hands, he was holding 2 people who seemed to be the 2 CP-0 members who had just entered the water to capture him. After reassuring Marco, Luo turned around, a mysterious smile on his face as he looked at the opposite side. "I should reflect on myself. What exactly gave you such confidence that you dared to attempt to capture me?" The short one suddenly snapped awake, his pupils contracting, and his clothes were instantly soaked with cold sweat. This rhetorical question inexplicably made him feel a terrifying aura of extreme danger. Before he could react, a brilliant pale green light flashed before his eyes, and then the short captain's pupils dilated instantly. Somehow Luo, who had been standing opposite, had vanished. Just as he was filled with shock and doubt, a faint voice suddenly came from behind him. "I forgot to tell you, my strongest skill is not the 6 powers of the Navy, but swordsmanship." "I forgot to tell you, my strongest is not the 6 powers of the Navy, but my swordsmanship." Ron's voice rang out. The short captain's pupils abruptly contracted, and a clear line of blood appeared on his neck. Then he distinctly felt his vision suddenly rise. A fountain of blood sprayed, and the short captain's head flew off, eventually falling into the sea below along with his body. Plop! A bright splash of water rose. Ron shifted his gaze, his eyes swiftly locking onto the golden-haired 5 Elder Star on the island 1,000 meters away. A trace of coldness flickered in his eyes. Next, it's time to settle our final accounts. With that, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. In Marco's horrified gaze, he crossed 1,000 meters and appeared above the distant island in the blink of an eye. Noda K, long time no see. The familiar voice echoed in the sky and reverberated in Noda K's ears. He looked up in terror only to see Ron's right hand wielding a strange ice blade, glowing with a green light, slashing down toward his head. Beneath the sharp blade were a pair of black eyes filled with cold amusement. Noda K's anger surged, and the blazing fury made his entire body tremble. Bastard, why aren't you dead yet? Why? You lowly inferior man, I'll kill you, he roared, swinging his fist fiercely. His fist, wrapped in thick armament hockey, collided with the pale green blade from a distance. Boom. In an instant, an invisible shockwave spread, covering the entire island. Countless trees were cut down at the waist, and the sea churned with waves. The island trembled violently. Crack! Amid the intense scraping sound, a figure suddenly flew backward, hurtling out from the thick smoke and continuing far away. Vaguely, a fleeting golden gleam could be seen on the figure. Suddenly, the expressions of the Marines on the scene drastically changed. Lord Noda K. Akainu's eyes widened, and he stepped forward to offer support. Sorry, Sakazuki, but this time I can't let you disturb Mr. Ron. Let's have another round. As the voice sounded, layers of thick frost suddenly appeared on the ground beneath Akainu's feet. Akiji, who had been motionless for a long time, finally stepped forward on his own accord. With a calm look in his eyes, he walked forward at a leisurely pace, seemingly by chance, just blocking the path for Akainu to support. At that moment, half of his face was covered in frost. An intense cold emanated from his body, affecting the surrounding environment. Even from hundreds of meters away, one could feel a bone-chilling cold. Kazan. Akainu narrowed his eyes. After recognizing who was coming, an uncontrollable murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Traitor, you dare to seek the mercy and support of pirates by betraying the justice of the Marines. You deserve to die. A scorching aura rose from his body. Before he knew it, his entire body was covered in seemingly inexhaustible magma. Great eruption. With that, Akainu's eyes sharpened, and he swung his right fist. The magma churned and transformed into a colossal magma fist hurtling toward Akiji. Ice block, pheasant beak. Akiji responded without hesitation. Feeling the heat from the opponent, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a sweep of his arm, a giant ice crystal bird soared into the air, carrying unprecedented cold to meet the attack. The two clashed like fire and water. In the blink of an eye, their attacks collided midair. The scorching magma and the icy bird intertwined, evaporating a large amount of steam carrying intense heat. The immense pressure also unleashed a violent roar. Rumble. A battle of fire and ice unfolded. So Kazan has joined the fray too. This is getting interesting. Rayleigh, standing nearby, glanced at the battlefield not far away and said with a chuckle. A hint of satisfaction inadvertently appeared in his eyes. Gurura, I knew Ron would never misjudge anyone. Hearing the commotion as well, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Then he turned to look at Kizaru and Sengoku and said provocatively, Hey, Akainu has already made his move. You two want to stretch your legs with me as well? Kizaru and Sengoku exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and both gave wry smiles. How could they fight? By now, if they still couldn't see it, they would be fools. It was clear that Ron, with his own strength, had truly managed to rally a formidable bunch of people once again. The strength of these people, whether in scale or quality, far exceeded the era of Rock's rule. Even so, when it was time to act, they still had to act. After all, you get paid what you work for. Yasukani no Magatama. Buddha shockwave. Once again, fierce battles erupted on the field, with war flames flying everywhere. Yet oddly, there was a lack of the smell of gunpowder. Originally, Kizaru was the only actor, but the appearance of the golden-haired 5 Elder Star Noda K made the entire Marines, except Akainu, start acting. Everyone was an Oscar-worthy actor. The great battle commenced. The clamor of fierce combat echoed across the entire island. Noda K, his hair disheveled and his body covered in mud, clambered out of a pit in utter disarray, his eyes a mixture of 3 parts fury, 3 parts regret, and 3 parts remorse. Under his gaze, a figure clad in white, albeit slightly disheveled, slowly approached from the distance. His expression was calm, his black eyes strikingly captivating. A massive pale green scalpel dragged along the ground, emitting a grating sound. Ron, you stay back? I am a Gorosei, an exalted Gorosei. If you dare touch me, you will regret it. The golden-haired Gorosei blustered, his voice lacking conviction. As rulers who had reached such heights, power was merely a vassal. Their sole purpose was to ensure their own longevity. But regrettably, Noda K was filled with remorse. He should not have neglected the cultivation of his power. Worse still, he should have completely eradicated the threat long ago, leaving no trace of a scourge like Ron. Even now, he failed to recognize his true error. Ron, wielding the scalpel, advanced slowly. With a single kick, he brutally sent Noda K sprawling to the ground, who stared at him in terror. Ron's expression remained indifferent. He lowered his head slightly, almost looking down upon Noda-K beneath his feet. Involuntarily a smirk curled at the corner of his lips. It seems you are quite frightened now. Noda-K was both furious and terrified, but the moment his gaze touched the green gleam at his throat, an intangible fear of death enveloped him. Spare me, and I can make you the wealthiest man in the world, or even a king of any nation. Whatever you desire. For a rare moment Noda-K calmed down, his voice steady as he pleaded. In a single second his emotions had cycled through anger, fear, and finally the reluctant acceptance of reality. The wealthiest man. Ron could not help but sneer. If only the man had shown him even a shred of kindness when he was young, if only he had been merciful enough to spare the parents who raised him and the friendly villagers of the town, would things have come to this? Now with death looming, he finally remembered to beg for mercy, even offering lavish rewards. How pitiable and detestable. Your terms I do not accept, Ron said lightly. At this Noda-K's scalp tingled. Under his watch Ron applied a little pressure, and a sharp pain shot from his neck to his mind. No, don't. Stop. Amidst Noda-K's wails a louder roar suddenly came from afar, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Ron frowned slightly, and turned around. Two figures landed from a distant island, and raced toward them at an incredible speed. Each footfall sent a deafening dull thud through the ground. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed the entire battlefield and halted less than 100 meters from Ron. One was bald, holding a sword to his chest. The other leaned on a cane, his figure stooped. How interesting. Am I so important now that 3 of the 5 rulers of the world government have been drawn to me? What are you here to capture me as well? Recognizing the newcomers, a hint of deep mockery flickered in Ron's eyes. Hirano-san. As if seeing a lifeline, Noda-K was overjoyed and struggled to rise, forgetting he was still under Ron's foot. Stay down. Ron pressed down with his foot, the sole firmly striking Noda-K's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed from within his body. The sheer force transmitted through Noda-K's body, leaving a clear web-like crack on the ground. Hack! Bright red blood streamed from Noda-K's mouth. Across from them the capped Gorosei Hirano and the sword-bearing Gorosei Sanob's faces turned ashen. Hearing Noda-K's pathetic cries, it was as if the kick had not struck Noda-K, but their own faces. How dare you? Sanob roared, drawing his sword. The blade's oppressive aura, like a scythe of death, sliced toward Ron. Wait! At that moment Hirano spoke, halting Sanob's next move. Reluctantly Sanob shot a venomous glare at Noda-K, who lay on the ground like a dog, then snorted and sheathed his sword. Spare Noda-K. Name your price. Anything. Once Sanob ceased his attack, Hirano cut straight to the chase, his aged eyes fixed on Ron, awaiting the moment he would be tempted. Even if Noda-K was useless, he was still a Gorosei. Regardless of the reasons, the world government's dignity could not be trampled into the dirt. While the two spoke, Whitebeard and the others, along with the Marines opposite, seemed to have reached a silent agreement. They all ceased their actions and gathered beside their respective allies, watching warily. Except for Akainu and Akiji, who were still locked in combat, the entire battlefield fell into an abrupt silence. The clamor died away. All attention was fixed on Ron alone, awaiting his final answer. Silence. Tension. For anyone else this might be a trivial matter, but the offer came from a Gorosei. Few could resist the temptation. To put it simply, whether you aspired to be the pirate king, the ruler of a nation, or even a celestial dragon of noble birth, it was but a single word from them. From then on, this vast sea would be yours to command. How about your consideration? Name any condition, as long as you spare Noda-K. On sight, Hirano's aged voice rang out. He leaned on a cane, waiting for Ron's reply. Feeling the gaze of those around him, Ron's lips curled slightly. Really? I can name any condition. That's right. Hirano nodded, though inwardly dismissive. No matter how formidable you were, greed would always be your undoing. Lower-class people were always so short-sighted. Trampled beneath Ron's feet, Noda-K's eyes flashed with manic joy. Amid his excitement, a hint of venomous resentment flickered across his gaze. Without a moment's notice, his eyes revealed thick, murderous intent toward Ron. If given the chance, he would stop at nothing to kill Ron and eliminate anyone who had resisted him or witnessed his humiliation. Gulp. Behind them, Ace couldn't help but swallow hard. Glancing nervously at his father, he asked, "Mister, Ron won't actually agree, will he, Dad?" Whitebeard's eyes revealed a hint of amusement as he spoke with profound meaning. If Dr. Ron only had this much magnanimity, it would hardly be enough to make us submit to him. Hearing this, Ace breathed a sigh of relief, then curiosity surged within him. What would Ron say if he refused these people? Then I'll speak now. At this moment, Ron finally opened his mouth, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Hirano nodded, indifferently gesturing for him to proceed. Beside him, Sanob stood with his sword clasped against his chest, his expression radiating open contempt and derision. Ron's eyes carried a smile as he took in their expressions. Then his demeanor suddenly turned icy. My condition is simple as life. The words struck like thunder, leaving Hirano and Sanob pale with shock. How dare you? Boys, stop. Both men let out a roar. Sanob was the first to charge, his speed extraordinary. Ikadai Onigiri in his hand gleamed with a chilling, eerie cold light. Unfortunately, he was already a step too late. Whoosh! A flash of emerald green light streaked through the air. Noda-K, still lost in confusion, was instantly bisected. Blood gushed forth, drenching the ground. Clang. At that very moment Sanobe's onigiri struck. The blade's eerie purple surface was adorned with black patterns. Ron raised his hand, and the two swords collided with a resounding clash. Sword energy tore through the air, cracking the earth. Visible fissures spread across a kilometer-wide radius. Noda K's corpse on the ground was instantly shredded into countless fragments, leaving only a pool of crimson blood behind. Hey, losing your temper like this. Didn't you say you'd agree to any condition? You 5 elders are too stingy. Breaking your word over 1 death. There are still 4 left. What's there to fear? Ron adopted an expression of mock indignation, his tone deliberately provoking. You damn brat, you deserve to die. Sanobe's eyes burned with murderous intent as he wildly swung Ikadai onigiri, his entire being radiating a violent aura. Dang. The collision between the two was fierce. Their figures darted back and forth at incredible speed, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Hirano's eyes darkened with fury. One hand gripped his trembling cane as he stared at the crimson pool on the ground, his entire body shrouded in raging fire. Dead. He was truly dead. For hundreds of years the world government had remained aloft, and no one had ever dared to challenge the authority of the celestial dragons. Yet in just the past year multiple people had struck at them. It seemed these base commoners had already forgotten who granted them their peaceful lives. Sanobe. Hirano's voice rumbled like thunder. Bang. During another collision Sanobe's figure reappeared nearby. He held Ikadai onigiri in hand, his eyes filled with confusion. But when he turned and caught Hirano's murderous gaze, he froze for a moment. Let's go. Hirano said nothing more. He didn't even glance at the dead Noda K, turning directly and walking toward the island's edge with his cane, his expression utterly cold. I'll let you live a few more days. Sanobe lingered in place, casting a vicious glare at the opposing Ron before swiftly departing, following Hirano as they vanished from the island. In an instant the scene fell silent. Only a group of Marines remained standing awkwardly in place, at a loss for what to do. This battle had clearly shown them one thing: Ron and his companions had already surpassed the Marines. Marine officers of mid to high rank exchanged glances, their expressions agonized. What should they do? How could they possibly fight like this? Just as everyone was at a loss on the other side, the battle between Aokiji and Akainu had already reached its conclusion. Time capsule. Bang! With a crisp sound, a crimson figure was sent flying backward. It was clear that nearly half of the opponent's body had been frozen solid, shattering into ice fragments that scattered across the ground. Beneath the ice, frozen flesh devoid of all color was visible. Without the protection of the 5 elders, you are nothing. Aokiji stepped forward slowly, his voice calm and measured. It was clear that this former Navy admiral bore severe injuries. Extensive burns covered his body. If not for the frost that had encased him, he would likely have collapsed long ago. Hiss. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They could hardly believe their eyes. Had Admiral Aokiji really defeated Marshal Akainu? Was this real? Akainu's breathing grew increasingly labored. His face was deathly pale, his entire body weak and frail. With only half his body remaining, without some extraordinary means, he would not survive the day. Kazan. Akainu gritted his teeth, gazing at the figure before him that he now needed to look up to. With all his remaining strength, he let out a low, resentful roar. Unfortunately, Aokiji completely ignored him at this moment. Dragging his heavily injured body, he walked toward Ron's direction, leaving only his back as a silhouette. This scene plunged countless Marines into deep doubt, like a seed planted in their hearts and minds, a painting that would not fade. Was justice destined to defeat evil? Or had they been guarding something other than justice all along? Everyone, shall we continue? Ron looked up, his gaze falling upon Jean Gua and the others. Having taken revenge and witnessed Yadakue's execution with his own hands, he was in high spirits. Moreover, the earlier battle had drained much of his energy, leaving him no desire to continue playing games with these people. Jean Gua and the others wore grim expressions. Let's go. Akainu lay critically wounded near death. As the former fleet admiral, Jean Gua had to make the decision himself. He let out a deep sigh and signaled for his subordinates' remains to be collected as they retreated from the island. Throughout the entire encounter, they had never paid any attention to Kaido and Blackbeard Teach, who were imprisoned. Blackbeard Teach's eyes were dark and murky. Lafitte and the others beside him wore expressions of utter despair. If falling into the hands of the Marines meant survival, what hope remained in the hands of these people? With the main Marine force departed, the island fell silent once more. It seems the world government may be planning something significant recently. Riley spoke with a grave expression. He had noticed the look in the 5 elders' eyes before they departed. Having been provoked to such an extent, and yet still holding back, no one would believe it unless they had some trump card up their sleeves. Gurara, Dr. Ron, our days ahead may not be easy. This old man has died once before, so however long he lives is a bonus. But I fear you will be in trouble. Whitebeard said with a hint of schadenfreude, though a trace of worry involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Ron smiled. What is there to fear? Haven't we always been working toward this goal? As he spoke, he walked over to the seastone cage where Kaido was imprisoned and surveyed him up and down. He found the man bound entirely in seastone chains, half his body submerged in seawater, with loud snores occasionally echoing with each breath. Kaido was asleep. A few black lines appeared on Ron's forehead. He felt this guy was deliberately ignoring him. Kaido. Bang. A low roar laced with faint anger erupted as Ron struck. His fist carried devastating force, unstoppable and fierce. Even sea stone hard as it was could not withstand the blow. Shattered rocks exploded outward. The prison cage forged from sea stone and special alloy immediately crumbled into pieces. Fine debris scattered in all directions, piercing through the air with a heart-pounding rustling sound. Boom. The cell exploded, seawater steaming. Kaido, imprisoned within, jolted awake and slowly opened a pair of cold vertical pupils that were utterly inhuman. Huh. Damn Marines. You think you can kill me? Don't let me find an opening, or I'll burn your headquarters to the ground. A wild laugh echoed across the island. It looks like you're doing quite well for yourself. You've even dared to stand against the Marines alone. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Kaido's ears. His expression froze, and he looked up in shock to find the very man he had long dreamed of and relentlessly pursued, Deputy Captain Ron, standing right before his eyes. Ron, Deputy Captain. How about it, Kaido? Want to keep following me? Faced with Ron's invitation, Kaido fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he gave his answer, Sorry, Deputy Captain Ron. I cannot join you. Refused. A flicker of surprise crossed Ron's mind. He had been quite confident about Kaido never expecting this turn of events. Such is life. Things change, people change. Fine. If you're unwilling to join, I won't force you. Ron nodded and turned to leave. Some things simply cannot be compelled. He had not walked far when Kaido's voice came from behind. Deputy Captain Ron. Is there something else, Kaido? Ron paused curiously and turned to look back. Nothing much. I just noticed your current strength is quite impressive. Why don't you join my beast pirates? Work with me, and I'll make you Deputy Captain. Kaido said enthusiastically. The moment those words fell, swish, 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 the entire island fell silent. Everyone instinctively looked up, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief. The people present all possessed excellent observation haki, so they had clearly heard what Kaido had just said. Precisely because they heard it clearly, they found it hard to believe. Because Kaido was a true warrior. Gulu, this is the first time I've ever heard someone trying to recruit Dr. Ron as their subordinate. Marco set his eyes wide with astonishment. Me too. Ace said, the corners of his mouth twitching as he let out a strange laugh. The island was eerily quiet, scarred, and battered with faint traces of the aftermath of battle. Ron turned around, a peculiar smile on his face as he looked at Kaido across from him. What did you just say? Nothing much. I just wanted to ask Vice Captain Ron to be my vice captain. As if oblivious to the danger, Kaido chuckled and said, confident that with Vice Captain Ron's addition, his beast pirates would become even stronger. You want me to join? Ron raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Of course, Kaido declared firmly. The others were speechless, casting pitying glances, unable to bear watching. This guy must be a fool. Couldn't he read the room? Dr. Ron was the one who had cleaved Big Mom in two with a single sword strike. They could already foresee that someone's fate was about to be tragic. Alright, I can join, but you'll have to beat me first. How about we have a bout? Ron asked. No problem, but Vice Captain Ron, you'd better be careful. Don't cry later. Kaido's strength has improved a lot over the years. Kaido agreed readily, casually tearing off the sea stone chains on his body, speaking with full confidence. Snap, snap, snap. Like dried noodles being pulled apart, the sturdy sea stone chains snapped one by one in Kaido's hands, falling at his feet and leaving sizable craters on the ground. They were extremely heavy. Ron smiled and beckoned to Kaido with his finger. Then come on. Decades had passed, and this guy had grown quite bold. He actually dared to boast about challenging him. Kaido refused, choosing not to engage immediately. Instead, he shook his head and said, Not now, Vice Captain Ron. You've just been through 2 major battles. I think you need some time to recover. In his view, if he wanted to win Ron over, he had to do it wholeheartedly and thoroughly, leaving no chance for the other. But precisely because of this, Ron barely managed to hold back his fury. Ron, veins bulged faintly on his forehead, yet his smile grew even brighter. Finally, he said with a grin, All right. His tone carried a thinly veiled, intense, murderous intent. Deep within the mist of the Red Line, Pangea Castle, the Flower Chamber. This place was perpetually shrouded in mist, isolated from the world. Few knew of it, or had ever set foot there, silent and eerie. But today the arrival of a few people broke the long-standing stillness. The dust-covered doors were opened. As footsteps echoed, 4 figures slowly entered from outside. In the resplendent hall, countless broken short swords were embedded in the floor, and behind them stood a lofty, empty throne. My lord, an anomaly has occurred. Hirano knelt first, addressing the throne directly. The other 3 followed suit. The voice echoed in the empty hall, the atmosphere oppressive. After speaking, he fell silent, kneeling with the others in reverence, their eyes filled with devotion, as if waiting for something. It was hard to imagine that people at their level could also fear someone. Time passed minute by minute, but Hirano and the others showed no impatience, maintaining the same posture of kneeling. What anomaly! A faint, ethereal voice suddenly rang through the hall, neither male nor female, indistinct, yet carrying an air of supreme nobility and authority. Instantly, cold sweat dripped down Hirano and the others' backs. It's Ron. That guy got out. He can revive the dead. Whitebeard was resurrected, and he gathered all the powerful pirates from the sea. Hirano's voice trembled. Boom. The moment the words fell, it was as if a thunderclap erupted from the ground, shaking the entire hall. Revive. The figure hidden in the shadows on the void throne suddenly stood up, appearing from nowhere, having sat there unknown. Her low voice suddenly gained a touch of human emotion, seemingly shock and fury. Yes, revival. Hirano lowered his head further, almost touching the floor. Sanobe and the other two couldn't help trembling, not daring to look up or make any unnecessary movements. They understood better than anyone how heavy the word revival was and what it truly meant. All their efforts over 800 years, the countless flames they had extinguished, the lies they had maintained, could be reduced to ashes at any moment. Use the weapon. I will grant you the authority of Pluton. I only want to hear of his death. Understood. The lofty emu had somehow already sat back down on the void throne which held the faith and power of countless people, and her tone regained its former confidence. Pluton. Hirano and the others were startled, then secretly delighted. After exchanging glances, they saw intense excitement in each other's eyes. Yes, we understand, Imu-sama. The three declared without hiding their excitement. One of the three ancient weapons possessing the power to destroy an entire island. With such might they were confident they could wipe out a few pirates. Wano country. Onigashima was barren, devoid of life, not a trace of green carrying vitality could be seen, the vegetation withered and brown rocks lay exposed on the surface. Vice Captain Luo, are you ready? Kaido, massive in stature and brimming with fighting spirit, stared intently at the elegantly composed young man on the opposite side, who resembled a doctor. Luo smiled and said, let's begin. 100 meters separated them. One resembled an ancient titan, while the other seemed an ordinary man, forming a stark contrast. The entire island was deserted. Only on a high ground outside the island stood a group of spectators, leveraging the advantageous terrain to gaze from afar at the two figures in the central clearing of Onigashima. How long do you think that Kaido guy can last against Luo? Golden Lion said, not missing the chance to stir up trouble, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Not sure, but Kaido's strength should be a notch above Charlotte Lean's. He should be fine for a while. Rayleigh laughed, Mr. Luo has already touched the realm beyond the Great Sword Master. As strong as Kaido is, he isn't much different from us in terms of power. Gururara, we have a spectacle. Boys, bring your old man some wine. With such a splendid battle, how can we not liven things up with a drink? Whitebeard ordered his sons to bring him wine. The atmosphere was lively. It formed a sharp contrast to the other side. Big brother flaming Calamity, second brother played Calamity. Our captain isn't really in trouble, is he? Jack the Drought said anxiously, taking in the expressions of Whitebeard and the others. On another mountain peak, all the top executives of the Beast's pirates had gathered, the three disasters, the Flying Six, and others. When they heard that Kaido intended to challenge Luo and recruit him into the crew, their expressions turned sour. Flaming Calamity remained silent, his eyes behind the mask, quietly watching the distant battlefield. Rest assured, trust in the captain's strength. Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere, played Calamity. Queen heavily slapped Drought's shoulder, comforting the former. Roar. A dragon's roar. On the battlefield, the moment Luo initiated the start, Kaido's body rapidly expanded. Scales covered his skin, his pupils dilated and contracted, transforming into inhuman vertical pupils, and a bloodthirsty intent erupted. In less than a second, Kaido transformed from a human into a half-dragon form over 10 meters tall, the strongest form of a Zoan devil fruit, combining the speed of a human with the power of a dragon. Thump. Kaido exerted force with his foot, immediately creating a huge crater in the ground, as if struck by a meteor. His form flashed like lightning, and clenching his fist, he viciously struck down toward Luo. A fierce wind blasted against his face that felt as if the air itself was being hammered. A deafening roar echoed across the island. Well done. Let me see how much you've grown over the years. Luo shouted, throwing out his right fist. Before the collision fully occurred, crystalline cracks quietly appeared in the space around his fist. Boom. Their fists collided, shaking heaven and earth, shattering mountains and stirring seas. The ground crumbled wildly, and a colossal pressure erupted from the impact. The earth cracked, massive rocks were flung into the air, shattered into powder by the shockwave, and scattered as dust in all directions. Neither Kaido nor Luo gave way. Relying on their formidable physiques, they withstood the impact from each other through another punch, and a new round of collision began. Boom. Cracks spread like a spiderweb from beneath their feet, rapidly covering most of the island. Then, with an eruption of power, the fissures were torn open again, turning into rolling waves of energy that expanded outward. With a loud bang, withered trees exploded, rocks were blown away, peaks collapsed. The entire island, under every move of the two, was as fragile as bean curd residue, and its topography was drastically altered. The tremor fruit ability. So the rumors are true, Captain Luo. You seem to have mastered an incredible power. Join me, and let the Beast's pirates dominate the entire sea. Kaido roared, unleashing a blast of hot breath from his mouth. Scorching flames instantly crossed the distance and descended upon Luo. Luo neither dodged nor avoided letting the flames engulf him. The searing heat instantly scorched the solid ground, causing it to crack and turn into powder. Yet Luo-en, as if oblivious, calmly looked at Kaido across from him. Child's play, Kaido. Is this the confidence you have? You're far from being able to recruit me. The flames burned, but caused Luo-en no harm. His robes fluttered and his white coat in the midst of fire made him seem like a deity untouched by any power. Kaido's pupils contracted sharply. What was happening? Before he could figure it out, Luo-en had already launched a new round of attack. A verdant glint appeared reflected in Kaido's pupils. Haven't I taught you? Don't lose focus during a fight. It's dangerous. A faint voice sounded. Luo-en held a scalpel in one hand like a swordsman walking through the flames untouched by anything. Shush! A flash of sword light and Kaido was greatly alarmed. Block it! His face twisted as he swung his fist. A dense armament haki and a formidable conqueror's haki alternated, intertwining to form a wall of ultimate defense enveloping his fist, then he punched out with force. The sky was a flawless azure, and the sea stretched endlessly. On an island suspended between them, two figures waged a cataclysmic war. Sword aura soared to the heavens while fist might shook the earth. Before they could fully clash, an astonishing aura erupted between them, the sharp sword aura wrapped in a swift and fierce current of oppressive air. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose slowly from the center of their collision. Ghost Island cracked apart, the surrounding sea churned violently, as if a tsunami had struck. Waves surged and fell, revealing scattered blossoms of blood. Some low-level fish, too slow to escape, burst under the pressure of the air. Like patches of crimson paint, the entire sea area reeked of blood. Luo-en and Kaido parted after their clash, each sliding back thousands of meters. Luo-en's body skidded out of Ghost Island, and he looked up at the sky. Bang! The sea water surged as a massive dark shadow erupted from it, sending waves cascading. Kaido's body hung in the air, his chest marked by a glaring wound so deep it exposed bones stretching from his shoulder to his waist, nearly splitting him in two. For anyone else, such a wound would have left them gravely injured and unable to rise. No wonder you're called the strongest creature. The devil fruit has truly worked wonders on you. Luo-en sighed, his gaze fixed on Kaido in the sky, now tinged with a fierce urgency. Suddenly, another deafening roar echoed from the heavens. In the next moment, under everyone's watch, Kaido's body rapidly expanded, elongating, his head grew horns, and his limbs extended into claws covered in even thicker scales. In an instant, Kaido's form transformed entirely into a massive azure dragon, nearly 1,000 zhang long, coiling and soaring through the sky. It tread on flame clouds, majestic and imposing, its heavy dragon might pressing down upon all. Rise! A roar unlike any human voice bellowed from the azure dragon's maw. Ghost Island began to tremble, and with a thunderous rumble the island ascended into the air before the horrified eyes of the onlookers. Luo-en narrowed his eyes. Nearby, Whitebeard and his crew, witnessing this scene, flashed a flicker of surprise. They had never seen Kaido wield such power. Though it paled in comparison to Whitebeard's tremor fruit, it was not far behind. Rumble! The island, spanning 500 square kilometers, was forcibly torn from the earth. Rings of fiery flame clouds coiled around its exterior. Then, under Kaido's control, Ghost Island hurtled forward, heavy and formidable, crashing toward Luo-en at the edge of Tuin. Vice Captain Luo-en, surrender. The massive island blotted out the sun, and the oppressive air made it hard to breathe. Kaido's roar echoed with tremendous force. Luo-en remained composed, his clothes rustling in the wind. He lifted his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the approaching Ghost Island, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This level of attack, it won't stop me. Bang! The ground exploded, leaving a gaping crater, and the Luo-en who had stood there vanished. His body shot upward like a cannonball, charging straight toward the descending Ghost Island without dodging. One colossal, one minuscule, a stark contrast. In his right hand the scalpel gleamed with a faint fluorescent light, and a deeply dangerous aura quietly emerged, attaching itself to the blade through his arm. The wind roared in his ears, deafening. The shadow of Ghost Island rapidly grew in Luo-en's pupils. In the blink of an eye, less than 100 meters separated him from the island. At this distance there was no room to evade. His only option was to face it head-on. Slash! Two beams of heaven-piercing sword aura burst from Luo-en's blade, forming a cross that sliced through the middle of Ghost Island, as if teleporting, continuing unabated toward the distant sky. Ghost Island exploded into pieces. The former palace of the Beast King Kaido was shattered into rubble, which flew past Luo-en and fell into the sea below. Boom, boom, boom. The massive debris crashed into the sea, sending up splashes hundreds of zhang high. Even the smallest fragments were as large as a giant ship. Under the cover of the rubble, a towering figure suddenly appeared from behind. With both hands gripping a spiked club, he spun rapidly in the air 360 degrees, surrounded by ominous black lightning. Great Ragnaroku! A deafening roar erupted. Kaido, now in his half-beast form, raised the club high, causing the air to explode. Black lightning crackled as he swung down with the ferocity of an ancient beast. The strike aimed directly at Luo-en's head. They say you're foolish, but you're not at all. You even know how to ambush. Luo-en's body was still hurtling forward, his dark eyes calm, as if he had anticipated Kaido's appearance. He slowly raised his hand again. Bang! A sharp, piercing sound instantly filled the heavens and earth, so shrill it seemed to tear through eardrums. The onlookers' expressions twisted in pain. Boom, boom, boom. An almost tangible shockwave followed, visible as a circular ring of air that expanded wildly in all directions. The sea below, inverted mountains crumbled and the land split. A veritable apocalypse. A shockwave swept across most of Wano country. Towering waves and billowing smoke blotted out the sun, plunging the world into oppressive gloom. What's going on? Kaido, who is he fighting? Inside the bustling capital of flower capital Kurizumi, Orochi's expression twisted in alarm. Sensing an extremely perilous aura erupting beyond Wano's borders, he rushed out of his chambers, only to freeze, his face flooding with utter shock. The sky hung gray and heavy, the once lively streets thrown into chaos. In the distance, a colossal sword aura spanning heaven and earth flashed and vanished in an instant. Even from such a distance, he could feel the terrifying, despair-inducing killing intent. Without a doubt, he could never withstand that. A mere brush with that force would tear him to shreds. Who could unleash such devastating power? Even if the legendary dragon-slaying samurai Ryuma were resurrected, he could never have reached such a level. An unprecedented terror surged within Kurizumi Orochi's heart, engulfing him, threatening to suffocate him. Meanwhile, near Udon, the smoke gradually began to dissipate. Whitebeard and the others stared down in momentary bewilderment, as if captivated by something below. Thud, thud, thud. You're pretty cocky, aren't you? Trying to recruit me. Think you can lord over me. Thud, thud, thud. Down on the battlefield, Ron had inexplicably put away his scalpel and was now brutally pummeling Kaido into the ground with nothing but his bare fists. A faint luminescence flickered across his knuckles as each blow carved another massive crater into the earth. The ground fractured, deep fissures spiderwebbing out from beneath Kaido's battered form. Kaido howled in agony. You bastard. Ron, how dare you hit me? I'm the Beast King now, and you still dare to beat me like this. I'll fight you to the death. Beat you? I'll slap you senseless too. Ron didn't stop. He yanked Kaido up by the head and delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face, layering in the tremor fruit's power for good measure. In an instant, the area erupted in smoke and dust as the ground reverberated with deep, muffled booms. Yonko, huh? Your wife was practically arranged by me, you useless piece of trash. You're henpecked, and you dare talk back to me. I'll slap you to death. Smack, smack, smack. That's for the sneak attack. Smack, smack, smack. You think you're tough, you big brute. You're full of tricks. Well, Pops, is Ron-sensei always this violent? Ace finally blurted out, unable to watch any longer. It was simply too much, a sight too embarrassing to behold. The strongest creature roaming the seas reduced to a sniveling mess, pinned down and beaten like a misbehaving child. It was, truly, a pitiful spectacle. Gururara, perfectly normal. It's been years, but seeing this scene again, it brings back memories. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Though he didn't say it outright, everyone present understood. Marco's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he cast a look of profound pity down at Kaido. So, this had happened before. No wonder Ron-sensei was so adept at it. Damn it. How dare he treat the governor like that? Jack the Drought was furious. White smoke billowed from his nostrils as he drew his twin crescent blades, ready to charge down and carve Ron apart. Only to be grabbed firmly by Queen the Plague. Brother Queen, why are you stopping me? Jack's eyes narrowed in frustration. Queen, drenched in cold sweat, pulled a handkerchief from his coat and dabbed his forehead nervously. Glancing furtively below, he stammered. I think we should trust the governor's strength. But isn't the governor getting pummeled into the ground right now? Jack blurted out bluntly. Queen's mouth twitched inwardly, cursing the idiot's audacity. Just ask Big Brother King. See what he thinks. He deflected the question to King, who had remained silent all this while. Brother King, what do you say? Jack turned expectantly toward King. King pondered for a moment, then spoke gravely. Hold our ground and observe. Though discontent, Jack could only swallow his frustration and obediently step back into line. If both Big Brother King and Big Brother Queen said, so it must be right. Then I'll follow Big Brother King's advice. Queen breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He then glanced warily at Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and the others, a shadow of dread creeping over his heart. Whitebeard, Gold Roger, Rayleigh, Admiral Akiji of the Marines. No matter how arrogant they were, they couldn't possibly ignore such a gathering of legends. Legendary pirates plus the Marines' top combat strength. He could already foresee the outcome. The governor was in for a brutal beating. And if they weren't careful, they might get beaten even worse. At this moment, Kaido was still getting beaten. Vice Captain Ron. Brother Ron. Boss Ron. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please stop hitting me. I truly regret it. It hurts so much. No more. Wah. I said stop. Wah. The crowd watched in stunned silence, witnessing a Yonko, Kaido himself, being beaten to tears by Ron, sobbing uncontrollably. The flower capital, the most prosperous region of the land of Wano, and one of the few areas that had not been entirely ravaged by oppression. Cherry blossoms bloomed, filling the air with fragrance. Yet on this very day, a great battle set the residents' hearts aflutter with fear, mistaking the commotion for a calamity they all retreated into their small homes. On the desolate streets, a group of people filed in from outside. The residents peeked through the cracks in their doors, and their expressions instantly twisted into shock, as if they had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Kaido the Beast Emperor and one of the masterminds behind the fall of the land of Wano now looked like a defeated dog, his face bruised and swollen, his body covered in blood, trudging along disgracefully at the very front. From his demeanor it seemed perhaps that he was guiding someone. Tap tap tap. A woman with a graceful figure, yet an extraordinary height, suddenly came sprinting from the other end of the street. Horns sprouted from her head and her delicate face was carved with blazing fury. Bastard! Who dares to harm my father? Yamato roared, raising a spiked club identical to Kaido's. She leaped into the air, traversing dozens of meters, and brought the weapon down in a heavy vertical strike. The air exploded with a piercing screech that echoed through the entire street. Yamato! Kaido froze, then flustered hurried forward to stop her. Since Ron had not restrained his movements, he quickly reached out to block his daughter's attack. A dull thud resounded through the street. Yamato, furious, glared at Kaido, who stood in her way, and snapped, "Kaido, what are you doing?" Kaido's eyes flickered. Normally he would have already started beating this disobedient son of his, but now was different. His lips moved. Yamato, I suppose you're that woman's daughter." Ron stepped out, looked her up and down, and couldn't help nodding in appraisal. Not bad. Even more beautiful than in the original story, and most importantly, she bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Yamato was startled, staring blankly at the young man who seemed about her age. She couldn't help asking, "You know my mother?" "Of course." Ron nodded. "To be precise, it was I who arranged a few young girls to teach your father his first time. Otherwise this blockhead might never have had you." Everyone was speechless. Was it really appropriate to say that in front of the man's daughter? Yamato, however, seemed unfazed. Upon learning that Ron knew her mother and was of the same generation as her father, she immediately grew interested, pressing forward to ask about her mother, what she was like, since she hadn't seen her for a very long time after her birth. "Really? You've seen my mother? What does she look like?" Yamato asked eagerly. "Ha ha, Lord Kaido, what brings you here? Long time no see. Welcome, welcome." At that moment, Kurozumi Orochi emerged from the most luxurious tavern, enthusiastically coming forward to greet Kaido. Ron looked up, his gaze shifting and landing on Kurozumi Orochi's bald Mediterranean-style head crowned with a glittering golden crown. He frowned and said in a tone of disgust, "I don't like him." Kurozumi Orochi was stunned. What did that mean? Before he could react, he saw Rayleigh, who had been standing behind Ron, suddenly step forward. Then a blinding flash of sword light flickered, and a chill ran down Kurozumi Orochi's spine. Bastard! With a roar, Kurozumi Orochi, caught off guard, was sent flying out of the street altogether, hurtling backward beyond the flower capital. The sudden scene left the residents spying near the flower capital dumbfounded. "Mr. Ron, please continue your conversation. I'll go take care of this fellow." Rayleigh politely greeted Ron, then leaped. His body vanished from its spot, in an instant reappearing 100 meters away. After a few more flashes, he had already caught up to the flying Kurozumi Orochi. Whitebeard and the others watched with nonchalant expressions. Ron, even more composed, nodded to Yamato, and then took the lead, heading toward Kurozumi Orochi's palace. "Let's go. It's time to settle matters here." Crisis loomed. One of the 5 elders had been eliminated, yet there had been no reaction. He absolutely refused to believe those people would swallow the insult. They were likely brewing a massive conspiracy. Compared to that, the petty affairs of the land of Wano were hardly worth his attention. Boom. Boom. "Bastard. Why did you attack me?" Kurozumi Orochi's furious roar echoed throughout the flower capital. The residents of the district felt a surge of schadenfreude, yet also a tremor of fear in their hearts. Meanwhile, the lavish palace that Kurozumi Orochi had painstakingly occupied had already been taken over by Ron and his group. The room was silent, and everyone sat cross-legged below, maintaining quiet. Yamato obediently sat beside Kaido, her bright eyes flickering as she occasionally glanced at Ron seated above, then shifted her gaze to her disheveled father, her thoughts unknown. A few minutes later, the roaring abruptly ceased. Before long, Rayleigh walked in slowly from outside, carrying a blood-stained longsword. Kaido's pupils contracted sharply, and behind him the 3 calamities, King, Queen, and Jack, felt their hearts pound with unease. "I'm back, Mr. Ron. Good work." Ron nodded, smiling as he gestured for Rayleigh to find a seat. Then his gaze shifted, sweeping over Kaido and the others. Gulp. Queen the Plague swallowed nervously. The sound was small, but in the utter silence it was unmistakably clear. Instinctively, everyone turned their attention to him. Immediately, Queen's scalp tingled. Ron glanced at him, the corners of his eyes slightly curved, then his gaze returned to Kaido. "Join my ranks, Kaido." This was his second recruitment attempt. Kaido hesitated, about to refuse, but when his eyes caught the sharp edge hidden beneath Ron's smile, his heart trembled violently. "Well, I'll listen to my daughter." He shifted the blame onto Yamato, reasoning that Ron would not trouble a junior. "Trying to play tricks with me?" Ron gave Kaido a meaningful look. Kaido's heart pounded, but soon he saw Ron's gaze move to Yamato beside him. A wave of relief washed over him, and he looked expectantly at his son, or rather his daughter. "What do you say, Yamato? Would you like to join me and overthrow this world together?" Ron asked with a gentle smile. Yamato was stunned. Kaido, that old man, had just called himself her daughter. She stared at her father in disbelief. All her life Kaido had raised her as a son. Just then she heard Ron's voice. Yamato hesitated, then asked, "You're not some evil gang, are you?" Kaido was dumbfounded. An unprecedented sense of dread rose in his heart. Of course not. We're people who aim to overthrow the world government, eliminate the celestial dragons, and establish a government of equality for all. Ron explained with a smile. Equality for all. Yamato's eyes lit up instantly. Without a second thought, she jumped to her feet and shouted excitedly, "I'm in." With a clatter, Kaido lost his balance and fell flat on the floor. What a way to ruin your father, you brat. Inside the grand hall, Kaido's heart was as good as dead, watching his daughter's exuberant demeanor as if struck by a devastating blow of epic proportions. The plague and conflagration calamities exchanged glances of relief. Aside from the dull-witted drought, the two sat behind Kaido, and upon hearing their young mistress's response, tears of gratitude welled up in their eyes. Finally, she had shown some sense. They wouldn't have to suffer a beating alongside their captain. The expressions of the onlookers twisted in bewilderment. Was Kaido in essence shooting himself in the foot? Ron had never intended to force him, given their long-standing camaraderie from years past. But Kaido simply couldn't resist his own folly, and now he had gone too far. Very well, setting Kaido's recruitment aside for the moment, in the coming period we may very well face the world government head-on. What do you all have to say about that? Ron addressed the gathering below with a serious gaze. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Was it finally beginning? The colossal entity that had stood for 800 years since its founding, uniting over 170 allied nations, and for certain reasons, even erasing 100 years of history. Having drifted across the seas for half a lifetime, they were now on the verge of unveiling that mysterious veil. The world government. Ron, are you certain about clashing with them? Kaido shuddered, his hair standing on end. As the only one among the 4 emperors who had cooperated with the world government on Seastone, he lacked deep understanding of them, yet he had inadvertently sensed certain terrors beyond his imagination. A glimpse through a small aperture reveals the whole picture. He was now convinced that aside from the timing of Poseidon's emergence, the man-made ancient weapon Pluton, and even the most fearsome Uranus were all firmly in the world government's grasp. Such overwhelming power was hard to fathom. He couldn't comprehend why Ron was so adamant about opposing the world government. Ron's eyes held a hint of amusement as he cast a sidelong glance at Kaido. This dullard knew quite a bit, which explained why such a formerly arrogant man now stayed docile in his territory, making less noise than even Golden Lion Shiki. Ron, is it truly as you've said that above the 5 elders there exists an eternal being? Rayleigh could no longer contain himself. He and Captain Roger had journeyed the entire world without finding a cure for their terminal illness, yet someone had apparently achieved it long ago, surpassing them by a staggering 800 years. Indeed. Ron nodded, his expression growing unusually solemn as he spoke. That person is named Imu. I suspect they are the world government's final trump card, and likewise the one who commands the power of Uranus. An uproar erupted on the spot. Even Kaido wore a shocked expression. There was another existence above the 5 elders, and it was confirmed to be the true master of Uranus. The 3 ancient weapons possessing world-destroying power since ancient times, each bearing the title of God, wielding but one would dominate the seas. Yet the world government possessed 2. It was said that Pluton, the only one crafted by human hands among them, and the most widely known throughout the world, was capable of annihilating an entire island with a single cannon blast. How could they ever face such a formidable enemy? Within the palace, morale inevitably sank, and the atmosphere fell into an icy silence. When one learns they are about to face an insurmountable existence, even the highest spirits invariably give way to a creeping sense of despair. Ron took in the reactions of everyone, sighing inwardly. This was reality, human limitations. With half a lifetime of effort attempting to overthrow an institution that had stood for 800 years would unsettle anyone. Yet no matter how mighty the enemy, Ron would still make the attempt, determined to drag them down from their lofty pedestal, whatever the cost. Throughout this journey, perhaps I, Ron, have played cunning tricks and coerced some people. For that I apologize to you all. If anyone no longer wishes to follow me or resents my meddling, you are free to leave now. Ron's calm voice echoed through the hall. Everyone was taken aback, gazing once more at that remarkably youthful face, a flicker of days passing through their eyes. Was this still the same Ron who remained unruffled and composed in the face of any adversity? Silence. Still silence. Gururara. Ron, backing down already. You're not quite the man I thought you were. Suddenly Golden Lion Shiki burst into boisterous laughter, drawing glares from the crowd. With an air of haughtiness, he disregarded the hostile stares, rose from the ground, and strode forward. Stopping less than a meter from Ron, he looked down at him, flashing a mouthful of large teeth, and said arrogantly, "What's this?" Getting scared? Ron remained calm, and asked with a smile, "So Shiki, are you going to back out?" "Like hell. Do you know who I am? I'm the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. How could I ever retreat? Let me tell you, Ron boy, I'm not leaving. Even if it means death. I'm staying right here, waiting to overthrow the world government and rule the seas. This has been the dream of my life. So Ron, don't try to feed me a bunch of nonsense. I'm still waiting to personally set foot on that so-called empty throne. Golden Lion's arrogant declaration stirred a pang of shame in some present. The younger ones outside hung their heads in embarrassment, realizing how pathetic they seemed compared to this veteran. Even Ron was taken aback, as if seeing Golden Lion in a new light. That this man would be the first to step forward in such a situation was genuinely unexpected. Gurura Ron Doc, cut the useless talk. I've always told you you're not the sentimental type. Just tell us straight. How do we ambush the world government's headquarters? Whitebeard laughed heartily. That's right. I suspect those old men of the world government are already on the move. Let's not waste any more time. Rayleigh echoed a smile, crinkling the corners of his eyes beneath his glasses, deepening the lines on his face. No regrets? Ron asked with a smile. None. Everyone responded in unison, nodding. Even in death. Ron pressed further. What's there to fear? Aren't you here with us, Ron Doc? That's right, at worst we'll just come back to life a few more times and storm Impel down a few extra times. We'll manage. Everyone chimed in the room, buzzing with spirited discussion. Even Yamato was brimming with boldness, swinging her spiked club through the air. Ron, Captain, could I sit this one out? Kaido spoke hesitantly. Just then this ill-timed voice broke the momentum, plunging the atmosphere into icy silence, with everyone knitting their brows. Hey Dad, you're such a coward. And you ate the devil fruit of the Azure Dragon, what a waste. If you keep this up, I'm going solo. Yamato complained in dissatisfaction. Kaido's face darkened, he had reached his limit. Damn brat, that's the world government. Ignorance is bliss, but he had no desire to court death. He then turned to Ron, his tense gaze tinged with a shred of hope. Ron's lips curved slightly upward. You want out. Kaido nodded eagerly. Then think again. Dreams are only realized in sleep. With me you've got only sacrifice, not withdrawal. Ron said with a genial smile. Kaido was dumbstruck, his final shred of hope utterly dashed. Was this even how it worked? Where was the logic? In his misery, the sound of his daughter Yamato's delighted raucous laughter reached him from the side, piercing and bold like a sharp dagger plunging straight into Kaido's heart. Deep within the Panga city, large amounts of dust fell rustling, and a giant door hidden in the wall of the Red Earth continent slowly opened. Seawater surged and reversed, rushing into the warehouse along the light, and a massive dark object suddenly exposed in the air. From a distance, it looked like a spaceship, hundreds of zhang long with thick cannon barrels reflecting dangerous glows. It was hard to imagine that such a technological product could appear in this world. After 800 years, I finally see the Pluto appearing in the world. The waves churned, and from 1,000 meters away from the gate, Hirano, one of the 5 elders, laughed excitedly. That's right, with the Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons, all those Ron guys will die. Sanob's expression was fanatical, and his narrow eyes shot out cold, killing intent. The two stood in midair, using moon step, appearing utterly insignificant compared to the mountain-like Pluto in the distance, like tiny ants. A sense of heaviness rushed over them, inexplicably evoking an irresistible feeling of inferiority. I can't wait to see Ron's desperate expression. Hirano, let's go up. With the authority given to us by Lord I'm, we can soon control the Pluto. Sanob said, looking eager. All right, let's go. I also want to see the power of the ancient weapon that bears the name of a god. Hirano nodded, and Sanob was delighted. They leaped their bodies instantly, leaving long after images as they rushed toward the entrance at the top of the Pluto. After a short while, rumble. The sea stirred up towering waves as if a giant meteorite had crashed into the seabed, and a torrential rain poured down over the entire sea area. The Pluto gradually surfaced from the sea. Seawater flowed over its surface, making the dark hull even more lustrous and deep. Set sail. Target Wano country. Inside the battleship, the eyes of Hirano and Sanob emitted cold, killing intent. The massive hull immediately started moving, churning waves, as if activated, instantly disappearing quickly from the spot and advancing into the deep sea. That day in the New World, countless pirates and residents of nearby islands all saw a massive dark object emitting a profound black light appear, churning waves like a dragon emerging from the sea, its power and momentum terrifying. Wano country. On an open ground outside the flower capital. All of Ron's forces were assembled, including the pirate crews of Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard, all at the level of emperors. Their numbers and quality were enough to crush any force in this world except the world government. There were many people on the field, all looking up with reverence at a young man above. Behind this young man stood Whitebeard, Kaido, former Navy Admiral Akiji, former pirate kings, first mate Rayleigh, legendary pirate Shiki, and other top-tier figures. Such a scene was comparable to the grandest feast. Are we finally going to war against the world government? Pulling the celestial dragons down from the red line, just thinking about it is exciting. This day has finally come. I can finally lay my hands on those bastards, the celestial dragons. At this moment, the crowd below was filled with anticipation. Gururara, I hadn't noticed before. I never thought we had gathered so many people. Dr. Ron, hurry up and announce the attack. My Murakamajiri can't wait any longer. Whitebeard looked at Ron standing in front, his eyes flashing with a gleam, and then laughed loudly. Shahaha, I'm going to kill celestial dragons, and no one can steal them from me. Shiki was as arrogant as ever, even vowing to annihilate all celestial dragons. Captain Roger, it seems your dream will finally be realized. Rayleigh had a faint smile on his face, though a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Ron's smile deepened. This moment was finally coming. World Government 5 Elders, even him. Are you ready? Facing the red line, what met his eyes was the territory of Wano country, and further away the endless sea. Yet even so, it could not stop the fire in Ron's heart. To overturn this world starting now. Everyone set sail. Target Marineford. Ron roared. His voice spread throughout the scene. After a brief silence, everyone present erupted. Amid shouts, countless people turned and ran, their momentum rivaling thousands of troops. Smoke rose everywhere, the sounds deafening. Kill. Charge, brothers. Overthrow the world government, overturn the entire world. Everyone rushed towards the coast, their momentum shaking the entire Wano country. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Ron smiled brightly, turning to look at the few beside him. Even if the gap in power with the world government was too great, so what? In life, one must go all out even if it ends in failure. Then so be it. Whitebeard and the others turned back, exchanging glances, seeing a spark of passion in each other's eyes. Their gazes grew resolute, and then, boom, boom, boom. The ground shook. When they looked again, Whitebeard and the others had vanished from their spots, racing towards the shore, surpassing the younger ones who had started first. Passion and camaraderie. It seems I'm gradually finding what I had lost before. A fervor appeared in Akiji's eyes as he watched the backs of Whitebeard and the others. Slowly a smile curled at his lips. Then he stomped his foot, and a pair of ice crystal wings burst from his back. Flapping a few times, they stirred up dust, and ice crystals scattered through the air, carrying him into the sky. He soared over 1,000 meters, directly surpassing Whitebeard and the others. Gura, Akiji, you bred, I appreciate you more and more. But everyone is running on the ground, and you flying in the sky won't do. Get down here. Boom, crack. The space cracked. Whitebeard punched out, and the entire sky trembled violently. Air currents surged, and a violent energy like a tornado struck towards Akiji in the sky. Akiji's face changed, and he quickly dodged. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shiki also made a move. He leaped his body, seemingly weightless, instantly surpassing everyone by hundreds of meters. Shahaha, I'll go ahead first. Damn it, Shiki, you're cheating. On this land that preserved tradition, these old men, whose combined ages nearly matched the history of the world government, were now playing like children, having a great time. It was as if they were not heading to a battlefield, but to the muddy road home. In the new world, on the tumultuous sea, hundreds of pirate ships sailed through the wind and waves, advancing in a grand and unbridled manner, their scale immense, like 1,000 troops with extraordinary momentum. Such a scale was unprecedented, and the sea was enraged. Marshal, it's bad. Ron and his crew have left Wano country. According to reliable intelligence, they are going to attack the Holy Land and the Red Line. In the marshal's office, a young marine suddenly rushed in from outside, his expression urgent. Sengoku was shocked, utterly incredulous. Those people really dared to do this. With just a bunch of pirates, they attempted to overturn this world. Would that guy's plan succeed? Marshal, should I inform the other admirals to prepare immediately? The young marine called out tentatively several times. Akainu was mortally wounded and beyond saving. The current navy had to trouble this former marshal to take over again. Sengoku pondered. The 5 elders had still not sent any word. With the navy's current combat strength, they were no match for the enemy, especially after Akainu's fall, making matters worse. And yet at this very moment, no need, keep everyone as they are. After much deliberation, Sengoku decided to ignore it for now. The navy had already suffered enough losses, the world government shouldn't be too biased. The young marine was stunned. All right, I understand, Marshal. He finally nodded and turned to leave. Gather everyone immediately. Ron and his crew are about to make a move on the world government. Seize this opportunity to launch a preemptive attack on Marineford. In the Kamabaka kingdom, Dragon stood under a cherry blossom tree, his expression grave. He looked at Sabo and Emporio Ivankov beside him and gave orders. Yet his heart was conflicted. Mr. Ron had finally made his move against the world government. In comparison, after all his years of preparation, he had only achieved this much and had to rely on the efforts of others. Sabo and Ivankov exchanged a glance, nodded solemnly, and immediately pulled out Den Den Mushi to begin deploying. This was a golden opportunity. Although the Revolutionary Army had been born from Ron's bold and free spirit, they no longer fully agreed with Ron's ideas. They wanted to get ahead of him and create a better nation. Cherry blossoms danced in the air. The dreamlike Kamabaka kingdom suddenly became tense and ominous. Meanwhile, in the new world, on an unfamiliar stretch of sea, Shanks, Captain Shanks. Major news, major news. Bendix Snake hurriedly walked, his footsteps echoing on the deck. Red-haired Shanks and his first mate Beckman were startled, their eyes filled with suspicion. What had happened now? Recently, the 4 emperors had fallen one after another, some dead, some surrendering, leaving him in a very awkward position, stared at with strange looks wherever he went. It seemed as if people were watching him, the sole remaining emperor, wondering when Ron would bring him down. A giant ship has been spotted at sea, reportedly emerging from the Red Line. It is suspected to be Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons. The 5 elders might be making a move against Ron. Also, Ron has gathered Mr. Newgate, Mr. Rayleigh and a host of legendary pirates along with a large force and set out from Wano country. According to reliable sources, they may be targeting the world government. Bendick Snake's massive chest heaved like a bellows as he blurted out all the information he had gathered. Pluto has appeared. Ron is making a move. Shanks and Beckman were shaken to the core, stunned by the sudden news, their minds reeling. After a moment, Beckman turned to Shanks. Shanks, it seems your plans have fallen through. What now? Should we wait and see? What he meant was, as the only remaining emperor, which side should they take? Should they stand with Ron and his crew, help the world government, or remain neutral? Shanks was very displeased. Are they looking down on us? Why didn't they invite us to join them before attacking the world government? Are we not worthy? Beckman. Bendick Snake. The crew on the ship. Is this really the time to focus on that, Captain? Your priorities are a bit peculiar. In the new world, the sea was turbulent and restless, with hidden currents surging everywhere, as if driven by a mysterious colossal hand. The sky was overcast, layers upon layers of dark clouds dominating the view, blocking the sunlight, and casting an inexplicable gloom over one's heart. A faint sound of water flowed from the distant horizon. As time passed, the noise grew louder, and one by one ships emerged on the sea. Counting them, there were nearly hundreds, forming a magnificent spectacle. A fleet of over 100,000 people gathering. Most of the powerful figures of this great sea belonged to Ron and his companions, who had left the land of Wano. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across the sky, pale white bolts streaking like morning ribbons of death as rain began to fall. Raindrops as large as beans poured down from the sky, blurring the vision. What is that? Ace seemed to sense something, his expression startled, and he glanced into the distance. A dark mass appeared silently from afar, moving swiftly, and judging by the distance, it was an enormous entity. The crowd was bewildered, straining their eyes upon hearing the commotion, yet their confusion only deepened. Even Whitebeard and other veteran pirates could not match this object with any familiar thing in their memory. It was as if they had never seen anything like it before. I think that must be one of the ancient weapons, Pluton. Ron said calmly, walking from the rear to the front. What? Everyone was stunned, their hearts seeming to stop in that moment. They stood frozen, expressions blank, as in the hazy rain and mist, they could faintly make out that bizarre ship resembling a cosmic warship drawing closer. Gradually, the full view of the massive and vast warship came into sight. Through the blurred vision, rain traced over its surface the dark, gleaming hull, revealing a hint of profound depth. A faint light appeared. At first it was not too conspicuous, but soon the light blazed forth like an artificial sun, terrifying energy gathering and emitting an intense radiance. What's so blinding? Some frowned, instinctively raising their hands to shield their eyes. Not good. Ron's expression changed drastically. This was the first time he felt such a powerful crisis, as if death could strike at any moment. Shiki, lend me your sword. A voice rang out, and Shiki, standing to the right, suddenly felt a great sword at his waist being drawn away. The next moment, Ron appeared at the very front of the ship, swinging the blade. The sea trembled as a beam of light containing terrifying energy descended, colliding with the sword in Ron's hand. The world lost its color, everything stripped of its original hue, and the entire sea fell into an eerie silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone's pupils contracted as they clearly saw the collision between the blade and the beam's space shattered, bursting forth with countless black cracks like a spiderweb, and a wave of immense dread emanated from within, chilling their hearts. A halo expanded, and the surging air was compressed into a tangible force. Whitebeard's eyes turned stern for the first time, utterly serious. He raised his naginata high, facing the air wave, and slashed down fiercely. A metallic clang erupted. Countless transparent cracks spread along the blade, extending through the air, clashing against the oncoming air wave. Before even a second passed, with a crack the blade shattered. The Murakamajiri, which had accompanied Whitebeard for half his life, broke into pieces, reduced to fragments. Stop! Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged. He abandoned the broken hilt, and threw a punch, unleashing a shockwave of immense power to counter the energy. The bow of the ship began to disintegrate like sand, crumbling away, threatening to reach Whitebeard's feet. Ice block, parting wolf. Akiji intervened. A massive iceberg shot past Whitebeard and slammed heavily into the air ahead. His expression was calm, but his mind was churning like a stormy sea. Such formidable power, the ancient weapon bearing the title of God, was truly extraordinary. The sea exploded, a deep, bottomless black hole appearing, piercing straight to the deepest ocean floor. A tsunami erupted, hurling countless ships thousands of meters away with near brutal force. The dark clouds in the sky were split apart, and pale golden sunlight spilled down. Ron let out a muffled groan and was sent flying backward. The sturdy great sword in his hand shattered into pieces like broken glass, crystalline fragments scattering into the sea. A spray of hot blood scattered. Ron's gaze was solemn. Having borne the brunt of the attack, he was blasted back a full 10,000 meters before barely stabilizing himself. So powerful. This man-made weapon, said to be capable of destroying an island with a single shot, was indeed monstrous. Ha ha, Ron, how was that old man's cannon? Ants are ants after all. You lowly creatures dare to look up at the stars. Can you bear the consequences? Sonobe's mocking voice echoed across the sea, amplified by Pluton, reaching the ears of everyone present. Their faces changed upon hearing it. The five elders. It was them piloting Pluton. The terrifying energy unleashed by the explosion had not yet fully dissipated. The sea churned as if a submarine volcano had erupted, sending towering waves thousands of feet high, with countless whirlpools and undercurrents surging, making the entire sea resemble a graveyard beneath the waves. Countless ships capsized and pirates struggled in the water. Whitebeard's expression turned grim. Their expedition had started badly. Who would have thought that a single cannon shot from Pluton could cause such a crisis, almost injuring him? Rayleigh stepped forward, his gaze solemn, and uttered only that single sentence. Whitebeard pondered. He understood what Rayleigh meant. Relying on brute force to break the ship was impractical. If they couldn't destroy it immediately, they would likely face another bombardment. The situation had become tricky. What would Luoan do? Whitebeard and Rayleigh exchanged glances, then turned back to look at the figure floating half in the sky behind the fleet. Golden Lion was in a foul mood and couldn't help grumbling, muttering under his breath, but his hands kept moving. One by one, the people who had fallen into the water due to the explosion were fished out by Golden Lion, using his devil fruit ability to manipulate the seawater and lift them onto nearby ships. Blue Pheasant performed a similar action. Raising his hand, he shot a stream of freezing air into the sea, instantly freezing the surface. The ice spread layer by layer, visibly freezing a section of the ocean, providing a foothold for the pirates. Inside Pluton, the two operators Hirano and Sonobe sneered coldly as they watched the bustling Whitebeard and his crew in the distance. They mocked inwardly, a bunch of rats that only know how to hide. How could they possibly contend with the descendants of the gods? Sonobe said viciously, a ferocious glint in his eyes. Hirano said nothing. Actions spoke louder than words. Soon Pluton lit up again. A blood-tinged beam of light contracted at the cannon's muzzle, flickering unsteadily, as if accumulating some kind of energy. An inexplicable, heart-stopping danger enveloped the sea. That was just a test. Now the real show begins. Luoan prepared to die. Drip drip. Fresh blood trickled down his fingers, dripping below, dyeing the sea with spots of crimson. Luoan lowered his head, frowning. Was this one of the world government's trump cards? If even Pluton had such power, how terrifying must Uranus be? The time left for him was ultimately too short. He sighed inwardly. He had underestimated the power of the three ancient weapons Pluton. But at that moment a chill ran through his heart. In the unseen, his observation Haki seemed to sense an ultimate terror, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Luoan looked up, his eyes narrowing. What met his gaze was a blinding red light. At the same time, the arrogant voice of the five elders rang out, reaching his ears. Damn it! I don't believe a mere broken ship can stop me. Luoan roared. He stamped his feet, and his body instantly broke the sound barrier, causing bursts of thunder in the air. Shurji, take everyone away from this sea. So many people were staking their lives on this gamble, Luo, and didn't want them to lose with him. Alright, I understand. Shurji agreed readily, but inwardly he was extremely displeased. That bastard Luo and really treated him as the logistics guy. Luoan's speed was incredible. The 10,000-meter distance was covered in an instant. Under his gaze, the red light on the opposite side grew even more dazzling, and the charging time was longer than before. It was hard to imagine what the sea would face next. Splash. Countless ships began to lift off the sea surface, carrying Whitebeard, and the others slowly retreating backward, their speed increasing from slow to fast. The Golden Lion had begun to act. Whitebeard's eyes were filled with worry. Standing on the ship, he watched Luo, and heading in the opposite direction, his heart unsettled. They had ultimately taken the wrong path. Compared to Luo, they now had a clear realization. Their devil fruits were ultimately too low level, so low that they could not offer Luo even the slightest help. Dad, will Mr. Luoan be okay? I want to help him. AC looked up, a hint of glistening moisture in the corner of his eyes. Let me go, Dad. Jozu is tough-skinned. I'll be fine. Jozu said in a gruff voice, stepping forward. Whitebeard remained silent. Rayleigh and Blue Pheasant exchanged glances and also remained silent. Should they help? They too wanted to, but they had just witnessed the power of Pluton. Even the mere aftermath had nearly overwhelmed them. How much worse would this time be? Silence fell over the ship, and the morale suddenly became low. Bang! A burly figure suddenly flashed by, crashing through the cabin, drawing everyone's attention. Looking up, they saw a figure in a pink nightgown. Was that Big Mom? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand what Mr. Luoan was doing. For a long time, ever since Big Mom had been injected with the vitality of Sea Kings, she had been locked away in the lowest part of the cabin by Luoan. It had been so long that they had almost forgotten about this female emperor of the sea. Mama. On another ship, Pelosipilio's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. Katakali frowned slightly. What was he doing? But then a red light flashed in his eyes. The next second he was stunned, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. How could this be? Boom. Big Mom's massive body burst out from the cabin like a cannonball, charging into the battlefield, brushing past Ron, and hurtling recklessly toward Pluto, the warship of the enemy. Her pink nightgown fluttered in the wind, drawing countless stares. That woman, what is she planning? Hirano squinted, taken aback by her sudden appearance. He had thought she was dead, but unexpectedly she had been recruited by Ron as well. Whatever she intends, let her come. Under the cannon of Pluto, mere mortals will be reduced to ashes. Sanobe scoffed, utterly dismissive. Big Mom continued her approach. The hull of the Pluto trembled violently, and the thick, icy cannon began to glow with an increasingly blinding red light. Boom. The unthinkable happened. Big Mom didn't stop. She plunged headfirst into the cannon's muzzle, trying to shove her entire body inside. What the hell? Bastard. Sanobe and Hirano were losing their minds. Was she insane? Who in their right mind would do something like that? Get out. Get out of there now. Hirano's voice trembled as he shouted. But Big Mom seemed deaf to his pleas, focused entirely on cramming herself into the cannon barrel. She tried sticking a leg in, then an arm, and finally just went for it, jamming her head inside. But that's when she got stuck. Her head and neck were in, but her shoulders remained outside, her voluptuous curves trembling in the wind. Clank, clank. The Pluto's tremors reached a crescendo. At that moment, Hirano and Sanobe felt a sharp pang in their livers. Goodbye, you two. Ron waved with a smile from thousands of meters away, and as his words fell, boom. The sea shook, and a blinding flash of light and heat expanded from an insignificant point, swiftly growing into a cataclysm that rattled the very mountains and seas. In that instant, the entire world seemed to tremble. Amid the blazing crimson light, a glimpse of a pink nightgown could be seen dissolving into the wind. The energy, compressed to its limit, unable to escape, surged back, causing the sturdy internal structures of the Pluto to break apart, triggering an even more powerful explosion. The Pluto, nearly the size of half an island, was blasted skyward. The remaining half of the hull, like a sandbag, was hurled tens of thousands of meters into the air, crashing down onto a deserted sky island. Below, a terrifying shockwave erupted, violently displacing the seawater and creating a massive, distinct black hole. Though it had been 1,000 meters away a second ago, in an instant it appeared right before Ron. Damn, I got careless. Ron immediately activated his Ope Ope no Mi field, but before he could teleport, the compressed solid air pressure slammed into his face. Rumble. A torrential downpour began, covering a vast area in nearly half of the New World. That day, everyone witnessed the crimson light shooting into the sky from afar. From that day on, a new legend was born on these seas. Is it over? On the deck, silence reigned. Everyone exchanged glances, watching the apocalyptic scene in the distance, their hearts churning like a stormy sea. The rain poured for a full half hour. The tempestuous sea finally began to calm, the waves subsiding. The pitch-black hole in the center quietly healed, filled by the encroaching waters. Mama got stuck in the cannon. Parasparrow muttered in a daze. Katakuri's eyes flickered with uncertainty, a complex turmoil within. Was that woman finally dead? As a son, he didn't wish to see this, but for survival, he couldn't bear to let such a cruel person live in this world. Whoosh! A figure appeared on the ship of Whitebeard and the others, drawing everyone's attention. Bastard, that nearly blew me to bits. Ron gasped for breath, cursing as he arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged smiles, their tense hearts finally relaxing. Jahaha! I told you, it's just a mere Pluto. I'm a lion, and a golden lion at that. Nothing can defeat me. Golden Lion laughed arrogantly. Hey Shiki, you're just the rescue crew now. You had nothing to do with this girl, la la la. Whitebeard taunted mercilessly. That's right. Rayleigh nodded with a smile. Akiji said nothing, but the slight curve of his eyes showed his agreement. Hey you bastards. I'm not a rescue crew, I'm the main force. Anyone who slanders me again will have a real fight. Golden Lion fumed. The sky rumbled as, deep within the red line, within the holy land of Mary Geos, within the chamber of flowers, a figure stood among the blooming garden. Butterflies fluttered around her, but her crimson eyes were fixed and unblinking, the air deathly still. Emu frowned, then suddenly looked up, her gaze piercing toward the new world, as if sensing a disturbance. She remained that way for a long time. With a soft sigh, she murmured, failed again. Must I always intervene? Why can't the flames of history simply extinguish themselves? She raised a slender hand, and a blue arc of electricity crackled between her fingers. Her lips parted slightly, revealing a beautiful smile as she commanded, Uranus, the heavenly king, suppress. An invisible wave radiated from the red line, sweeping across millions of miles of ocean, in an instant spreading throughout the entire sea. At that same moment, on a certain stretch of sea in the New World, 3 nearby islands seemed to awaken as if touched by some mysterious force. The invisible wave swept beneath the earth, deep into the islands, as if stirring the very core of the planet. Magnetic fields went haywire, and the invisible force was amplified 1,000-fold. A thunderous rumble echoed as the islands shook, and the sea trembled like a slumbering abyssal titan, awakening, the roar growing ever louder and more intense. With a series of cracking sounds, the islands began to convulse violently. Buildings crumbled, seawater churned, and a dark current deep beneath the ocean began to take shape. At the center of the 3 islands, a fleet of damaged ships drifted on the sea. Ron and his companions, having just survived a great battle, were taking advantage of this rare respite to recover their strength. Mr. Ron, you're incredible. Is this the realm beyond a great swordsman? To think you could even match the ancient weapon Pluton. Ace exclaimed excitedly. They had witnessed the power of Pluton firsthand. The legends were true. A single shot had possessed the power to destroy the world. If not for Ron's timely intervention, we'd all be dead, said Vista the Flower Sword passionately. Mr. Ron, when will I ever reach your level? His dream had always been to surpass Mihawk and become the world's greatest swordsman, but now he realized that Mr. Ron was the one truly worth pursuing in his lifetime. Flower Sword, Vista said excitedly. His dream had always been to surpass an existence like Hawkeye and become the world's greatest swordsman. Now it seemed that Mr. Ron was the one truly worthy of his lifelong pursuit. You want to become someone like me, eh? Ron raised an eyebrow. Yes. Vista nodded eagerly. Then that's impossible for you because a genius like me exists only once in this sea. Ron said narcissistically. The crowd booed. Fresh off their great battle, the younger crew members were buzzing with morale, already shouting about overthrowing the world government and the world itself. In their eyes, with Pluton, one of the ancient weapons destroyed by Ron, victory was within their grasp. What they failed to notice was that their elders like Whitebeard and others were growing increasingly solemn. Gururara, what a bunch of naive kids. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his ever-present sake barrel in hand, and took a big swig. I just hope these children get to see the golden age we'll build for them. Rayleigh smiled. Why all the worry? The young ones have their own destinies. Our job is to rule this sea. Newgate, Rayleigh, have you both grown old? Cowering like that is shameful. Golden Lion Shiki scoffed with disdain. Rayleigh and Whitebeard exchanged a glance and smiled. Old. Perhaps they were getting old. Meanwhile, on another part of the ship, Yamato was complaining as Kaido dragged her aside. Kaido, what are you doing? I want to drink with Ace and the others. Oh, my daughter, the final battle is about to begin. You should get off the ship early. I'll handle your share all right. What do you say? Kaido tried to persuade her gently. Yamato looked at him in astonishment. Since when was her father this agreeable? She studied Kaido carefully as if seeing him for the first time, then said suspiciously, Kaido, you wouldn't be trying to make me back out at the last minute, would you? Kaido's old face flushed with embarrassment. He let out a hesitant so faint that only Yamato's keen observation haki could have caught it. What? Yamato was stunned. Dad, how could you tell me to retreat from battle? Her loud voice immediately drew the attention of everyone on the ship. Even Ron on the other ship looked over with an amused smile. Kaido was mortified, wishing he could crawl into a hole. How could he have spawned such a creature? Was this really his own blood? Just then Ron leaped over from the nearby ship with a smile, looking at the father-daughter pair, his gaze finally settling on Kaido. You've grown up, Kaido. Now you know how to cherish your daughter, he teased. Kaido was embarrassed. Alright, I know what you're thinking, Ron said, patting Kaido on the shoulder, then turning to Yamato seriously. Actually, you should listen to your father's advice. No way. I'm going to conquer the seas and be a man like Odin. Yamato declared boldly. The moment she said it, Kaido swung his club and sent her flying with a loud thud. Odin, were you born from Odin? That freak who used someone's ashes to make a hot pot. You admire someone like that? Kaido fumed. Yes, I do admire him. Kaido, if you hit me again, we're settling this here and now. Yamato retorted defiantly, pulling herself out of the sea and glaring at him. Kaido was so furious, he looked like he was ready to ascend to heaven. Ron was speechless. These two were truly a bizarre pair. I was saying. He began about to intervene. Suddenly his expression stiffened, as if sensing something. He looked up sharply, gazing toward the distant sea. What's wrong? Kaido noticed the change and asked curiously. Ron fell silent. Silence. More silence. The atmosphere grew deathly quiet, and in that vacuum every sound was magnified. A faint rumbling began to echo, growing louder with each passing moment, reaching the ears of everyone on the ship. They froze, looked up, and their faces turned pale in shock. A tidal wave? How is there such a massive tidal wave? The sea rose up. Tsunamis towering 10,000 zhong surged from all directions, seawater merging with the azure sky, blotting out the sun and clouds, while a deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. Light instantly dimmed, and the entire sea trembled violently, as if the apocalypse was impending. Shurji, lift the ships now? Luo En roared. I know. Shurji, rarely serious, dared not joke further. Before setting out, he had marked every ship. With a grand wave of his hand, he shouted, rise. Boom rumble. The hulls tore free from the surface, as if instantly losing gravity, hurtling upward at breakneck speed, soaring thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Yet compared to the towering 10,000 zhong waves, they remained pathetically small, like ants gazing up at the summit of Mount Everest. Captain Luo En, I'm out of time. Golden Lion shouted, drenched in sweat. Luo En's eyes were cold and stern, everyone prepared to strike. Then he turned to look at Whitebeard, and the two exchanged a glance, all understanding unspoken. Newgate, are you ready? Gururara, bring it on. The next moment both Luo En and Whitebeard clenched their fists, veins bulging, as their powerful arms visibly swelled by a full circle. Then they punched. Bang. Fists struck the air as if shattering glass. Space began to crack, fine crystalline fissures spreading from the points of impact, spreading rapidly bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the area 10,000 meters around them was encircled by cracks enveloping the ships. Crack, crack. The grating sound of splitting finally seemed to reach a critical point. Seawater boiled, undersea volcanoes erupted, and the ocean exploded. New raging waves rose in the region, carrying unparalleled force as they surged toward the distant tsunami, forming a confrontation. Boom. The grand sound was silent. The entire world seemed to lose its voice. The towering waves collided with a tremendous roar, crushing and intertwining, each striving to overpower the other. Boom, boom, boom. Seawater erupted and boiled. Pillar after pillar of magma shot up from the ocean floor. The volcanoes were triggered, and under the joint efforts of Luo and the others, the sea became an apocalyptic spectacle. Ice Age. From behind Ji made his move. An icy blast of extreme cold spewed from his palm, crashing into the sea below. The water froze layer upon layer of frost, spreading wildly, reflecting a pristine light as it extended toward the distant tsunami. Tornado. Servantless ice fawn. At the same time, a low roar came from the right. Kaido leaped into the sky, transforming into a colossal dragon, 1,000 zhang long, winding through the air. A violent tornado swept up, massive amounts of seawater slamming fiercely against the tsunami that hung like a wall in the sky. On the ship, he assumed the form of a half-beast, a demigod of the great oral deity, and exhaled a breath of freezing air, following closely. Zfa, it seems we too must join forces this time. Layli stood alone on the left flank, gazing at the distant whirlpool, his silver hair flying, his posture dashing and carefree. Haha, good, let's strike together. Zfa laughed heartily, stomped the air, and charged forward with Moon's step, taking the initiative. Layli followed close behind. These two old men had never eaten any devil fruit, relying solely on their iron fists to defy the majesty of nature. Rumble, rumble. The sea echoed with endless thunderous sounds as a dazzling array of attacks rained down, exploding into massive splashes. The raging tsunami was temporarily held at bay. This gave Luo and the others a golden opportunity. Golden Lion activated his float fruit at maximum power, and the ship shot upward like a drop tower, breaking through countless layers of clouds, soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Rumble. The tsunami crashed down with a colossal roar, the shockwave even reaching the ship. Close call. Xiao Zi said, cold sweat dripping down. He leaned over the ship's edge. Below, seawater churned, forming a massive whirlpool that seemed bottomless, as if plunging straight into the deep sea. As time passed, after a full minute, the sea gradually calmed, and the whirlpool was filled as a torrent of seawater poured in. This doesn't make sense. The weather today shouldn't have caused this. And though the New World's climate is harsh, it's never produced a tsunami of this scale, something that happens only once in a century. AIC suddenly sensed something amiss, speaking in surprise. The others were stunned, and as they came to their senses, they gradually realized something was wrong. This disaster had come too suddenly, too conveniently, as if it had been specially prepared for them. But could human power, even with devil fruits, reach such a level? No one had ever heard of anyone developing a fruit's power to such an extreme. Could this be another ancient weapon? AIC speculated wildly. Haha, don't overthink it, AIC. Absolutely impossible. How could Uranus summon a tsunami? That's the job of Poseidon. Mayurko laughed and refuted. Yeah, you're right. AIC scratched his head sheepishly. If Luo hadn't already told them that Princess Bai Xing, daughter of King Ni Pu Dun of Fishman Island, was the ancient weapon Poseidon, they might have been uncertain. Actually, if AIC's guess is correct, I think this is Uranus. Luo suddenly spoke. The deck fell silent. Everyone paused, looking at Luo in disbelief. Actually, this is the Heavenly King. Upon Ron's words on the deck, the entire scene fell into an unnerving silence. Everyone stared at Ron with vacant eyes, their hearts churning with turmoil comparable to the tsunami moments before. How could this be? Was the Heavenly King merely an ancient weapon capable of controlling tsunamis? Ron remained composed, his gaze withdrawing from the sea below before drifting toward the distant horizon where the faint outline of the red line was gradually becoming visible. His eyes grew solemn as he spoke. That tsunami just now was highly abnormal. To be precise, the Heavenly King Uranus did not control the tsunami itself, but rather the magnetic fields across every island in the world. In other words, the Heavenly King Uranus should be classified as a meteorological weapon. What? Everyone's hearts raced with shock. Controlling the magnetic fields of the entire world. It was impossible. It was merely a weapon. Could it truly be so terrifying? That's right. Don't forget, we rely on magnetic navigation to sail the seas. The magnetic fields of these islands are far too intense. Within just a few days, at most a month, the logpost needle can be fully charged with magnetism. Ron nodded in agreement. The crowd fell speechless. Everyone was stunned by this sudden revelation. The last remaining land masses on the ocean had been transformed into weapons. What could be more terrifying than this? High above the sky was a clear azure blue. The biting wind swept across, sending a chill through everyone's hearts. Ron smiled, gazing at the silent crowd, and slowly spoke. The world government's true strength has now been fully exposed. Next, it is our turn to make our appearance. Shiki set course. Our destination is Marineford. Jihihi, settle in, youngsters. The Golden Lion let out an unrestrained laugh. With a powerful sweep of his hand, all the ships immediately turned, soaring through the air like flocks of birds, heading in a magnificent procession toward Marineford. Upon the red line, within the world government headquarters, Yasunori Masatani, the sole remaining member of the five elders. His heart filled with unease, he paced back and forth in the conference room muttering to himself, "What's going on? Why haven't Hirano and the others reported in yet?" At this moment he had no idea that his two colleagues Hirano and Sanobe had already been reduced to nothingness in the explosion of Pluton. Seconds ticked by, and the entire room fell into an eerie silence. Buru buru buru. Suddenly a shrill ringing sound erupted. Yasunori was startled and turned around to find an ordinary-looking Den Mushi. His heart skipped a beat. Imu-sama. Only Imu could reach him directly. A wave of intense unease surged within him, and with trembling steps he slowly approached. Moshi, is this Imu-sama? The next moment a voice devoid of any emotion, cold and indifferent, came from the phone. Hirano and Sanobe are dead. You have 30 minutes to evacuate all personnel from Marineford. 30 minutes later I will make my move. What? Yasunori's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. His heart churned with turmoil. The sudden news was too much to accept. Hirano and the others were dead. How could that be? Jaya. The call was abruptly disconnected. Yasunori snapped back to reality only to be overwhelmed by an intense wave of terror. Had he just heard that Imu-sama would personally intervene? The thought lingered in his mind, impossible to dispel, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. Clatter. The Den Mushi was hurled to the ground. Trembling violently, Yasunori rushed out of the room and into the corridors, summoning all his strength to scream, "Everyone evacuate Marineford immediately." His voice was hoarse and desperate. The commotion was tremendous, spreading throughout the entire government building in an instant. Suddenly the entire building fell silent. All the staff stationed there stood frozen, their expressions filled with disbelief and doubt. Evacuate the Holy Land. This must be a joke. This was the most sacred place in the world. Who would dare cause trouble here and demand their evacuation? Ding ding ding. Just as everyone was consumed by deep suspicion, a piercing roar suddenly exploded above the Holy Land like a death knell. Panic erupted. Whether they were station personnel or slaves, everyone fled in madness. They clearly remembered when the alarm bell rang at the Holy Land, everyone was required to evacuate. Of course, this did not include certain celestial dragons who had long grown accustomed to their arrogance and habit of giving orders. TCH making such a fuss. I am a celestial dragon. Who dares offend me? Keep crawling, you scum. A bloated celestial dragon sneered, speaking as he struck the slaves on the ground with his whip. Oh, it seems this batch of 5 elders is rather inadequate. This is the residence of the most noble descendants of gods, the celestial dragons. Who would dare offend us? Beside him a young woman wearing a bubble helmet displayed a repulsive air of nobility. Marineford was in chaos. On the streets, slaves with panicked expressions could be seen everywhere, attempting to flee only to be blown apart by detonating collar bombs. Their bloody remains scattered across the ground. Some staff members were also in a frantic rush to escape. The Holy Land, once as majestic and divine, had now become like a garbage dump, its once empty streets suddenly overflowing with panicked crowds. They were once well-fed and draped in magnificent attire, but now they resembled destitute refugees, their dignity utterly shattered. Swish, swish, swish. One vessel after another descended from midair, densely packed, occupying half the sky, their momentum vast and overwhelming, inexplicably evoking a sense of insignificance. How ironic. The noble Holy Land so tainted and filthy. Rayleigh spoke, standing at the prow, gazing down as he uttered slowly. My poor sons stripped of their right to live freely on this land because of such a group. I can barely restrain myself from striking. Whitebeard declared. Gururara. Then what are we waiting for? Pigs perish. Golden Lion's eyes glinted with ferocity. With a grand gesture, countless black dots materialized behind his head. The next instant the dots magnified, revealing stones as vast as meteorites plummeting like a meteor shower toward the earth below. Boom, boom, boom. The red earth continent trembled violently as the meteorites struck, splashing patches of blinding crimson. One after another massive craters gouged the ground. Anguished, desperate roars rose from below. Bastards! I am a celestial dragon. How dare you offend Lord Celestial Dragons? You lowly bloodlines seek death. It hurts. It kills me. Damn it, who? I'll kill him with my own hands. Golden Lion's face darkened. He was about to strike again. Gururara. Shiki, you've gone too far. You've made the Holy Land so filthy. How can we ascend now? Let me wash it clean with water. Whitebeard said. He struck. A single punch shattered the space, creating countless crystalline cracks. Then the seawater below began to churn violently. The waves roared. Layer upon layer of billows surged from below, appearing from afar like 1,000 charging steeds. The moment they emerged, they blotted out the sky, rolling mightily toward the Holy Land beneath. Rumble. The ground quaked. A torrent of seawater cascaded down, as if scouring away the filthiest things in the world. The seawater crashed down, and the red earth continent let out a deafening wail. Then the waters swept away all the filth of the Holy Land, spilling it to the other side. The entire Holy Land fell into absolute silence. Gururara. Now it's finally clean. Children, what are you waiting for? Whitebeard turned and shouted to Ace and the others behind him. Marco and the rest, their faces alight with excitement, leaped down like cannonballs shooting from their barrels. In the blink of an eye, this place called the Holy Land had changed hands. Whitebeard and the others smiled. Things seemed easier than expected. Let's go down too. We can't keep the host waiting, Rayleigh said with a smile. He stepped forward casually, as if strolling, and descended. Good. Whitebeard, Akiji, and the others exchanged glances, then leaped down together. A mere 1,000 meters in altitude was nothing to beings like them. Thud. 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 One figure after another landed from the height, each leaving a massive crater on the ground. Marco and the younger generation had already been waiting on the ground. Bastards. You left me behind again. Golden Lion fumed hastily, leaping down lightly from above while the ships still floated in the sky. It's been years since I last set foot here, yet it's still the same. Even the air reeks of a nauseating stench. Zephyr frowned, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Instead of lamenting, why not go inside and see for yourself? How does the divine dwelling of the descendants of gods feel? At that moment, Ron's figure appeared, silently speaking with a chuckle. The others looked surprised. Mr. Ron, where did you go just now? Ace asked curiously. Nowhere much, just took care of a small matter, Ron replied with a gentle smile. He then looked up toward the main building in the distance. We'll discuss that later. For now, let's resolve the matter at hand. Clang, clang, clang. One after another pitch-black pacifistas emerged from behind the world government, building, their expressions icy, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Behind them, figures in uniforms resembling marine attire, yet subtly different, appeared, numbering as many as 100,000. The world government's other secret force tasked solely with the Holy Land security. Kill them. Bloodbath Mary Geos. The pirates erupted in frenzy. Under the leadership of Ace and the younger generation, they charged forward like a tidal wave. The moment the two forces clashed, an astonishing aura exploded. Flames shot skyward, and the entire scene descended into chaos. Dr. Ron, I'm off. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his white cloak fluttering wildly as he strode forward with large steps. Facing him, the last of the 5 elders, Zungu Kong Ji, had appeared silently. He had not fled, but chosen to confront the enemy. Behind him stood several masked figures, members of the world government's intelligence agency CPDRO. Mr. Ron, I'm off too. Akiji stepped out. Gururura. Captain Ron, I'm going to beat the celestial dragons and rule the world. Golden Lion declared with a manic laugh as he stepped forward. Ron, I'm beginning to believe in the golden age you spoke of, Zephyr said, silent for a moment, then gave Ron a deep look before leaving with a smile. Mr. Ron, it seems you might not need to fight in this final battle, Rayleigh said with a smile, moving with a gentlemanly stride as he departed. The final battle was about to begin. Ron's lips curled into a faint smile as he watched them leave. He murmured to himself, the final battle. That's not entirely certain. The flames of war swept across the entire sacred land. This battle had gathered nearly the most formidable combatants from across the world, and the ferocity of their clash caused the entire Hongta continent to tremble. Fierce winds howled, the sea wailed, and morning ice and fire swirled together, and the scent of gunsmoke pierced the clouds. As expected, fighting on land is far more pleasing to the eye. Ron's lips curled into a faint smile, and he raised his head, his gaze piercing through layers of mist to look toward the depths of the Hongta continent. There stood a castle of ancient lineage, desolate and eerie. Suddenly Ron's figure vanished, and no one perceived his departure. Before long, within the Panga city, tens of kilometers away from the sacred land. Amidst the thick smoke, a clear sound of footsteps arose, breaking the long silence of this place. Ron, clad in a white robe fluttering in the wind, walked through the long corridor and came to an ancient massive stone door. With a rumbling sound, the great doors suddenly opened, revealing a long staircase paved with red carpet. Ron raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, walking straight inside. At the highest point of the palace, the Void Throne, which symbolized supreme power, came into his view. The Void Throne, said to be a seat that no one is allowed to occupy, symbolizing equal power, yet someone is sitting on it. If this news were to spread, I believe many would be shocked. Ron said calmly to the empty air. Above him slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of unusual crimson irises, and said mildly, "You are Ron." Ron shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. "The pirate who seeks to overturn this world, I am beginning to take an interest in you. How about considering joining the world government? I can recommend you as the next ruler." Said. Her tone was calm, yet exuding an air of superiority, as if a high and mighty being bestowing favor upon ordinary mortals. The ruler of the world government, just like those 5 useless old men guarding a herd of pigs all day long. Sorry, I personally dislike raising pigs. Ron refused, and refused quite decisively. M's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing from his crimson pupils. "It seems you have refused. Zila Zila." Electric currents surged quietly, appearing around him with blue arcs dancing about, like little snakes, emitting a faintly dangerous glow. Ron remained silent. The next moment, angrily raised her hand, and a thick pillar of electric plasma appeared out of nowhere. Before it could reach Ron's head, he had already reacted, and it struck his body. The extreme electric shock, carrying scorching high temperatures, instantly blasted a huge pit into the ground, with wisps of green smoke rising. When they looked again, Ron had already vanished from the spot. Im fell silent, turning her head slightly to look at the nearby space. Precognition. Ron smiled. Although the foresight was not very far-reaching, it was already sufficient. Is that so? Im also smiled, her sexy lips curving into a dangerous arc. Then her eyes turned sharp. Don't forget the home to continent is also land. The words had hardly fallen when the dim hall was instantly illuminated. Dense thunderlight filled every corner, and in the blink of an eye the entire Panga City turned into a thunder prison. From a distance, not only Panga City, but the entire surrounding area of the home to continent was covered with electric arcs, as if transformed into a world-shocking thunder dragon, a truly terrifying sight. What's happening? What's going on? Why is there so much lightning? In the sky, Ace and the others looked horrified at the home to continent below, which had turned into a hell of lightning. Their hearts churned. If they hadn't reacted quickly enough just now, they would have turned to ash by now. Celestial Dragon, Rayleigh said with a grim expression. Celestial Dragon. Everyone was shocked. Marco immediately turned around to look at the seniors behind him, his face filled with disbelief. The ancient weapon Uranus. Whitebeard and the others were also speechless. Could it really be, as Ron had said, that all the land in the world had been transformed into weapons? But the problem was, this was the home to continent. Everyone on site fell completely silent, their faces turning extremely grim. They suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Where had Mr. Ron gone? Meanwhile, at the foot of the red line, a vast crowd gathered here, their expressions solemn, their attire varied, all hailing from every direction and every sea. At the forefront of the formation, the 4 army commanders, clearly the leaders of this group, wore grim expressions, their eyes illuminated by the continuous arcs of lightning erupting in the distance. Long, what should we do? Shall we attack? Embryo Ivanov asked, his face heavy as he looked toward the figure at the very front. Lightning flickered, casting Long's silhouette in and out of shadow. Beneath his hood, his face marked with a grid-like tattoo, reflected a troubled expression. Uranus, the Celestial King. Long gritted his teeth. Though he had tried to overestimate the power of the ancient weapons, he still could not fathom that even the red line was merely a launchpad for Uranus. To think the red line encircled the entire world, neatly dividing the ocean into 2 halves. His expression twisted, his eyes flickering with an uncertain light. Finally, with a soft sigh, he said, "Forget it, retreat." Retreat. Embryo Ivanov was stunned. The other 3 commanders were also stunned. Even the countless revolutionaries behind them were dumbfounded at the news. Having come this far, they were now to retreat. Let's retreat. Uranus truly deserves the title of a god-named weapon. For ordinary people like us, no matter how many, it's not enough to fill the gap. Long's voice was low, but Embryo Ivanov started to speak. Enough, say no more. Even Mr. Ron, I believe, could never stand against such a force. We have ultimately underestimated the foundation of the world government. I'm afraid Mr. Ron is already gone. Long said slowly. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept through and his figure vanished as if he had never been there. Long wanted to see how many would remain after this war. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. At this moment, the commanders stood in a rare state of confusion, unsure of what to do. Let's retreat. Long is right. Under such overwhelming power, no one can possibly resist. Embryo Ivanov's voice was low. They were stunned, their gazes shifting to the towering, unassailable red line above. There the entire red line stood majestically like a colossal dragon spanning the sea, its length immeasurable. Dazzling arcs of lightning like magic slithered across the dragon's skin. 1, 2, 3. The revolutionaries began to retreat. As if a signal had been given, before long the crowd dwindled. Finally, only the commanders remained standing forlornly. Once they believed they could change the world, only to discover that the world had never changed. What was more tragic was that they could only change themselves. Let's go. The Eastern Army commander bellowed. Betty turned and left. The scarlet banner she had never once let go was casually tossed aside, dust rising. The spirit of revolution had ended from this moment. Then the Northern Army commander Crow flapped his wings and transformed into a giant bird soaring away. Next, the Western Army commander. A huge crater suddenly appeared in the ground, and the towering figure of Morley vanished without a trace. Finally, the Southern Army commander. Unbeknownst to all, the scene became empty, as if no one had ever been there except for the fine, dense footprints that reminded people that a revolution had once been waged here. New World Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral. The door opened, and a figure rushed in from outside. Sengoku stood by the window, his expression contemplative, as if lost in thought. Hearing the commotion, he fixed his gaze and said slowly, "What is it?" "Ron and his men have already attacked the red line," his deputy said cautiously. Sengoku's expression flickered with a momentary loss of focus, but he quickly regained his composure, nodded without turning around, and said, "I understand." Also, according to reliable reports, the entire red line is now inexplicably enveloped in lightning, and no one can approach, the deputy added. Lightning. A sharp glint flashed in Sengoku's eyes, and his heart churned. It was Uranus, just as the legends said. Could Ron succeed? The room suddenly fell silent. "Fleet Admiral, do we continue to hold our position?" the deputy asked cautiously. Sengoku immediately snapped back to attention and said without turning, "No need. Continue to stay put." The deputy paused and nodded. Understood, Fleet Admiral. I will inform the admirals and keep the men in line. He turned and left, softly treading, and carefully closed the door behind him. Listening to the fading sound, a long sigh echoed from Sengoku in the room. Overthrow this world. Ron, I await your success. If you truly achieve it, why should the Marines not support you? Crackle, crackle. Arcs of electricity flickered, densely packed, almost coalescing into a tangible form. The vast Panga city vanished, leaving only a deep crater in its place. Within this crater, a colossal sphere composed of electric currents materialized. Moreover, countless bolts of lightning surged forward, relentlessly converging toward the sphere. Boom, boom. The ground resounded with continuous, thunderous roars. High above, a gilded throne floated like a descending deity, and Imu sat upon it. She gazed down, her beautiful face exuding an air of contempt, unapproachable, arrogant, and domineering. How tedious. It seems this round of the Great Purge can be accelerated. The D clan should be utterly eradicated. If not for the fear of becoming too dull, I would truly hate to do this. Imu murmured to herself, her gaze drifting across the endless sea toward a distant island where a young man in a straw hat was striving hard. Bang! Suddenly a loud explosion from below caught Imu's attention. The sphere of lightning plasma burst, and Luo slowly emerged from within. A dense vitality radiated from his body, drifting like white smoke, warding off the encroaching arcs. He curled his lips into a dangerous smile. Woman, where are you looking? Imu was startled. The next moment, Luo's feet exploded with intense golden light, and his figure vanished, instantly reappearing to Imu's upper right. His speed was so immense it nearly touched the speed of light, leaving Imu unable to react. Luo delivered a sweeping kick, striking downward with ferocity. Tempest Kick, Godslayer. A blinding golden radiance burst forth. Bang! The void throne shattered, and Imu's body was sent flying backward, trailing mock rings in the air as she broke the sound barrier. Imu gasped in shock, spitting a mouthful of blood. Rage blazed in her heart. Luo. She roared. Right here. Luo smiled, his form teleporting and reappearing behind her. It seems your godhood is rather cheap. Hurt so easily. Empowered by boundless vitality, he was now like a martial god, his speed, strength, and power surpassing mortal limits. In the next instant, he threw a fierce punch, striking Imu's back. Crack! A sickening sound of bones breaking echoed. Imu's spine arched backward into a terrifying curve, and scarlet blood gushed like a fountain. Luo showed no mercy, giving her no chance to resist. He rained blow after blow, his fists moving so fast that afterimages of countless arms filled the air like a thousand-handed deity. Imu's body was battered like a rag doll in the wind. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The final strike. Luo's eyes sharpened, and he delivered a vicious whip kick to Imu's midsection. Boom. Her body shot downward, crashing into the red line below. The ground collapsed, the sea trembled, and a massive mushroom cloud rose. The red line, like tofu, snapped off a huge section. The sheer magnitude was terrifying. Is she dead? Luo frowned, peering down. Smoke swirled, veiling the entire red line. The lightning had vanished, replaced only by the sound of seawater pouring and echoing incessantly. The scene was deathly still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time ticked by. Suddenly Luo let out a muffled groan, his expression twisting in agony. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Damn, it was the backlash already beginning. Borrowed power is unreliable after all. Luo smiled bitterly. Earlier, Whitebeard and the others had asked what he did during the time he disappeared. In truth, he had merely borrowed some vitality from the Sea Kings to use as his trump card against the ancient weapon Uranus. He had discovered earlier that the Sea King's energy, though violent, could enhance a person comprehensively. And during subsequent observations, he noticed Big Mom's physique continuously improving. In essence, the vitality of the Sea Kings was like a strength-boosting potion for humans. The only problem was the severe contamination of the soul. For Luo, who could freely manipulate souls, this was not an issue. The only limitation was that he could not sustain it for long, or his body would break down. Luo's body began to convulse, veins tightening, and capillaries beneath the skin surfaced one by one, spreading across his entire body. Just at that moment, a thunderous boom erupted. The smoke dispersed, and lightning bolts re-emerged above the red line, forming a massive thundercloud that lifted Imu from below. You pathetic insect, you have angered me. Imu's lips were stained with blood, her eyes dark and venomous. From this moment, I decree your annihilation. She raised her hands, and countless lightning bolts converged frantically. The red line was fully activated, and from distant islands magnetic fields shifted, unleashing powerful currents that crossed the void. The sea trembled. The sky transformed into a giant electromagnetic field, white clouds turning black, becoming electrodes that absorbed and discharged energy. Nearly half the sky was consumed by an ocean of lightning. At that moment, everyone was shaken. The entire world quaked, and all stared in terror, bodies trembling, daring not to move. A god? Was this the wrath of a god? Above the thunderclouds, Imu bathed in the storm, her gaze carrying the haughty disdain of one who looks down upon mere mortals as she stared at Ron below. Base bloodline, you are only fit to grovel in existence. Worm, you have offended me. Perish. Imu cried out, flinging both arms downward with all her might. The surging thundercloud stirred, as if awakened, cascading down like a funnel toward Ron below. Even before it reached him, Ron felt an oppressive weight bearing down on him. His body stiffened, utterly unable to dodge. Heavenly King Uranus indeed. As a weapon crowned with the name of a god, it is truly extraordinary. But since Ron have acted, I have never regretted it. Ron's eyes blazed with unprecedented resolve. He roared, life return. At that moment, all the vitality within his body erupted, merging with the life force he had extracted from the Sea Kings. They clashed and fused into a completely new energy that surged throughout his being. Kill. Ron stamped his foot, shattering another chunk of the Red Earth continent, and vanished from his spot. Like a beam of light, he shot straight up to collide with the thunder above. Boom. Heaven and earth quaked, and all light in the world dimmed in an instant. No matter where they stood, everyone could clearly see a colossal mushroom cloud rising in the distant sky. Then came the violent shockwave. The sea began to pour in reverse, and sections of the Red Earth continent crumbled one after another, turning to ash. The fierce, terrifying energy spread directly across the center of the world. Towering waves 10,000 zhang high rampaged wildly across every corner of the world. You bastard, Ron. Imu screamed in frenzy. The thunder was pierced through. Ron's figure transformed into a pristine white light, wielding a large verdant scalpel, and he slashed out fiercely. Rip! Imu's body was instantly split cleanly in two, and countless emerald green lights streamed from her form, drifting away with the wind. The forbidden life force of the surgery fruit. Ron frowned, a look of realization dawning in his eyes. At that moment, he finally understood why Imu had been able to live for so long. So she was actually the test subject of the previous surgery fruit. How interesting. Ron smiled, but then a hint of regret flickered in his eyes as he looked down at his own body. Unbeknownst to him, his legs had already turned into specks of light, beginning to dissolve in the air. It seems I'm about to die. Oh well, I'll leave the remaining mess to you, Rayleigh Newgate. And Golden Lion, I suppose I've fulfilled your dream for you as compensation for what I owed you before. He gazed at the distant sky, a faint smile gradually spreading across his lips. Under the sunlight, it appeared exceptionally brilliant. Dr. Ron. Mr. Ron. At that moment, on the other side, Golden Lion and the others sensed something, instinctively extending their observation hockey, only to be met with the most cruel truth. Ron's life force was beginning to fade. Everyone was stunned. Then, after a pause of less than half a second, they shot off like arrows, charging toward Ron with wild, frantic desperation. You bastard, Ron. You promised that we would fight for the position of World Lord together. Golden Lion's eyes were bloodshot. For the first time since Ron had disappeared, he wept again. Mr. Ron, how could this happen? Rayleigh found it hard to accept. His usually neatly combed silver hair was now strangely disheveled. Vice Captain Ron, damn it. How could you die? Kaido miss you so much. Kaido, transformed into a giant dragon, was the first to arrive at the scene. He instinctively reached out his hands to catch Ron, but all that awaited him were countless white specks of light. From that moment, Ron's body completely dissipated. Thump, thump, thump. The others arrived one after another, but all they saw were the specks of light vanishing with the wind. For a moment, everyone stood frozen. In their minds, they revisited every scene of Ron from the past, and a wave of sorrow and reluctance surged in their hearts. More than 40 years ago, a young man had recruited them, constantly guiding them to improve themselves and making a promise to overthrow this world. At that time, he had broken his word. More than 40 years later, that same young man, unchanged, used the same flimsy excuses and jokes to threaten them into boarding his ship. They agreed, and they succeeded. But Ron disappeared, never to be seen again. Ding. Detected that the host is in a soul state. The Great Doctor system is fully activated. Transdimensional module initiated. Next destination, the Naruto world. In the hazy void, a barely perceptible voice suddenly rang out.